Chapter 1. Lu Yang. Fool. Utter fool. How dare you sin a girl? It's no wonder no one reads your book. The author goes by the name Tang San, does he? I, Lu Yang, wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. Within the confines of his rental apartment, Lu Yang's face flushed crimson, nearly driven to the brink of madness. As a wage slave in the year 2045, blessed with scarcely a day off each month, Lu Yang sought a novel to pass the time. By a twist of fate, he stumbled upon a fantasy tale entitled Seeking Immortality. The fact that the malevolent antagonist shared his name piqued Lu Yang's interest, drawing him into the narrative that Lu Yang, originally one of the 7 peak lords of the Qishao sacred land, possessed extraordinary talent and formidable cultivation. He commanded 7 exceptionally gifted female disciples, each a paragon of beauty and unparalleled in their grace. However, in his quest for ascension to immortality, he sacrificed these 7 stunning disciples, seeking the favor of the prominent protagonists. Once he had exhausted their potential, the heartbroken disciples, consumed by love turned to hatred, resolved to extinguish their own life force in a final act of vengeance against Lu Yang, leading to their mutual destruction and inadvertently benefiting the other illustrious protagonists. Even in his dying moments, Peak Lord Lu Yang could not fathom why his once obedient disciples turned against him in their final moments. Utter fool. I shall read no more. After a sleepless night, the disheartening outcome was more unbearable than swallowing a fly. Lu Yang cursed under his breath, glanced at the time, and resigned himself to the impending workday. Following a brief morning routine, Lu Yang stepped outside, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Yet, just a few paces from his door, a brand new truck barreled towards him with an unstoppable force. It's over. I am about to encounter a stroke of misfortune. Qishao sacred land, Tianyang Peak. Within a resplendent bronze hall, suffused with spiritual energy, Peak Lord Lu Yang appeared deranged, relentlessly striking his own body with fists imbued with the laws of the sacred realm, shattering his bones and destroying his foundation, leaving him drenched in blood, a sight too gruesome to behold. Despite this, Peak Lord Lu Yang did not so much as furrow a brow. He was intent on a more frenzied act, to exhaust all his cultivation. As he relinquished his entire power, he was instantly reduced from a mighty sage to an ordinary mortal. With his bones shattered, an unparalleled agony surged through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, the resolve of Peak Lord Lu Yang remained unyielding, bolstered by an indomitable will. He endured. He lowered his gaze to the ground before him, his eyes glinting with determination. At last, I can undergo a rebirth in my cultivation. The Indestructible Dao Sutra is said to grant golden bones and boundless divine power, impervious to the passage of time, rendering one's celestial bones eternal. Alas, the soul cannot achieve immortality, nor can the flesh escape death. While the Indestructible Dao Sutra could cultivate celestial bones, it ultimately could not grant the flesh the gift of immortality. Nevertheless, he was content when he returned to the sacred realm. He would be at least 10 times stronger than he was today. Let the cultivation begin. Now reduced to a mere mortal, should I be discovered, it would spell disaster. Though he spoke thus, a sense of calm enveloped him. This was the Qishao sacred land, meticulously guarded in Tianyang Peak, fortified with numerous prohibitions. Not even a fly could breach its defenses. The peak master, Lu Yang, revealed a faint smile just as he prepared to immerse himself in cultivation. Suddenly, he felt a darkness above him before he could even raise his eyelids. An unknown projectile struck him successfully. Ouch! That hurts. Am I still alive? Lu Yang clutched his head, slowly opening his eyes. As he sat up and surveyed his surroundings, he was greeted by the resplendent bronze palace, evoking a sense of both unfamiliarity and familiarity. What has fate brought me to? Is this still within the confines of my homeland? In a moment of bewilderment, Lu Yang sensed someone tugging at his garments. With a soft gasp, he looked down, only to be startled into exclaiming, "What the hell?" Beneath him was another person, drenched in blood, resembling a specter of crimson. The figure gazed at Lu Yang in terror, lips trembling as if attempting to utter something. Lu Yang's head buzzed, and it took him a while to comprehend that saving this person was of utmost urgency. Hey, brother, you've lost so much blood. Are you all right? Peak Master Lu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. The floor was awash with blood by any measure. He certainly did not appear to be unscathed. As Lu Yang moved to assist the injured man, his hands reached into the air, but suddenly froze. This attire, this palace, and this face bear an uncanny resemblance to my own. Something was amiss. Realization dawned upon Lu Yang. This scene felt eerily familiar suddenly. It struck him. His head felt as if it might explode as he stared incredulously at the bloodied figure, trembling all over. You are the peak master of Tianyang, named Lu Yang. Upon hearing this, the peak master Lu Yang's face brightened momentarily, though he was too weak to speak, only managing to blink in response. His injuries were grave, and he could only hope that this man would summon his disciples from outside for assistance. You were just cultivating the indestructible Dao Scripture, and have now shed your powers, becoming an ordinary mortal? The moment those words left the man's lips, a chill ran down Lu Yang's spine. He had never disclosed his practice of the indestructible Dao Scripture to anyone, not even to his closest 7 female disciples. Yet, this stranger seemed to know his secret. Suspicious, extremely suspicious. Reluctantly, Peak Master Lu Yang blinked and mustered the last of his strength to say, "Save me, and I shall grant you wealth and glory." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang finally grasped his circumstances. He had been unwittingly drawn into the narrative of a book. The Peak Master Lu Yang before him was the ultimate antagonist in Seeking Immortality. In pursuit of unparalleled power, he had secluded himself in Tianyang Peak after acquiring the indestructible Dao Scripture, re-emerging after a century to dominate all foes with invincibility in his entire invincible life. Today was the day he appeared most vulnerable. Lu Yang understood the man's nature, while he would employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Should he save him now, he would undoubtedly be forgotten and ruthlessly eliminated the next moment. Lu Yang had to contemplate whether today represented his singular opportunity in this lifetime. After a moment of reflection, he resolved what must be done. "Wait a moment, I shall return shortly." Lu Yang offered him a gentle smile. Phew! The Peak Master Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. This individual could not be spared. The audacity to infiltrate his palace undetected was unforgivable. Soon enough, Lu Yang returned, clutching a heavy golden spoon. With a sudden and forceful motion, he struck the head of the Peak Master, Lu Yang, repeatedly over 50 times until life was extinguished from him. The weapons within the hall were simply too heavy for a mere mortal to wield. "You foolish fool! How dare you give away my female disciple?" Breathless, Lu Yang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet the thought of that imbecile giving away his female disciple, who had accompanied him for hundreds of years, filled him with rage. He raised the golden spoon once more and struck several times until he could no longer lift his arm. "I am utterly drained." Lu Yang lay sprawled on the ground, contemplating his next course of action. At that moment, a voice, imbued with concern and care, echoed from outside the hall. "Master, what are you striking? Do you require my assistance?" Chapter 2. Senior Sister Shen Qingqiu. Oh no! Lu Yang jolted upright. His heart raced as he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the bronze hall. He knew who stood outside. Whenever Lu Yang practiced the indestructible Dao Scripture or retreated into seclusion, among his 7 female disciples, only one would forsake everything to remain at Tianyang Peak to guard him, his eldest disciple, Shen Qingqiu. She had accompanied Lu Yang the longest and was the most gentle and considerate of all. To her, her master was everything, more precious than her own life. Such a slight commotion has startled her. She truly is a formidable being at the supreme realm. If she were to discover that it was Lu Yang who had slain her master, even 1,000 lives would not suffice. "Master, if you do not respond, I shall come in." Outside the bronze hall stood an exquisite woman, adorned in a flowing purple gown that outshone all others, her slender waist delicate to the touch. Her flawless complexion and lightly pursed red lips, along with her gently furrowed brows, conveyed her deep concern for her master. "I apologize, master, but I must come in." Unable to contain herself any longer due to the silence from within, Shen Qingqiu pushed open the bronze door and entered the hall. The sight that met her eyes was shocking. The ground was drenched in blood, a horrifying scene, and Lu Yang was nowhere to be found. Panic seized Shen Qingqiu as her heart raced. Master, where are you?" "I am here." To prevent Shen Qingqiu from using her divine sense to discover her master's lifeless body, Lu Yong quickly responded. Following the voice, she spotted Lu Yong, bloodied, seated at the center of the hall, holding a scripture and engrossed in its contents, obscuring his face. Upon hearing Lu Yang's voice, Shen Qingqiu's agitation began to subside. Master, what has happened within the hall? Why are you and the ground stained with blood? Shen Qingqiu, genuinely worried for Lu Yong, hastened up the steps in a flurry. It must be said, Shen Qingqiu was breathtakingly beautiful. Her allure was truly striking. The praises penned in books about her could not compare to the reality of witnessing her. Like delicate branches bearing luscious fruit, both delicious and soothing, aptly describe a woman such as her. Before such a captivating beauty, Master Lu Yong remained indifferent, fixated solely on the pursuit of power and transcendence. Ultimately, in a bid to forge alliances, he shamelessly offered her as a gift, eliciting a profound sense of disgust. Lu Yong was acutely aware of the situation. The only way to survive was to impersonate her master. Thus, he eliminated Master Lu Yong, donned his robes, and assumed his position, perusing his sacred texts. After all, they shared the same name, and their appearances bore a striking resemblance, with Lu Yong possessing a certain charm that surpassed his counterpart. Before him lay the first trial. Should Lu Yong fail to deceive Shen Qingqiu, a grim fate awaited him. With death looming regardless, there was little to fear. Master, you're holding the scripture incorrectly. Before he could react, Shen Qingqiu approached, her brow furrowed in suspicion. At her words, Lu Yong felt a jolt of anxiety. The imperishable scripture was notoriously convoluted. He truly grasped none of it. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, mimicking Master Lu Yang's tone with an air of nonchalance. It matters not, I prefer to read it in reverse. Shen Qingqiu's lips twitched involuntarily. Something felt amiss about her master today, though she could not articulate it. Only when Lu Yong shifted the scripture away from his face did her demeanor shift, revealing a mix of vigilance and lethal intent. Master, your hair? In your cultivation, something is off. You are not my master. Where is he? Her beautiful eyes widened as she scrutinized Lu Yong, her aura pulsating with an unfathomable power, a fierce murderous intent surging within her. Any hint of doubt from the man before her would surely prompt her to strike. Having accompanied Master Lu Yong for years, she was intimately familiar with him. While the man before her was not an exact replica, the resemblance was substantial enough to warrant caution. Her master represented everything to her, and even the slightest possibility of his presence compelled her to tread carefully. Lu Yong awaited this moment of hesitation, fully aware of Shen Qingqiu's disposition. He remained unperturbed, locking eyes with her, unwavering and resolute. From a young age, Shen Qingqiu had grown up beside Master Lu Yong, dreading the very gaze she now encountered, one laden with reproach and disappointment that could easily unsettle her composure. Even though Lu Yong was merely a mortal, devoid of any formidable presence, that deeply ingrained sensation had long permeated her heart. And Master, Shen Qingqiu trembled, her voice quivering, nearly collapsing to her knees. In that moment, confusion overwhelmed her. She could hardly discern whether the man before her was truly her master. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she knelt before him, trembling, panic etched across her face. Master, I have acted rashly. Please, punish your disciple. Lu Yong blinked rapidly, realizing he had gambled correctly. At this juncture, a semblance of Master Lu Yang's essence had begun to take root in Shen Qingqiu's mind. However, this did not signify that the danger had dissipated. Shen Qingqiu had merely lowered her suspicion, not fully embraced belief. It was during such moments that an irate Master Lu Yong would wield a divine whip to discipline a disobedient disciple. The lashes left her back raw and bleeding, the divine patterns dimmed, a sight too tragic to behold. As the eldest disciple of Tianyang Peak, Shen Qingqiu bore the brunt of punishment, enduring the most for her younger sisters. She knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed firmly to the earth, her body trembling uncontrollably, clearly bracing herself for retribution. However, the current Lu Yong was no longer the Lu Yong of yesteryear. The peak master he once was, he found such actions beneath him. Yet, to further assuage Shen Qingqiu's suspicions, he felt compelled to act. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Rise, for today I shall not strike you." Master, his tone was gentle, akin to a spring breeze, causing Shen Qingqiu's heart to flutter, disbelief washing over her as she lifted her gaze to Lu Yang. Such tenderness, could this truly be her master? Come sit here. Sit where? Of course, just as in our childhood, come sit in my lap. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, blooming like flowers in spring, vibrant and delicate. Observing her hesitation, Lu Yang teased lightly, "Has my disciple grown up and begun to shun her master?" "Not at all." Shen Qingqiu bit her lip, adamantly refuting the notion. "Is it then that you disdain my garments stained with blood, fearing you might tarnish your lovely attire?" "That's not it either." Her voice, ethereal as a celestial melody, resonated through the art that Lu Yang was immediately enveloped by the fragrance of peach blossoms, penetrating deep into his heart. The warmth of soft jade enveloped him, and in the haze, he found himself cradling a stunning beauty. "Was it not you who rescued me from a sea of corpses and blood, stained as you were? I have never held such disdain. Then why did you hesitate just now?" Chapter 3. A thousandfold returned suddenly. It felt as though my master had transformed into someone entirely different, insisting that I sit in their embrace, a rather audacious act. Shen Qingqiu lowered her head, her cheeks ablaze with a lingering heat that only intensified. "Yet, why did you ultimately acquiesce?" Lu Yang's lips curved into a playful smile, and he nodded slightly, genuinely amused. A formidable being of the supreme realm nestled in his arms like a docile kitten was simply too endearing to resist. "This is the master's command. To disobey would be an act of great rebellion," he mused. "What a splendid act of defiance. So, does that mean you would never refuse anything I ask of you?" As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, a visible blush crept up Shen Qingqiu's ears. She then gently tapped her forehead, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and with her delicate lips parted, she spoke softly. "Yes, my life belongs to my master. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Lu Yang's thoughts stirred. Such an obedient disciple made him wonder how he could ever bear to part with her. Indeed, he was a fool to allow their relationship to deteriorate into enmity, culminating in Shen Qingqiu piercing his heart with a sword. Alas, she too met a tragic fate. Her soul extinguished. This realization tugged at Lu Yang's heartstrings, prompting him to embrace her even tighter. Master, you are holding me too tightly," Shen Qingqiu murmured. Her cheeks flushed, her entire being radiating warmth. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang did not relent. He needed to keep Shen Qingqiu enveloped in the warmth of his care. It is said that a woman in love possesses the intellect of a child, even if Shen Qingqiu were a celestial being. The influence of her master would render her equally susceptible. He had to swiftly instill in her the belief that he was indeed peak Master Lu Yang, not an impostor. Otherwise, when the other disciples returned to Tianyang Peak and questioned Lu Yang's true identity, he would find himself utterly isolated without a single ally to defend him, an utterly dire predicament. "Do you remember the first gift I ever gave you?" "Of course. It was a little rattle drum. I emerged from the sea of corpses and blood, terrified and weeping. To cheer me up, my master bought this toy to bring me joy. See, master, I still cherish it." Shen Qingqiu beamed with delight, retrieving a worn rattle drum from her possession. Centuries had passed, and the little rattle drum had grown quite old, yet Shen Qingqiu preserved it with utmost care. The drum emitted a crisp sound as she shook it joyfully, her face radiant with glee. It seemed that no matter how much time passed or how powerful she became, in Lu Yang's presence, she would always remain that innocent little girl, forever untouched by the passage of time. However, as time wore on, Peak Master Lu Yang's profound cultivation transformed his temperament drastically. He ceased to regard his disciples as human beings, instead viewing them merely as tools to be wielded. When the need for celestial herbs or divine weapons arose, it was his disciples who were tasked with finding solutions. Failure to complete their tasks resulted in harsh punishments, often leaving Shen Qingqiu to bear the brunt of these sufferings on behalf of her fellow disciples. Lu Yang was certain that, at this very moment, he could tear away the garments concealing her back. In the eyes, there are undoubtedly scars that mar the surface, a body riddled with wounds that cannot be healed in a short span of time. If one were to discuss who has sacrificed the most for Tianyang Peak, it would undoubtedly be Shen Qingqiu, who bears such immense suffering yet manages to maintain an extraordinary gentleness, a rarity indeed. When the Peak Master, Lu Yang, fails to cherish such a woman, it is only natural that others will step in to value her. With a chuckle, Lu Yang gently pinched Shen Qingqiu's cheek, an act of intimacy that momentarily brought her back to reality. Raising her delicate face, she scrutinized Lu Yang and softly inquired, "Master, you have yet to explain the matter of your long hair and your cultivation. Also, why have you suddenly become as gentle as before?" At this moment, Shen Qingqiu indeed regarded Lu Yang as her master, yet doubts lingered within her. Should Lu Yang fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Lu Yang remained calm and unperturbed, fully aware that Shen Qingqiu would pose such questions. He had already devised a strategy in silence. Without uttering a word, he handed her the Indestructible Dao Scripture, pondering whether she remembered the legends surrounding it. "What? This is the Indestructible Dao Scripture?" Shen Qingqiu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she took the scripture, her breath quickening. Indeed, it was said that mastering the Indestructible Dao Scripture could enable the practitioner to develop celestial bones within their body, achieving immortality after eons, becoming unmatched in strength and invincible in battle. However, the conditions for cultivation were exceedingly harsh, requiring one to shatter their own bones and disperse their cultivation, starting anew. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu's brows knitted together, revealing a look of anguish. The blood on the ground, and your cultivation, all because of the Indestructible Dao Scripture? Lu Yang reluctantly nodded. He knew that denying it would only result in more bloodshed within the hall. To shatter every bone in your body must be agonizing. "Master, what can I do for you?" Her delicate hands, as warm as jade, gently caressed Lu Yang's face, radiating softness and warmth. With tears glistening in her eyes, she resembled two blooming peach blossoms, shimmering with moisture. Observing her, Lu Yang inwardly shook his head, realizing just how kind-hearted Shen Qingqiu truly was. The Indestructible Dao Scripture lay before her, yet she harbored no covetous thoughts. Even with Lu Yang stripped of all cultivation, she did not contemplate his demise, but instead sought to alleviate his burdens. At the same time, Lu Yang secretly sighed in relief, grateful that it was Shen Qingqiu remaining at Tianyang Peak. Were it another disciple, the temptation posed by the Indestructible Dao Scripture might have led to unforeseen chaos. Holding the scripture once more, Lu Yang found himself at a loss for words. However, he understood clearly that he was merely a mortal without a foundation in cultivation. After shattering his meridians, he would not last a quarter of an hour, let alone engage in cultivation. Thus, possessing the Indestructible Dao Scripture was, in fact, more perilous. In the entirety of the text, the only one who would not betray Lu Yang was this foolish woman before him. Lu Yang firmly believed that even if he stood alone against the world, Shen Qingqiu would unwaveringly stand by his side. "Qiu'er," hearing her name spoken, Shen Qingqiu's heart raced like a startled deer. "Disciple, present. Over the years, you have devoted yourself immensely to your role as a mentor and to your junior disciples. After relinquishing my cultivation, I have finally come to realize a profound truth. You are indeed my most trusted disciple. Master, do not weep. Throughout these years, I have been consumed by my own pursuits, only taking from you without ever genuinely caring for your well-being. Now, I have awakened to the realization that the path of cultivation is of little consequence. The true joy of life lies in growing alongside you. Qiu'er, I present to you this eternal Dao Scripture, which you must accept without hesitation." Ding. Interaction detected between the host and disciple. The most powerful master-disciple system is officially activated. Ding. The host bestows the eternal Dao Scripture upon disciple Shen Qingqiu, triggering a 10,000-fold return, rewarding the immortal and indestructible celestial scripture. Chapter 4. The Eternal Immortal Scripture. What? The melodious sounds echoed in his mind. Lu Yang was initially taken aback, but soon felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. "Damn it, system, why did you come now? You nearly scared me to death." Lu Yang silently lamented. Had he not been clever enough to impersonate the peak master Lu Yang, he might have already succumbed to Shen Qingqiu's hands. "Apologies, host, for causing you such fright. This system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. Enough of the excuses, late is late. Don't try to quibble. Will there be any compensation? That might be a bit difficult." "Difficult? Then don't bother, just leave. I will clear the levels by my own strength." "Wait, host. Don't flip the table. Let's discuss this calmly. This system understands what to do now. How about I grant you a 10,000-fold critical hit effect instead? As long as your disciple offers gifts to honor the host, they will receive the reward of a 10,000-fold critical hit effect. Hee system. Can I then repeatedly lead? First a critical hit, then a return? Host, please regard yourself as a person. All items will only take effect once." "How boring. I don't wish to see you for now. All right, I shall vanish." "Master, you mustn't. The eternal immortal scripture is too precious. I cannot bear such a burden. Shen Qingqiu understood the significant weight of it. Once it appeared in the world, many sacred lands would be unable to remain still, vowing to snatch it away. Yet, Lu Yang so readily entrusted it to her, leaving her utterly astonished. For centuries, Peak Master Lu Yang had never bestowed upon her such a valuable gift. In that moment, Shen Qingqiu felt utterly at a loss, writhing in his embrace like a large, fuzzy caterpillar. Lu Yang chuckled, gently pressing down on her shoulders until she finally calmed down. Are you not willing to heed your master's words? Such unparalleled audacity shall not spare you from punishment. With the system's golden finger at his disposal, Lu Yang felt emboldened. Daring to threaten a formidable supreme realm expert with his mere mortal form. What was even more infuriating was that Shen Qingqiu did not resist at all, behaving as docile as a lamb. Master has given me the eternal immortal scripture. What will you do? Fear not. This experience has instilled in me an invincible mindset. Even without relying on the eternal immortal scripture, I can return to my peak, shattering the sacred realm and conquering all. Shen Qingqiu's face radiated with joy, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as if reflecting flowing waves. She had admired her master since childhood, and her feelings remained unchanged. Disciple congratulates master in advance. Soon you shall be unmatched in the world. I shall temporarily receive the eternal immortal scripture on behalf of master. Thank you for your benevolence. Lu Yang nodded with a smile. Joer, I am currently without cultivation, no different from immortal. I am somewhat fatigued and require a brief rest. Yes, master. I shall bring you food later. I take my leave for now. Shen Qingqiu rose from Lu Yang's embrace, respectfully bowing before swiftly descending the high platform. As she passed by a grand white jade vase, her footsteps momentarily slowed, and her peripheral vision lingered on the exquisite artifact for a brief moment. Fortunately, she merely cast a glance before hastily moving on. This unfolding scene nearly frightened Lu Yang to death. At that moment, time was of the essence. He could not afford to meticulously dispose of the corpse of the sect leader, Lu Yang, and thus had no choice but to temporarily conceal it within the large white jade vase. It was likely the residual bloodstains at the vase's opening that aroused Shen Qingqiu's suspicions. Thankfully, she did not approach to investigate. Otherwise, Lu Yang would have found himself in an inextricable predicament, facing imminent doom. It was imperative to find an opportune moment to dispose of the body. Keeping it within the temple was a perilous gamble, as discovery would spell disaster. In the dead of night, after indulging in a sumptuous feast, Lu Yang discovered a suitable tool within the temple. Under the shroud of darkness, as the surroundings lay in tranquil silence, he bore the sect leader's corpse to a secluded spot outside the temple. Tiannong Peak was fortified with numerous prohibitions set by the sect leader, and should one inadvertently stumble into them, they would be obliterated before even a cry could escape their lips. Thus, he dared not stray far, opting instead to dig a simple grave nearby. Fortuitously, the soil in this area was rich and soft, allowing Lu Yang to excavate with relative ease. Before long, a deep pit capable of accommodating an adult was taking shape. However, to err on the side of caution, Lu Yang resolved to deepen the grave by an additional 1 to 2 meters. As time passed, he became drenched in sweat, his limbs weary. Yet the grave was now well formed. Setting aside his tools, Lu Yang meticulously searched the sect leader's body and discovered a radiant ring on his finger, unmistakably a valuable item. He quickly stashed it away and, upon finding nothing else of note, gave the corpse a swift kick into the pit before hastily covering it with earth. Afterward, he scattered some weeds and leaves atop the fresh soil to obscure the signs of disturbance. With these tasks completed, Lu Yang finally exhaled in relief and hurried back to the temple to change into clean garments, promptly summoning the system. Esteemed host, how may I assist you? Can I directly cultivate the immortal and indestructible celestial scripture returned from the eternal Dao scripture? In the tome Pursuit of Immortality, cultivation methods are generally categorized into 4 tiers, from weakest to strongest: scriptures, true scriptures, Dao scriptures, and celestial scriptures. Mastery of Dao scriptures places one on par with formidable beings of the holy and emperor realms. The celestial scriptures, however, had vanished ages ago, unseen by the heavens, due to their overwhelming power, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation in this realm. Yet, the scripture in Lu Yang's possession was undeniably a celestial scripture, a revelation that took him by surprise. Certainly, this is a reward for imparting teachings, even if you're unfamiliar with the texts. A mere thought will allow you to begin cultivating immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang felt a wave of reassurance. With a mere thought, the immortal and indestructible celestial scripture, comprising 716 unique verses, swiftly melded with him, and he gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the scripture. Immortal and indestructible celestial scripture, description, the ultimate sublimation of the eternal Tao scripture. Once perfected, it grants the growth of golden celestial bones, allowing blood to flow as gold. Incredibly precious, with limitless divine power, unparalleled combat strength, enduring in the world, immortal and indestructible. Liu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Among the over 1,700 scriptures, I could only discern the phrase extraordinary. To endure in this world, immortal and indestructible, does this not encapsulate the lifelong pursuit of the peak master, Liu Yang? Who would have imagined that Liu Yang could effortlessly achieve what had eluded him for a lifetime? Very well, I shall commence my cultivation at once. The absence of any strength within me renders me profoundly vulnerable. Liu Yang sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration, swiftly entering a state of cultivation, attuning himself to the celestial energies of the universe. Meanwhile, a graceful and ethereal figure approached the very spot where he had been excavating the earth. Shen Qingqiu possessed an exquisite beauty, yet her expression was clouded with gloom. Her bright, watery peach blossom eyes no longer shimmered with their usual vibrance. She stood there motionless, as if enveloped in quiet sorrow. Chapter 5. The transfer of the corpse after gazing at the ground for an extended period. Shen Qingqiu finally lifted her eyes and sighed deeply. Burying the body here would not escape the keen eyes of her all-seeing junior sisters. Once she spoke, silence enveloped her again. After a brief pause, she raised her hand to cast a spell, causing the earth in the deep pit to levitate until a bloodied corpse emerged. Clad in peculiar attire, its head a gruesome sight. The moment she laid eyes on the body, Shen Qingqiu felt a subtle pang in her heart. How could she not recognize the owner of this lifeless form? It was none other than her master, the peak leader Liu Yang. Yet, Shen Qingqiu did not raise an alarm nor express the outrage that would be expected. Instead, she turned her gaze away, noting the delicate back beneath the silken gown, marred by countless wounds, a sight too tragic to behold. All of this was the result of her master's actions. The torment inflicted by the divine whip could only be fully comprehended by one who had been his disciple. Shen Qingqiu was already overwhelmed. Yet for the sake of her junior sisters, she endured in silence, bearing the burden alone. To slay her master would be an act of profound treachery, one she could never commit. Moreover, with Liu Yang having attained the sacred realm, Shen Qingqiu was far from being his match. Her excessive concern for Liu Yang was merely a means to protect her junior sisters from his potential wrath. As for the master whose temperament had drastically changed, Shen Qingqiu no longer regarded him as family. Thud, thud, thud. Shen Qingqiu took out a small rattle toy and shook it gently, producing a faint, muffled sound. Then, with a face of resolute finality, she cast it into the deep pit, her tone devoid of emotion. This is your belonging. It returns to its rightful owner. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. The earth fell back, burying the rattle deep below. Shen Qingqiu, carrying Liu Yang's corpse, swiftly departed from Tianyang Peak to inter it in a more distant place. Only when the first light of dawn began to break did she return to Tianyang Peak. Not immediately seeking Liu Yang, but instead making her way to Lingyao Peak, one of the 7 main peaks of the Qishao sacred land, responsible for distributing the elixirs necessary for the disciples' cultivation. She had come to procure medicine. Awaiting her was an elder of the sacred land, adorned with a goatee. Junior sister Qingqiu, what brings you here to converse with an old man? Elder Wu chuckled. I come bearing urgent matters. Having been sent by my master to request some elixirs, Shen Qingqiu replied, her tone serious. Upon hearing that Shen Qingqiu was sent by her master, Elder Wu immediately ceased his jovial demeanor. It was well known that Shen Qingqiu's master was the peak leader of Tianyang, the youngest and most gifted sacred realm expert in the history of the Qishao sacred land. Even the esteemed elders within the sacred land held him in high regard, believing he possessed the potential to break through to the imperial realm. Thus, no one dared to offend her. Every request was met without hesitation. I see, junior sister Qingqiu. What do you require? Speak freely. Shen Qingqiu, accustomed to this treatment, responded without hesitation. 3 portions of spirit herb liquid, for 1 person, 5 people, and 10 people, respectively. Additionally, I require 10 high-quality blood refining pills and 10 vitality cultivation pills. Elder Wu raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. Has Tianyang Peak welcomed new disciples? They seem to possess rather ordinary qualifications. In the past, whenever new disciples joined Tianyang Peak, it is Shen Qingqiu who comes here to collect the refining elixirs. Among the 7 disciples accepted by the peak master Liu Yang, Shen Qingqiu's aptitude is considered the least exceptional. However, Her initial usage of the spiritual herb liquid was at a minimum concentration suitable for 20 individuals. While some prodigious talents could immerse themselves in a super high concentration equivalent to 50 individuals on their first attempt, that liquid was as viscous as magma, possessing astonishing efficacy. This time, however, Shen Qingqiu dared to request only a single portion of the spiritual herb liquid, which was merely at the level of an ordinary disciple. It is no wonder that Elder Wu raised a question regarding this, for Shen Qingqiu intended to prepare these elixirs for Lu Yang, who, being of mortal form and possessing exceedingly poor aptitude, could not possibly withstand such high concentrations of the spiritual herb liquid. These secrets were evident to Shen Qingqiu, even without Lu Yang's disclosure. Unmoved, she smiled politely and said, "Elder Wu, you need only follow my instructions." Elder Wu understood that some inquiries were better left unasked. Shortly thereafter, the disciples from the spiritual herb peak delivered the items Shen Qingqiu required. She expressed her gratitude to Elder Wu before departing from the spiritual herb peak, returning to Tianyang Peak. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, who had been cultivating since last night, was suddenly assailed by a foul stench, compelling him to cease his practice. "What an awful odor! It feels as though a canine is defecating above my head." Lu Yang opened his eyes, sniffed the air, and was taken aback. "What is this? Impurities within my body?" Unbeknownst to him, black, foul-smelling particles had begun to seep from the pores of his skin, nearly covering his entire body, rendering him filthy, as if he had just crawled out of a mud pit. Lowering his head and pinching his nose, he regarded himself with disdain. "This won't do. I must find a place to wash up quickly. Once I clean up, I should still be able to utilize it." Resolving to act, he was about to rise when he suddenly heard a clear and melodious voice outside the hall. "Master, are you awake? Your disciple has prepared some things for you." Lu Yang was startled and quickly adjusted his posture, mimicking the tone of peak master Lu Yang, replying, "Ahem, come in." Shen Qingqiu entered, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuding an enchanting beauty. She gazed at Lu Yang with a radiant smile, but suddenly, her expression froze in surprise. "Master, you have begun your cultivation?" Lu Yang smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I must hasten my return to the sacred realm. Otherwise, how can I protect my beloved disciples?" In an instant, Shen Qingqiu's cheeks bloomed with a rosy hue, and she chuckled softly. However, she soon composed herself, displaying a look of confusion. "But master, you have already entered the sacred realm, and your physical form has been purified. Why, upon resuming cultivation, are there still so many impurities? The stench is overwhelming." Lu Yang's complexion visibly paled, and his mind raced. "That is, it is because, after dispersing my cultivation, I inadvertently allowed mortal energy to enter my body, resulting in this current state. You must be cautious while practicing the undying Dao scripture." Shen Qingqiu appeared enlightened, with a hint of cunning. "I see, master. Your disciple understands now. Thank you for the reminder." Lu Yang cleared his throat a few times to mask his embarrassment, and then inquired, "Disciple, have you come to seek me for something of importance?" "Indeed. Since master has resumed cultivation, the items I have prepared for you will be most beneficial," Shen Qingqiu replied. With a delicate gesture, she produced a large bath basin and filled it with pristine water. She then opened a small jade vial and poured a fragrant medicinal liquid into the basin, causing the clear water to transform into a deep, bubbling green. "Qiu'er, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Yang asked, puzzled. "This is a spirit herb elixir, which will greatly aid your cultivation, master," she explained. "I am well aware of that. However, should you not avert your gaze?" he suggested. "What is there to avoid? You are my master. It is only natural for me to attend to your needs," Shen Qingqiu stated resolutely, standing with her hands on her hips before the bath. Noticing Lu Yang's hesitation, she urged him impatiently, "Master, this elixir is highly volatile. If you do not enter soon to absorb its essence, it will go to waste." Chapter 6. Breaking through the initial stage of blood transformation. "All right, fine." Lu Yang could not refuse Shen Qingqiu's insistence and finally acquiesced. With a splash, he shed his outer garments and swiftly immersed himself in the bath, the cool medicinal liquid enveloping his body, imparting a tingling sensation that was quite pleasant. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she quietly observed him, before suddenly speaking. "Master, in the realm of cultivation, the first stage is known as the blood transformation stage, which is suitable for refining the body and solidifying the physical foundation, thereby allowing the infusion of spiritual energy. The second stage is called the Sea of Circulation, where one opens the Dantian to accommodate the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only upon completing these two steps does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. Following that are the stages of Purple Palace, Tao Palace, Transcendence, Divine Transformation, Unity, Pinnacle, and Supreme. As for me, being of limited talent, it has taken nearly 300 years to reach the Supreme stage, and I am still a step away from igniting the divine flame. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang nodded with admiration. According to the texts, when he, the Peak Master, formally practiced the Indestructible Dao Scripture, Shen Qingqiu had already ascended to the Supreme stage and was indeed the heavenly supreme among the earthly and celestial realms. Achieving such a remarkable feat in less than 300 years, one could only describe her as monstrous in talent. Her claim of having limited aptitude was merely a display of modesty. However, a sudden sense of peculiarity struck Lu Yang. From her tone, it seemed as though she was imparting cultivation knowledge to a disciple. This was not right. He was Shen Qingqiu's master, after all. How could a disciple instruct her master in the arts of cultivation? As if sensing the doubt etched across Lu Yang's face, Shen Qingqiu quickly realized her misstep. With her enchanting eyes twinkling, she smiled gracefully and said, "Master, all that I have shared is the cultivation knowledge you imparted to me when I first embarked on my journey. I would never forget your teachings, and I hold them dearly in my heart." Upon hearing her words, Lu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One must never grow complacent along the way. Unbeknownst to Lu Yang, Shen Qingqiu stifled a smile behind him, her expression turning respectful as she replied, "Yes, Master. I will remain true to my convictions and diligently cultivate." After addressing Lu Yang, Shen Qingqiu appeared concerned and inquired, "Master, how do you feel now? Is there a burning pain in your body?" Lu Yang took a moment to assess himself before shaking his head. "No, not at all. It feels quite cool and refreshing, with no discomfort whatsoever." "What? How could that be possible?" Shen Qingqiu was astonished, for the scene before her defied her expectations. Lu Yang was soaking in a potion derived from a rare spiritual herb, and even an ordinary disciple with a cultivation foundation would experience fiery pain upon their first immersion, gritting their teeth to endure the ordeal. Yet, Lu Yang had just begun his cultivation and felt absolutely nothing. Seeing her astonishment, Lu Yang offered an explanation. "Qingqiu, have you forgotten that I once wielded the power of the Holy Realm? There is no need for such alarm." "My apologies, Master. It was my oversight," Shen Qingqiu replied. Though her mind was clearer than anyone else's, Lu Yang was undoubtedly at the outset of his cultivation journey, and the considerable impurities manifesting in his body served as evidence. Yet, why did his physical form not react to the spiritual herb's essence? Could it be related to the scriptures he is cultivating? It is rumored that some scriptures can enable one to attain a saintly physical form, impervious and unyielding, much like the Indestructible Dao Scripture in her hands, which reveals its mysteries even in the early stages of cultivation. Shen Qingqiu, with her bright, inquisitive eyes, stood at the edge of the bathtub, closely examining the spirit herb liquid, and softly urged, "Master, please commence your cultivation and absorb the essence of the spirit herb liquid." Lu Yang nodded. His eyes closed tightly as he began to channel the immortal and indestructible celestial scripture. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Yang appeared as a colossal whale, consuming the entirety of the spirit herb liquid's medicinal properties within mere breaths, transforming the dark green potion into crystal clear water in the blink of an eye. This. Shen Qingqiu widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lu Yang. Such a terrifying absorption speed was unprecedented in her experience. Not even her extraordinary junior sisters had achieved such remarkable results. "Master, how do you feel now?" Shen Qingqiu, suppressing her shock, quietly inquired while leaning over the bathtub's edge. Not sensing any further medicinal effects entering his body, Lu Yang ceased his cultivation, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. He felt an insatiable hunger, as if he had not consumed enough, wishing for more spirit herb liquid. Hee. Shen Qingqiu forced a slight smile. Everyone claimed that her 6 junior sisters were each more prodigious than the last, yet she realized that compared to this man before her, they paled in comparison. "Master, I still have spirit herb liquid here. I shall pour it for you." Shen Qingqiu promptly produced a quantity equivalent to 10 portions of spirit herb liquid and poured it into the bathtub. In an instant, the clear water transformed back into a dark green potion, its depth and viscosity tenfold compared to before. Lu Yang remained unfazed, calm and composed as he continued channeling the scriptures. This time, it took a full quarter of an hour to completely absorb the medicinal properties of the spirit herb liquid. Meanwhile, Lu Yang heard a muffled sound emanating from within his body, and he felt himself growing significantly stronger. Shen Qingqiu's lips twitched in astonishment. Had he truly broken through? "See, congratulations, Master. on your breakthrough to the early stage of blood mobilization. Each realm is further divided into early, mid, late, and grand perfection stages. The muffled sound Lu Yang heard from within was indeed the testament of his breakthrough to the early stage of blood mobilization. Lu Yang, ever mindful of his identity, spoke solemnly. Such a trivial realm of blood mobilization is naturally no challenge for me. Qiu'er, your congratulations are entirely unnecessary. Shen Qingqiu fell silent. After a moment, she finally replied, yes, master, I understand. Lu Yang nodded and inquired further, Qiu'er, do you still possess spirit herb liquid? I wish for more. Master, cultivation is not achieved overnight. It requires the harmonious integration of Tao and heart. An excessive eagerness for advancement often leads to counterproductive results. Now that your spiritual essence is abundant, you should find ways to release it. Only through regulated breathing can one maintain longevity. Upon hearing Lu Yang's urgent desire for more spirit herb liquid, Shen Qingqiu's expression turned anxious, and she immediately voiced her concerns. The transformation in the temperament of peak master Lu Yang can be attributed to an excessive pursuit of power. She harbors a desire that Lu Yang does not ultimately become akin to her revered master. Shen Qingqiu's eyes, reminiscent of the tranquil waters of the peach blossom pool, were intently fixed upon Lu Yang's countenance. Suddenly, perceiving an unusual pallor on his face, she swiftly interjected, these are all teachings imparted by my master. You are not, perhaps, testing your disciple, are you? With a relaxed expression, Lu Yang chuckled. Ah, it is wonderful that you still remember, Qiu'er. Indeed, I was testing you just now. Very well. I shall heed your suggestion. What shall we do next? In a place unseen by Lu Yang, Shen Qingqiu pouted in silent discontent. However, she quickly composed herself and, with a sly demeanor, proposed, Master, I have recently come across a fragment of a sword technique. Might you instruct me in its practice? While she outwardly presented this request, her true intention was to seize the opportunity to teach Lu Yang a lesson, imparting the harsh realities of the world. Swordsmanship and cultivation are disparate pursuits, and without years of diligent practice, one cannot attain mastery. She had already devised a plan in her mind on how to decisively best Lu Yang, and subsequently, how to soothe him, ensuring he felt dignified. Chapter 7. The Supreme Nine Luminaries. Fragment of sword technique. Lu Yang's mind suddenly became remarkably clear. He faintly recalled that Shen Qingqiu had indeed acquired a fragment of a sword technique, known for its formidable power. After an extensive period of time, she managed to gather the complete fragment, dedicating herself to day and night study and practice. Eventually, after another century, she achieved mastery. Her sword astonishing the world as she defeated multiple mighty beings of the sacred realm, instilling fear in all who heard of her. It appears that this must be it. Here you go. This is something my disciple stumbled upon during her travels. Though it is merely a fragment, the sword moves contained within are exceptionally intricate and powerful. I have only skimmed through it briefly, yet I have already sensed its immense strength without formally commencing my practice. Shen Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she sweetly implored. Master, you will certainly teach me, won't you? Lu Yang, in a daze, accepted the fragment of the sword technique but did not immediately respond to Shen Qingqiu's request. The voice of the system resonated melodiously in his mind. Ding. Disciple Shen Qingqiu has gifted the host the fragment of 7 Luminaries, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. Rewarding Supreme Nine Luminaries. Supreme Nine Luminaries. Description. The complete and enhanced version of 7 Luminaries. The first 7 Luminaries are Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, Yao Guang. Only by successfully cultivating these 7 luminaries can one glimpse the final 2. Possessing unparalleled power capable of effortlessly slaying beings of the sacred realm. Upon reading the description of Supreme Nine Luminaries, Lu Yang was utterly astonished. The 10,000-fold critical strike lived up to its reputation. What Shen Qingqiu had spent centuries gathering, he now held in its complete and significantly enhanced form. The name Supreme Nine Luminaries itself exuded strength. Master, what is wrong? Why are you silent for so long? If you do not wish to teach, I shall not trouble you, Shen Qingqiu said, feeling a pang of guilt as she tightly pressed her red lips together. She believed Lu Yang hesitated because he realized his own lack of swordsmanship knowledge and feared revealing his shortcomings during the teaching process. Little did she know that Lu Yang was simply overwhelmed by astonishment, for the invincible sword technique she had pursued her entire life was now in his hands. Suddenly, with a rustle, Lu Yang rose from the water, facing Shen Qingqiu with composure. If my disciple wishes to learn, then naturally I shall teach. Come outside. I shall instruct you now. Of course, As your master, I will teach you the very best. This fragment of sword technique, well, it is not necessary to learn it. Sure, why is your face so flushed? Is there something wrong with your health? As he spoke passionately, he finally noticed Shen Qingqiu's once pale face had taken on a sudden flush, her cheeks a brilliant red as her gaze flickered, her delicate lips parted in astonishment. Her heart racing, she turned her head away, utterly embarrassed, murmuring, Master, pervert, I shall step outside first, you calm down before following. With cheeks blooming like flowers, Shen Qingqiu hastily left the hall, practically fleeing. What? Pervert? Lu Yang realized something inside in exasperation. This cannot entirely be blamed on me. It must be the influence of the spiritual herb liquid. Oh well, it's already beyond hearing. Lu Yang shook his head, quickly rising to don a fresh set of garments before stepping out of the hall in search of Shen Qingqiu. On Tianjiang Peak. Apart from the peak master Lu Yang and his 7 disciples, there were no other students present. Thus, the peak often exuded a serene atmosphere, providing ample space for cultivation. The martial arts arena was specifically designated for disciples to spar and engage in combat. Standing before Lu Yang, Shen Qingqiu's cheeks remained flushed, her mind still haunted by the earlier scene, which she could not shake off. Nevertheless, she endeavored to suppress her thoughts. Observing her demeanor, Lu Yang merely offered an awkward smile before speaking earnestly. Ahem, Chiu'er, today I shall teach you a more formidable and powerful sword technique. Do pay close attention. Yes, master. I shall diligently study it, Shen Qingqiu replied, a smile emerging as she noted the resolute expression in Lu Yang's eyes. She soon muttered to herself, my master, Lu Yang, is certainly no simple figure. Deep down, she firmly believed him to be an ordinary mortal, utterly ignorant of swordplay. Her agreement was merely a pretext for a future sparring session, wherein she could tease him, ensuring her blows would not be too severe, merely enough to make him shed tears. However, when she beheld Lu Yang standing still, his aura coalescing with focus, the smile on her face abruptly vanished. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she perceived an unusual force emanating from him. The sword intent soared into the heavens, striking her with profound awe. How could this be? He truly understands swordplay. This is no jest. Shen Qingqiu clenched her fists in disbelief. Acutely aware that the sword technique Lu Yang was about to demonstrate bore resemblance to the opening of that fragmentary sword manuscript. Yet its potency was far greater and its momentum even more formidable. Chiu'er, listen closely. This is the first technique of Taishang Jiuyo, named Tianshu. The sword moves with astonishing speed, relentless and unyielding, akin to the onslaught of a heavenly wolf. As his words fell, Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, akin to the gaze of a celestial wolf. A slender sword in his hands surged with vigor, the swordplay flowing seamlessly, swift as lightning. Shen Qingqiu was rendered speechless, her eyes fixated, unwilling to miss a single moment of such exquisite and profound swordsmanship, something she had never witnessed before. Although Lu Yang lacked spiritual power within him to unleash the true might of the technique, this remarkable display was sufficient to enable him to triumph over other disciples at the blood transformation stage. Impressive, truly impressive, Shen Qingqiu exclaimed in genuine admiration. This time, she was genuinely captivated by Lu Yang, her gaze filled with respect for his valiant figure. Soon, after the completion of the first technique of Taishang Jiuyo, Lu Yang sheathed his sword. Standing there drenched in sweat, feeling that the medicinal properties of the spiritual herb liquid he had absorbed were nearly depleted. The spiritual essence had thoroughly permeated his limbs, intensifying his yearning for the next immersion in the spiritual liquid. He finally comprehended the wisdom behind the notion that one must breathe in and out to endure. It was indeed a profound truth. Turning his attention back to Shen Qingqiu, Lu Yang glanced in her direction, suddenly taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion. Chiu'er, why are you kneeling on the ground? Hearing the voice, Shen Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, and before she realized it, she found herself kneeling. Upon recognizing her lapse in composure, she swiftly rose to her feet. Taking out a fragrant handkerchief, she thoughtfully wiped the sweat from Lu Yang's brow. Master, who taught you this swordsmanship? It seems somewhat akin to the fragmented techniques I presented to you. Similar? Lu Yang chuckled, no? It is far more formidable and sophisticated than that. As for who instructed me, I fear I must disappoint you. As a master who has stepped into the realm of the saints, it is only natural to keep some secrets. Oh, the disciple understands. Shen Qingqiu could not elicit further information, so she refrained from pressing the matter. Lu Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority even when faced with a formidable opponent at the supreme realm. Qiu'er, you must dedicate yourself to your training and must not be complacent. In a month's time, I shall personally assess the results of your cultivation. Should you fail to meet my expectations, you shall face the consequences. Unbeknownst to Lu Yang, Shen Qingqiu was gritting her teeth behind his back. Master, you are quite strict. Chapter 8. The monster observes the sword strictness? My dear disciple, this is for your own good. If I do not impose discipline upon you now, shall we wait for the moment you face an adversary and suffer defeat? Only to regret your laxity today? Lu Yang, embodying the demeanor of a sage, felt a profound sense of pity for his disciple, lamenting her lack of ambition. Master, I recognize my mistakes, Shen Qingqiu admitted, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet unable to muster a retort, bowing her head in contrition. Observing her genuine remorse, Lu Yang nodded approvingly, stating, "It is good that you acknowledge your faults. Let us commence your training. Yes, I hope Master will bestow his guidance upon me." Shen Qingqiu promptly adjusted her attitude, though her expression still bore the stubborn resolve of a challenger. Initially, she had intended to exploit Lu Yang's lack of swordsmanship to deliver both physical and psychological blows, imparting the harsh lessons of the world. Yet, it appeared that reality was contrary to her expectations. This seemingly unqualified mentor possessed remarkable skill. The efficiency with which he absorbed spiritual essence was one matter. But the swordsmanship he had just demonstrated left her astounded, akin to encountering a celestial being. Even the true peak masters had not imparted such exquisite techniques to her. In terms of cultivation, she could easily overpower Lu Yang with a mere finger, yet when it came to practicing the Supreme Nine Luminaries, she found herself at a disadvantage. This realization was a source of discontent for Shen Qingqiu. She had envisioned seizing the opportunity to teach Lu Yang the art of swordsmanship while simultaneously asserting her dominance. Yet, the tables had turned. Lu Yang's proficiency in the sword was indeed on par with her own, granting him the rightful ability to instruct her. Shen Qingqiu sensed that in a month's time, not only would she be unable to bully Lu Yang, but she might find herself at his mercy instead. What then would remain of her dignity as a supreme realm expert? Shen Qingqiu resolutely refused to accept this fate. She vowed to train diligently, determined to assert her strength over her master. As time flowed like a river, with days and nights passing swiftly, the seasons on Tianyang Peak remained perpetually spring-like, rich in spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yang had grown accustomed to life in this tranquil abode. At present, only he and Shen Qingqiu inhabited Tianyang Peak. As the other disciples ventured forth for training, Lu Yang relished the solitude, preferring to delay their return to avoid revealing his true identity. Within the hall, Lu Yang reclined leisurely in a chair, casually taking a yuan cultivation pill, which melted upon his tongue, instilling a sense of comfort throughout his body. This elixir had been procured by Shen Qingqiu from the spirit herb peak, consisting of 2 varieties, the other being a blood-refining pill, intended for use in conjunction with medicinal baths to enhance vitality. Shen Qingqiu had cautioned him against excessive immersion in the spiritual liquid, advising intervals of several days. Following each immersion, it was essential to expel the absorbed medicinal properties, allowing the spiritual essence to assimilate within his body. Thus, after each soak, Lu Yang would practice sparring with Shen Qingqiu in the martial arena, offering her guidance in turn. His disciple, a model of good temperament, humility, and rapid progress, pleased him greatly. This encapsulated Lu Yang's serene, yet unpretentious existence on Tianyang Peak. With endless spiritual liquid at his disposal, consuming pills like sweets, and experiencing swift advancements in cultivation alongside an attentive disciple, life was indeed delightful. As time slipped away, the eve of the month's end approached. Upon returning from the spirit herb peak, Shen Qingqiu placed the retrieved elixirs and pills within the hall before hastening to the training grounds to refine her swordsmanship. Driven by a fierce determination, she was resolute in her desire not to yield to Lu Yang. "Disciple shall not attend to you with the spirit liquid tonight. I must train to strive for victory over my master by tomorrow." Lu Yang replied with a reassuring smile. "Very well, I too shall rigorously assess your progress." "Master, I take my leave," Shen Qingqiu said before departing. Once she was gone, Lu Yang filled a basin with clear water and, taking a jade vial containing the spirit herb liquid, poured it into the basin while murmuring, "Qiu'er mentioned that this is sufficient for 50 uses, 1 vial per use. Thrice a month, yet for me, it is hardly adequate." Unbeknownst to Shen Qingqiu, Lu Yang possessed the formidable Immortal Indestructibility scripture. This scripture could continuously enhance his physique until he cultivated golden blood and golden celestial bones. To achieve this, he required the absorption of an immense amount of natural essence, whether from medicinal liquids or pills with certain toxicity. Under the domineering refinement of the immortal indestructibility scripture, all substances were rendered inconsequential and posed no threat. Thus, even if Lu Yang consumed the pills like sweets, it would not adversely affect his body. Lu Yang took the remaining 2 vials of spirit herb liquid and poured them into the basin, resulting in a total of 150 servings of the liquid, which visibly thickened to a magma-like consistency, bubbling and steaming vigorously, with a hissing sound reminiscent of water splashed into a hot pan. Lu Yang shed his garments and swiftly leaped into the basin. This time, he finally felt a scorching pain on his skin, yet it was insufficient to deter him. He promptly ingested a blood-refining pill and held another in his mouth while the immortal indestructibility scripture circulated rapidly. The medicinal potency of the spirit herb liquid flowed continuously into Lu Yang's body, and the pills within him began to dissolve, causing his blood and bones to resonate with joy. Undeterred, Lu Yang persisted in his practice, swallowing pill after pill. Time slipped by quietly, soon ushering in the dawn of the next day. Within Lu Yang's body, a momentous transformation took place. His dantian morphed into a sea of bitterness, while the spirit energy within him became an ocean. Though it was only the size of a small pond, Lu Yang felt immense satisfaction, realizing he had finally embarked on the path of cultivation. In merely a month, he had ascended to the realm of the Wheel Sea. Capable of soaring through the skies and wielding arcane arts, the dreams of a man had come to fruition. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, his expression invigorated. The significance of transitioning from an ordinary mortal to the Wheel Sea was profound for him. Qiu'er said that only upon entering the Wheel Sea realm does one truly commence the journey of cultivation. I have finally achieved it. Elated, Lu Yang glanced at the sky before rising from the basin, where the once magma-like spirit herb liquid had transformed into clear water. Even the pills set aside had all been consumed, leaving not a single one behind. It was time to meet with Qiu'er. Lu Yang donned his attire anew, grasped a light sword, and made his way to the training grounds. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu awaited in serene anticipation, her spirit brimming with vitality. Sensing Lu Yang's presence, she opened her captivating peach blossom eyes, radiating waves of light. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, and she exclaimed in shock, "Master, have you broken through again?" As for why she said again, Shen Qingqiu preferred not to explain. Lu Yang smiled and nodded, revealing the truth. When Shen Qingqiu heard that Lu Yang had consumed an entire month's worth of spiritual herb liquid and elixirs in one go, she gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, nearly dropping her jaw to the floor. You used it all? Indeed, not a single drop remains. Then, you are completely unharmed? Lu Yang maintained a calm demeanor, shaking his head as he replied, "No, I am fine. After all, I was once a powerful sage. It is not so easy for me to come to harm. Rest assured, my dear Qiu'er." This statement had become monotonous to Shen Qingqiu. She was fully aware of Lu Yang's true nature. He was not a sage, but an ordinary person. Nevertheless, time and again, he shattered her understanding, leaving her vexed. With a furrowed brow, Shen Qingqiu retorted angrily, "You prodigy, prepare to face my sword." What? Lu Yang was taken aback, then erupted in fury. "You audacious disciple! How dare you refer to your master as a prodigy? Let us see if I do not spank you until you are in tatters." Chapter 9. Master, please spare me. As the sun rose in the east, an hour had passed since Lu Yang engaged in combat with Shen Qingqiu. The fierce sword aura lingering in the training grounds was gradually dissipating, returning to tranquility. "Master, your disciple acknowledges her mistakes and promises never to repeat them. Please spare me." Shen Qingqiu stood beside Lu Yang, her expression one of innocent pleading, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Her delicate fists were clenched, her doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hue of a setting sun. Overwhelmed with shame, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably, a sensation of embarrassment that was entirely new to her. "Very well, I shall grant you mercy this time. Should there be a next time, you know the consequences." Lu Yang, understanding that his disciple had matured into a formidable being, felt it necessary to preserve her dignity while administering a slight reprimand. "Thank you, Master, for your forgiveness. I shall never dare to call you a monster again." Shen Qingqiu exhaled a sigh of relief, her fingers entwined, her head spinning slightly, perhaps a lingering effect from Lu Yang's earlier blow. In both swordsmanship and in the physical sense, she had been bested. "Come and sit here." Lu Yang gestured toward a nearby stone stool. "Oh," Shen Qingqiu responded, but naturally settled into his embrace. The warmth enveloped her, prompting Lu Yang to raise an eyebrow before shaking his head with a smile. Noticing her distraction, he remarked, "Qingqiu, this past month, I have observed your hard work and dedication, and I must say, your swordsmanship has seen significant improvement. If a perfect score is 100, how would you rate yourself?" "I would give myself 50 and grant you a perfect score." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang felt a stirring in his heart and encouraged her, "Not at all. In my eyes, you will always achieve full marks." "Full marks? Master, are you mocking me?" Shen Qingqiu lifted her chin, gazing intently at Lu Yang as she replied, "In a simple contest of swordsmanship, I could not best you even once in an hour. It is utterly humiliating. A supreme being, having cultivated for many years, defeated by a mere novice. How could I face the world with such shame?" "See, you are getting anxious again. It has only been a month of training. Do you expect to ascend to the heavens? Do you truly believe the sword techniques I have imparted to you are mere scraps picked up from the roadside? To achieve 70% of my skill in just 1 month is a feat worthy of a genius." Lu Yang's voice grew stern as he chastised her. Cuddled in Lu Yang's embrace, Shen Qingqiu felt utterly still, resembling a pitiful lamb. "Master, please do not be angry. I merely hold myself to high standards." "Too high indeed. Do you wish to surpass me to feel satisfied?" "And no, not at all." Shen Qingqiu desperately shook her head, fully aware that voicing her true feelings would not earn her any leniency from Lu Yang. "Very well, I am somewhat pleased with your performance this month, so I shall refrain from imposing further punishment. When you have mastered the Tianshu sword technique to the level of 70% of my ability, I shall then teach you the Tianquan sword technique." "Hiki, thank you, master. I find myself increasingly admiring you. This is more like it. Should you continue to call me your master and a demon as before, I assure you, I would not spare you." Shen Qingqiu quickly admitted his fault, presenting a sorrowful expression. "Master, please quell your anger. Your disciple shall never dare to act presumptuously again." That evening, the two shared a meal, illuminated solely by candlelight. Shen Qingqiu donned a flowing purple dress. Her crimson lips were striking, and her beautiful eyes resembled blooming peach blossoms, their sockets adorned with a gentle blush. Earlier, while descending the mountain, the disciple fortuitously encountered a jade-horned ferocious serpent and took the liberty of capturing it to prepare a soup for her master. The meat is exquisite and remarkably delectable. You must try it. Shen Qingqiu genuinely cherished Lu Yang, and no matter what good fortune befell her, he was always the first to come to mind. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yang was not one to feign modesty. He filled a bowl, blew across the surface to cool it, and drank deeply. Instantly, a wave of comfort washed over him, and he couldn't help but emit a joyful exclamation. Indeed, quite splendid. Chower, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. I could savor them for a lifetime. Thank you for your kind praise, master. I shall devote my life to preparing meals for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang smiled genuinely. To have a disciple like Shen Qingqiu is indeed a source of great happiness. Alas, he was merely an impostor. And once the truth came to light, Shen Qingqiu would undoubtedly be the first to sever his head, thereby honoring the spirit of the true peak master, Lu Yang. Yet, Lu Yang yearned to preserve the bond of master and disciple between them. He must swiftly seek an opportunity to relocate the remains of the peak master to a more distant place. Otherwise, with her formidable prowess as a supreme being, she would eventually uncover the truth. "Master, what occupies your thoughts so deeply?" Shen Qingqiu inquired. "I have spent some time on the mountain and suddenly felt the urge to see the outside world." Lu Yang was probing, hoping to find a chance to descend the mountain and discreetly transport the peak master's body. Only by resolving the matter of the remains could he feel justified in being Shen Qingqiu's master. Shen Qingqiu smiled warmly, saying, "If master wishes to descend the mountain to explore, it is certainly permissible, but I must accompany you at all times. Given your current level of cultivation, I worry you may encounter danger." The corners of Lu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Such concerns were precisely what he dreaded most. With Shen Qingqiu by his side, not only would relocating the body be impossible, but should she discover the peak master's demise, she would likely strike at him without a moment's hesitation. Leaving no room for explanation, Lu Yang understood implicitly that the matter of the body must remain a secret from Shen Qingqiu. Master merely wishes to take a casual stroll. It is nothing of concern. That is unacceptable. If master desires to descend the mountain, you must have my company. Otherwise, it is absolutely out of the question. To his surprise, Shen Qingqiu was resolute in her stance, firmly denying his request. Lu Yang, feeling indignant, adopted a serious expression. "I am your master. If I say it is permissible, Then it is. Shen Qingqiu furrowed her brow in response, her irritation evident. I am your disciple. If I say it is not permissible, then it is not. Oh dear, you. Punish me as you see fit, but without my presence, you cannot leave Tianyang Peak a single step. Shen Qingqiu stood her ground, rendering Lu Yong akin to a deflated balloon. Very well, I am weary of this debate. Just tell me, when will I be able to descend the mountain alone? In an instant, Shen Qingqiu's eyes dimmed, losing their luster, and her eyelids glistened with unshed tears. She feared that Lu Yong intended to leave Tianyang Peak and never return. After a prolonged silence, Shen Qingqiu spoke softly. Once Master possesses a certain level of self-defense capability in the Tongshan realm, I shall allow you to descend the mountain. Understood, Master. Let us dine. Disciple has lost her appetite and shall not partake. Please enjoy your meal. Sighing, Lu Yong gazed at her retreating figure, a sudden sense of melancholy washing over him. A fleeting glance revealed a delicate gift box left upon her seat. She mentioned wanting to present me with a gift. Could this be it? Curiosity piqued. Lu Yong unwrapped the box, unveiling a set of exquisite robes of considerable quality, shimmering with radiant colors, splendid and resplendent, capable of repelling dust and filth, while also providing a measure of protection, clearly an item of considerable value. Just as he was about to adorn himself with the robes, the system's voice echoed in his mind. What? Can this also yield a 10,000-fold critical hit? Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 10, The Celestial Emperor's Armor at this moment. In response to Lu Yang's confusion, the system proactively stepped in to elucidate. Dear host, of course. The robe you possess has been personally crafted and bestowed upon you by your disciple, thus you are entitled to experience the effects of a 10,000-fold critical strike. You should take a closer look at the rewards. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong directed his gaze towards the 10,000-fold critical strike reward. Ding. Your disciple Shen Qingqiu has gifted you the Xiantian robe, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, rewarding you with the Celestial Emperor's Armor, fragment. Celestial Emperor's Armor, fragment. Description. The title of Celestial Emperor is but a moniker, reserved solely for the most formidable beings of the same era, rendering them invincible across the realm. This armor suffered damage in a past war, its patterns diminished, and sacred inscriptions shattered, losing its former potency. However, even in its fragmented state, it remains unshakable by those not of the Emperor's realm. What on earth is this? The fact that non-Emperor realm cultivators cannot shake it is utterly overwhelming. Lu Yang's pupils dilated, utterly astonished. Merely a fragment of the Celestial Emperor's armor possesses such formidable power. One can only fathom the terror it would embody were it intact. He could hardly envision such a spectacle. It was profoundly shocking. With a mere thought, a rather ordinary and coarse black armor materialized in Lu Yang's hand, its patterns obscure, radiance dimmed, incapable of activation, merely possessing defensive capabilities. He stared blankly at the two items in his grasp, a robe and an armor, both of which he desired. Yet, he could only choose to don one. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yong found himself unable to reach a decision, ensnared in a web of indecision. One was a heartfelt gift, painstakingly crafted by Shen Qingqiu, imbued with profound significance. The other, a robust piece of armor, capable of providing him with a measure of self-preservation. How to choose became a vexing dilemma. At that moment, Lu Yong suddenly inquired, System, is it possible to transfer the power of the armor to this robe? My dear host, you are placing me in a rather difficult position, the system replied. Difficult? Then why not refrain from attempting it at all? Oh, come now. Do not flip the table. This system still needs to eat. I have a solution. Let us fuse them while preserving their individual abilities. Would that satisfy you? That seems rather clever. Let us proceed with that plan and maintain the robe's appearance. Very well, grant this system a moment. Beneath the luminous moon and a tapestry of stars, beneath a millennial-old phoenix tree on Tianyang Peak, Shen Qingqiu sat on a swing, gently swaying. Her gaze lost in the night sky. Her eyes shimmered with a delicate pink hue, a unique trait of her peach blossom eyes. A slight stir of emotion could cause her eyes to blossom like the flowers themselves, exquisitely enchanting and soul-stirring. The first quarrel with Lu Yong left her feeling somewhat unsettled. From the moment they first met, she recognized that the Lu Yong before her was an imposter. Yet, Shen Qingqiu had her reasons for needing to keep him around. Tianyang Peak was named after its leader, Lu Yong. Without his presence, the peak would face oppression from rival factions. And the Qishao sacred land would not provide unconditional resource support, making the path of cultivation for her and her 6 junior sisters increasingly arduous. Having cultivated for many years, Shen Qingqiu was acutely aware of the world's cruelty and depravity. The 6 junior sisters were all peerless beauties in this world, with countless male cultivators coveting their exquisite appearances. Without the backing of a supreme realm powerhouse, their fate would be unimaginable, reduced to concubines or cultivation cauldrons. Shen Qingqiu couldn't bear to witness such a scene, which was why she decided to play along with the charade. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Lu Yang's demeanor and aura had been indistinguishable from her master's, specifically. The original peak master Lu Yang, confident, easygoing, elegant, and witty, qualities that often left Shen Qingqiu's heart fluttering with anticipation for their interactions. After a month together, her admiration for Lu Yang had only deepened, and she was almost certain it was the present Lu Yang she revered, not her former master. Alas, he was but an impostor, destined to seek any means to escape Tianyang Peak and leave this bitter sea behind. Ahem, so you are here, still angry with your master? Just as her spirits sank, Lu Yang's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Shen Qingqiu was momentarily startled but quickly composed herself, refusing to turn her head. This disciple wouldn't dare, truly wouldn't dare, or simply unwilling to admit it. Shen Qingqiu remained silent, swaying gently on the swing, her violet dress fluttering like petals, her dark hair dancing in the breeze, ethereal and untouchable. Sigh. Lu Yang exhaled heavily. He understood that Shen Qingqiu forbade him from descending the mountain alone to protect him, not to deliberately make things difficult. Yet, for certain reasons, he couldn't explain the truth to her directly. If a disciple was upset, what else could a master do but coax her? He took 2 steps forward, halting beside the swing and gripping the vine to still its motion. Your master wants to play too. Shen Qingqiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she muttered. There's another one right beside it. I want this one, the swing my Chiyo has sat upon, still carrying her sweet fragrance. Whoosh. Shen Qingqiu's face flushed crimson in an instant, burning with embarrassment. She couldn't fathom how he could utter such shameless words with such a straight face. Too mortified to protest, she could only rise to yield her seat. Yet the moment she stood, Lu Yang pulled her back down to sit beside him. Ah, and master. Startled, she let out a soft cry. Lu Yang gazed at her blushing jade-like face and chuckled. Hold on tight. We're about to move. His eyes gleamed like stars, his features as flawless as the moon. For a moment, Shen Qingqiu was spellbound, obediently murmuring, all right. The swing resumed its gentle sway, now bearing the weight of 2. Her heartbeat quickened, too shy to meet his gaze. Her eyes drifted downward, then brightened in surprise. Lu Yang was wearing that very robe, the one she had painstakingly stitched with her own hands. Instantly, her mood lifted, a radiant smile gracing her lips. What she didn't know was that while the robe appeared identical, its essence was the genuine heavenly emperor's armor, albeit incomplete. Its power a mere shadow of its former glory. Master, does it fit well? Lu Yang knew exactly what she was asking. Perfectly. Your master loves it. Does it look good? Of course it does. Master is so handsome. With such a fine figure, everything suits you. Your flattering words for me are truly appreciated, dear disciple. I might take them to heart. The truth in your statements is evident. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry their esteemed master has undoubtedly accrued immense fortune from their past life. Upon hearing such praise from my obedient disciple, Lu Yang found himself momentarily entranced and playfully inquired, and what about you? Have you ever contemplated becoming a rebellious disciple, committing acts of great defiance against your master? At this remark, Shen Qingqiu's mind began to swirl, her entire being aflame with embarrassment and tremors. And master, please do not just like this with me, she stammered. Observing her panic rendering her speechless, Lu Yang chuckled heartily. Do not be alarmed. I am merely jesting. As Shen Qingqiu exhaled in relief, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her features. She leaned closer and whispered softly in his ear, Master, please do not leave Tianyang Peak. Do not abandon your disciple, if you would be so kind. Chapter 11. Would Master like a taste? Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Was Shen Qingqiu expressing her feelings towards him? He shook his head, sensing that it was unlikely. Rather, it seemed as though she was hinting at something. Given his current status as the esteemed leader of Tianyang Peak, enjoying privileges and being Shen Qingqiu as master, why would he wish to leave this place? Could it be that she had already uncovered the secret he harbored? A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Yang as he glanced at the enchanting woman beside him, Shen Qingqiu, who appeared as gentle as a kitten. Qiu, do you know something? Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Shen Qingqiu replied, her expression one of bewilderment. Her curious gaze fixed on Lu Yang, as if she were entirely oblivious. Lu Yang studied her face intently, detecting no hint of abnormality. Perhaps he was overthinking it. If Shen Qingqiu had truly discovered his secret, would she not seek vengeance against him, her master, instead of drawing close to him like a docile lamb, submissive and allowing him to take advantage of her? No matter how he pondered, it seemed impossible. According to the text, the only love of her life was Lu Yang alone. Yet in the end, she lost her innocence, her affection for Lu Yang turning to hatred. On the path to immortality, she joined forces with her fellow disciples to ambush him, meeting a tragic end together. No, it's nothing. Lu Yang sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu smiled gently, internally relieved. Tonight, my mood has improved significantly. I truly hope there will be opportunities in the future for us to swing together. Master, of course, anytime you wish. Shen Qingqiu's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms as she covered her mouth, giggling. Thank you. Master, please return and rest. All right, Qiu-er, you should also rest early. Lu Yang offered her a faint smile before turning to retreat to the hall. Shen Qingqiu lingered, watching Lu Yang's departing figure with a glint of cunning in her eyes. That was close. I almost revealed everything. Oh, Master, I will not allow you to leave Tianyang Peak. Shen Qingqiu had secretly relocated the body of Peak Master Lu Yang, as long as he did not confess. She had no fear of confronting her fellow disciples. Even if he were a mere impostor, with her support from the shadows, he could be made to appear real. However, within this scenario, Shen Qingqiu had committed a grave error. Lu Yang had merely concealed the body of Peak Master Lu Yang temporarily near the hall, intending to relocate it again when the time was right. Thus, he would inevitably dig deeper to uncover the truth. When he discovered the absence of Peak Master Lu Yang's body and stumbled upon the abandoned rattle toy left by Shen Qingqiu, all her secrets would be laid bare, and Lu Yang would learn of her clandestine actions. Upon returning to the hall, Lu Yang lay on his bed, tossing and turning restlessly. Qiu-er mentioned that one must cultivate to the transcendence realm before descending the mountain. The first stage is blood mobilization, followed by the Sea of Cycles, then the Purple Mansion, the Dao Palace, and only after that comes transcendence. I have only just begun to tread into the Sea of Cycles, not even breaking through the initial stage yet. Does that not mean there are still 3 significant realms to conquer before reaching transcendence? Only those who have attained the transcendent realm can descend the mountain, signifying that only they possess the ability to transfer corpses. Each additional second that a corpse remains on the mountain increases one's peril, thus one must hasten their cultivation. With sleep eluding him, Lu Yang promptly rose to practice. As the immortal scripture of Undying and Indestructible commenced its circulation, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy continuously flowed into his being. The following dawn, Shen Qingqiu visited the Spirit Herb Peak and then promptly returned to Tianyang Peak. Patiently awaiting outside the hall, she did not enter until Lu Yang concluded his training. Master, she exclaimed with enthusiasm, I visited the Spirit Herb Peak and brought back a batch of cultivation elixirs. This time, you must be frugal. We cannot afford to use them all at once as you did the day before yesterday. Elder Wu has voiced his grievances. Shen Qingqiu retrieved jars and vials from her storage ring and placed them aside. She then sat closely beside Lu Yang on the jade bed, sharing her grievances about Elder Wu's incessant complaints. Lu Yang had heard Shen Qingqiu mention Elder Wu from the Spirit Herb Peak before. He was quite an amusing old goat. The rapid depletion of resources was solely Lu Yang's fault, forcing Shen Qingqiu to seek out elixirs merely a day later, giving Elder Wu the opportunity to lecture her for nearly half an hour before she could escape. Consuming a month's worth of resources in a single day would dismay anyone. Only Shen Qingqiu, as Lu Yang's disciple, could enjoy such preferential treatment. From this, one could discern how astutely Shen Qingqiu had chosen to retain Lu Yang. Not only was Tianyang Peak preserved, but resource privileges were secured as well. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, they could continue their cultivation uninterrupted. Very well, I promise you, this time I shall not be reckless, Lu Yang conceded. Shen Qingqiu beamed with delight, and then picked up a small jade vial, explaining, Master, you have now reached the realm of Wheel Sea, requiring abundant spiritual liquid to replenish the bitter sea. Hence, the Wanting Pill is the most efficacious. The Pei Yuan Pill serves to strengthen the foundation and stabilize your roots and can be taken in the early stages. Lastly, this vial contains the blood of 100 beasts, formulated from the essence of 100 spiritual beasts, which can further refine the physique. But it can only be used once a month. This knowledge was imparted to me by you, Master. Have I erred in my explanation? Shen Qingqiu adeptly dispelled any doubts that might linger in Lu Yang's mind, always concluding with the reminder that this was knowledge taught by him. thus ensuring his trust. Lu Yang discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Qiu'er is meticulous and has remembered my teachings well. You are already capable of instructing disciples. You jest, Master. I am but a dullard in need of your guidance, Shen Qingqiu replied, though in her heart she had already regarded Lu Yang as her master. Had it not been for his unique disguise, she would have long since moderated her nature and seriously imparted wisdom to him. Lu Yang cast a sidelong glance at her, furrowing his brow. Qiu'er, did you sweeten your words today? Why do you speak so sugary? Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed crimson as she pursed her rosy lips, their softness reminiscent of natural jelly. Would Master like to sample it? To see if it is indeed as sweet as it seems? Lu Yang straightened his posture, delivering a stern rebuke. Are you mocking your teacher? This is utterly rebellious. However, Shen Qingqiu displayed no fear. Instead, she leaned in closer, her flawless jade-like face adorned with a mischievous smile. Are you perhaps afraid, Master? Shen Qingqiu pressed on, compelling Lu Yang to respond with bravado. Who said I am afraid? It is you who should not regret it with tears later. I will not cry. Come on, whoever regrets first is a little dog. Chapter 12. Breaking through the Purple Palace. After a considerable time, the two within the hall finally separated slightly, each seated at the edge of the jade bed, a body's length apart. Shen Qingqiu's eyes sparkled like vibrant peach blossoms, her delicate fingers intertwined upon her lap, appearing somewhat uneasy, her charming face flushed and warm. Staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. On the other side, Lu Yang felt a tinge of annoyance, uncertain whether his impulsiveness had been right or wrong. Their relationship as master and disciple had crossed boundaries, committing an act deemed rebellious. Yet, Lu Yang understood that he could not bear the blame alone. It was Shen Qingqiu who had provoked him first, and his retaliation was entirely justifiable. Qiu, are you all right? In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yang took the initiative to express his concern. Shen Qingqiu lightly nodded her head, her voice soft. The disciple is fine. Master need not blame himself. It is all my fault. You cannot bear all the blame. It is I who succumbed to temptation and acted impulsively. Shen Qingqiu secretly reveled in the fact that Lu Yang's admission of weakness was an implicit acknowledgement of her allure. Master, did you just taste the sweetness? It felt somewhat hazy, not entirely clear, yet she could be certain it was sweet. Shall we try once more? Lu Yang took a deep breath, summoning his courage. Very well. Come sit with me. Shen Qingqiu's face flushed with shyness as she naturally nestled into Lu Yang's embrace, tilting her exquisite face upward. Time swiftly passed. 5 months had elapsed atop Tianyang Peak, marking half a year since Lu Yang's arrival. During this period, he had truly adapted to life here, diligently cultivating each day. Now, after 6 months, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Purple Palace realm. At this moment, Lu Yang was immersed in a pool of 100 beasts' essence, resembling a sea of blood. The essence was concocted from the blood of 100 spirit beasts, rich in vital energy, significantly enhancing a cultivator's physical body and achieving further refinement. Moreover, this essence was exceedingly precious. Even Shen Qingqiu, under the name of Peak Master Lu Yang, could only procure 1 vial per month. For other disciples wishing to obtain it for free, it was nearly impossible. They had to complete sacred tasks to accumulate enough points for exchange, often requiring 3 to 4 months to redeem a single vial. As long as Lu Yang remained on Tianyang Peak, Shen Qingqiu could secure it for free, incurring no expense. It is time to push for the Purple Palace realm. Lu Yang murmured, subsequently swallowing a wanling pill and holding another in his mouth. Once the medicinal effects took hold, Lu Yang immediately began to circulate his energy, continuously drawing the vital blood essence from the beast essence liquid, refining his corporeal form while striving to break through to the Purple Palace realm. Simultaneously, within the bitter sea of his dantian, a vast expanse of spiritual liquid had already formed, exhibiting a formidable presence. For other cultivators, accumulating spiritual liquid to the size of a lake would suffice to steadily advance to the Purple Palace realm. However, Lu Yang's cultivation method was exceedingly domineering. Particularly for the blood and bones, a copious amount of spiritual liquid was required for nourishment. To break through to the Purple Palace realm, it was essential first to sufficiently nourish and satiate the physical body, allowing for a sublime transformation capable of supporting the construction of a purple palace above the bitter sea, thus enabling the direct utilization of Purple Palace spiritual energy to unleash divine abilities with greater speed and potency. Lu Yang was well prepared. He first used the spiritual liquid to satiate the most ravenous parts, the blood and bones. Next, he attended to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, followed by the limbs and all corners of his body, facilitating a comprehensive elevation of his physical form. Above the bitter sea in his dantian, a magnificent purple palace quietly materialized, grand and resplendent, comparable to celestial palaces. After approximately 2 hours, the celestial palace fully revealed itself, stirring a disquieting commotion on Tianyang Peak. Shen Qingqiu, who had been vigilantly guarding outside the palace, was taken aback, while Lu Mei, with a furrowed brow, remarked in astonishment. Is the commotion from Master S breakthrough to the Purple Palace realm not excessively alarming? Is he truly an ordinary person? She shook her head in uncertainty. Subsequently, with a wave of her hand, she employed her formidable cultivation to suppress the noise, wishing to prevent any news regarding Lu Yang from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble. After a while, the commotion within the palace gradually subsided. Shen Qingqiu, beaming with joy, pushed open the door and called out, "Master." Lu Yang had already emerged from the bath, dressed impeccably in his immaculate black robes, resembling pure white jade. Shen Qingqiu pouted in disappointment. Having arrived a moment too late to witness Lu Yang's vigorous and imposing stature, since he began his cultivation journey, both his vitality and physique had undergone a tremendous transformation, exuding a dragon-like vigor that left Shen Qingqiu salivating each time she beheld him. Nevertheless, seeing Lu Yang adorned in the black robes she had personally crafted filled her with satisfaction. "Master, I congratulate you on returning to the Purple Palace realm." Shen Qingqiu exclaimed joyfully, bowing respectfully while internally marveling at Lu Yang's extraordinary prowess. Lu Yang, blissfully unaware of her thoughts, scratched his head in delight. A gesture that soon caught Shen Qingqiu's attention. "Master, it has been half a year without notice, and your long hair has finally grown back. Allow me to style it for you, so that it resembles the dignified appearance of an elder." Shen Qingqiu naturally took Lu Yang's hand and led him to the dressing table. Ever since they had crossed boundaries and broken conventions, their intimate gestures had become increasingly frequent. Upon glancing at the mirror, Lu Yang was startled to find that his hair had nearly reached his waist. This was understandable, however. As with Shen Qingqiu's culinary skills providing exquisite meals, his nourishment was ample and rich. Shen Qingqiu diligently combed his hair, and after a considerable time, she set down the wooden comb, feigning an exaggerated expression. "Indeed, my revered master, the most handsome man atop Tianyang Peak, unmatched by any other, adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring." Lu Yang chuckled at her jest, remarking, "I am the sole man on Tianyang Peak. How handsome can I truly be?" Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when his true nature was revealed, and he effortlessly drew Shen Qingqiu into his embrace. Moments later, however, Shen Qingqiu, resembling a startled kitten, swiftly evaded him, her expression grave. "Master, this is unacceptable." Chapter 13. The Third Disciple. Lang Wushuang. Shen Qingqiu pressed her back against the wall, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with remorse as she spoke. "Master, I am deeply sorry. I have imperfections on my back that I do not wish for you to witness, for they reveal my unseemly side." It was indeed due to the matter of the divine whip. Lu Yang sighed inwardly, having anticipated this revelation. Shen Qingqiu's reluctance to confront the final barrier stemmed from the indelible scars left by the divine whip upon her back. Since his transformation, the once noble peak master Lu Yang had become an unequivocal antagonist. Faced with minor inconveniences, he would readily resort to harsh punishment, exhibiting cruelty and devoid of compassion. The divine whip wielded immense power. Even a supreme being like Shen Qingqiu would suffer grievous injuries, her skin torn and bloodied, when struck upon her back. The delicate, jade-like skin of her back must now be a horrific sight. Lu Yang stepped forward, gently enveloping Shen Qingqiu in his embrace, careful not to touch her wounded back. "It is all my fault, and I assure you, I shall never again use the divine whip against you," he vowed. "Do not worry, my dear Qiu. I will find a way to heal your wounds." "Truly? Then I must express my gratitude in advance, master," she replied. Lu Yang chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Of course, but by then you shall have no choice but to comply with my wishes." "Master, I do not comprehend what you are implying." Shen Qingqiu's face flushed crimson, her entire being ablaze with embarrassment, resembling a steaming little lamb. "Are you genuinely unable to understand or merely pretending?" Lu Yang teased, saying, "If you truly do not comprehend, I shall take it upon myself to explain for 3 days and nights." 3 days and nights? That is far too long. I refuse to listen. "Then did you understand or not?" "I understand. I truly do," she admitted. Good, good. A promising disciple indeed," Lu Yang said, affectionately ruffling Shen Qingqiu's hair, pleased with her cleverness. Yet, unseen by Lu Yang, a sweet smile graced Shen Qingqiu's face. Suddenly, her expression froze, her brows knitting together as if sensing something. Her gaze drifting toward the foot of Tianyang Peak. "Qiu'er, what troubles you?" Lu Yang inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on her face. After sensing a familiar aura, Shen Qingqiu turned back with a radiant smile, her spirits lifted. "Master, someone has returned to Tianyang Peak." "What? Who is it?" Lu Yang asked, his tone tinged with anxiety. For the past 6 months, Shen Qingqiu had not allowed him to leave Tianyang Peak even for a moment. Aside from the deceased Peak Master Lu Yang and Shen Qingqiu herself, no other presence had graced the Grand Peak. Even when fellow disciples from other celestial peaks came to visit, Shen Qingqiu would refuse them entry under the pretense of Lu Yang's seclusion. Naturally, Lu Yang had no intention of meeting any formidable beings from the Holy Land, lest his identity be revealed. But now, someone had intruded upon Tianyang Peak, and Shen Qingqiu showed no inclination to expel them. This individual must surely belong to Tianyang Peak, one of Master Lu Yang's disciples. "It is Wushuang, my sister." "Who has returned?" "Wushuang?" "It is Lang Wushuang." In Lu Yang's mind, the vague outline of Lang Wushuang immediately emerged. Clad in garments as white as snow, her countenance was cold and unfeeling, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, untouched by the world's trivialities. What was most alarming, however, was not merely her appearance, but rather her formidable nature. She was the foremost assassin under Peak Master Lu Yang, possessing assassination techniques that were nothing short of extraordinary, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Tasks deemed most perilous by Peak Master Lu Yang were invariably entrusted to Lang Wushuang, whose efficiency in executing assignments was astonishing. Furthermore, Lang Wushuang was no ordinary individual. Her intuition was strikingly accurate, never faltering, having taken countless lives throughout her existence. She was decisive in her actions, employing a single sword strike to deliver death, never allowing for a second. How could it be her? Lu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Among the 7 exceptional female disciples of Peak Master Lu Yang, Lang Wushuang was the one he least wished to confront, especially in his current state of vulnerability. While the Heavenly Emperor's dark robes could shield his body, they offered no protection to other areas, and if Lang Wushuang were to discover an opportunity, the consequences would be dire. He even tacitly acknowledged that his identity had been compromised. The next course of action depended on whether Shen Qingqiu would stand by him. Sensing Lu Yang's troubled expression, Shen Qingqiu understood that her junior sister was not to be trifled with and promptly offered words of reassurance. "Master, do not worry. Your cultivation is no longer what it once was, and if Wushuang dares to cause trouble or disrespect you, I shall certainly confront her with unwavering resolve." Shen Qingqiu was astute. She refrained from directly stating her intention to protect Lu Yang from Lang Wushuang, instead using his weakened state as a pretext. Should Lang Wushuang truly dare to act, it would be a grave disrespect, allowing Shen Qingqiu to step forward with confidence. "Wushuang is my disciple. How could she harm her master?" Lu Yang thought, feeling a sense of relief. For now, he had to take things one step at a time. Soon after, Shen Qingqiu departed the hall, returning shortly with an extraordinarily beautiful woman. This woman, clad in white akin to pure snow, was untainted by any filth. She was slightly taller and more graceful than Shen Qingqiu, her movements light and elegant, resembling a startled swan. Her long, flowing hair cascaded like the Milky Way, and her unparalleled beauty was accentuated by a solitary tear mole beneath her almond-shaped eyes, exuding a unique charm. With her expression icy and a sword of death in hand. This was Lang Wushuang, the 3rd disciple of Shen Qingqiu. The moment Lang Wushuang stepped into the hall, Lu Yang was immediately struck by a wave of chill. The frigid aura enveloped him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was hard to fathom that such a palpable intent to kill could emanate from a woman of her stature. "Master, I have brought Wushuang Jr.'s sister," Shen Qingqiu announced, taking a couple of steps forward to position herself in front of Lang Wushuang, addressing Lu Yang seated in the high position. Lu Yang nodded in appreciation, forcing a faint smile onto his face. Before he could utter a word, Lang Wushuang preempted him, her voice enchanting, akin to a heavenly melody. Yet, her words were directed not at Lu Yang, but at Shen Qingqiu. "Senior sister, what is the meaning of this? He is clearly not our master. Yet you insist on calling him master. What is your intent?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was the most astonished, his thoughts in turmoil, his expression one of disbelief. Shen Qingqiu appeared to have anticipated the situation, her expression calm. She turned around immediately and chastised, "Wushuang, what nonsense are you spouting? I have followed my master since childhood and am well acquainted with all aspects of him. How could I possibly fail to discern his true nature?" Lang Wushuang remained unconvinced. coldly fixing her gaze on Lu Yang, and inquired, "Then please elucidate, senior sister, why does his cultivation and aura differ so completely from that of our master?" "What's the matter?" Shen Qingqiu replied with unwavering confidence. "Let me tell you the truth. My master has undergone the cultivation of the Indestructible Dao Sutra, which requires him to disperse his powers. One must dismantle before one can establish anew. Indestructible Dao Sutra?" A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Lang Wushuang's stunning visage, yet she resolutely shook her head. "Impossible. Even if one were to begin anew in cultivation, the essence of a person's character and aura could never exhibit such stark differences." With fervent conviction, Lang Wushuang pointed at Lu Yang and declared, "Look at him. Since the onset of our dispute, he has not dared utter a word. Such weakness is unbefitting of our master. Senior sister, you must cease this distortion of truth." Shen Qingqiu's face flushed with indignation, poised to retort, when Lu Yang, somewhat irked, interjected, "What do you wish for? Should I wield a whip and strike you to find satisfaction?" Chapter 14. Senior sister comes to play with me, what did you say? Lang Wushuang's willow-like brows shot up in disbelief. How dare this mere Zifu realm cultivator not only impersonate their master, but also have the audacity to boast about striking her with the divine whip? Her face darkened with fury as her piercing gaze locked onto Lu Yang. Lu Yang sneered, utterly unfazed. Descending from the dais, he jabbed a finger at her and scolded. "Are you itching for a beating? Is it that you can't go a single day without being disciplined before you feel restless?" "You." Lang Wushuang choked on her rage, her expression twisting in indignation. Unmoved, Lu Yang intensified his verbal assault. "Among the 7 disciples, you've made the most mistakes, yet you've never once been punished. Search your conscience. Who has shouldered the consequences for you? Your eldest senior sister. If you ever bathe with her, take a good look at her back and count the scars she bears in your stead. How dare you march in here and immediately berate her, question her? Does it truly matter whether I'm the real master or not? Or do you believe, in that cold heart of yours, that your senior sister deserves every lash she took for you? That it was her own fault?" His voice dripped with scorn. "Are you truly the merciless, heartless assassin the rumors claim, devoid of even a shred of tenderness or familial love?" The barrage of accusations left both women frozen. Shen Qingqiu's gentle heart ached, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. Lang Wushuang hung her head, her hands fidgeting nervously, her body trembling faintly. Lu Yang had seen enough. Shen Qingqiu had never wronged Lang Wushuang, yet the latter had the gall to storm in and immediately condemn her. What kind of malice drove such behavior? Did it truly matter so much whether he was an impostor? Lu Yang didn't know, but he did know this. Among the 7 disciples, Lang Wushuang was the least qualified to complain or accuse Shen Qingqiu of anything, and that was precisely why his fury burned so fiercely. Shen Qingqiu, ever gentle and protective of her juniors, had stepped forward time and again to endure the lashings meant for them whenever their master sought to punish them. And what had she reaped in return? Endless reproach and suspicion. Lu Yang found it utterly unjust. "Speak." Lu Yang roared, his aura erupting like thunder, shaking the very hall. Lang Wushuang jolted violently, tears spilling down her flawless cheeks. In that moment, she was seized by an inexplicable terror. This enraged Lu Yang was indistinguishable from their wrathful master, and it petrified her. "Senior sister," she whimpered, shrinking behind Shen Qingqiu, trembling like a leaf. No matter how fearsome Lang Wushuang was beyond Tianyang Peak, within its bounds, she was but a disciple under Master Lu Yang's authority, subject to his temper. Seeing this, Shen Qingqiu's heart softened once more. "Master, please calm your anger," she pleaded softly. "Junior sister Wushuang understands her mistake. Don't scold her further." "I'm not scolding her," Lu Yang retorted coldly. "I'm merely reasoning with her. Look at how hypocritical she is being, charging in here to doubt and interrogate you, only to cower behind you the moment she is frightened. Master, please do not be angry. I will take junior sister Wushuang down to calm her down." "Sai, go on then." Lu Yang truly had no way to deal with Shen Qingqiu. She was the kindest and most considerate, yet it was precisely Lu Yang, the peak master, who treated her the harshest, showing no mercy. Lu Yang would not allow such occurrences to happen again. After the two departed, Lu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, my skills surpass hers. I know cold Wushuang's vulnerabilities, which allowed me to break her defenses in an instant. Otherwise, Chior would surely have clashed with her." Cold Wushuang and Shen Qingqiu shared similar fates, both being pitiable souls. According to the tome Seeking Immortality, Cold Wushuang's father, Cold Zhantong, was a close friend of peak master Lu Yang, akin to a brother. Moreover, Cold Zhantong held another identity as the notorious third-generation master of the Assassin's Hall, known for secretively eliminating others to acquire various resources. The Assassin's Hall bore a fearsome reputation, yet its whereabouts remained elusive. They had taken countless lives and accumulated many enemies. But due to the shielding of heavenly secrets, these foes were oblivious to the hall's location, let alone seeking revenge. However, one day, Cold Jantong received a mysterious commission to eliminate an individual who should not have been killed, thereby incurring the wrath of an ancient hidden clan. The shielding of heavenly secrets proved futile, and that very night, the Assassin's Hall was located and met with retribution. Over 1,000 emissaries within the hall met their demise without exception. Cold Jantong fought valiantly to protect his wife and daughter, ultimately sacrificing himself. His mother, in a desperate bid to find refuge, sought out Peak Master Liu Yang for assistance, only to perish herself while diverting their pursuers. At that time, Cold Wushuang was still in her tender years, already cognizant of her future mission. After bringing her back to Tianyang Peak, Peak Master Liu Yang taught her the arts of cultivation and assassination, yet he never revealed to her the whereabouts of the hidden clan that had caused her family's ruin, nor the reasons behind the destruction of the Assassin's Hall. This served to bind her firmly to Tianyang Peak, preventing her from leaving. Yet, Liu Yang was aware of the underlying truths. All the events stemmed from that mysterious commission. And the instigator of this commission was none other than Peak Master Liu Yang himself. Yingqing Pool, located midway up Tianyang Peak, was graced by a cascading waterfall above and surrounded by lush spiritual trees that exuded a fragrant aroma. The pool's waters were renowned for their clarity, allowing one to gaze into its depths. Shen Qingqiu furrowed her delicate brows and asked in confusion, "Junior sister, what have you brought me here for?" Cold Wushuang, with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, long lashes, and strikingly cold features, appeared slightly swollen at that moment as she gazed blankly at the clear waters. Suddenly, she said, "Senior sister, it has been a long time since we frolicked in the water together. Will you accompany me today?" Though she appeared icy to the outside world, Cold Wushuang could not help but act coy in front of Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu understood her intentions and was contemplating how to refuse when she heard a faint rustling sound, followed by Cold Wushuang's voice. "Senior sister, come down quickly." Cold Wushuang jumped into the pool, playfully splashing the clear water, her face filled with hope as she looked at Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu quickly shook her head, her expression serious as she said, "Junior sister, do not act recklessly. I know what you wish to do. You merely want to see my back. I advise you to abandon this thought, for I shall not allow you to see it." Cold Wushuang furrowed her brows, her heart weighed down with sorrow. Shen Qingqiu's blatant rejection only served to corroborate Liu Yang's words. Her emotional state was indeed dire. Why did her senior sister address him as master when he clearly was not? Angrily, Shen Qingqiu exclaimed, "Wushuang, how many times must I tell you? Do not mention this matter again to anyone. You must remember that while Tianshan Peak can do without anyone, it cannot do without our master. Do you understand?" "Oh." Cold Wushuang nodded, seemingly comprehending. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she threatened, "Sister, I can promise not to bring this up again. And I can call him master like you do, but you must come down and play in the water with me today. Otherwise, I will spread the word everywhere." "Cold Wushuang, do you truly wish to drive me to my wit's end? How dare you refuse to come down and accompany me?" Chapter 15. Has Master calmed down? Indeed, Master is right. You are merely being mischievous and in need of discipline. Shen Qingqiu placed her hands on her hips, visibly irritated, swiftly shedding a thin veil of fabric. Her fair, delicate hands descended to the jade belt at her waist, poised to loosen it. Just as Lung Wushuang believed her cunning plan was about to succeed. Reveling in her triumph, Shen Qingqiu suddenly flashed a sly smile and resolutely plunged into the clear pool, adorned in her purple gown. Lang Wushuang was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon regaining her composure, her face flushed with indignation. How could her senior be so despicable? How can you wear a dress like that? Shen Qingqiu laughed exuberantly, embracing Lang Wushuang from behind, their faces nearly touching, exuding intimacy. "Did you not say so yourself? You merely asked me to join you in play. You never stipulated that I must be bare as well, devoid of modesty." In an instant, Lang Wushuang's cheeks burned crimson, feeling as if they might bleed, while her fair skin took on a delicate blush, an exquisite sight to behold. "Senior, you were too shameless, deceiving my feelings for you." Shen Qingqiu chuckled softly, unfazed, and remarked, "My dear junior sister, you are truly beautiful, so perfect and flawless, it makes me envious. Alas, I wonder which man will eventually benefit from your charms." "Senior, please stop speaking," Lang Wushuang replied, biting her lip in embarrassment, wishing fervently to silence her. "Very well. Since my junior sister is shy and wishes for me to refrain, I shall comply." Shen Qingqiu released Lang Wushuang, gently ruffling her hair, and smiled. All right. I've had my fun for today. Next time, I shall accompany you again. For now, let us seek Master to apologize, and we shall let this matter pass. Lung Wushuang pouted. Yes, Senior, I understand. With a splash, Shen Qingqiu gracefully emerged from the pool. Her damp attire clung to her form. But in the blink of an eye, she utilized her spiritual energy to dry herself, lightly landing on the bank. She draped the veil over her shoulder and glanced back at Lang Wushuang with a smile before heading back to the residence of Lu Yang without a backward glance. At this moment, Lu Yang was seated in a higher position, engrossed in contemplation. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the fragrant scent of peach blossoms and opened his eyes to find Shen Qingqiu standing before him. Her face was etched with concern, and she tenderly inquired, Master, are you still upset about junior sister Wushuang's unreasonable antics? Lu Yang sighed. What does it matter if I am angry? This girl has been like this since childhood, repeatedly making mistakes without learning from them. If it weren't for my promise to you, I would have long since punished her. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu's heart fluttered with delight. Although she was curious about how Lu Yang knew their past, she deemed it unwise to ask at that moment. Master, please do not be angry. Lu Yang responded, perplexed. Qiu'er, what do you intend? Shen Qingqiu smiled gently, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. After a long while, tranquility returned to the hall. Shen Qingqiu sat nestled in Lu Yang's embrace, her smile radiant. Master, are you still upset? Lu Yang shook his head. No, I am no longer angry. That is wonderful. As long as Tianyang Peak can maintain harmony, I am willing to endure any hardship or toil. Shen Qingqiu gently caressed Lu Yang's face with a tender smile and said, Master, you promised me not to be angry with Wushuang anymore. Very well, as your master, I shall keep my word. Overjoyed, Shen Qingqiu clapped her hands lightly, signaling Lang Wushuang, who had been waiting outside, to enter. True to her name, Lang Wushuang was breathtakingly beautiful, her elegance unmatched as she approached with graceful steps, holding a cup of exquisite tea. Master, she said, bowing respectfully, Wushuang was mistaken and misunderstood you. I sincerely apologize and hope you will not hold it against me. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yang's lips twitched slightly. His first instinct was not to look at Lang Wushuang but rather at Shen Qingqiu, whose expression remained serene. He couldn't fathom what methods or sweet words she had used to subdue the proud Lang Wushuang, not only making her acknowledge him as her master but also willingly addressing him as such. It was nothing short of astonishing. Master, why are you hesitating? Speak. Shen Qingqiu whispered urgently from the side, noticing Lu Yang's silence. In front of Lang Wushuang, they dared not display excessive intimacy, reserving their affection for stolen moments in private. Ahem, very well. Lu Yang cleared his throat. To recognize one's faults and correct them is a virtue. This time, I shall let it pass. But if you dare disrespect me or your senior sister again, I will not hesitate to discipline you severely, so much so that you won't be able to leave your bed for 3 days. Lang Wushuang inwardly scoffed at his threat. Were it not for senior sister Shen Qingqiu's sake, she would never have admitted any wrongdoing. Discipline, always threatening to discipline me. Acting so high and mighty. Just wait until I steal the divine punishment whip. Let us see what you'll use to punish me then. 3 days in bed. Keep dreaming. Though seething inside, she maintained a docile and obedient demeanor. This disciple dares not repeat such mistakes. Please, master, accept this tea. Gulp. Lu Yang took the cup and drank deeply, only to pause mid-sip as a scalding heat seared his mouth. Damn it. Boiling water. So, Lang Wushuang, you're really challenging me now. With his current cultivation level, ordinary boiling water posed no real threat. Yet, this act symbolized Lang Wushuang's unyielding defiance. The thought that he still had 5 more disciples like her weighed heavily on his heart. If only they could all be as mature and sensible as Shen Qingqiu. But that was merely wishful thinking. Noticing Lu Yang drain the scalding tea without flinching, Lang Wushuang allowed a faint smirk to curl her lips. He had clearly received her message, her mission was accomplished. Master, senior sister, I have traveled through the night to return to Tianyang Peak and am weary. I shall take my leave to rest. Go ahead, Wushuang, Shen Qingqiu replied warmly, pleased by the harmony within their sect. Thank you, senior sister. I shall retire now. Wait. Lang Wushuang, already turning to leave, stiffened at Lu Yang's call before reluctantly facing him again. Master, do you have further instructions? Lu Yang turned to Shen Qingqiu with a tender gaze. Qing'er, you have worked tirelessly these past 6 months tending to the herb and spirit fields. For the latter half of the year, entrust these duties to Wushuang. You should rest more and focus on your cultivation. Why? The herb and spirit fields were never under my care to begin with. Lang Wushuang's expression was one of confusion as she was the first to leap forward in defiance. How dare you utter such words? For so many years, every elixir and spiritual item you have consumed originated from the medicinal and spiritual fields. Is it truly such a burden for you to manage for just half a year? No, it is evident that you are merely seeking personal vengeance. Have I, your master, harbored any grievances against you that I am unaware of? Was there something amiss with that cup of tea? As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, Shen Qingqiu immediately glared at Leng Wushuang with fury. Chapter 16. The master is truly mischievous. No, senior sister, you must believe me. Sigh, all right. I shall go. Sensing the unusual glint in Shen Qingqiu's eyes, Leng Wushuang immediately relented. She exited the palace and soared towards the nearby Tianyang Peak. Once Leng Wushuang departed, Shen Qingqiu promptly approached with concern. Master, it is all my fault for not keeping a close watch on her. How do you feel now? Did Wushuang truly tamper with that cup of tea? Lu Yang chuckled lightly and shook his head. No, my dear disciple, I merely wished to temper her excessive ambition, lest she become too proud. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu let out a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. I was concerned she had secretly done something to make you feel unwell. That is not the case, but I must admit I do feel somewhat unwell at present. What is the matter? Please tell me, where do you feel discomfort? Shen Qingqiu grew anxious, eager to examine his health closely, completely oblivious to the mischief lurking at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. After a brief moment, she finally realized her worry was unfounded and shot a playful glare at him, her charm undeniable. Master, you deliberately sent Wushuang away? Qiu'er, you are truly astute. You have discerned your master's thoughts at a glance. Master is truly mischievous. Shen Qingqiu pouted lightly in complaint. In the days that followed, Leng Wushuang rose early and returned late, flitting between the various peaks of Tianyang. This was her first experience managing spiritual fields and medicinal gardens, and due to her inexperience, she encountered several delays. Fortunately, her determination propelled her, and within 2 months, she had acclimated to the pastoral life, driving away spirit beasts, irrigating spiritual springs, and repairing formation arrays. All performed competently. Now, she even found time amidst her busy schedule to engage in sparring with Shen Qingqiu at the training ground. Lu Yang was also invited to serve as a witness and to offer guidance on their swordplay, though he had initially hesitated to attend. Knowing that Leng Wushuang held a certain grudge against him, he could not resist Shen Qingqiu's warm invitation. After all, he cherished his beloved disciple dearly. In the center of the training ground, Leng Wushuang donned a flowing white garment, exuding an ethereal aura as she wielded a branch in place of a sword. She practiced lethal techniques that emphasized a swift and a decisive strike, remarkable in power, to avoid harming her fellow disciples. She had always opted for a branch in their sparring sessions. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lu Yang seated outside the training ground, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Senior sister, did you invite him to observe our sparring in hopes of me instructing him? Let me clarify. I cultivate esoteric arts that are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. With his aptitude, I estimate it would take him at least 3 to 50 years to see any results. Hiki. Shen Qingqiu giggled, recalling past memories. In the beginning, she had thought the same, yet Lu Yang had repeatedly shattered her preconceived notions. His rapid progress and extraordinary comprehension were astonishing. He had imparted the Indestructible Dao Sutra to her and taught her the Supreme Nine Solar Sword technique. Such kindness surpassed even that of the previous peak master, earning her unwavering admiration. Senior sister, why are you laughing? Leng Wushuang inquired, puzzled. She noticed that Shen Qingqiu had changed significantly. Her spirits lifted, often exuding a gentle warmth and, on many occasions, lost in thought with a blissful smile. Junior sister, have you never heard the saying a true master remains hidden? Sometimes, what you perceive may not be the complete truth, and soon you may regret having spoken so boldly. Junior sister, prepare yourself. As Shen Qingqiu's voice fell, she transformed into a celestial wolf, wielding her sharp sword and launching a fierce attack against Leng Wushuang. She unleashed her full strength, employing the first form of the Taishang Jiuyo, the Tianchu sword technique. Her magnificent swordsmanship already reached a level of 90% mastery, and though both were suppressing their cultivation for practice, the Tianchu sword technique, when fueled by spiritual energy, became a formidable force, accompanied by immense lethality. Though Leng Wushuang surpassed Shen Qingqiu in swordsmanship, she found herself astonished upon witnessing a technique she had never encountered before, prompting her to respond with utmost caution. The clash of their swords resonated like iron striking iron. Even tree branches, enveloped in spiritual energy, became as resilient as steel. Yet, under Shen Qingqiu's relentless onslaught, Leng Wushuang was compelled into a defensive stance, increasingly burdened. her delicate features paling with alarm. Was she truly being dominated single-handedly? Sister, what sword technique is this? Where did you learn it? In the past, under equal cultivation, it was she who would have subdued Shen Qingqiu. Lung Wushuang understood well that the exquisite and formidable swordplay Shen Qingqiu showcased could not possibly have originated from the stingy peak master, Lu Yang, who would never be so generous. Want to know? Defeat me first, Shen Qingqiu replied, a hint of pride illuminating her exquisite visage. The sword techniques taught by Lu Yang were indeed exceptional. Lung Wushuang, naturally, would not concede easily. With a powerful swing, she deflected Shen Qingqiu, then concentrated her energy. Poised for action. Is she preparing to strike? Lung Wushuang's renowned skills, the shadow step and the soul-severing swordplay, were about to be unleashed. Lu Yang suddenly felt intrigued. Given Lang Wushuang's notorious reputation, she possessed three formidable advantages, all bequeathed to her by the god of death, the bloodthirsty sword, which enhanced her power through blood. The shadow step, whose movements were unpredictable, and the soul-severing swordplay, capable of severing the soul with a single strike, beyond salvation even for deities. Coupled with her keen intuition and precise judgment in combat, she was a born killer, her talents unparalleled. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Lang Wushuang's eyes as she found her opportunity to strike. Time was fleeting, and she would not let it slip away. In an instant, her ethereal form vanished from sight, employing her ghostly steps to circle behind Shen Qingqiu, her energy-dissipating branch thrusting directly toward Shen Qingqiu's nape. A decisive blow aimed to sever her soul. Victory seemed within reach. A smile of triumph graced her lips. Sister, I have won. At that moment, however, Shen Qingqiu erupted with a second aura of sword intent. Endless sword qi enveloped her, forming a protective barrier of innate vigor. The branches, bereft of spiritual energy, crumbled like parchment, instantly severed into countless fragments that fell like rain. Lung Wushuang was taken aback, her scalp tingling in shock as she retreated rapidly, gasping for breath. Her attire now drenched. Sister, you. She was utterly astonished. Shen Qingqiu had mastered two sword techniques she had never before encountered. In truth, Tian Shu and Tian Xian both belong to the esteemed category of the Taishang Nine Luminaries. However, the former is entirely offensive, while the latter is purely defensive. This distinction may have led Lang Wushuang to mistakenly perceive them as two disparate sword techniques. How about you, junior sister? Have you come to accept this? Allow me to share that it took my senior sister merely 8 months to master this sword technique. With your prodigious talent and dedicated practice, you are sure to surpass her in no time. Upon hearing this, Lung Wushuang could no longer remain seated. She decisively approached and clasped Shen Qingqiu's elegant arm, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and earnestly pleaded with her. Senior sister, please teach me. I implore you, do not force your junior sister to kneel before you. Shen Qingqiu responded with a light laugh. There is no need to rush. Let us await our master's evaluation first. Lung Wushuang, growing somewhat impatient, muttered. He is merely at the Purple Palace stage. Can he even comprehend this? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she received a sharp reprimand from Shen Qingqiu, who warned her with a swift tap to the back of her head. Silence. Do not speak, lest others mistake you for a mute. Chapter 17. Abstaining from Beef Master. Our sparring has concluded. Please provide your insights, starting with junior sister Wushuang. With a sidelong glance at the impassive Lang Wushuang, Shen Qingqiu pinched her waist. Lang Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically as she respectfully addressed Lu Yang. Please, master, offer your guidance. Lu Yang inhaled deeply, reluctant to dwell on her previous actions. In my view, you possess a remarkable talent for assassination, with an innate sharpness and astonishing perception. Your timing is impeccable. It is unlikely that anyone in this world can rival your precision in seizing the moment. Upon hearing this, Lang Wushuang could hardly believe it. Was he truly praising her? While her exterior remained calm, a tempest of joy surged within her. Yet but what? Lang Wushuang's mood suddenly soured. Lang Wushuang, you must show master more respect. Shen Qingqiu admonished, noticing her defiance. Yes, I welcome master's critiques and guidance, Lang Wushuang replied, biting her lip in displeasure. Lu Yang feigned ignorance and continued, however. You are overly presumptuous and self-righteous. Retreating immediately after a failed strike is a fundamental principle among assassins. As you witnessed earlier, you believed victory was assured. Yet you still face defeat. With your abilities, you can easily handle ordinary cultivators, but when confronted with elite talents of your rank, your advantages diminish significantly. If you encounter someone like your senior sister, who is cunning and possesses hidden skills, you may find yourself in peril. as you cannot fathom the means she might employ to counter you. You have simplified your understanding far too much. Am I truly so inadequate? Lung Wushuang's brows furrowed. Staring defiantly at Lu Yang, her pride wounded. Whether you are inadequate or not is beyond my comprehension. I merely offered a cursory evaluation based on your performance today. Whether you take it to heart is of no concern to me. Lu Yang then turned to Shen Qingqiu with a slight smile. Your progress in the Tianxin sword technique is commendable. Once you master it further, I shall teach you the Tianji sword arts and impart the cultivation methods. Thank you for your guidance. Master. Shen Qingqiu expressed her gratitude. Lu Yang nodded and departed the training grounds without a backward glance. As Lung Wushuang listened to their exchange, she was rendered speechless. Her disbelief evident as she stared at Lu Yang's retreating figure, feeling as though she had missed something profoundly significant. Senior sister, could it be? This can't be real. Shen Qingqiu sighed in exasperation, understanding the turmoil within Lang Wushuang, yet the reality remained unchanged. She shot her a withering glance. I told you to be silent. Yet you refused to listen. Now, look what you've done. Master has been driven away. Who else will teach you the sword techniques? A pang of discomfort struck Lang Wushuang. Her brows knitted tightly as she clutched Shen Qingqiu's arm. Sister, didn't you learn it? Can't you teach me as well? Shen Qingqiu scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe the sword techniques Master imparted to me were mere trinkets picked up from a roadside vendor? Let me be frank with you. The Taishang Jiyo is an unparalleled sword technique, far superior to 99% of the secret arts and methods within our sacred grounds. You should understand that the transmission of the supreme sword technique occurs solely through the consent of its master. If anyone could impart it, chaos would surely ensue. Thus, the mastery of swordplay and mental techniques lies solely with the master, and only if he is willing to teach may one have the opportunity to learn. Huh? Does that mean I have no chance at all? Cold Wushuang felt an intense headache for the first time, her entire body trembling slightly. Not necessarily, replied Shen Qingqiu with a serious countenance. The master is one who responds well to gentle persuasion rather than force. If you exhibit a bit of good behavior, there may yet be a chance. Cold Wushuang clung to Shen Qingqiu as if she had found her last straw of hope. Sister, could you please assist me? I promise to diligently train and grow stronger, to protect you and our junior sisters, and the master as well. Cold Wushuang finally recognized the significance of Lu Yang, beginning to consciously alter her attitude. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qingqiu spoke. Very well. There is little I can do to assist you. Much will depend on your own efforts. Remember to adjust your demeanor towards the master and temper your prideful disposition. Thank you, sister. Wushuang will remember that. So what should our first step be? What else could we do? First, let us calm the master's anger. That evening, the dining table was laden with exquisite delicacies and rare spiritual creatures, even some uncommon spirit beasts among them. Chioer, what occasion is it today that we feast so lavishly? The aroma is delightful. Shen Qingqiu chuckled, covering her mouth. Master, please sit down. Today is not a special day. It's just the three of us enjoying a good meal together, to celebrate. Oh, then let us eat. Lu Yang nodded, glancing at Cold Wushuang. Noticing her lowered head and restless hands upon her lap, he refrained from further comments. Master, do try this dish. It's made from the heart of the Bai Shui Jin Jing beast, the most vibrant and flavorful. Upon finishing her sentence, Shen Qingqiu quickly gave Cold Wushuang a meaningful glance, urging her to take the initiative. Cold Wushuang felt quite anxious, her movements somewhat clumsy. She gingerly picked up a piece of the Bai Shui Jin Jing beast's meat and offered it to Lu Yang's bowl, her voice soft and tender. Master, please have a taste. Lu Yang smiled gently, filled with regret as he replied, I'm sorry, but I do not eat beef. Turning away, he placed the piece of meat into Shen Qingqiu's bowl. Chioer, you enjoy it. Then, Master, try this spiritual mushroom, harvested from the frigid lands. You've worked hard lately, so please nourish yourself with it. Cold Wushuang felt utterly aggrieved, her hands clenched tightly as her nails nearly dug into her flesh. With her head bowed, her almond-shaped eyes reddened, tears glistening in her gaze. This was the first time Cold Wushuang had humbled herself so profoundly to please a man. And he had completely ignored her. If this scene were to spread, Lu Yang's enemies could circle the Qishao sacred land. Whether in tales or reality, Cold Wushuang enjoyed immense popularity, being one of the most significant heroines. Draped in white, she exudes an ethereal beauty, her countenance unparalleled in the world. In later stages, she experiences an overnight transformation, her hair turning white as her combat prowess surges, fiercely eliminating her master to cleanse the sect. Ultimately, she meets her tragic end. Her vitality extinguished, leaving onlookers in sorrowful lamentation. However, from the perspective of Lu Yang, the antagonist, this does not prevent him from vehemently cursing the sect leader, calling Lu Yang a foolish imbecile for sending a woman away, while simultaneously disparaging the author with disdain. Plop, plop. A cascade of crystalline tears falls onto the table. Lung Wushuang clenches her delicate fists, striving to stifle her tears. When her parents passed away, she did not weep. Even when subjected to the scorn of sect leader Lu Yang, she remained resolute. After a failed assassination attempt that nearly cost her life, she held back her tears. Yet now, having returned to Tianyang Peak after a mere 2 months, she finds herself weeping twice, each instance more poignant than the last, all due to the same man. Master, senior sister, you eat, I am satiated, she sobs softly. Chapter 18. I come to protect my master. Why are you so hard on Wushuang? After dinner, Shen Qingqiu furrowed her elegant brows, cautiously inquiring. Lu Yang pondered for a moment, taking a subtle breath of cold air, and sighed. I have not deliberately targeted her. Her pride blinds her to my presence. That cannot be. She assured me she would never oppose you. With such a drastic change, she must surely be seeking something from me, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang smiled faintly, and Shen Qingqiu obediently nodded. Let us not concern ourselves with her for now. A few days of neglect will serve her well. Such arrogance will lead to her downfall. Shen Qingqiu's charming face flushed with rosy hues as she said. Then I shall go check on Wushuang. You must promise not to be angry anymore, all right? Lu Yang nodded, feeling utterly helpless against Shen Qingqiu's earnestness. After she departed, he too busied himself with cultivation, striving to reach the profound realm as soon as possible so he might transport the body of the former peak master down the mountain. In his view, both Shen Qingqiu and Lung Wushuang appeared to have sensed something amiss, yet they refrained from pressing him for answers. It was peculiar. Even if they had no desire for vengeance, this was the domain of the Qishao's sacred land, and should the truth come to light, he would face execution. The act of slaying one of the 7 revered peak masters was an unforgivable crime. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu arrived at Lang Wushuang's abode. Finding her sitting alone in a daze outside, she sighed in helplessness before offering a steaming bowl brimming with exquisite delicacies. Here. Master worried you might go hungry and left this for you. Lang Wushuang, devoid of appetite, glanced at it, shook her head, her voice laced with a hint of tears. I cannot believe it. If he despises me so much, why would he leave food for me? Look for yourself. The bowl is filled with the fresh meat of the Baishui Jingjing beast. Master does not favor beef and saved this especially for you. Otherwise, do you think senior sister could resist eating even a morsel? Oh, really? With a gentle wipe of her tear-streaked face, Lang Wushuang hesitantly accepted the porcelain bowl. Upon seeing the delectable meat she adored within, her face lit up with joy. Senior sister, have you eaten your fill? Would you like some? No need. You enjoy it. Oh, then I shall not concern myself with you. With a light laugh, Lang Wushuang delightedly indulged in the delicious feast. Seeing her spirits lift, Shen Qingqiu continued, Wushuang, remember, Master responds better to gentleness than harshness. If you amend your attitude and strive to showcase your abilities, you may still earn Master's recognition. Yes, I understand. Lung Wushuang lifted her flawless visage, enviously exclaiming, Senior sister, I envy you so much. Not only have you received the Indestructible Dao Scripture from Master, but you also have his personal instruction in the Supreme Sword technique. Surely you will become a powerful figure in the sacred realm. By the way, senior sister, why have you not begun cultivating the Indestructible Dao Scripture yet? Now is not the time. Master is still too weak, and I must protect him. With me here. Can I protect both of you? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. If you were reliable, even a sow could climb a tree. Merely avoiding disaster would be fortunate enough. Relying on you is less dependable than on our 2nd and 4th junior sisters. Senior sister. Is my junior sister truly so ineffectual? I refuse to accept this. Do you dare to defy? If you do not amend your temperament soon, Master will grow weary of you. Very well, I shall change, if only to appease. Time flows inexorably. For months have passed atop Tianyang Peak, marking a full year since Lu Yang's arrival. His cultivation remains at the Purple Mansion level. To a cultivator, a year is but a fleeting moment. Life atop Tianyang Peak continues with only 3 individuals, senior sister Shen Qingqiu, junior sister Lung Wushuang, and the remaining 5 disciples are still honing their skills externally. Lang Wushuang has concluded her 6-month management of the medicinal fields, entrusting the oversight to disciples from other celestial peaks. At last, she has the opportunity to cultivate alongside Master and Senior Sister. Particularly in the latter half of the year, she has undergone significant transformation. her admiration for Lu Yang akin to an unending river. In the training arena, Lu Yang has just finished sparring with Shen Qingqiu when a figure clad in white approaches, her face radiating reverence. "Master, you are sweating profusely. Allow me to assist you." Before Lu Yang could retreat, a fragrant handkerchief had already touched his face, delicately wiping away the beads of sweat. Should an outsider witness this scene, perhaps countless hearts would shatter, their ideals crumbling at the sight of their goddess displaying such attentiveness towards a man. Lang Wushuang's actions draw a hint of dissatisfaction from Shen Qingqiu. "Wushuang, why do you show such bias? If you are to assist Master, why not extend the same courtesy to your senior sister? Senior sister, you have a handkerchief. You can manage for yourself. Master has none, hence I must assist him." "Ah, Lung Wushuang, have you abandoned your senior sister now that you have Master?" Shen Qingqiu places her hands upon her hips, feigning anger while clearly jesting. "Wushuang dares not offend senior sister. I have just returned from the medicinal fields and was about to report to Master." Wushuang quickly clarifies, eager to avoid any misunderstanding. "Finished?" Lu Yang regards Lang Wushuang with a serious demeanor. She immediately assumes a respectful posture, bowing her head slightly. "Yes, Master. You entrusted me with the management of the medicinal fields for 6 months, and I have successfully completed the task before returning. Well done, you have worked hard. Take a few days to rest now." Lang Wushuang beamed sincerely. "Thank you for your concern, Master. When shall you begin teaching me the Supreme Sword technique? I shall certainly devote myself to rigorous practice and ensure you are not disappointed." Throughout the last 6 months, Lu Yang refrained from direct instruction. However, during his sparring sessions with Shen Qingqiu, he permitted her to observe, gradually awakening within her a profound respect for his formidable prowess. As Lu Yang furrows his brow in contemplation on how to respond to Lang Wushuang, Shen Qingqiu suddenly senses a disturbance from the distant communication stone. Upon inspection, she discovers a message left by their 6th junior sister. "Senior sister, hasten to the borders of the ancient kingdom at the Golden Yuan Cave. I have calculated that great fortune awaits you. You must come quickly, lest you miss the opportunity. Little fish. Chior, what has transpired?" In response to my master. It was the 6th junior sister who utilized the long-distance communication stone to summon me to the Golden Yuan Cave. The long-distance communication stone, as Lu Yang was aware, is an exceedingly precious artifact. It can convey messages across vast distances and self-destruct after 10 uses, diminishing with each invocation. The fact that she was willing to employ such a rare stone indicated the urgency of the matter. Shen Qingqiu did not conceal anything from Lu Yang. Indeed, she mentioned that there lay a significant opportunity for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Chior, you should go. It is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for you." However, Shen Qingqiu's expression turned grave as she voiced her concern. "If the disciple is absent from Tiannong Peak, what if Master encounters peril? Who will protect you?" At that moment, a delicate hand was raised high, its flawless jade-like complexion gleaming. Lang Wushuang stepped forward with enthusiasm, her voice brimming with eagerness. "Me? Allow me to take on this responsibility." Chapter 19, The Unparalleled Dark Transformation. Lu Yang cast a fleeting glance at her, finding the situation amusing. The notoriously cold and ruthless Lang Wushuang surprisingly exhibited a playful and endearing side. It seemed only natural. Her inherent nature was meant to be this way, but the quest for vengeance had forced her into a frigid demeanor. "Wushuang, do not act recklessly. Master has dispersed his cultivation to start anew, and his situation is precarious. We cannot afford to be careless," Shen Qingqiu cautioned, harboring reservations about Lang Wushuang. She was notorious for causing trouble. Anyone who crossed her path faced dire consequences. Should her ire lead her to harm Master, Shen Qingqiu would be devastated, and all her efforts would be in vain. "Senior sister, please trust me just this once. I will protect you closely, never straying even a step away. Surely that will suffice?" Lang Wushuang pleaded, raising a delicate finger, her expression one of innocence as she implored Shen Qingqiu for a chance. Lu Yang interjected, "Chior, worry not. Wushuang will safeguard our master." Upon hearing this, Lang Wushuang flashed a charming smile at Lu Yang, her joy palpable. "Understood, master. I shall heed your words." With Lu Yang's endorsement, Shen Qingqiu had no choice but to comply. She turned back to offer a few more words of caution to Lang Wushuang before ascending into the skies toward the Golden Source Cave Heaven. The 6th junior sister was indeed reliable, albeit a bit unorthodox. If she claimed that her destiny lay within, it was bound to be true. Once Shen Qingqiu departed, the one most delighted was undoubtedly Lang Wushuang. She immediately clung to Lu Yang, cheerfully inquiring, "Master, when shall you teach me the Supreme Sword technique?" Wushuang yearns to learn. Lu Yong gazed at Lung Wushuang in silence. Her beauty was unparalleled, accentuated by a tear mole that added an extra touch of allure. He sighed softly. Why are you so fixated on becoming stronger? This question was one that Lung Wushuang had contemplated long before, and she responded with earnestness, to protect senior sister, junior sisters. And master, that is not entirely true. You seek vengeance against the Godslayer Hall. What? How do you know? The Godslayer Hall. Upon hearing the name, Lung Wushuang trembled slightly, panic etched across her face as she looked at Lu Yong. To her, Lu Yong was merely an impostor. With no reason to be privy to her secrets, Lu Yong remained composed. That is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that the force behind the Godslayer Hall is formidable. Even the Qi Shao sacred land fears them. Do you truly believe you can take them on? What sacrifices are you willing to make for this? Think carefully before seeking me again. Lu Yong had always refused to impart the Supreme Sword technique to her because Lang Wushuang was genuinely terrifying. According to the texts, in the later stages, she would turn white-haired overnight, her combat prowess soaring not due to a surge in comprehension of the heavenly Tao, but because she would succumb to madness, ruthlessly slaughtering countless souls, becoming the most fearsome female demon of her time. Ultimately, she would achieve her revenge, slaying her own master, leading to the annihilation of many sacred lands. She was a sharp blade, yet there was a risk of her wounding her own wielder. That evening, within the palace where Lu Yong resided, after concluding his cultivation, he reclined onto the jade bed for rest. At that moment, all the lights within the palace suddenly extinguished, and the doors and windows sealed tightly. Lu Yang's chamber was plunged into profound darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence, rendering everything invisible. A celestial fragrance wafted through the air, penetrating his heart and awakening his senses. Though invisible, he nevertheless knew the identity of the fragrant essence that enveloped him. Wushuang, what are you intending to do? As soon as Lu Yang's words fell, a graceful figure resembling a piece of warm jade, embodying a delicate charm, lay gently beside him, embracing his arm. Lung Wushuang whispered softly in Lu Yang's ear, Master, I have come to a resolution. As long as I can achieve vengeance, I am willing to pay any price, even my own life. Lu Yong sighed. Compelled by the weight of inevitability, alas, I knew it would come to this. Her desire for retribution is too profound, and nothing can deter her now. Upon hearing his sigh, Lang Wushuang's delicate brows furrowed, her mood instantly darkening. Master, why do you sigh for no reason? Am I truly so distasteful to you? At that moment, Lu Yong felt a heavy dread in his heart. Realizing that Lung Wushuang was aptly named, she would not hesitate to strike him down if provoked further. I have never harbored any disdain for you. Have you not? Lang Wushuang leaned forward, her fragrant breath brushing against Lu Yang's face, laced with a hint of menace. For the past 6 months, you have never regarded me with any attention, yet you share laughter with senior sister Qingqiu, bestowing upon her the indestructible Dao scripture and teaching her supreme sword techniques. Your favoritism is evident. I have acknowledged you as my master. Why will you not instruct me? Wushuang, I. Silence. A slender, jade-like finger pressed against Lu Yang's lips, silencing him. Lung Wushuang then nestled her cheek against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and chuckled softly. Master, your body trembles so fiercely, and your heart races. It seems you too can feel fear. But rest assured, I shall not kill you. For if you were to perish, who would teach me the supreme sword technique? Master, as long as you are willing to impart your unparalleled sword skills to me, or anything else, though it must not be too casual, only the strongest will suffice. With that, I too shall become the strongest in the world, unmatched by anyone. If you agree, Wushuang shall be your woman, ready to do anything for you. At that moment, Lu Yong was frozen in fear, paralyzed by the intensity of the situation. Even clad in the heavenly emperor's robes, he felt a deep sense of unease. The current state of Lung Wushuang, having merely begun to darken, already revealed a terrifying side. He could scarcely fathom the extent of her malevolence should she fully succumb to darkness. No, he could not allow her to continue down this path. Lu Yong understood he must take action, otherwise she posed a grave danger. In the tome Seeking Immortality, Lang Wushuang had never loved anyone. Even when Lu Yong had offered her to a protagonist, she felt nothing, viewing it merely as a way to repay his years of nurturing. After her complete descent into darkness, she had ruthlessly eradicated the protagonist's family that had wronged her, sparing not even a single dog. Master, have you truly made up your mind? Lung Wushuang's exquisite form was a masterpiece of beauty, perfectly deserving of the highest praise. She gently lay down, her delicate foot arching gracefully, her chin resting on Lu Yang's chest, while her slender fingers circled his heart, as if poised to pierce it at any moment. Lu Yang swallowed hard, maintaining his composure as he questioned, is it true that as long as I am willing to teach you, you will obey my every command and do anything for me?" Upon hearing this, Lung Wushuang's face lit up with delight, and she quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, master. Wushuang shall forever be your woman and will do anything for you." However, under her darkened demeanor, her words were not to be trusted. Lang Wushuang had never cared whose woman she was or with whom she formed a partnership. Her sole desire was to grow infinitely stronger and eliminate every person she wished to kill, including her husband. Lu Yang was acutely aware of this tyrant empress's nature and would not be swayed by her manipulations. The only way to avoid this entanglement of fate was, perhaps, to tread a final path. Lu Yang gazed into the darkness, sensing Lang Wushuang's jade-like face nearby, and clearly spoke, "Very well. I now require you to fall in love with me." Chapter 20. The Sixth Junior Sister, Lu Xiao Yuha. The beaming Lang Wushuang froze at Lu Yang's words, her smile fading, brows knitting together in a peculiar expression as confusion swept over her, seemingly unable to comprehend. "Master, could you please repeat that? What is it you want Wushuang to do?" Lu Yang suppressed his inner trepidation and spoke again. "I have never disliked you. I simply did not know how to express my affection. You wish to learn the most powerful arcane arts, and I can teach you, but from this day forth, you must also fall in love with me." Lang Wushuang fell silent, her breath suddenly becoming rapid and disordered. It was dark, and although Lu Yang could not see her face, he could sense her flustered demeanor. She must not have anticipated that Lu Yang would propose such an exchange, leaving her in a state of disarray. "Could we negotiate another condition? Perhaps allow me to become your woman right now?" "Absolutely not. You are the only one who cannot." Lu Yang firmly denied her, leaving her no room to breathe. "Why not?" Lang Wushuang questioned, perplexed as to why she was being treated differently. In Lu Yang's eyes, Lang Wushuang was a dangerous ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment, so he aimed to prolong the detonation, buying time until he had fully matured. By then, he would no longer need to worry about her darkening nature. Of course, if Shen Qingqiu were present, Lu Yang would not fear her, but now, alone, he had no choice but to employ this strategy to stabilize her emotions. After a prolonged silence, Lang Wushuang seemed to reach a decision and inquired, "What is your true name?" Her voice, melodious and soothing, was akin to a celestial melody, no longer reflecting her previous agitation. From the first day she returned to Tianyang Peak, she had known that her master was an impostor, and naturally, Lu Yang had never believed he could deceive Lang Wushuang. "Lu Yang," he replied truthfully, without concealment. Lang Wushuang let out a soft gasp, seemingly taken aback by the revelation. "Such a coincidence, not only do you resemble him, but your names are also identical. No wonder you chose to impersonate him. However, this arrangement is advantageous. Tianyang Peak cannot be devoid of a formidable presence, lest the sacred land reclaim our resource privileges." After saying this, Lang Wushuang's warm breath continued to caress Lu Yang's chest, evoking a slight tickle. "Very well. I acquiesce to your proposal. Here, I, Lang Wushuang, vow to the heavens that in this life, I shall love only you. No, it must be for all eternity. And it should also encompass the demonic path." Lu Yang was aware that within this world, miraculous elixirs existed that could grant one an additional lifespan. Should Lang Wushuang fortuitously possess such an extraordinary opportunity to be reborn, she would undoubtedly seek him out for trouble. Lu Yang knew he must prepare thoroughly. As for the demonic path, that was even more imperative. This individual would undoubtedly become the most fearsome female demon lord in the future, without exception. "You." A voice of melancholy emerged from the darkness, soon accompanied by a sense of resignation. "Fine, fine, you are the one in charge now. I shall heed your words. I, Lang Wushuang, hereby pledge to the heavenly and demonic paths to love you alone for all eternity. Does that suffice?" Lu Yang listened intently and let out a sigh of relief. With the vows tethered to the heavenly and demonic paths, if Lang Wushuang were to renege, she would be plagued by inner demons during her practice. Humph. Upon hearing Lu Yang's exhalation of relief, Lang Wushuang expressed mild discontent with a soft huff. "When you are with your senior sister, you embrace her without fear. Why do you tremble before me?" How did you know?" Lu Yang's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. They had deliberately sought to avoid Lang Wushuang. How could she have discovered them? Lang Wushuang did not state it outright. Appearing unperturbed instead, and playfully inquired, "What does it feel like to kiss your senior sister?" "I notice her face turns crimson each time, as if she is blissfully happy. A tad foolish even. Forget it. You are not her, so it is futile to ask. I shall figure it out myself." With a cheerful laugh, she swiftly brushed her lips against Lu Yang's, only to reveal her disappointment. "How peculiar. Why do I feel nothing at all? Lu Yang was left speechless. He had thought it was akin to a mosquito bite. Clearly, that approach would not suffice. Allow me to provide you with some guidance, my little fool. Little fool? At the border of the ancient kingdom, within the Jin Yuan cave heaven, as dawn broke, a radiant glow ascended amidst the mountains. The colorful light, dazzling and resplendent, erupted from a hidden paradise, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd. Outside Jin Yuan cave heaven, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, men and women. Young and old, each face brimming with excitement, gazing at the cave with avarice. They did not rush to act, waiting instead for the layer of golden light enveloping the cave to dissipate. Only when the golden barrier vanished could they surge in to seize their fortunes. At the periphery of the crowd stood a whimsical young woman, approximately of marriageable age. Her attire was quite peculiar, consisting of a cropped top and shorts, revealing two slender, porcelain-like legs and two snowy white arms. Draped over her shoulder was a large cloth bag, reminiscent of a fortune-teller on the streets. The young woman possessed delicate features and an intelligent demeanor. She was Lu Yang's sixth disciple, also known as Shen Qingqiu's sixth junior sister, named Lu Xiaoyu, or simply Lu Xiaoyu. Reciting incantations under her breath, her expression was tinged with urgency. It was estimated that in 3 or 4 hours, the Jin Yuan cave would open. Yet her senior sister had yet to arrive, causing her great anxiety. She tilted her head toward the sky, observing several radiant rainbows soaring through the air. As many cultivators gathered in the vicinity, among them some of formidable strength, suddenly a stir arose among the crowd. It was the dragon carriage of the ancient kingdom. A terrifying aura emanated from it. Could even the Supreme Emperor be drawn here? A thunderous roar echoed from the east as a profound realm flood dragon pulled the carriage forward, its scales fierce and its jaws bellowing, startling the nearby cultivators into retreat. Exuding unparalleled dominance, it was astonishing that the Emperor of the ancient kingdom was also attracted to the Jin Yuan cave. Just as the crowd was enveloped in shock, a resounding voice boomed from the west, like rolling thunder. Gu Heng, you have indeed arrived. I thought you might refrain from appearing knowing I was coming. Huh? Who dares to be so audacious? To call out the name of the Supreme Emperor directly is to invite death. However, when the crowd turned to the west, a chilling sensation swept over them, and they collectively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 21. The Secret of the Golden Butterfly's Heavenly Flame. A mystical bird suspended in midair drew a chariot, while its leader laughed heartily, his dragon robe billowing, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The newcomer was none other than the Emperor of the Fire Nation, a formidable figure of the Supreme Realm. Alas, the arrival of the Fire Nation's sovereign meant that the opportunity we sought was slipping away. Sighing, the crowd resigned themselves, finding solace in whatever gains they could muster, daring not to harbor lofty aspirations. It seemed that today, they were beset by ultimate ancient beings. Among the throng, a young man stood with an air of defiance, his gaze unwavering towards the two Supremes, ignited with fierce combat spirit. Senior Gu Xian, do you think I still have a chance to seize the golden butterfly's heavenly flame from their grasp? The youth's posture was assertive as he communicated silently with the bone ring in his hand. Before long, a cold chuckle echoed in his mind. In this realm, there existed 108 varieties of divine fire, comprising 36 heavenly flames and 72 earthly fires, each possessing unique powers. The golden butterfly's heavenly flame ranked 36th among the heavenly flames, undeniably potent. Having tread the path of the Supreme Realm for many years, the two would undoubtedly seek to ignite divine fire and ascend to the divine fire realm. Yet, Lin Yin need not worry. Within the Golden Yuan cave, there existed a cultivation suppression. Regardless of their imperial grandeur outside, all would be treated equally within, limited to the capabilities of the profound realm. Could they truly rival the young master? The old servant was confident Lin Yin was invincible within the same realm. The journey of cultivation begins with bloodline awakening, followed by cycles of the sea, purple mansion, Tao palace, profound understanding, divine transformation, merging void, reaching the pinnacle, and finally achieving supremacy, of which the supreme realm is further divided into 3 tiers: human, earth, and heaven. The youth named Lin Yin, though still young, had already attained mastery in the profound realm, boasting terrifying combat prowess that had yet to taste defeat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's lips curled into a powerful smile, his confidence swelling. Senior Gu Xian is right. Once we enter the Golden Yuan cave, I shall eliminate the 2 of them and claim their souls to nourish you. Yu Xian was deeply moved, expressing his gratitude. Time flowed swiftly, and as the hours passed, the opening of the Golden Yuan cave drew ever nearer. The number of cultivators gathered at the cave's periphery surged by at least 100, totaling over 800 attendees. Lu Xiaoyu anxiously cradled her head in her hands, pacing in agitation. Oh no, my senior sister is taking too long. At this rate, the golden butterfly's heavenly flame will be snatched away by others. With only my Tao Palace cultivation, I wouldn't stand a chance against them inside. How frustrating. Just as Lu Xiaoyu's complaints lingered in the air, a radiant rainbow streaked across the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of cultivation that left the crowd breathless, engulfed in profound fear. The two imperial sovereigns stood on high alert, gazing upward in astonishment. Who was the supreme powerhouse? From which esteemed lineage did they hail? In no time, the newcomer hovered in the sky, clad in a flowing purple gown that danced with the wind, her figure voluptuous yet graceful, a slender waist accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Her visage was a sight to behold, captivating enough to ensnare hearts and breath alike. Could it truly be her? In the sacred realm of Qi Xiao, the illustrious Shen Qingqiu, known as the Fairy of Shen, graced the scene. At their level of cultivation, most had heard of one another, and even without prior acquaintance, the names were well known. Gu Heng and Huatsong were taken aback, never imagining they would encounter the renowned Shen Qingqiu in such a setting. What constitutes a sacred ground? It must be protected by formidable powers, thus earning the title of a sacred site. The fame of Qi Xiao's sacred land is universally acknowledged, and particularly, the reputation of Shen Qingqiu's master is one that inspires both awe and trepidation, often referred to as a formidable individual poised to penetrate the realm of emperors. Such a figure should only be befriended with goodwill, never opposed. As Gu Heng and Huatsong disembarked from their carriage and soared into the sky, they bowed respectfully to Shen Qingqiu. Witnessing the scene caused the crowd to erupt in chaos, their eyes fixated on the celestial beauty above, succumbing to a frenzy of admiration. Who is this stunning woman? Her presence compelled two sovereign emperors to bow. She must be extraordinary. Among the naive onlookers, it was revealed that Shen Qingqiu is the grand disciple of Lu Yang, the peak master of Qi Xiao's sacred land. What? She is Shen Qingqiu? No wonder she is so exquisite. It is said that Master Lu Yang has 7 stunning female disciples, each a rare gem of beauty. Today, it is proven true. I wonder if Tianong Peak requires a gatekeeper. I feel I could excel in such a role. You are dreaming. If anyone should be the gatekeeper, it should be me. A mere Dao Palace cultivator should return home to dream of spring and autumn. A powerful transformation practitioner bellowed. The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter. Yet, amidst the clamor, one young man, Lin Yan, remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his face. What a beautiful woman. I wonder if her soul would be more delectable. Bonxian, you were fortunate this time to encounter 3 supreme beings. Consuming them should restore you to your celestial prowess, correct? Bonxian replied, almost. But even if it does not reach that level, it should suffice to recover to earthly supremacy. However, young master must exercise caution. That woman appears formidable. Lin Yin waved dismissively. No matter, geniuses merely serve as my threshold. She is but one among many. On another note, Fairy Shen, it is an honor to finally meet you. Fairy Shen, I never expected even you would be stirred. Shen Qingqiu responded gracefully, embodying elegance. I am honored to meet you. Gu Senior and Hua Senior. It seems you two are awaiting an opportunity. Had I known, I would not have come. Ah, Fairy, you jest. Opportunities are naturally seized by those with the capability. We all rely on our own merits. Besides, entering the Golden Yuan Cave requires enduring restrictions on our cultivation. We are merely here to escort our children for training, not to enter ourselves. We hope Fairy Shen might oversee them for us. Indeed, indeed. Shen Qingqiu, slightly taken aback, nonetheless smiled and nodded. After exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell to the two, she approached Lu Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Shen Qingqiu, the young girl was overjoyed, immediately leaping into her senior sister's embrace and pouring out her grievances. Senior sister, you have finally arrived. Little Fish has been waiting for you with great impatience. Shen Qingqiu gently caressed Lu Xiaoyu's head, smiling indulgently as she said, after receiving your message, I hurried here without delay. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Very well. I forgive you, junior sister. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled playfully, rising on her tiptoes to whisper affectionately in her ear. Sister, I've calculated that this time fortune will smile upon you. What is it? The elder sister inquired with curiosity. Shen Qingqiu leaned in to share her secret. Golden, butterfly, celestial, flame. In an instant, Shen Qingqiu's enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. The two women shared an intimate moment, evoking envy from onlookers. It became apparent that the still-developing young girl was indeed Shen Qingqiu's junior sister. which explained her presence here. She likely sought to safeguard her junior sister's journey into the realm of trials. The secret of the golden butterfly celestial flame lay hidden within the golden Yuan cave, known only to a select few. Even the emperors Gu Hong and Huizong had merely heard whispers of it, uncertain of its veracity. Had they been aware of this secret, they would undoubtedly have ventured forth without hesitation. Chapter 22. Ominous Signs Crack. The golden light barrier enveloping the Jin Yuan cave heaven suddenly shattered. The once soaring rays of light dissipated, leaving only a void that led into the cave. The golden barrier had collapsed. It was time to rush in. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If we are late, there will be nothing left. A voice shouted amidst the crowd. The already fervent assembly immediately turned red-eyed, scrambling to cross the void and enter Jin Yuan cave heaven, eager to seize an opportunity before anyone else. However, the youth named Lin Yin wore an expression of indifference as he observed the throng surging forward, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Let them die. The more that perish, the better. It's rare to find such tranquility. Ha ha ha. Bon Xian had warned him long ago that danger lurked within the Jin Yuan cave heaven, and that greed for immediate gain was most ill-advised. Aside from Lin Yin, the royal princes and princesses in the Dragon and Phoenix Palanquins remained calm and patient, heeding their father's teachings. They waited until the opportune moment before entering slowly. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu, witnessing the opening of the cave, also refrained from rushing in, instead intently observing her junior sister, waiting for her command. Although Lu Xiaoyu had only recently begun her cultivation, possessing only late-stage Dao Palace realm skills, she held a remarkable divination jade plate, known as the Creation Jade Codex, which allowed her to seek fortune and avoid calamity, consistently evading dire predicaments. In other words, disasters always seemed to lag behind her. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu had not been discovered and taken as a disciple by the peak master, Lu Yang. Rather, she had sought him out herself to become his student. Merely days after her acceptance, she handed a long-distance communication stone to Shen Qingqiu and then descended from Tianyang Peak, never to return since. Whenever she needed assistance, she would secretly reach out to Shen Qingqiu. Of course, this senior sister was exceedingly trustworthy, gentle, kind, and reliable, never disappointing her. She had repeatedly extended her hand to help. Gradually, the bond between Lu Xiaoyu and Shen Qingqiu deepened, with increasing trust that led Lu Xiaoyu to share the secret of the Creation Jade Codex with her and assist in finding opportunities. The fragment of swordsmanship, Seven Suns, that Shen Qingqiu acquired was thanks to Lu Xiaoyu's help. Having witnessed the power of the Creation Jade Codex, Shen Qingqiu began to suspect why Lu Xiaoyu had left Tianyang Peak. The codex was far too extraordinary. Surely, no one could resist its allure. Up until now, the secret of the Creation Jade Codex was known only to the two of them. The moment Jin Yuan cave heaven opened, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly plunged her hands into a large cloth bag, concealing the secret of the Creation Jade Codex from outsiders. After a moment, she discerned the auspicious and ominous signs. Furrowing her brow, she slowly raised her face to Shen Qingqiu and said, "Senior sister, there are ominous signs. It is currently unsuitable to enter." "Understood, senior sister," Shen Qingqiu nodded, placing her unconditional trust in Lu Xiaoyu's words. Meanwhile, the first wave of individuals who had breached Jin Yuan cave heaven found themselves engulfed in despair. 3 bizarre-looking spirit beasts appeared at the cave's entrance, gazing at them with fierce intent. At the forefront, a cultivator at the transformation stage was momentarily taken aback, followed by a cascade of cold sweat. It was over. 3 transformation stage spirit beasts were present, their cultivation undeterred. "Retreat, quickly retreat," the cultivators shouted hoarsely, with their powers suppressed to the highest level of the profound realm. They stood no chance against the spirit beasts. Panic ensued, shouts echoed, yet no one dared to withdraw. "What are those behind doing? Step back," they cried. "They're coming. Move aside. Are those in front dead? Shift a bit. Don't block the entrance." A throng of individuals scrambled backward while another group sought to surge forward, resulting in a standoff. The 3 ravenous spirit beasts reveled in the chaos, diving into the crowd to mercilessly hunt. The air was filled with screams, accompanied by the sickening crunching of bones. Flesh and blood splattered upon everyone present. At that moment, the majority possessed only the cultivation of the profound realm, their capacity for retaliation severely limited. Within a mere quarter of an hour, no fewer than 200 cultivators who had entered the cave were dead, many perishing under the backlash of others' mystical techniques, while a fraction fell prey to the spirit beasts, becoming mere sustenance, perhaps weary of human flesh. The beasts belched contentedly and wobbled away, leaving the crowd to grapple with their survival. There was no time to mourn the fallen. They pressed deeper into the cave to seize resources. As the once-blocked passageway began to flow freely again, Lin Yin let out a cold snort, his face betraying a hint of regret. What a pity, only so few have died. It's still too little. With that, he stepped forward into the cave. Lu Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Shen Qingqiu, confirming the immediate threat had dissipated, and they followed closely behind. As they entered, a potent stench of blood assaulted their senses, causing them to wrinkle their brows. Scattered remnants of corpses and the chaos of a battle for resources lay not far away. Hey, hand over that blood vine you just acquired, and I may spare your life. And you, I saw you put a treasure into your storage ring. Hand it over too. Humph, shameless scoundrels. If you have the guts, kill me. The crowd, blinded by greed, had lost all reason, each refusing to yield. However, amidst the standoff, a young boy strode through the throng unperturbed, igniting their fury. Dressed in lavish robes, he was undoubtedly a wealthy scion, instantly provoking murderous intent, and they conspired to surround him. Hey, you little brat, hand over anything valuable you possess, or else. Before the man could finish his threat, the boy dismissively retorted, you're courting death. With that, a fire dragon erupted from his hand, incinerating a group of people alive. Such terrifying prowess sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, who fled in haste, as if encountering a plague god. Shen Qingqiu observed this spectacle, remaining vigilant. Xiaoyu, let us avoid him and make our way forward swiftly. Lu Xiaoyu gently tapped her head, her hands continuing to rummage through the large cloth bag. With a cheerful smile, she said, Senior sister, let us take this path. It will allow us to avoid great peril. Before them lay two possible routes. One was a bizarre forest, thick with thorns, winding endlessly into the unknown. The other was a long river, devoid of bridges, with only iron chains connecting the banks. The side of the opposite shore was clearly visible, making it the preferred choice for many. The riverbank was rich in resources, further igniting their eagerness. As one by one they climbed the iron chains, striving to reach the other side. Some cultivators, impatient with the pace, attempted to fly across. But as they approached the river's center, they all fell without exception, with none surviving. It was only then that the multitude of cultivators realized that flying was prohibited over this river, resulting in a newfound compliance. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, upon seeing the two women heading towards the forest, let out a cold laugh. Oh, why have they chosen the other path? Are they so fearful of this young master that they resort to the most dangerous route? A dignified heavenly sovereign reduced to such mediocrity, Lin Yin scoffed, exuding an air of arrogance as she strolled leisurely toward the riverbank, unaware of the grave dangers concealed beneath the waters. Chapter 23. Fear not, my comrade. A furious roar echoed from the riverbank. Lin Yin, clad in an exquisite robe, approached the edge of an iron chain, commanding the surrounding cultivators to vacate the area. A group of cultivators, limited to the Dao Palace realm, were unqualified to contest his claim over the iron chain. The more powerful cultivators had already crossed to the opposite bank, leaving Lin Yin feeling a twinge of anxiety as he lagged behind. Sensing Lin Yin's cultivation at the late stage of the transcendental realm, the onlookers' expressions shifted. They dared not voice their anger and retreated from the contest for the iron chain to avoid provoking this formidable figure. Humph, at least you know your place. Lin Yin chuckled lightly, stepping onto the massive iron chain with an air of superiority as he proceeded towards the opposite bank. Curse it. Being in the transcendental realm is so impressive. With such arrogance, one might end up drowned. One cultivator, begrudgingly conceding the use of the iron chain, muttered curses under his breath. Truly insufferable. At that moment, Lin Yin halted, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. He turned and unleashed a fiery bolt towards the one who had cursed him. The fire dragon roared fiercely, piercing through the cultivator's head and obliterating his soul. Ah! The cultivator barely had time to emit a scream before falling silent. The remaining cultivators, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines, retreating several steps in frantic trepidation. Gulping nervously, Lin Yin had successfully made an example of the foolish and continued his assured advance, dismissing the remaining weaklings. However, as he reached the center of the river, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, instilling a profound unease. He looked down at the turbulent waters, which surged like colossal waves, as if harboring some malevolent force lurking beneath. What could it be? A bead of cold sweat formed on Lin Yin's forehead as he discerned a massive shadow occupying a significant portion of the riverbed. At that moment, the bone ring in his hand emitted an anxious voice from the spirit within. This is bad, young Master Lin. Retreat quickly. That is a fully matured, fiendish flood dragon of the transformation realm. What? Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically. With his cultivation at the late stage of the transcendental realm, he could contend with early-stage transformation realm foes, but challenging a fully matured fiendish flood dragon was tantamount to courting death. No, I must reach the opposite bank. Lin Yan had traversed half the distance and was unwilling to turn back. Ignoring the warnings from the bone spirit, he activated his mystical arts, determined to hasten his journey across. At the same time, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the fiendish flood dragon beneath the river suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, releasing a deafening roar that reverberated through the landscape, instilling terror in the hearts of lower-tier cultivators from the Wheel Sea and Purple Mansion realms, who prostrated themselves in fear. With a thunderous roar, a dragon covered in greenish scales erupted from the water, leaping towards Lin Yan with ferocity. Its blood-red pupils glared menacingly, claws poised to strike. More ferocious than the dragons of ancient realms, the scent of death enveloped Lin Yan, sending him into a panic. With his current strength, he could not hope to contend with such a beast. Desperately, he communicated with the bone spirit, "Bone Xian, save me." In an instant, the bone ring unleashed a surge of white flames, enveloping Lin Yan completely. Bone Xian took over Lin Yan's body, and his cultivation suddenly soared to a significant level. Reaching the late stage of the transformation god realm, he immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious flood dragon, their clash resonating with tremendous force, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. Terrifying flames and enigmatic dark waters collided, creating a tumult of white steam that elicited shrieks from the onlookers. On the opposite bank of the river, several men and women clad in golden robes gathered, their expressions shifting as they observed the intense confrontation. They were none other than the princes and princesses of the ancient and fire kingdoms, 3 men and 1 woman, all possessing formidable auras, with their cultivation levels at the profound realm. One prince from the ancient kingdom clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, coldly inquiring, "What are your thoughts? Shall we save or kill him?" Lin Yan's displayed combat prowess and potential had astounded them. His ability to engage the ferocious flood dragon in a fierce contest was unexpected. If he were to survive and reach the opposite bank, he would become a formidable competitor, undermining their resource acquisition efforts. Conversely, Lin Yan's overwhelming power posed a threat. If they could rescue him from the flood dragon, perhaps he would owe them a favor. A favor from such a prodigy was exceedingly rare and could yield unforeseen rewards. However, a prince from the Fire Kingdom spoke without hesitation, declaring, "Kill him." Another, somewhat hesitant, countered, "What if we fail to kill him? Are you willing to let him grow stronger?" For a moment, all 3 were taken aback. As princes of their respective nations, they had numerous considerations weighing upon them. At that moment, a woman, who had been silent until now, cast a languid glance at the 3 princes, feeling a sense of exasperation. "Dear brothers, what is so difficult about this? With the water and fire intertwining, producing such a cloud of steam, it is inevitable that we might overlook something while attempting a rescue." "What do you mean, sister?" The 3 remained somewhat puzzled. The princess of the ancient kingdom then chuckled softly, "It is quite simple. We exert our full efforts to assist him. If we can help him escape, he will owe us a debt of gratitude. If we cannot assist him, we may as well let him perish at the hands of the flood dragon. That resolves the issue, does it not?" The 3 finally understood, unable to suppress their admiration. "Indeed, sister, how cunning. I commend you." "I too," echoed another. Upon hearing this, the princess replied with a scornful expression, "Enough with the flattery, let us act swiftly." The prince of the ancient kingdom nodded, and then shouted towards the center of the river, "Fellow cultivator, do not fear. I shall come to your aid in slaying the flood dragon. With the steam thickening, please be cautious and evade." Senior Bone Xian, is someone coming to lend us a hand?" In the next moment, a terrifying spell surged forth. A golden arrow struck the back of the flood dragon. Its power was limited, nearly piercing through a scale. Yet, the assistants did not stop with one golden arrow. A shard of sharp dark ice and emerald vines also launched from the opposite bank, landing upon the flood dragon, further inciting its fury and intensifying its assault. Lin Yan was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted across the river, "Are you trying to save me or to harm me?" As soon as the words fell, a bolt of purple thunder descended from the heavens, striking Lin Yan's shoulder with unerring precision, instantly causing flesh to tear and blood to spray forth, accompanied by a distant apology. "My friend, I am truly sorry." "Are you unharmed?" Lin Yan retorted, "Damn it, why don't you let the thunder strike you instead? This is not assistance. It is a vile attempt to push me further into despair. Everyone, cease your meddling. I require no help from you. Should you continue this farce, Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. What did you say, my friend? The thunder was too loud. We could not hear. The four individuals were nothing short of demons, their actions quickly attracting the attention of other high-ranking cultivators. Lin Yan's overwhelming prowess instilled fear in them. If he were to perish in the jaws of the ferocious flood dragon, it would be deemed the best outcome. Thus, dozens more joined the so-called rescue of Lin Yan. Fear not, my friend, we are here to lend you our strength. My friend, be sure to protect yourself. In an instant, the sky was filled with swirling mystical arts. Golden light shining brilliantly, illuminating the world and manifesting selfless love. Chapter 24, The Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Damn it. Lin Yan cursed vehemently. A pack of impertinent fools. Do you dare to insult me? Alongside Bon Xian, he erupted in fury, truly driven to madness. The two could clearly see that these hypocritical individuals were despicably shameless, using the guise of assistance to launch indiscriminate attacks against him and the flood dragon, intending to see him perish in the river. Especially Bon Xian, who occupied Lin Yan's body, was infuriated. In his past life, as a formidable saintly being, he was accustomed to being revered. Who would dare to humiliate him so? Now, reduced to this pitiful state, subjected to such indignities by a pack of curs, he seethed with rage, yet upon glancing at the myriad of mystical arts swirling around him, he found himself compelled to bow his head. Young master, we shall settle this score with them later. Bon Xian scoffed, then plunged into the raging river. Roar! The flood dragon bellowed, equally enraged, yet it dared not confront the simultaneous onslaught of numerous mystical attacks, swiftly retreating into the depths of the river, pursuing Lin Yan, unleashing all its fury upon him. Deep within the river, monstrous waves erupted, crashing against the banks, stirring mud and stones alike. Ultimately, Lin Yan managed to escape the flood dragon's territory at the cost of one arm, and by the time he reached the opposite shore, he was utterly exhausted, bloodied, with one sleeve entirely empty. The white flame returned to the bone ring, and Bon Xian's faint voice echoed, "Young master." Forgive Bon Xian for his inability to preserve that arm. As Lin Yan regained control of his body, the agony of his severed limbs slowly began to transfer to him, causing his complexion to turn ashen, his body trembling from the intense pain. He hastily retrieved a pill from his storage ring, quickly consuming and refining it, which alleviated the torment of his lost arm. Senior Bon Xian, you have done your utmost. I cannot hold you accountable. It is those wretched curs who dared to drive me to despair. They shall pay dearly for their actions. Bon Xian advised, young master. The pressing matter is to swiftly regain your strength. I possess a method to heal your severed arm, but what? Speak freely, Senior Bon Xian. Upon learning that Bon Xian possessed a means to aid him in regrowing his severed arm, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with fervor, his excitement palpable. I have engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious Jiao, depleting a significant portion of my soul power. Should I employ the growth and repair technique on you, I will exhaust my soul power entirely and may need to enter a dormant state for some time. Oh, I see. Senior Bon Xian, do not worry. Once I regain my full strength, there will be no adversaries in the Golden Yuan Cave heaven, apart from that ferocious Jiao. At that time, I shall vanquish the supreme powerhouse known as Shen Qingqiu and extract her soul to facilitate your recovery. You may rest assured, Senior Bon Xian. That is splendid. I have faith that you shall succeed, young master. Time flew by swiftly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at Tianyang Peak, in the martial arts arena, a graceful figure clad in white faced Lu Yang, her eyes gleaming like the stars in the sea, cheeks flushed like a blossoming peach. Since that fateful night, her demeanor towards Lu Yang had undergone a complete transformation. Upon learning that he would impart to her formidable esoteric skills today, she became instantly animated. Master, you have finally agreed to teach me, she exclaimed. It was worth my relentless persuasion over the past 3 days, even nearly wearing my lips raw. Cold Wushuang pouted her rosy lips, her cheeks slightly puffed, and although she feigned complaints, there was no trace of anger in her demeanor. With no other choice, Lu Yang spent the night sifting through the storage ring of Peak Master Lu Yang, selecting powerful esoteric techniques suitable for Cold Wushuang's cultivation. Fortunately, the Peak Master had an extensive collection of esoteric arts and techniques, and Lu Yang indeed discovered 2 treasures well suited for her training. The first was a fragmented sword technique, comprising only the initial half of its training section, known as the 100 Flowers Sword Technique. Its power was somewhat akin to the fragmented sword art 7 sons acquired by Shen Qingqiu, and mastery of it would enable one to command a territory. The second was another incomplete scripture, or rather, an ancient, dark bronze mirror engraved with texts, albeit only a small portion remained. Liu Yang had some recollection of this dark bronze mirror, as it had been briefly mentioned in a book with scant details. Legend had it that in this realm, there once existed an ancient emperor, shrouded in mystery. Neither their origins nor their name were known, not even their gender. Some claimed this entity was an unparalleled celestial emperor traversing the annals of time, while others spoke of a breathtaking empress of unmatched beauty. Yet, there were whispers that this figure might have been the dark bronze mirror itself. The sole remnant left by this ancient sovereign was indeed a shattered dark bronze mirror, encapsulating their life's insights and supreme cultivation secrets. Of course, the identity of this ancient emperor remained inconclusive. Even the author, in the end, refrained from providing clarity. Liu Yang harbored doubts, suspecting this was merely a smokescreen crafted by the author, who dug the pit but left it unfilled. The peak master, Liu Yang, was indeed the ultimate antagonist, having collected such artifacts, which surprised Liu Yang to some extent. He turned to cold Wu Shuang, cleared his throat, and said, "Wu Shuang, today I bestow upon you these two items for your contemplation and understanding, but refrain from commencing your cultivation with them." "Why?" Long Wu Shuang immediately tightened her grip on the god-slaying sword, her face etched with resentment, feeling as though she had once again been toyed with by Liu Yang. Were it not for her own declaration of the heavenly Tao and the demonic vow to love him for eternity, she would undoubtedly have severed Liu Yang into 1,000 pieces with her sword by now. "See, you're getting agitated. Can you please allow me to finish speaking?" she exclaimed, her head bowed in frustration. "Then do hurry," she added, her voice tinged with grievance. Noticing her distressed demeanor, Liu Yang decided to forego further discussion and retrieve the fragmented 100-flower sword technique to bestow upon her. Ding! The host has granted the disciple Lung Wushuang a fragment of the 100-flower sword technique, triggering a tenfold return. Reward: Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Description: a lotus of eternal azure blooms amidst chaos, flourishing in the world. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique encompasses 3 stages of cultivation: blooming thought, sovereign of the realm, and radiance of the Azure Lotus. It is one of the most formidable sword techniques of the age. Upon mastery, one can slay from 1,000 miles away with but a thought. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique, one of the most powerful in existence? Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward the woeful Lang Wushuang and quietly remarked, "Isn't this precisely what she has always yearned for, the most powerful sword technique of all?" Even though Liu Yang deliberately lowered his voice, the mere mention of the strongest was enough for Lang Wushuang to hear. She suddenly lifted her head, then leaped onto Liu Yang, embracing him tightly, her eyes sparkling with vibrant colors, excitement radiating from her being to an almost alarming degree. "Master, I heard you. You mentioned the strongest. Please teach me. Wushuang wishes to learn. Do not compel me to kneel and bite you." Long Wushuang exclaimed, feigning ferocity, resembling a rabbit that could indeed bite. Chapter 25. The most beautiful scabbard. The threat posed by cold Wushuang remained as humble as ever, and Liu Yang found himself genuinely intoxicated. All right, don't get too excited. "I will certainly teach you," he reassured. "Really? My disciple shall adore you dearly." Sparkling with admiration, cold Wushuang gazed at Liu Yang, her adoration evident. Liu Yang calmed cold Wushuang, handing her a shattered, pitch-black copper mirror. Ding! The host bestows a fragment of the Void Immortal Sutra upon disciple cold Wushuang, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding Void Immortal Sutra. Void Immortal Sutra. Description: void, enduring through the vast river of historical time. This sutra is of exceedingly high cultivation difficulty. Mastering it can influence time and space. Achieving perfection allows one to traverse through the past, present, and future. Indeed, it was as such. Upon reviewing the rewards returned by the system, Liu Yang felt a surge of astonishment. He had always suspected that the pitch-black copper mirror was extraordinary, but he never anticipated it to be a genuine sutra, a veritable paragon of the Seeking Immortality tome, unparalleled in its essence, yet no one had ever successfully cultivated it. In Liu Yang's recollection, only one female emperor had emerged in later times as a formidable figure. She had successfully gathered all the pitch-black copper mirrors and comprehended the initial segment of the Void Immortal Sutra, mastering a unique method of assassination that allowed her to momentarily suspend time, rendering her invincible. However, as she delved deeper into her cultivation, dedicating half her life to it, she seemingly succumbed to an ominous affliction. Just as she was on the brink of achieving greatness, she tragically perished, shocking and instilling fear in the world. Henceforth, no one dared to pursue the Void Immortal Sutra again. "Master, what is this?" Cold Wushuang inquired, curiously inspecting the copper mirror. You need not concern yourself. Simply know that it is an ominous artifact, meant to assist in cultivation, Lu Yang replied with a plan forming in his mind. As long as one does not recklessly attempt to cultivate the latter half of the Void Immortal Sutra, gaining the ability to traverse time and space, one would not attract certain entities that could lead to sudden demise. Thus, he resolved to teach Cold Wushuang only the earlier portions. The ability to suspend time for a breath was the most formidable technique for assassins like her. Yes, disciple shall remember, Cold Wushuang replied gravely. Noticing a hint of trepidation on Lu Yang's face, the fact that her mysterious master displayed such a demeanor indicated that the pitch-black copper mirror was indeed no trivial artifact. Very well, from today onwards, I shall impart to you one of the strongest sword techniques in this realm, the Azure Lotus Sword Technique. With mastery, a mere thought shall allow you to slay from a distance of thousands of miles. Upon hearing this, Cold Wushuang was overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Yang, undeterred, continued to elaborate. The ancient azure sky harbors a single lotus, born from chaos and thriving in the world. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique comprises 3 stages of cultivation: blooming thought, sovereign of the world, and Azure Lotus illuminates the universe. I shall now teach you the first stage. Master, you have finally chosen to teach your disciple. Wu Wushuang promises to be the sharpest sword in your hand when the time comes. At this moment, Lang Wushuang's visage resembled that of a peach blossom, with a hint of alluring charm glimmering in her eyes, accentuated by a tear mole that rendered her beauty strikingly captivating. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's lips twitched slightly, and he instinctively inquired, "What if it is not needed?" Long Wushuang candidly replied, "I shall remain by the master's side as the most beautiful sword sheath. My sole responsibility is to be stunningly beautiful. Everything else is of no concern to me." Lu Yang. In the Jin Yuan Cave Heaven, 3 days had also elapsed. Within a winding, serpentine forest, 2 exquisite maidens appeared. One was clad in a purple gown, her figure plump and alluring, her features strikingly beautiful. The other donned short attire and appeared to be around 15, petite and delicate, with a charmingly handsome visage, carrying a large cloth bag. These 2 were Shen Qingqiu and Lu Xiaoyu. The meandering path was also subject to restrictions against flying, causing the pair to traverse the dense forest for 3 days without emerging. Compared to the river patrolled by fearsome dragons, this forest was merely remote, devoid of any genuine danger. Few cultivators chose this route to reach the opposite shore, resulting in little competition for rare herbs. Whenever they stumbled upon a plant, they would harvest it, yielding a bountiful collection. Even Shen Qingqiu could not help but praise Xiaoyu. "With such a harvest, your contributions are indispensable." Lu Xiaoyu, flattered, cupped her cheeks with both hands, her complexion blooming. "Senior sister, your compliments make me blush." Seeing this, Shen Qingqiu stifled a giggle, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Blushing is just fine. My Xiaoyu is not only adorable, but also remarkably talented. Senior sister is most fond of you." "Ah, senior sister, please stop. I can't take it anymore." Lu Xiaoyu, her face flushed with shyness, dove into Shen Qingqiu's embrace. Shen Qingqiu, beaming with joy, found it difficult to resist her charm and had no choice but to concede. All right, I shall refrain. Xiaoyu, let us calculate how much longer we must traverse this forest." Once Shen Qingqiu ceased her teasing, Lu Xiaoyu halted her playful antics, extending her delicate, fair hands into the large cloth bag. After a moment of rummaging, her face brightened. "Aha, senior sister, I sense a shift in fortune ahead. We must be nearing the end." "Really? Then let us hurry." Shen Qingqiu remained silent, shielding Lu Xiaoyu as they pressed onward. After approximately 15 minutes, a circular glow appeared in the shadowy forest, marking the exit. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy, and they sprinted forth, leaving the forest behind. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had reached the riverbank encountered a new dilemma. This time, they were confronted by a puppetry formation guarded by over 100 profound realm puppets. By the time the 2 arrived, some puppets were already damaged, and several cultivators had perished within the formation. It appeared that no one had passed through for the time being. Seeing this, Shen Qingqiu and Lu Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The cultivators with sufficient competitiveness had returned to the same starting line. At that moment, the 4 princes and princesses quickly noticed Shen Qingqiu's arrival, their faces lighting up with delight. Several individuals swiftly approached with utmost respect, their eyes alight with fervor and a hint of envy at the prospect of conversing with Shen Qingqiu up close, a rare stroke of fortune. Subsequently, the princess smiled gracefully and said, "Senior, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Ahead lies the 100 puppets formation, and traversing it alone is nearly impossible. Of course, I do not mean to question your prowess, but we have gathered 100 individuals to tackle this challenge together, which will significantly reduce the difficulty. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu glanced at the 4 individuals behind him and nodded slightly. Then, with a gentle smile, he responded, I appreciate your kind intentions. As your senior, it is already quite embarrassing for me to compete for opportunities alongside you. To rely on your strength to navigate the formation would be even more so. Allow me to forge the path as a means of looking after my juniors. However, I assure you, I, Shen Qingqiu, shall not easily relinquish the fortunes within the Golden Yuan Cave. They shall go to those who are capable. The princess's face turned pale with alarm as she exclaimed, Senior, are you truly intending to face the challenge alone? Chapter 26. The senior and junior sisters conquer the challenge in an instant. The expressions of those present changed dramatically. The celestial maiden Qingqiu possesses an extraordinary spirit. Is this the awareness and confidence of a supreme powerhouse? It is truly formidable. For some reason, I consistently sense a divine radiance emanating from the celestial maiden, a warmth that touches the heart. Yet, before us stand 100 puppets of the profound realm. If the celestial maiden's cultivation were not suppressed, she would undoubtedly prevail effortlessly. However, her current cultivation is merely at the profound realm as well. Can she truly succeed? Amidst the crowd, Lin Yan, bloodied yet disguised, went unnoticed. He gazed at Shen Qingqiu, a glimmer of greedy delight crossing his lips. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself? This young master has awaited your arrival for quite some time, still wishing to tackle the challenge alone. When you are utterly exhausted, that will mark your demise. To restore the dormant bone profound soul power, Lin Yan had no choice but to set his sights on Shen Qingqiu. For her soul far surpassed that of the 100 present. Little fish, let us begin. Shen Qingqiu stepped forward, cutting through the crowd, with Lu Xiaoyu closely trailing behind. The little girl's delicate hands anxiously tucked into a large cloth bag. When the moment was right, she raised her small face earnestly and said, Senior sister, I am ready. Horizontal 1, vertical 7, destroy. As soon as Lu Xiaoyu's words fell, Shen Qingqiu's nimble figure had already darted forward, her sword shattering the designated puppet. The little girl did not lag behind, taking quick, tiny steps to stay close to her sister, continuing to remind her. Horizontal 2, vertical 5. Horizontal 3, vertical 8. The entire 100 puppet formation is akin to a complete chessboard. The puppets of the profound realm serve as guardians. They are adept at employing various profound techniques, seamlessly integrating and cooperating. If one cannot identify and destroy the core of the puppets, they will continue their steadfast operation, unleashing the formation's most formidable power. The destruction routes provided by Lu Xiaoyu to Shen Qingqiu precisely target the core of the formation's puppets. Once destroyed, the formation will fall into paralysis. Of course, Lu Xiaoyu does not truly understand chess or formations. She does not know which puppet to destroy. The results are merely calculated by the creation Jade Tome. Her sole responsibility is to relay the information. In just a brief quarter of an hour, Shen Qingqiu and Lu Xiaoyu had already breached the final row of puppets. Notably, this row of puppets glimmered golden, exhibiting heightened agility and more potent techniques. Senior sister, we must destroy 2 puppets in this row. Simply choose 2 adjacent ones. Lu Xiaoyu advised. Shen Qingqiu nodded in response. Little fish, stay close to me. We shall not completely destroy this row. Instead, we will aim to delay them. Lu Xiaoyu naturally had no objections, deploying her agile movements like a gentle breeze, closely following Shen Qingqiu. After the latter partially destroyed 2 puppets, she swiftly led Lu Xiaoyu to break through. Meanwhile, the cultivators still at the formation's forefront were left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. They succeeded. Unbelievable. They truly accomplished it. As expected of Supreme Realm powerhouses, they cannot be measured by ordinary standards. What is that person doing? As the crowd remained enraptured by Shen Qingqiu's astonishing display, a middle-aged cultivator, stained with blood, swiftly took action, racing along the path previously traversed by Shen Qingqiu. Strangely, as he moved along this route, the nearby puppets appeared oblivious, showing no inclination to attack him. The crowd gasped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Is he a man or a ghost? Why do those puppets not assault him? The astute princess of the ancient kingdom quickly discerned the situation, realizing, the 100 puppets formation has been rendered ineffective, thanks to the elder's intervention. Royal brothers, we must pursue him. At present, they were drawing ever closer to the secrets of the Golden Yuan Cave, necessitating urgency. A moment's delay could mean forfeiting a great opportunity. a prospect they could not bear to entertain. The crowd promptly reacted, dashing toward the formation. The bloody middle-aged man was the swiftest, followed closely by the four royal siblings, while others lagged slightly behind. However, just as the bloodied man was about to breach the final layer of puppets, the still-functioning golden puppets lunged at him from either side, delivering a devastating punch that shook the earth and a sword strike that unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Lin Yan was taken aback, his expression shifting as he realized Shen Qingqiu had left a contingency in place, failing to annihilate the puppets completely. A mere trifle, he scoffed. Allow me to turn you to ashes. In an instant, flames erupted from his being, a fire dragon surging forth, carrying immense power as it swept toward the two puppets. With a thunderous roar, the puppets exploded violently. Humph, is that all? Lin Yan declared, his pride soaring. Yet at that moment, the four royal siblings pursuing him suddenly paled, having discerned Lin Yan's true identity. It's him. He is still alive. What manner of monster is he, to have survived the ferocious flood dragon? Not only they, but the relentless pursuers behind them, upon witnessing the terrifying flames, recalled the battle by the river, their faces contorting with dread. If he had survived that, they were surely in grave peril. A wave of panic surged through the crowd, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. The princess gritted her teeth, fixating on Lin Yan's silhouette, before exclaiming through clenched jaws, "Royal brother, that man is the one who harassed me. He is a flower thief. When did this happen? How was I unaware?" The ancient prince was about to voice a series of questions when a sudden realization struck him, and he erupted in fury. "The audacious scoundrel dares to assault my sister. I implore all valiant friends to assist me in capturing this rogue. My father will surely reward you handsomely. The vile scoundrel must be eradicated. Friend ahead, I advise you to surrender without resistance. Rogue, receive my celestial palm strike." In an instant, the crowd was consumed by righteous indignation, united in their resolve to bring down the scoundrel. However, they merely sought to expose Lin Yan's identity to preempt any retaliatory strike. Seizing the opportunity to act for the extermination of a rogue was a matter of moral obligation. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and lightning cleaved the heavens. Clouds danced in the sky. Ice arrows shot forth, and verdant vines flourished. A myriad of mystical arts rained down upon Lin Yan's head once more. Again, you have gone too far. In an instant, Lin Yan felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, scarcely daring to glance back. Filled with unbridled fury, he clenched his fists, yet could only swallow his anger as he dashed forward with haste. Meanwhile, a tremendous commotion erupted behind them. Lu Xiaoyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Senior sister, what is happening behind us? The noise sounds quite intense." This is the harsh reality of cultivation. Even the slightest resource could incite fierce conflict. A yearning for resources that one cannot fathom. Lu Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Though she was currently weak, she was not lacking in resources. Soon, a smile graced Lu Xiaoyu's face as she remarked, "Once we traverse this mountain range, we shall discover the location of the golden butterfly's heavenly flame. However, there are numerous perilous spirit beasts here. Senior sister, you must protect me." Shen Qingqiu smiled gently and replied, "Of course, who else could do so but your senior sister?" Chapter 27. The golden butterfly's acquisition. With a resounding clang, the spirit's sword was unsheathed, instantly bringing an end to two low-tier spirit beasts. Shen Qingqiu's expression remained utterly unperturbed as she continued to wield her sword, forging a path ahead. Lu Xiaoyu, possessing the celestial jade record, enabled them to effortlessly evade perilous spirit beasts, thus hastening their journey towards their destination. "Senior sister, we cannot proceed any further. A great danger lies ahead. Let us circumvent it on the left," Lu Xiaoyu whispered, her brow furrowed. Shen Qingqiu, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays, was determined to acquire the golden butterfly's celestial flame without hesitation. The two promptly chose to navigate the leftward route. Along the way, they encountered only low-tier spirit beasts, which posed no threat to them. Within a mere half-day, they successfully traversed the treacherous spirit beast mountains. "Senior sister, look!" Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed with surprise as she gazed ahead. Shen Qingqiu lifted her eyes in astonishment, revealing a picturesque lake adorned with blooming white lotuses that nearly covered its entire surface. Faintly, they perceived a striking golden lotus at the lake's center. "Senior sister, there stands a golden lotus. After a century, the white lotus transforms into a golden one. It can be used for alchemy or medicinal purposes, and consuming it can enhance one's cultivation," Lu Xiaoyu informed her eagerly. Shen Qingqiu nodded in acknowledgement. Yet her gaze did not linger on the golden lotus. Rather, it remained fixated on a butterfly fluttering gracefully in the air, roughly the size of a hand. its form aglow with brilliant golden light, resembling a fiery blaze. In an instant, Shen Qingqiu recognized its true identity. It was the very purpose of their expedition. The golden butterfly's celestial flame. The butterfly danced momentarily before alighting upon its favored golden lotus, commencing its feast. Senior sister, it is about to consume the last golden lotus. Lu Xiaoyu lamented, a hint of sorrow etched upon her face. This golden lotus was capable of enhancing her cultivation, and the thought of it being devoured by the butterfly stirred a pang of melancholy within her. Shen Qingqiu chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Lu Xiaoyu's hair. Do not fret. I shall seize it now and retrieve the golden lotus for you. With her words, Shen Qingqiu soared towards the lake's center, her form graceful and agile. The sword hummed as she unleashed a fierce blade of light directed at the butterfly. The latter, seemingly prepared, flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed a large portion of the lake, exhibiting tremendous power. Sizzling. The water evaporated rapidly, releasing billowing steam, akin to ascending white clouds. The golden butterfly's celestial flame ranked 36th on the heavenly fire list, considered one of the weaker celestial flames. Nonetheless, capturing it with her profound cultivation was no simple task. As the fierce flames surged toward her, Shen Qingqiu, quick-witted and bold, plunged into the lake's depths, employing water-based mystical techniques to swiftly stir the waters, generating 10 formidable water tornadoes to extinguish the blaze, resembling ethereal serpents as they continued their assault on the butterfly. Undeterred, the butterfly increased the frequency of its golden wings flaps, releasing a copious amount of celestial flames from its center in retaliation. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated as the water serpents were wholly vanquished by the terrifying celestial flames, cascading down like torrential rain. At that moment, a flash of purple elegance suddenly emerged from the lake's depths. Shen Qingqiu had already arrived at the center of the lake, executing the Tian Shu sword technique with the ferocity of a celestial wolf pouncing upon its prey. In an instant, she severed one of the golden butterfly's wings, which seemed to sense its peril and began to glide away, flapping its remaining wing while conjuring flames to escape. However, Shen Qingqiu would not allow it to flee unscathed. After evading the fiery onslaught, she once again ensnared the golden butterfly, her spiritual sword transforming into a celestial wolf that bit off its other wing. The golden butterfly immediately lost its ability to fly, plummeting swiftly to the lake's surface, where the water bubbled and churned, releasing a multitude of bubbles. Hooray! Senior sister succeeded, came the delighted shout from Lu Xiaoyu by the lakeside, and Shen Qingqiu's face lit up with joy. With a grace akin to a fish, she once more dove into the lake, retrieving the golden butterfly, and before leaving, she did not forget to sever the golden lotus, taking it along as well. Swish! Shen Qingqiu sheathed her sword and stood poised. Her wet garments quickly dried as she channeled her spiritual energy. Senior sister, please let me see the golden butterfly. It is truly beautiful. Shen Qingqiu nodded gently and then opened her palm, revealing a small golden butterfly that had regrown its delicate wings, albeit still appearing somewhat frail. Its essence was a flame. Even severely injured, it would not perish but merely grow weaker. So adorable. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the golden butterfly, her eyes sparkling with a faint starlight. Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, Xiaoyu, I owe you my gratitude. It is thanks to you that I could tame this golden butterfly. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to speak to your senior sister. I shall certainly stand by you. Here, take this golden lotus. Thank you. Senior sister. Lu Xiaoyu accepted the golden lotus with a sweet smile, stowing it away in her storage ring. Just then, a ferocious fire dragon roared and surged towards Shen Qingqiu, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Shen Qingqiu's expression changed dramatically. She swiftly shielded Lu Xiaoyu behind her and unleashed the Tian Xin sword technique, manifesting innate protective energy in all directions. The fire dragon collided with it, instantly shredded to pieces. Is it you? Why do you wish to kill us? Shen Qingqiu glared coldly at the youth before her, none other than Lin Yan. His previous rampage had caught her attention, and now they were destined to confront each other. Humph, spare me the pleasantries. Hand over the golden butterfly, and your life will be spared. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Lin Yan's defiant demeanor remained unchanged. Arriving a moment too late, he had witnessed Shen Qingqiu claim the golden butterfly, igniting his murderous intent, and he no longer bothered to conceal it. Arrogance! I shall see just how much you are worth. Shen Qingqiu urged Lu Xiaoyu to step aside. Lin Yan was formidable and not to be underestimated. Give me the golden butterfly. Lin Yan bellowed, intertwining his arms with two ferocious fire dragons, lunging towards Shen Qingqiu with claws bared. The extraordinary flames he wielded possessed astonishing power, capable of easily inflicting harm upon opponents. Yet, to dare underestimate her, merely for having refined a mere ember, was folly. Shen Qingqiu, a dignified celestial sovereign, far surpassed Lin Yin in combat experience and cultivation comprehension, even if currently suppressed to the level of the Xian realm. She was not someone Lin Yin could trifle with. Moreover, that was the former Shen Qingqiu. Having acquired the unparalleled swordsmanship of the Supreme Nine Luminaries directly from Lu Yang, my strength has been significantly augmented. As for Lin Yin, unless assisted by the enigmatic Bone Xian, he possesses but a slender chance of overcoming me at this juncture. Otherwise, at any moment we cross paths with Shen Qingqiu, our only recourse will be a hasty retreat. The ambition to seize the golden butterfly and vanquish the celestial supreme is nothing short of a fantastical daydream. Such a feat is unattainable. I, the young master, remain invincible within my realm. Under the oppressive force of the Tian Shu sword technique, Lin Yin experiences for the first time an overwhelming pressure. Shen Qingqiu's swordplay is flawless, devoid of any discernible weakness. After an arduous assault yielding no success, Lin Yin, exasperated, resolves to conclude the battle with a decisive strike. Beneath the fiery dragon, tremble. Chapter 28. The slaying of Lin Yin descended into madness, his entire being erupting with boundless spiritual energy, instilling fear in those who beheld him. A colossal fire dragon materialized above his head, stretching several dozen zhang in length, roaring ferociously. Witnessing the dragon's rampant expansion, Shen Qingqiu's complexion shifted. It was no wonder this individual dared to be so arrogant. With such combat prowess at a mere transcendence realm and at such a young age, he indeed possessed an invincible aura. However, who among them had not once been a prodigy in their youth? Having cultivated to the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign, she was certainly no superficial figure. The sword intent emanating from Shen Qingqiu underwent a profound transformation, distinct from that of Tian Shu and Tian Xian. This was the third supreme sword technique imparted by Lu Yang, Tianji. Tianji was the essence of destruction, annihilating illusions, and specifically designed to counter spiritual transformations. The fire dragon conjured by Lin Yin was not a tangible entity, but a manifestation of spiritual essence. Although it fought fiercely and could be manipulated by its master's will at all times, it was utterly futile against the absolute restraint of the Tianji sword technique. One could assert that Lin Yin's invincibility was merely a result of his not yet encountering Shen Qingqiu. Her gaze was piercing, and she held her sword steady, waiting until her sword intent reached its zenith. With a decisive swing aimed at the ferocious fire dragon, she uttered a single word: break. A thunderous wail erupted from the massive fire dragon, as if it had encountered its fatal nemesis. Under the weight of her sword strike, it shattered instantaneously, transforming into countless specks of starlight that dispersed into oblivion. I have actually been defeated. Lin Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The dragon summoning technique he had unleashed was effortlessly severed by that woman's single strike, resulting in a backlash that injured his very essence and rendered him incapable of further combat. At that moment, a graceful purple figure floated into the scene. Lin Yin discerned the icy killing intent in Shen Qingqiu's eyes and inwardly cursed his misfortune. He hastily called for Gu Xian's assistance, however. Gu Xian's soul energy had been exhausted and had fallen into a deep slumber, unable to respond to his plea for salvation. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through his chest. Looking down, he realized his heart had been penetrated by a sharp blade. Fixing a desperate stare upon Shen Qingqiu, his consciousness began to wane. Unmoved, Shen Qingqiu withdrew her spiritual sword and severed his neck, subsequently kicking him into the lake. After confirming that there was no sign of movement from the depths, she turned to leave with Lu Xiaoyu in tow. On their return journey, they fortuitously encountered a group attempting to force their way into the Spirit Beast mountain range. Shen Qingqiu was in a foul mood and paid them no heed, ruthlessly slaughtering spirit beasts as she made her way out of the mountains. Hiss. The wrathful Shen Fairy was truly terrifying. Which fool had dared to provoke her? They better come out and accept their fate. The crowd wiped their foreheads with cold sweat, hastily retreating, fearful of incurring Shen Qingqiu's wrath, as they could not fathom how their demise might unfold. The princes and princesses from the ancient nation and the fire nation exchanged glances, equally bewildered by the events unfolding. However, upon seeing Shen Qingqiu's intent to depart from the Golden Yuan Cave Heaven, they swiftly realized that the grand opportunity here no longer pertained to them, forcing them to seek lesser alternatives. The Golden Yuan Cave Heaven was vast, filled with an abundance of spiritual herbs and beasts, providing ample room for exploration. 3 more days passed, and Shen Qingqiu and Lu Xiaoyu emerged from the Golden Yuan Cave Heaven. After the suppression of the Dongdian law was lifted, Shen Qingqiu's formidable cultivation was instantly restored. Upon sensing the presence of a supreme realm expert, the 2 emperors of the nation promptly arrived to offer their congratulations and inquired about the safety of the 4 royal princes and princesses. Shen Qingqiu succinctly reassured them not to worry, and then departed from the Jinyuan Dongdian with Lu Xiaoyu. Later that day, in an unnamed small town, within a bustling tavern, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at a table laden with exquisite spiritual delicacies. With a gentle clap of her hands, she could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Senior sister, you are truly wonderful. We have a feast to enjoy. You have indeed helped me greatly this time. So it is only fitting that I treat you to a grand meal," Shen Qingqiu replied, sitting closely beside Lu Xiaoyu, affectionately ruffling her hair, her eyes brimming with delight. As the master sister of Tianyang Peak, Shen Qingqiu cherished her 2 younger disciples, especially Lu Xiaoyu, who was like her precious little darling. Whenever any significant opportunity arose, Lu Xiaoyu would be the first to inform Shen Qingqiu. Who could resist such a charming little fortune-bringer? "Hiki, senior sister, I shall not be polite then." Lu Xiaoyu beamed with joy as she began to indulge in the culinary delights before her. Shen Qingqiu smiled warmly at her, but then suddenly said, "Xiaoyu, this time you must return to Tianyang Peak with me. You cannot continue to wander aimlessly outside." With her mouth full of delicious food, Lu Xiaoyu turned to look at Shen Qingqiu, then shook her head and stammered, "Senior sister, I do not want to go back. Tianyang Peak is a place of great peril." Shen Qingqiu cast her a sidelong glance. This response was exactly the same as before. "Since you are aware that it is a place of great peril, why did you choose to ascend the mountain to seek a master?" Among the 7 of them, Lu Xiaoyu was the most unique. She had taken the initiative to seek out the peak master, Lu Yang, as her teacher, and had secretly slipped away from the sacred grounds just days after her initiation. It had been 2 years since she last returned. As Lu Xiaoyu swallowed her food, her delicate brows furrowed, seemingly puzzled as to why she had acted in such a manner, and she finally confessed, "It was not my decision. It was the divine transformation jade butterfly that compelled me to do so." "What? It was it that made you do this?" Shen Qingqiu was taken aback. The divine transformation jade butterfly had never been mistaken. Why would it instruct Lu Xiaoyu to seek a master? Shen Qingqiu, somewhat perplexed, sighed and said, "Xiaoyu, as the personal disciple of your master, you have specific goals to achieve. If you fail to complete them, it is highly likely that you will be expelled from the sect." Ah, Lu Xiaoyu's expression froze, her face displaying a look of anxiety, vividly flushed. "Oh dear. Senior sister, why are you telling me this now? The divine transformation jade butterfly does not allow me to leave the sect. I cannot be expelled from Tianyang Peak, even though I have never returned." Seeing Lu Xiaoyu's panicked demeanor, Shen Qingqiu could not help but smile at her radiant face, yet she sternly admonished, "You are aware that you have never returned? It has been over 2 years, and you have not even visited your master once. If I were in his position, you would be the first to be expelled." "Ah, senior sister, please don't. You must help me." Lu Xiaoyu, in a flurry of desperation, attempted to rush into Shen Qingqiu's embrace for comfort, but the latter, finding her sticky with grease, quickly intercepted her, preventing her from snuggling too closely. "Senior sister, please help little fish. I am your dearest 6th junior sister." Shen Qingqiu could hardly contain her amusement, bursting into laughter for a moment before speaking. All right. I shall cease my teasing. Every 3 years, the sacred land conducts an evaluation for new disciples. If you fail to achieve a commendable rank, it is the master who may cast you out from our sect. How long until the evaluation? In less than a year. So, do you wish to accompany your senior sister back to Tianyang Peak? Lu Xiaoyu nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. Once I finish this meal, I will immediately return with you to Tianyang Peak for training. If master gets angry and scolds me, you must remember to step in and defend little fish." Shen Qingqiu found this utterly amusing. The once wrathful master who would lash out had long since passed. Nevertheless, she readily agreed to Lu Xiaoyu's request, smiling. "Of course, who else would I stand up for if not my junior sister?" Chapter 29. The return to Tianyang Peak. A few days later, beneath the shade of a phoenix tree at Tianyang Peak, the swing swayed back and forth gently. Lang Wushuang's fair face flushed slightly as she sat beside Lu Yang. She turned her head to gaze at Lu Yang's visage and inquired, "Master, may I pose a question? Having tasted both my sisters and my offering, which do you find more delectable? Which do you prefer?" Upon finishing her question, Lung Wushuang swiftly pursed her cherry lips. The implication of her intent unmistakable. Lu Yang chuckled softly, dismissing the question as beneath his consideration. Your elder sister has been away from Tianyang Peak for some time. She should be returning soon. At this, Lang Wushuang's body suddenly tensed, an expression of trepidation crossing her features. She feared that Shen Qingqiu would return and chastise her for her perceived impropriety. After all, her sister had only just departed, and here she was, entangled with her master. An act deemed most rebellious. A flicker of panic glimmered in her eyes, yet she resolutely clung to Lu Yang's arm, declaring defiantly, I am not afraid. Let her do her worst. Lu Yang, at a loss for words, gently pinched her delicate cheek and remarked, You are Lang Wushuang, a harbinger of death. Must you cling so? It would be prudent to retain your assassin's demeanor. Absolutely not. Lang Wushuang vehemently shook her head, her gaze unwavering. Master, you have imparted to me the Qinglian sword technique and bestowed upon me formidable scriptures. Regardless of how many beautiful companions you may have in the future, I, Lang Wushuang, am resolutely attached to you. Lu Yang felt a stirring in his heart, letting out a soft sigh, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. In the future, Lang Wushuang would become a ruthless killer, exuding a chilling aura of death that would instill fear even in the supernatural. Through the pages of the Seeking Immortality tome, he could sense her boundless murderous intent, enough to astonish heaven and earth, unparalleled throughout the ages. Yet now, she appeared as docile as a charming kitten, occasionally licking his face, his lips, and his fingers. However, Lu Yang understood that such moments were fleeting. One must savor the present. As he narrowed his eyes in a smile, preparing to ruffle her hair, suddenly, Lang Wushuang's delicate form quivered. She swiftly turned her gaze toward the foot of Tianyang Peak, then quickly dismounted from the swing, her face displaying alarm. Master, this is not good. My elder sister has returned. Lu Yang found amusement in her reaction and retorted, Did you not proclaim that you were unafraid of Chou'er discovering our relationship? Why the rush? Lang Wushuang's cheeks turned a deep crimson as she replied haughtily, Of course. I am not afraid of my elder sister knowing of our bond. It is merely that this time, besides my elder sister, others have returned as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang paused momentarily. Another disciple had returned to Tianyang Peak. He wondered who it could be meanwhile, at the foot of Tianyang Peak. Lu Xiaoyu clutched Shen Qingqiu's hand tightly, her heart racing as she surveyed the surroundings, a sense of unease washing over her. Shen Qingqiu reassured her, Little fish. There is no need to be anxious. We are merely returning to the sect. Your sister is not taking you anywhere nefarious. Lu Xiaoyu, though she believed her sister, felt a sense of unfamiliarity after such a long absence. She managed a gentle smile, attempting to mask her inner turmoil and apprehension. For her, Tianyang Peak was a place of great peril. The Divine Jade Codex is infallible. However, it still necessitates that Lu Xiaoyu ascend the mountain to seek a master. She is perplexed by this requirement and, once she successfully pays her respects, hastens back down the mountain to evade impending peril. Shen Qingqiu, perceptive and understanding, recognizes her trepidation and, turning back, gently cups her face with her hands, smiling. Xiaoyu, there is no need for concern. Your senior sister will protect you. Lu Xiaoyu gazes at her quietly, then nods earnestly. Yes, I trust you, senior sister. The two continue onward, and Shen Qingqiu reassures her, When you meet our master, do not be anxious. He is quite gentle. Lu Xiaoyu cannot fully agree. During her ascent, she encountered 5 senior sisters who treated her kindly, none exhibiting malevolence. Particularly, Shen Qingqiu showed her the greatest care, attending to her needs with meticulous attention. Lu Xiaoyu holds a special fondness for her, even bestowing upon her a communication stone for private correspondence. As for their master, Lu Yang, she finds it difficult to harbor any affection, harboring doubts that he may indeed embody the ominous presence atop Tianyang Peak. Xiaoyu has arrived, Shen Qingqiu announces as they approach the Grand Palace, the abode of their master. Lu Xiaoyu nods, recognizing the magnificent structure where she had previously sought her master, with the 5 senior sisters observing her then. The thought of meeting Master Lu Yang sends beads of sweat forming in her palms, anxiety gripping her, but her senior sister's presence provides solace, allowing her to proceed. They step into the palace, and after a prolonged separation, Shen Qingqiu beams upon seeing Lu Yang. Disciple, I present my respects to you, master. Lu Xiaoyu dares not raise her gaze to meet Lu Yang's eyes, standing beside Shen Qingqiu, her voice trembling as she stutters. Disciple Lu Xiaoyu pays her respects, master. From his elevated position, upon hearing the name Lu Xiaoyu, Liu Yang's interest is piqued. Before him stands a petite girl clad in a red outfit, unmistakably Lu Xiaoyu. He cannot be mistaken. She possesses a jade plate known as the Divine Jade Codex, the most extraordinary treasure from the tome Pursuing Immortality. This artifact renders all opportunities and crises as mere blank slates, akin to possessing the gift of foresight. Indeed, it is Lu Xiaoyu who, favored by the Divine Jade Codex, embodies unparalleled fortune, unmatched by any. However, as time passed, Master Lu Yang uncovered the secrets of the Codex and began to devise ways to coerce Lu Xiaoyu into seeking opportunities for him. His insatiable greed ultimately led him to covet the Codex itself, forcibly seizing it from Lu Xiaoyu and imprisoning her in the depths of the sacred dungeon. Yet, Master Lu Yang was gravely mistaken, believing that acquiring the Divine Jade Codex would grant him unrestrained access to celestial opportunities. Little did he know, the Codex recognizes only Lu Xiaoyu. Others are utterly unworthy of wielding its power. For Liu Yang, possessing the Codex amounted to nothing more than acquiring a lifeless object. Indestructible and unyielding. By that time, his ties with Lu Xiaoyu had been severed, though he refrained from publicly declaring their estrangement. Such a miraculous artifact. He would never return to her. In a fit of rage, he cast it into the depths of the northern sea, burying it within the abyss. In a final act of despicable treachery, he deceived Lu Xiaoyu into marrying as a concubine to a scion of an ancient family. In order to reclaim the treasured jade record, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to acquiesce unconditionally. This was, of course, a cunning ruse devised by the Peak Master, Liu Yang, to achieve his ends. This time, Liu Yang was determined not to let the future repeat itself. He gazed down upon Lu Xiaoyu with an air of superiority, his demeanor amiable. "So, you are Lu Xiaoyu. How long has it been since you departed from Tianyang Peak after becoming my disciple?" Liu Yang's tone was notably calm, laced with a hint of playful mockery. However, his words struck a chord of astonishment in the hearts of Shen Qingqiu and Lung Wushuang. He was privy to the details of Xiaoyu's apprenticeship. What other secrets of Tianyang Peak did he possess? Unlike the two women, Lu Xiaoyu harbored a profound fear of Peak Master Liu Yang, and her petite frame trembled involuntarily as she stammered, "I report to you, Master, it has been 2 years. Chapter 30. The Golden Dragon Emperor Flame. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years had swiftly passed. The Master thought you might have regretted your decision to become a disciple and considered betraying the sect." Liu Yang, aware of Lu Xiaoyu's timid nature and naive disposition, felt that teasing her was akin to tormenting a bundle of cotton. As anticipated, upon hearing the phrase "betray the sect," Lu Xiaoyu trembled even more, on the verge of tears. No, I have never regretted it, Master. Please do not expel me from Tianyang Peak. I realize my mistakes and promise to respect you and follow your commands henceforth. I shall not misbehave again." Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Liu Yang chose not to frighten her further and chuckled warmly. "Very well. I shall not expel you from Tianyang Peak for the time being. Lift your head so I may see you properly. After wandering outside for 2 years, have you grown fatter or thinner?" "Yes, Master. I obey," Lu Xiaoyu replied, relief washing over her upon hearing that she would not be sent away. Gradually, she raised her delicate face, her complexion rosy and slightly bashful. She had only met the Peak Master, Liu Yang, once before, and even now, with a change in appearance, she could hardly recognize him, let alone the fact that he bore a resemblance to her own master. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoyu's true appearance, Liu Yang was filled with joy. She was indeed just as he had envisioned. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Dressed in a little red top and shorts, she displayed her smooth, fair arms and legs, particularly noticeable with a large fabric bag slung over her waist, making her stand out in the crowd. Suddenly, Lung Wushuang furrowed her brow and said, "Xiaoyu, why do you look just the same as 2 years ago? There is hardly any change." Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, then lowered her head to scrutinize her own petite frame, puffing out her chest as she muttered softly, "Could it be? I feel like I've grown up. Is it just my imagination? What are you mumbling about? Haven't you been eating well or sleeping well while outside?" Liu Yang inquired. Lu Xiaoyu's expression faltered, and her confidence evaporated. Reporting to Master, it should be so. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's expression grew serious. "From now on, without my command, you are not to leave the peak. Chioer, please prepare some nutritious dishes during this time. Do not let your little junior sister go hungry." "Ah, this." Lu Xiaoyu opened her mouth, seemingly incredulous at what she had just heard. When did Master become so concerned about his disciple, especially one he had met only once, who had not returned to Tianyang Peak for 2 whole years. For a moment, warmth enveloped Lu Xiaoyu's heart, yet she felt a tinge of confusion. This seemed quite different from what she had heard from her senior sister. He understood how to care for his disciples and no longer flew into rages? Yes, master, Shen Qingqiu responded readily. She then summoned a golden butterfly from within, enveloped in spiritual energy. Master, this is the fortune within the Golden Yuan Cave Heaven, the golden butterfly flame, ranked 36th on the heavenly fire list. Upon hearing this, not only was Lu Yong astonished, but even Lang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with surprise. It is indeed a divine fire ranked on the heavenly fire list. Senior sister. It seems junior sister is about to congratulate you on your breakthrough to the divine fire realm in advance. Thus, the journey of cultivation continued. Upon reaching the supreme realm, one becomes sufficiently capable of ruling a kingdom and commanding a vast empire spanning millions of miles. Advancing to the next level, known as the divine fire realm, entails igniting the sacred flame that illuminates the path of enlightenment. Achieving this state signifies transcendence from the mundane, embarking on one's true journey, resulting in a significant increase in lifespan and a dramatic surge in combat prowess, with every movement exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. With the assistance of the golden butterfly divine flame, Shen Qingqiu finds it easier to succeed, and upon entering the divine fire realm, her strength will far surpass that of ordinary cultivators. Ah, I must congratulate you, senior sister, exclaimed Lu Xiaoyu, the esteemed contributor to this endeavor. Without any intention of claiming credit, Shen Qingqiu smiled radiantly. Had it not been for Lu Yang's presence, she would have lavished affection upon Lu Xiaoyu. Zhou'er, with the aid of the heavenly fire, I presume you will be entering seclusion for cultivation? Lu Yang's face beamed with joy. The stronger Shen Qingqiu became, the safer he felt. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingqiu gently shook her head and replied with a smile, Master, you are mistaken. I wish to offer it to you. There remains a considerable distance to attain the perfection of the heavenly supreme, and I have ample time to prepare. However, as you have dispersed your cultivation to start anew, refining the heavenly fire would be immensely beneficial at this moment. What? The expressions of the three present changed drastically. Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of dizziness. Cupping her face in her hands and discovering it was rather hot, she immediately sought Shen Qingqiu's assistance, saying, Senior sister, I think I might have a fever. I could have sworn I heard you saying something nonsensical. You are not ill. Shen Qingqiu chuckled, taking the opportunity to check her forehead. Lu Xiaoyu, you wouldn't hold it against senior sister for gifting the golden butterfly to master, would you? Shen Qingqiu understood that acquiring the golden butterfly divine flame was entirely due to Lu Xiaoyu's efforts. It was evident that Lu Xiaoyu cherished the little golden butterfly, yet alas, this opportunity was not meant for her. After careful consideration, Lu Xiaoyu shook her head and replied, No, this is your chance, senior sister. You have every right to bestow it as you see fit. Senior sister, you must think this through. The heavenly fire is a rare treasure. Once offered to master, there may not be another opportunity to encounter it. Lang Wushuang remarked, her brows furrowing in concern, genuinely startled by Shen Qingqiu's decision. For the sake of her master, Shen Qingqiu was willing to relinquish such a significant opportunity, leaving Lang Wushuang feeling a sense of inadequacy. Upon reflection, she realized she had yet to present any gifts to Lu Yang. In an instant, her embarrassment deepened. Thank you for your kind intentions, Wushuang. But my mind is made up. There is no need for persuasion. Shen Qingqiu declared, Master, you must not refuse. Accept the golden butterfly swiftly. With a graceful wave of her hand, the little gold-winged butterfly fluttered into Lu Yang's grasp. Lu Yang stared in astonishment at the butterfly before him, his mind swirling with thoughts, genuinely touched by Shen Qingqiu's gesture. Who would be foolish enough to relinquish such an opportunity so easily? Even among kin, such selflessness was rare. This disciple's filial piety was truly commendable, making it impossible not to hold her in high regard. Moreover, Lu Yang felt gratitude towards Shen Qingqiu, for her devotion ensured his own strength would continue to grow. Ding! Disciple Shen Qingqiu has gifted the host the golden butterfly divine flame, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Rewarding the golden dragon emperor flame. Golden dragon emperor flame. Description: in the world, there exists the true dragon, and among them, the five-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon emperor flame ranks 5th on the heavenly fire list, derived from the remains of a millennia-old golden dragon, enduring through the ages, never to extinguish. By refining the emperor flame and transforming it into dragon bones, one can render the physical body comparable to that of a golden dragon, indestructible and possessing boundless strength. capable of upheaving mountains and seas with ease. Hiss! Lu Yang inhaled sharply, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The Immortal Sutra of Eternal Life and the Golden Dragon Emperor Flame are both ultimate methods for refining the physical body. The former enables Lu Yang to cultivate golden blood and golden immortal bones, while the latter allows his entire skeletal structure to transform into dragon bones, elevating his corporeal form to unprecedented heights. Lu Yang found it difficult to fathom what level his physical body would attain through the amalgamation of these two extraordinary forces. Faced with such a formidable and terrifying physique, who could possibly withstand his onslaught? Chapter 31. The Autumn Left Behind Chior. Lu Yang gazed at Shen Qingqiu with a warm smile, gently calling her name. Disciple is here. Shen Qingqiu indeed wished to assist Lu Yang in his swift growth. As the master of Tianyang Peak, he ought to possess commensurate strength. Otherwise, by the time the sacred land reacted, it would be too late. Lu Yang comprehended this well. Recognizing Shen Qingqiu's earnest intentions and all she had done for Tianyang Peak. Your goodwill has been received, Master understands. However, this golden butterfly celestial flame is an opportunity you have painstakingly retrieved. How could I, as your master, selfishly claim your hard-earned success? Please take it back. I have no use for it. But master, how could you not use it? Disciple can assist you in refining it. Upon hearing Lu Yang's refusal, Shen Qingqiu felt a surge of urgency, her expression filled with confusion. Lu Yang chuckled. Chior, you have misunderstood my meaning. I do not require it because master possesses something superior. You should keep this golden butterfly for yourself. Ah. Shen Qingqiu was momentarily struck, her delicate face twitching slightly. She had not anticipated that Lu Yang's reason for rejection would be this. Master had something better and thus deemed the golden butterfly unworthy. In that instant, she felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing to dig her toes into the ground. Beside them, Lang Wushuang and Lu Xiaoyu were equally dumbfounded. How wealthy must this master be to regard the golden butterfly's celestial flame with such disdain? Having witnessed Lu Yang's profound heritage, Lang Wushuang was momentarily astonished but soon accepted it as a matter of course, while Lu Xiaoyu felt as if she were seeing master for the first time. Struggling to understand him, the three of them stood there, staring blankly at Lu Yang, caught in a moment of bewilderment. Lu Yang found their reactions amusing and cleared his throat, saying, "Let me add one more thing. If you wish to present precious gifts to your master, I would be delighted, for it reflects your sincere intentions. Naturally, I must accept, but you must take the gifts back, understood?" "Yes, disciple understands," the three replied in unison. Their hearts stirred. Lu Yang nodded appreciatively, smiled at Shen Qingqiu, and said, "All right, Chior, you remain. You two may leave for now." Upon hearing this, Lang Wushuang said nothing further and promptly led Lu Xiaoyu out of the hall, closing the door behind them. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes gleaming with affection, misty with emotion. "Still not coming up?" Lu Yang softly urged. Only then did Shen Qingqiu bite her lip, gracefully ascend, and naturally settle into Lu Yang's embrace, bashful like a little lamb, the fragrance of peach blossoms enveloping them. Lu Yang returned the restrained golden butterfly's celestial flame to Shen Qingqiu, saying, "Chior, this is for you. It has been some time since we last met. Have you missed your master?" "Of course. That is good to hear. I, too, have felt the same." Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, her body radiating warmth, her eyes laden with emotion as she watched Lu Yang lean closer, her heart racing, ripples of excitement coursing through her. After a long while, "Chior, my cultivation has stagnated at the Purple Mansion realm for quite some time. I shall now enter a period of seclusion, and all matters, big and small, atop Tianyang Peak will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, master, you may focus on your cultivation. I will handle everything else." Shen Qingqiu remains the same Shen Qingqiu, gentle and pure-hearted, always eager to alleviate master's burdens. Unconsciously, Lu Yang tightened his embrace around her, his tone earnest. "Chior, grant me a little more time, and I shall surely heal the wounds on your back, compensating for my previous shortcomings." Shen Qingqiu's delicate hand caressed Lu Yang's cheek, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief as she smiled coyly. "Is it merely compensation that master desires, or is there something more?" Realizing his thoughts had been unveiled, a hint of embarrassment colored Lu Yang's face, and he readily admitted, "Indeed, there is more to it, Chior. When the time comes you wouldn't refuse me, would you? You naughty master." Shen Qingqiu playfully chided in her heart, her jade-like face flushing like the evening glow, resembling a vibrant peach blossom. Lowering her head shyly, she murmured, "Of course not. As long as master desires it, I am always ready to assist you." "Oh, Do you understand what assisting entails? Lu Yang asked in surprise. Shen Qingqiu lifted her exquisite face with a touch of pride, her eyes sparkling with life, and replied, assisting means shedding one's garments, standing unclothed and neatly arranged beside you, then kneeling in reverence before master. Ha ha, Chioer, you are truly knowledgeable. I cannot compare to you. After hearing this, Lu Yang genuinely found amusement, bursting into hearty laughter. They continued their conversation for a while before allowing her to depart the hall, while he remained to enter seclusion. Intending to refine the Golden Dragon Emperor flame and simultaneously break through to the Dao Palace realm. Reflecting on the passage of time, Lu Yang had been at Tianyang Peak for over a year, from an ordinary mortal to the blood transformation realm. He had opened the Dantian Sea of Bitterness and progressed into the Wheel Sea realm. He then further cultivated, establishing a magnificent purple mansion hall above the Wheel Sea, allowing the spiritual liquid within to flow ceaselessly, thereby enhancing the potency of his mystical arts. Now, he was poised to challenge the Dao Palace realm. Such astonishing progress was indeed incredible. Sitting in stillness, he calmed his mind and turned inward to the sea of bitterness within his Dantian, which had transformed into the Wheel Sea, a vast expanse of spiritual liquid resembling a small ocean, truly formidable. Above the Wheel Sea, a grand hall materialized, the Purple Mansion, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy, greatly amplifying the power of his mystical techniques. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar pierced the heavens. A five-clawed golden dragon surged into the Wheel Sea, creating tumultuous waves and soaring into the sky, drifting into the Purple Mansion. The terrifying aura emanating from the golden dragon nearly shattered the carefully constructed Purple Mansion. Is this the Golden Dragon Emperor Flame? What an intimidating presence. Fortunately, I cultivate the undying Immortal Sutra, which stabilizes the Purple Mansion. Otherwise, I would truly be helpless against it. A sudden shift in Lu Yang's aura occurred, exuding an unparalleled majesty, akin to an exalted emperor. Gazing at the wild and unrestrained golden dragon, he declared fiercely, "This is my territory. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you shall submit and be subdued." As soon as the words fell, numerous dazzling golden chains of divine light soared from the Zifu, radiating brilliance and intertwining with celestial patterns, ensnaring the golden dragon tightly and forcibly dragging it into the Zifu for confinement and suppression. Roaring with fury, the golden dragon struggled fiercely. However, the divine chains were indomitable and possessed boundless power. Despite its myriad attempts to break free, it remained trapped, as the Zifu constructed by Lu Yang was intricately linked to his cultivation methods. The immortal and indestructible celestial scripture was undeniably formidable. Even the Golden Dragon Emperor Yin had to succumb to its relentless suppression. After a moment, a wisp of imperial flame emerged from the Golden Dragon, which Lu Yang promptly began to refine. Chapter 32. Enlightenment of the Golden Bones at Tianyang Peak. The climate is perpetually pleasant, reminiscent of spring. Time flows by, and half a year has passed once again. Within the grand hall, Lu Yang sits cross-legged, exuding an aura of majesty, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden light, akin to a resplendent sun ascending slowly, with dragon energy soaring into the heavens, unmatched in its dominance. After refining several strands of the Golden Dragon Emperor Flame, Lu Yang's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His vertebrae subtly began to resemble those of a dragon, his waist imbued with boundless strength, and his bones exhibited slight changes, indistinguishable from dragon bones. The terrifying effects of merely refining a few strands of the Emperor Flame leave one to ponder the formidable state his body might achieve upon fully refining the Golden Dragon Emperor Flame. Moreover, under the influence of the Emperor Flame, Lu Yang's cultivation of the immortal and indestructible celestial scripture has also progressed. Within his bloodstream, faint glimmers of starlight emerge, shimmering like golden sand, emanating a powerful energy that stirs the spirit. The surface of his white jade bones is also adorned with sparse golden light, terrifying in its potency, elevating Lu Yang's physical strength once more, with vitality akin to a boundless sea. Boom, boom, like the roar of mountains and the surge of oceans. Tremendous changes unfold within Lu Yang's Wheel Sea. The vast ocean swells, waves crashing, and the sea of suffering expands, accommodating more spiritual liquid. Above the Wheel Sea, the Purple Mansion undergoes a transformation, evolving into a more magnificent and resplendent Taoist palace, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, lifelike in their portrayal, each brick, stone, and pillar as substantial as reality itself, radiant with myriad rays of dawn, reminiscent of a celestial palace, where a golden dragon is ensnared within the Taoist palace. Roaring in fury, bound by divine chains, unable to break free. Simultaneously, outside the hall, the mountains tremble. Lu Yang's three female disciples gather, their eyes filled with astonishment. Lang Wushuang and Lu Xiaoyu witness Lu Yang's breakthrough into a grand realm for the first time, an unprecedented spectacle. Lu Xiaoyu, her face alight with trepidation, cradles her cheeks in her hands and gasps in disbelief. Senior sister, is Master truly breaking through to the Taoist Palace realm? And not the divine transformation realm, or something else? Her cultivation level is at the late stage of the Taoist Palace realm, and no one present can feel the impact as acutely as she does. The immense force generated by Lu Yang's breakthrough could not possibly manifest within the Taoist Palace realm. Even the next realm, the profound understanding realm, might not achieve such a grand intensity. Indeed, I have said before, Master is a divine being. Shen Qingqiu chuckles softly, her face brimming with pride and admiration. The ability to create such an overwhelming presence at the Taoist Palace realm is something Shen Qingqiu is confident she cannot replicate. In her eyes, she feels she is no match for Lu Yang, who is truly formidable. Ah! Lu Xiaoyu exclaims, her spirit sinking. It's over, it's over. I am currently at the same realm as Master, yet I feel that even 10 Lu Xiaoyus would be no match for him. What should I do, senior sister? The pressure is immense. Lang Wushuang finds her plight amusing and promptly pulls her into a comforting embrace. Little one, what pressure could you possibly have? He is our master, not an adversary. Build a good rapport with him, and you need not worry about being bullied. Ah, yes. Senior sister makes a valid point. Lu Xiaoyu realizes with a nod, only to become indignant again, pouting. But Xiaoyu is not a little one. I have grown up. Just look. Lu Xiaoyu broke free from the chilling grasp of Lang Wushuang, slightly weak yet bravely straightening her petite frame. Upon returning to Tianyang Peak, under the attentive care of Shen Qingqiu and the replenishment of various nourishing delicacies, Lu Xiaoyu's stature remained largely unchanged. Yet the areas that required development had indeed shown improvement. Observing her appearance, Lang Wushuang found herself both amused and exasperated. It was perplexing how Lu Xiaoyu could don such a delicate faade and utter such resolute words. Is that so? Very well, this evening. You shall accompany your senior sister to play in the Yinxing pool. Lu Xiaoyu froze, as though she had heard something profoundly terrifying, immediately retreating behind Shen Qingqiu, fervently shaking her head. I want to go. Not even if it kills me, the third senior sister will bully me. Lang Wushuang's eyelashes fluttered, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she threatened. You truly want to go? Then I shall cease instructing you in sword techniques. When you inevitably fail the sacred ground assessment in 6 months, someone will be cast out from the sect. No, no. Xiaoyu cannot be expelled from Tianyang Peak. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears, a mist of emotion threatening to spill over, and she could only plead with Shen Qingqiu, Senior sister, you must help me. Xiaoyu cannot bear to leave you and our master. Shen Qingqiu shot Lang Wushuang a disapproving glance, warning her to refrain from bullying Lu Xiaoyu, then consoled her. All right. Senior sister will accompany you in practice shortly. You still have 6 months. You must strive diligently. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, beaming. Yes, senior sister. Xiaoyu will listen to you. Enough now, everyone quiet down. Our master is about to emerge from seclusion. While Lu Yang's breakthrough was indeed tumultuous, under Shen Qingqiu's formidable cultivation, the commotion echoed solely within Tianyang Peak, failing to reach other realms. At that moment, Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes, as if golden flames erupted forth, exuding an overwhelming dominance. His vitality surged, imbued with the might to upheave mountains and rivers, his physique robust, radiating brilliance, and exhibiting boundless strength, akin to an inexhaustible divine power. Particularly after refining the Golden Dragon Emperor flame, golden light surged through his blood and bones, concentrating power at a single point, evoking an aura of penetrating strength capable of shattering gold and stone. Indeed, a terrifying prowess. Lu Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction, mildly bowing his head only to feel a slight shift in his expression, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. Both the Golden Dragon Emperor flame and the Undying Immortal Sutra were the epitome of solar and unyielding forces. Each time he completed his training, it would cause the yang energy within him to ascend, akin to the fierce sun of the 9 heavens. Now, his body began to circulate golden blood, transforming into golden bones. The power within was even more domineering, effortlessly splitting gold and stone. As he meticulously sensed the changes throughout his body, Lu Yang confidently puffed out his chest and laughed. I never imagined there would be such remarkable benefits from my training. In my previous mortal form, while I would say I felt inferior, it was merely ordinary. But now, it is somewhat intimidating. Shaking his head, he sought to calm his restless thoughts. He then rose, strolling leisurely to push open the grand doors of the hall, ready to greet his three beloved disciples. Congratulations, Master, on returning to the Dao Palace realm. The three women, upon seeing Lu Yang emerge from seclusion, were instantly elated to offer their congratulations. However, suddenly, their expressions shifted, sensing an overwhelming fear emanating from Lu Yang. A surge of vitality akin to an immense, roaring ocean enveloped them, causing their cheeks to flush and their breaths to quicken. Particularly affected were Shen Qingqiu and Long Wushuang, who had committed a grievous transgression with Lu Yang. Their hearts fluttered, revealing a hint of allure on their delicate faces. Why do you all look so unusual? Lu Yang noticed their strange expressions and promptly reigned in his formidable presence. As the pressure dissipated, the three regained their composure, especially Shen Qingqiu and Long Wushuang, who felt a profound sense of shame, realizing how inappropriate it was for them to be affected by Lu Yang's aura given their cultivation levels. Only Lu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and weakly remarked, Master, you were quite frightening just now. I nearly thought I had encountered an ancient beast. Lu Yang chuckled. Fear not, Xiaoyu. Even if it were an ancient beast, I would never harm you. Lu Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Master. By the way, I heard that you wish for me to participate in the sacred land assessment in 6 months. If I do not rank well, will I be expelled from the sect? With a pitiful gaze, Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yang, her petite fists clenched, filled with anxiety and trepidation. The Qishao Sacred Land conducts assessments for newly joined disciples every 3 years. Only those who excel may have the opportunity to join one of the 7 main peaks as inner disciples. Exceptional talents might even garner the favor of peak masters or elders, becoming core disciples or even personal disciples. Lu Xiaoyu's status as Lu Yang's personal disciple was akin to having taken a shortcut. Should she fail to secure a position in the top 10 in this assessment, her status as a personal disciple would be jeopardized, likely inciting dissatisfaction among the other disciples. The Qishao Sacred Land prides itself on fairness, treating all disciples equally and ensuring that gifted individuals are not overlooked, nor allowing power to corrupt from within. Therefore, if Lu Xiaoyu ultimately failed the assessment, she would have to relinquish her position as a personal disciple. Whether Lu Yang would continue to take on personal disciples thereafter would depend on his choice. But Lu Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be ineligible. Shen Qingqiu regained her composure, her eyes filled with affection as she explained the rules of the Sacred Land assessment to Lu Yang. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, somewhat bewildered, quietly asked Lang Wushuang, third sister, does Master not know the rules of the assessment? It seems like you understand more than he does. Lang Wushuang smiled knowingly, fully aware of the reason but refraining from voicing it, replying, our master is quite busy. How could he possibly grasp every detail? Otherwise, what would we disciples be for? Oh, I see now, Lu Xiaoyu thought to herself, realizing the truth. She obediently stood aside, choosing to remain silent. Master, it is indeed challenging for me to stand out among over 10,000 participants. What do you think? Shen Qingqiu furrowed her brows, filled with apprehension. Given Lu Xiaoyu's aptitude, becoming a core disciple was not an insurmountable challenge. However, attaining the status of an inner disciple, requiring a position within the top 10 among 10,000 disciples, was a far more daunting task. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the brutal competition within the sacred grounds, let alone the outside world. Everyone aspired to be a core disciple or an inner disciple, drawn by the abundant resources and privileges offered by the sacred grounds. Particularly the unparalleled benefits enjoyed by inner disciples, who could freely indulge in the elixirs provided by the Spirit Herb Peak. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yang suddenly spoke. Lu Xiaoyu, come here. I have something to inquire. Your disciple is here, Lu Xiaoyu replied, trembling with trepidation as she approached Lu Yang. How many mystical arts do you currently master, and what methods do you possess for combat? Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then timidly raised 3 fingers and confessed. The Qifeng technique, the Lianqi technique, and the swordsmanship taught by senior sister Wushuang for half a year. That's all. I have nothing more. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's expression darkened. This indicated that over the past 2 years, aside from her cultivation, she had made no progress whatsoever. It was evident how extraordinary the creation jade tablet was, allowing a novice practitioner to navigate 2 years safely in the outside world, continuously encountering fortuitous opportunities and thriving. Lean your head over, he commanded. Oh. Lu Xiaoyu responded foolishly, moving closer. Lu Yang flicked his finger, leaving a stark lesson on her forehead, causing her to yelp in pain, tears welling up in her eyes as she clutched her forehead, exclaiming, It hurts, it hurts. With a serious expression, Lu Yang reprimanded. Lu Xiaoyu, After 2 whole years, you've made no progress at all. What am I to say to you? I apologize, master. I understand my mistake, Lu Xiaoyu replied, her voice quivering. I don't wish to leave Tianyang Peak. I will sincerely repent and heed your teachings. She sniffled softly, then composed herself, standing straight to accept the criticism with a commendable attitude. Zhou'er, Wushuang, you may go and cultivate. Allow me to guide Xiaoyu, Lu Yang instructed. Yes, master. Teaching and enlightening is indeed the responsibility of a mentor. Although Lu Yang was merely an impostor, their willingness to address him as master compelled him to shoulder the responsibilities of such a title. Moreover, he was reluctant to part with these 7 disciples and could not bear to hand them over to another man. Once the 2 departed, Lu Yang seated himself on a stone stool, gazing at Lu Xiaoyu with a serious demeanor. Aren't you coming closer to me? He asked. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, stepping forward hesitantly, her petite face marked by unease. Why stand so far away? I am not going to strike you, Lu Yang chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu finally relaxed and took a couple of steps closer. Lu Yang shook his head, reaching out to embrace her petite form and placing her directly on his lap. Ah, master, master, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled, her voice a flurry of master as this intimate closeness rendered her cheeks a deep crimson, as if steam were rising from her. Xiaoyu, be quiet. Lu Yang merely offered some casual words of reassurance, and instantly, Lu Xiaoyu quieted down. However, her heart continued to race. Her snow-white skin flushed with a delicate pink hue, her breath quickening. She longed to steal a glance at Lu Yang's face, yet dared not lift her gaze. Although Lu Xiaoyu was not particularly tall, she was of average height, standing, her face aligned perfectly with Shen Qingqiu's chest. Dressed in a festive ensemble of a short red top and matching shorts, she revealed her fair, delicate arms and legs, her skin as smooth and soft as a baby's. Her petite and exquisite face resembled that of a porcelain doll, radiating a youthful charm that was both fragrant and enchanting. Lu Yang pinched her rosy cheek and said, Xiaoyu, you wouldn't want to be expelled from my tutelage, would you? Ah, Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, her delicate body trembling. This development seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that her master was some kind of pervert? She tilted her face up to meet Lu Yang's gaze for a fleeting moment, her cheeks flushing deeper as she sensed the powerful aura emanating from him, which instilled a sense of security and warmth within her. Yes, Xiaoyu did not wish to part from her master. Very well, I shall impart a mystical technique to you shortly. Devote yourself to your training and strive to rank among the top 10. Thank you, master. I will not disappoint you. Lu Yang nodded, then shifted his attention to the large cloth bag before her, a sly smile playing on his lips. Since I have aided you, shouldn't you offer something in return? Ah, then master, what does Xiaoyu need to do to repay you? Lu Xiaoyu fidgeted nervously with her hands, her body trembling slightly from anxiety, her face a radiant crimson. Quite simple. Assist me in locating a certain item. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's face registered a hint of astonishment, tinged with disappointment. She had anticipated Lu Yang would demand something bizarre, only to find it was merely a matter of retrieving an object, a task she excelled at. What does master wish to find? The sweet dew jade milk. It possesses the property to heal all external wounds, no matter how unsightly or grotesque the scars. They will vanish overnight, restoring the skin to its original smooth and delicate state. Chapter 34. The Celestial Talisman of the Talisman Emperor. Indeed, it is possible. However, how do you know that Xiaoyu can find it? Lu Xiaoyu tilted her head, intrigued by her master's sudden request for assistance in searching for something. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she hurriedly clutched the large bag in front of her tightly to her chest, gazing at Lu Yang with a face full of terror. Her expression was a delightful blend of astonishment and cuteness, prompting Lu Yang to suppress an urge to tease her. With a swift motion, he pulled Lu Xiaoyu closer to prevent her from escaping, grinning as he playfully threatened, Xiaoyu, you wouldn't want the secrets of the Creation Jade Tablet to be divulged, would you? Upon hearing the words Creation Jade Tablet, Lu Xiaoyu's complexion drastically shifted, her fear escalating, and she found herself unable to escape the clutches of fate. Although both were at the Dao Palace realm, and Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation surpassed Lu Yang's, the disparity in their actual combat prowess was immense. Even 10 Lu Xiaoyus would be no match for Lu Yang. Whoa, master, what do you intend to do? The significance of the secrets surrounding the Creation Jade Tablet weighed heavily on her. She only trusted Shen Qingqiu and had confided in no one else. Confusion clouded her mind as she pondered how Lu Yang had come to know her secret. Noticing her genuine fright, Lu Yang hastily sought to reassure her. Xiaoyu, calm down. If I sought to obtain the creation jade tablet, I could have silenced you long ago. Why wait until now? Reflecting on his words, Lu Xiaoyu began to regain her composure, though her wariness remained unshaken. No matter who it was, none could lay claim to the creation jade tablet without her consent. Rest assured, the secrets of the creation jade tablet are known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. I will never disclose them to a third party. So there is no need for you to fear me. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xiaoyu added, and also to senior sister. Only the three of us shall know. Very well, it shall remain between the three of us, Lu Yang affirmed with a smile, offering his guarantee. All right, I believe you, Lu Xiaoyu murmured softly. My dear Xiaoyu, you are truly obedient. Come, let me give you a kiss. Ah, no. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, flailing her arms in a futile attempt to fend him off, but it was too late. The warm sensation of his lips met her unadorned, delicate face, nearly causing her to swoon, as she suddenly realized how mischievous her master could be. Lu Yang chuckled, playfully pinching her cheeks a few times before retrieving a tome from his storage ring to bestow upon her. Ding! The host bestows the classic of talismanic symbols upon disciple Lu Xiaoyu, triggering a 10,000-fold return, rewarding Celestial Talisman of the Talisman Emperor. Celestial Talisman of the Talisman Emperor. Description: the Talisman Emperor, also known as the One-Browed Taoist, has understood the yin and yang, spirits and demons since childhood, excelling in the art of crafting talismans to exorcise evil and maintain peace in the world. This celestial talisman is the culmination of the Talisman Emperor's lifelong work, recording a total of 1,972 methods of talismanic magic. Mastery of all these techniques enables one to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Talisman Emperor. What is this? Classic of talismanic symbols? That tome requires no cultivation and is merely for reference. If you wish to cultivate, focus on this one. Lu Xiaoyu barely had the chance to warm up the book before Lu Yang casually stowed it away in a large cloth bag. He then produced a thicker and heavier tome of celestial talismans, considerably wider than her small palm. Now, do not say that your master does not care for you. If you master even half the knowledge within this book, you will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great powers of the sacred realm. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy and breathless. Covering her cheeks with her hands, she weakly protested, Master, why don't you teach me swordsmanship instead of having me draw talismans? Cold Wushuang had mentioned that Lu Yang's sword techniques were unparalleled in the world, and naturally, she yearned to learn them. However, her practical skills were lacking. After half a year of effort, she had only grasped the basics, rendering her unable to utilize them effectively. Lu Yang, having perused the tome Seeking Immortality, understood where Lu Xiaoyu's strengths lay. Mastery of the sword was not her forte. Her true talent resided in her inexhaustible mental energy. Years of utilizing the jade slip of creation had endowed her with formidable spiritual power, making her particularly suited for the art of talisman drawing. Lu Yang candidly stated, it is because you are rather slow-witted and would struggle to learn the sword. Additionally, your relatively gentle disposition leads you to shy away from close combat, making talisman drawing a more fitting pursuit for you. Oh, I understand now. Lu Xiaoyu pouted slightly, feeling a bit disheartened to be called foolish by her master, yet unable to find a counter-argument. From this moment forth, I shall teach you how to draw talismans to help you pass the Sacred Land Assessment. This book, Talisman Sovereign, must not be disseminated lightly, so I cannot allow you to carry it with you. When you wish to practice, simply come to me. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyu nodded, expressing her gratitude for her master's guidance. She was aware of the significance of the sacred artifact. Subsequently, Lu Yang instructed her to fetch some talisman paper, a spiritual brush, and spiritual ink from the Spirit Tool Peak, and thus began the formal lessons in talisman drawing. Within the palace, two wooden tables were neatly arranged side by side. Lu Yang and Lu Xiaoyu sat opposite each other, fully focused and poised for the task ahead. Xiaoyu, your current cultivation level is sufficient, but you lack the means to confront an opponent. Therefore, the first talisman I will teach you is called the Nine Heavens Mysterious Thunder Talisman. Ah, Lu Xiaoyu was astounded, her eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't that a bit too advanced to start with? Master, wait a moment. She quickly interjected, isn't the power of this talisman too great? What if I accidentally injure or even kill another disciple? Perhaps we should start with drawing a fireball talisman instead? Lu Xiaoyu tentatively suggested, glancing at Lu Yang with caution. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively, it matters not. The talismans you draw will be proportional to your cultivation level. The talismans you create at your current level will only cause minor discomfort to fellow cultivators of the same realm, hardly lethal. Moreover, The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with risks as one contends with the heavens and the earth. Death is a predetermined fate. If one fears death, then there is no need to pursue cultivation. Yes, I understand. Lu Xiaoyu replied eagerly. Lu Yang nodded approvingly. Excellent. Now let us begin to put brush to paper. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and, emulating Lu Yang, picked up the spiritual brush, dipped its tip in the spiritual ink, and let it dance across the talisman paper. Attempting to create her first talisman. On the first day, she failed to produce a single successful talisman. The second day yielded the same result. On the third day, the fourth day, until half a month later, Lu Xiaoyu finally succeeded in creating her first spiritual talisman. The talisman shimmered with radiant light, exuding extraordinary spiritual energy. Lu Yang took her to a secluded mountain peak to test the talisman's power. Xiaoyu, this is your first achievement in the past half-month. Do not be overly attached. Let us see how formidable it is. Lu Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, her expression turning serious as she summoned the talisman. In an instant, a mysterious thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking the mountain ahead with tremendous force, cleaving a rock in two. Haha, master, it worked. Xiaoyu has succeeded. Lu Yang, witnessing this, offered a comforting appraisal. Well done, Xiaoyu. You indeed possess talent. It took you only half a month to master the Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder talisman. This is commendable. But the power still falls short. Curiously blinking, Lu Xiaoyu earnestly inquired, May I ask, master, what kind of power should a standard Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder talisman possess? Seeing his disciple's earnestness in seeking knowledge, Lu Yang felt compelled to demonstrate personally. Observe closely. This is the talisman drawn by your master. As his words fell, Lu Yang unleashed the talisman in his hand. Instantly, divine thunder roiled in the skies above, and a colossal thunder column descended, resounding with a deafening roar, obliterating the entire mountain peak before them. Lu Xiaoyu. Chapter 35. Overwhelming the Master. Why is there such a vast difference? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Her face a portrait of disbelief, her mouth agape in terror. Though both were situated within the Dao Palace realm, and Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation level surpassed that of Lu Yang, the potency of the talismans she crafted fell significantly short of his. This perplexity left her bewildered. As a master, it is his duty to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Lu Yang succinctly responded, It is because you are too weak. Once again, Lu Xiaoyu was left speechless, thoroughly discouraged by Lu Yang's bluntness. However, her melancholy was fleeting, and she soon regained her composure, smiling as she said, You are right, master. I am indeed too weak. Please, be rigorous in your teachings. Lu Yang nodded and led Lu Xiaoyu back to the hall to continue her talisman drawing. 2 months later, Lu Xiaoyu's skills in crafting talismans had progressed significantly. The Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder talisman she produced became increasingly refined, its power surpassing her previous creations. Subsequently, Lu Yang taught her several other methods of talisman drawing. Lu Xiaoyu was diligent, spending each day in Lu Yang's company, occasionally seeking his guidance and at times playfully teasing him. Yet, each act of mischief was met with punishment, spankings, playful reprimands, and even the drawing of turtles on her face. Initially, Lu Xiaoyu would behave obediently after punishment, but as time passed, she became less concerned, persistently clinging to Lu Yang. For instance, at this moment, with the copper lamp softly glowing on the table, Lu Xiaoyu nestled in his embrace, requesting him to hold her hand while he imparted the techniques of new talismans. Their closeness was palpable. During moments of excitement, Lu Yang would gently kiss her rosy cheeks, and she would not shy away, instead secretly reveling in the sweet embarrassment. As time flowed by, several months slipped away. Now, only 10 days remained before the sacred assessment. Within the hall, Lu Xiaoyu ceased her talisman drawing and quietly sat beside Lu Yang, gazing longingly at the full moon hanging in the sky. Master, how has Xiaoyu performed during this time? Are you satisfied with me? Lu Yang lightly pinched her delicate cheek, smiling as he replied, Of course, I am pleased. Your talent in talisman drawing truly astonishes me, though at times your concentration wanes, leading to failures in your creations. Thank you for the reminder, master. Xiaoyu will certainly improve. Your mindset is commendable. The assessment is but 10 days away, and I have great confidence in you. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. She leaned her head against Lu Yang's arm, tilting her face upward to gaze at him with sparkling eyes and a hint of mischief, softly murmuring, Unless master can offer me some encouragement, I fear I shall surely fail. Is that so? Very well, I shall grant you this. Lu Yang was well aware of Lu Xiaoyu's intentions, recognizing her ploy. Nevertheless, acknowledging her diligent efforts in talisman drawing, he pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Hiki. Lu Xiaoyu's scheme succeeded, her smile radiant. She then extended her delicate finger to touch her rosy lips, asking, Master, could you give me a kiss here? Why? Lu Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. In these past 6 months, he continuously instructed Lu Xiaoyu in the art of talisman drawing. While Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang diligently practiced their own skills, Lu Yang found himself unable to indulge in intimate moments with his 2 cherished disciples. Nor could he allow Lu Xiaoyu to witness their tender exchanges. Was this a notion she had conjured herself? Lu Xiaoyu, in her innocence, did not comprehend. Each time her master affectionately caressed her cheek, an overwhelming joy enveloped her, warming her very being. Yet, her lips felt parched, and she yearned to kiss her master. Though fear held her back, naturally timid, Lu Xiaoyu had mustered all her courage to voice such sentiments to Lu Yang. But dear child, you are still so young. Lu Yang paused, contemplating, before speaking softly. Lu Xiaoyu exuded the vivacious charm of a youthful maiden, surely not exceeding the age of 16. Her fair complexion, rosy lips, and delicate demeanor evoked an aura of innocence and fragility. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu promptly countered, No, I am not small. I simply do not grow. Since the dawn of her memories, she had been devoid of family or kin, accompanied only by the divine jade record, which bestowed upon her the name Lu Xiaoyu. Master, does this mean that if I never grow, I cannot be with you? At this revelation, Lu Yang was taken aback. Indeed, the text had mentioned that throughout the centuries, Lu Xiaoyu's visage remained unchanged. He had assumed she was deliberately controlling her appearance, unaware that she was simply unable to mature. So, your actual age does not align with your appearance? He inquired. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, affirming, Yes, I have practiced for several years before ascending the mountain to become your disciple. Ah, I see. Lu Yang chuckled gently, finding her increasingly fascinating. Though her body may not grow, it still developed, and after half a year of abundant nourishment, she had blossomed into a more graceful and alluring figure, full of potential. It is delightful to see you smile, Master. Lu Xiaoyu blushed, her cheeks aflame, longing to kiss him. Upon catching Lu Yang's smile, she flushed deeply, cradling her face with her hands, radiating joy. If you desire it, then act upon it. Your master would not chastise you. Really? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed, flipping over with glee, determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Moments later, the two remained close, and Lu Xiaoyu implored Lu Yang to draw a 9 heavens mystic thunder talisman for her to study. With his consent, her face lit up with delight as she departed, exclaiming, I shall enter seclusion now. Please await my good news, master. Very well, go on. Lu Yang regarded her with tender affection as she left. Once Lu Xiaoyu returned to her quarters, she retrieved a golden lotus from her storage ring, consuming it to advance her cultivation to the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. Chapter 36. The Second Disciple. Su Meyer. 10 days later, Lu Xiaoyu emerged from her seclusion, having attained the consummate mastery of the Dao Palace realm. Today, she appears exceptionally radiant and captivating, her delicate visage pale and rosy, seemingly fragile to the touch. Adorned in a charming red ensemble, she exudes a delightful allure. With a large cloth bag slung at her waist, brimming with an assortment of talismans, radiating confidence. Having met with her master and 2 senior sisters, she quickly extends her greetings upon the arrival of Lu Yang and the 2 sisters. Lu Yang nods, stating, Today marks the sacred assessment. As my cultivation is no longer what it once was, I shall refrain from showing my face. Your senior sisters will accompany you. You must not bring shame to Tianyang Peak. Rest assured, master. I, Lu Xiaoyu, am no ordinary individual and shall not fail in my mission, she replies with determination. Very well, off you go. I await your good news, Lu Yang encourages. Shen Qingqiu nods and looks at Lu Yang, cautioning, Master, while I am away, please do not wander too far from Tianyang Peak. There are numerous prohibitions upon this mountain, and any misstep could endanger your life. At her words, Lu Yang's cheeks twitched slightly. This devoted disciple truly wishes to keep him within the confines of Tianyang Peak, despite their close bond, which has nearly transcended the last barrier. Shen Qingqiu remains reluctant to let him venture beyond, primarily out of concern for his safety. I understand, do not worry, Lu Yang assures her. Then we shall take our leave, Shen Qingqiu replies with a slight smile, offering Lu Yang a hint of apology before leading Cold Wushuang and Lu Xiaoyu down the mountain. Watching the trio depart, Lu Yang shakes his head in resignation, muttering, Very well, I shall return to my cultivation. I must advance to the Tongxian realm swiftly. Only then will Shen Qingqiu cease to hinder my descent. Upon returning to the hall, just as he prepares to meditate, a sudden thought strikes him, and a look of confusion crosses his face as he glances toward the sleeping quarters. Moments ago, he had heard what seemed to be a woman's moan, laced with an alluring quality. Who is in there? Lu Yang questioned sternly, certain he has not misheard. On Tianyang Peak, apart from Shen Qingqiu and the three women. Could there be another? Yet he has never noticed anyone else. Another sultry murmur escapes from within, sending a shiver down Lu Yang's spine. Indeed, someone is present, but he cannot discern who it is. A profound sense of danger envelopes him. If even Shen Qingqiu remains unaware of her, then he can surmise that her strength is unlikely to be inferior to Shen Qingqiu's, possibly even surpassing it. Lu Yang's expression turns grave as he fixates on the direction of the sleeping quarters, cautiously retreating. Without Shen Qingqiu's protection, remaining here is exceedingly perilous. He must withdraw. Silently and stealthily, Lu Yang approaches the entrance of the hall, ready to step outside when suddenly, the bronze door is slammed shut with a resounding bang. Influenced by an unseen force. Simultaneously, within the confines of his sleeping quarters, a woman's enchanting voice resonates, dripping with seduction, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Come in. I have been waiting for you on this jade bed for so long. Lu Yang felt a tremor course through his body, as his mind descended into a chaotic abyss, leaving only the haunting melody of a female voice reverberating in his consciousness, igniting a fervor within him. Mechanically, he found himself drawn toward the direction of the inner palace. The closer he approached, the more enchanting and soul-stirring the voice became, unsettling his very spirit. Suddenly, Lu Yang halted mid-step. A surge of righteous energy coursed through him, his internal energy swirling rapidly, and a radiant aura enveloped him, enabling him to break free from the enchantment. A voice within the palace expressed surprise, seemingly unprepared for Lu Yang's swift return to lucidity. Breathing heavily, his garments drenched with perspiration, he called out towards the inner palace. I care not who you are. Leave me now, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Should you refuse, I, the master of Tianyang Peak, shall ensure you regret it. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. If you are indeed the master of Tianyang Peak, why do you fear your own disciple? The tinkling laughter echoed, leaving Lu Yang astounded. The voice belonged to one of his 7 female disciples. If that were the case, he could surmise her identity. It was his second disciple, Su Meier, a stunning beauty endowed with an innate allure. Among his 7 disciples, Su Meier was the most captivating. Said to possess beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, yet what drove men to madness was the intoxicating charm she exuded, her every movement enticing and entrancing. Some even claimed she was the reincarnation of the fox spirit Su Daji, a testament to her extraordinary allure. So it was she, the second disciple whose strength was second only to Shen Qingqiu. It was no wonder she could infiltrate this place without detection, eluding Shen Qingqiu's awareness. Uncertain of her intentions, Lu Yang dared not act rashly and stood his ground, inquiring, "What do you wish to convey?" After a brief silence, Su Meier's enchanting voice emerged once more, seemingly laced with weakness. Come in. Fear not. I shall not harm you. Despite her invitation, Lu Yang remained unmoved. Frowning as he replied, Speak. I can't hear you. Do you not trust me? Su Meier's tone bore a hint of irritation, causing Lu Yang to exercise even greater caution. He discerned that she was injured, her current state precarious, and she appeared eager for him to enter the inner palace, perhaps with ulterior motives. You do not trust me either, refusing to speak the truth? She pressed. Very well, I shall take my leave. I have no desire to continue this futile conversation. Farewell. Lu Yang assessed the situation with remarkable accuracy. He knew not what transpired with Su Meier, yet he recognized that she could not prevent his departure. As he began to walk away, her voice grew increasingly urgent. Wait, please, I must confess. I am injured and compelled to suppress my wounds with all my strength, rendering me unable to move. If I were to harbor malicious intent towards you, the moment my injuries flare, I would not survive either. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's brow furrowed in concern as he pressed on. Is it truly that grave? Indeed. Su Meier replied, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 37. Injury. I have said what needed to be said. Could you come in and assist me? Lu Yang cast a glance at the heavenly emperor's robe he wore, which granted immunity to attacks from those below the emperor realm. If Su Meier intended to end his life, she could only attempt a powerful strike once. Should the heavenly emperor's robe deflect it, Lu Yang would remain invincible. Of course, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Taking a deep breath, he replied, All right, I shall enter. The side of the chamber was exceedingly luxurious. Upon entering, A delicate fragrance permeated the air, soothing and pleasant, causing Liu Yang's senses to awaken. His gaze was drawn to the grand jade bed at the center, radiating a pearly white hue, capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, a rarity indeed. Furthermore, it felt as soft as flowing water, malleable to any touch. Upon the jade bed lay a woman, clad in a pale blue gauzy dress, as delicate as a cicada's wing. Her long black hair cascaded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, while her snow-white feet peeked from beneath her gown, adorned with deep crimson nail polish, vibrant and striking. The woman possessed a figure of elegance, resting gracefully on the jade bed, her fragrant shoulders exposed, leading up to a slender, fair neck, and further to her visage, which was stunningly beautiful, capable of captivating souls. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with life, fixed intently upon Liu Yang. The two remained motionless, locked in gaze for a brief moment. Sumaya suddenly blinked, a hint of surprise gracing her features. You truly resemble him. Liu Yang understood she was comparing him to the sect leader, Liu Yang, and chose not to elaborate further. Sumaya sighed softly, a touch of vulnerability in her eyes. Your survival until now suggests you have gained the approval of the senior sister. My master, Liu Yang, fell at your hands, did he not? Liu Yang fell silent. Such meaningless inquiries were beneath his response. No need to answer. I shall take it as an affirmation. Who would have thought that a formidable sage would meet his end at the hands of a mere novice? It is indeed ironic, yet it is also his due retribution. A soft chuckle escaped Su Meier, revealing a hint of resentment towards the sect leader. After venting her feelings, she smiled at Liu Yang. Though you bear his likeness, you are far more handsome, younger, and more charming. Liu Yang felt a slight twitch in his cheeks, left somewhat speechless. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Aren't you injured? Why dwell on such matters? With a gentle smile, Su Meier exhaled a soft sound from her nose. There is no rush. I have 7 days left and can manage for now. As she spoke, she turned to Liu Yang, flashing a flirtatious smile, exuding an enchanting allure. Can you assist me? I assure you, you shall not be at a loss. But I am merely at the Dao Palace realm. How could I possibly assist you? Sumaya sighed, acknowledging, Indeed. Your current cultivation is rather low and cannot aid me. Then why allow me to enter? Why not inform Shen Qingqiu and the others to assist you? Liu Yang was aware of the truth. Sumaya had evaded everyone's notice, secretly infiltrating Tianyang Peak. Her intention was clear. She wished to conceal her present condition from her senior and junior sisters. Indeed. Sumaya quickly shook her head and stated, They must not know that junior sister Liu is to participate in the sacred land assessment. I cannot delay her, otherwise she will not be able to remain at Tianyang Peak. Furthermore, I wish for my matters to be known by as few as possible. Their presence here serves no purpose but to incite unnecessary worries. At this moment on Tianyang Peak, only you can save me. However, I am merely at the initial stage of the Dao Palace realm, and I fear I may be powerless to assist. Su Meier had already articulated clearly that with Liu Yang's current cultivation, he would be unable to rescue her. I have a plan, but I am uncertain if you are willing to assist me, she continued. What do you mean? Su Meier spoke with a melodic tone, maintaining her clarity of mind. She delicately pressed her lips together before stating, Over 30,000 miles to the south of the sacred land lies a demonic sect known as the Valley of Seven Corpses. They possess a venomous pill called the Seven Corpses Soul Erosion Pill. Upon consumption, this pill can cause one's cultivation to plummet instantaneously. By employing poison against poison at that moment, you may assist me. Although Liu Yang currently held only the Dao Palace realm, the disparity in their cultivations was vast. Any attempt to forcibly rescue her would likely result in him being drained of all his cultivation and meeting his demise. Hence, the most prudent solution would be to utilize the poison pill to reduce Su Meier's cultivation to align with Liu Yang's current level. This way, the interplay of their energies would not harm Liu Yang and could ultimately save Su Meier. Chapter 38. Half of the scripture at this juncture, even Su Meier, a being of enchantment herself, could not help but feel a ripple of emotion across her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Deep down, she was acutely aware that the man before her was not her master, Liu Yang, but rather an impostor. On their first encounter, she was compelled to beseech his assistance for salvation. Should this revelation reach the outside world, her reputation as a flirtatious vixen, known for her allure and charm, would be irreparably tarnished. Of course, there were underlying circumstances that complicated the matter, yet who truly cared? Her natural allure, excessive in its seductiveness, had only brought her misfortune. Women envied her, their jealousy intensifying with her beauty, while men gazed upon her with an insatiable desire for possession. Sumair closed her eyes, striving to dispel her wandering thoughts and attain clarity. Upon reopening them, her gaze had become significantly clearer, and she addressed Lu Yang once more. I share an acquaintance with the Lord of the Seven Corpses Valley. Take this token of mine and present it to her when you seek the Seven Corpses soul-devouring pill. Upon your success, I shall compensate you accordingly. With a gentle motion, Sumair retrieved a jade pendant from her storage ring and placed it beside the bed. Lu Yang sensed her profound discomfort. Her voice was frail and lacking vigor. To alleviate any suspicion that I may be deceiving you, I shall give you this half of the scripture now. Upon completion of the task, I will provide you with the other half. This is the utmost promise I can extend. If you remain unwilling, I shall not impose upon you and will take my leave immediately. As her words faded, Sumair averted her gaze from Lu Yang, carefully placing the half scripture next to the jade pendant. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her delicate fists clenched, as if poised to depart at any moment. Observing her demeanor, Lu Yang pondered for a while before stepping closer to the edge of the jade bed, discreetly admiring the exquisite beauty before him. Her seductive eyes, radiant complexion akin to red jade, high-bridged nose, and lips resembling the bright moon, she was undeniably a vision of unparalleled beauty. Each expression she wore was imbued with captivating charm, a true embodiment of celestial allure. Lu Yang secured the half scripture and the jade pendant, vowing, "Very well, I accept your request and place my trust in you. Within 7 days, I shall risk my life to retrieve the Seven Corpses soul-devouring pill for you." A rare smile graced Sumair's lips, enchanting and delightful. You are truly different from him. That man, fearful of death, would never sacrifice his life for another. Since both the senior sister and the third junior sister have acknowledged you, it would not be excessive for me, Sumair, to address you as master. Before I depart, I have one final request for your assistance. Master, please bind me. I fear that my resolve may falter, and without your return, I might flee down the mountain. A gleaming golden rope appeared before Lu Yang, its texture both resilient and supple, shimmering with ethereal colors, a far from ordinary object. What manner of binding do you require? Sumair, slightly raising her delicate brows in curiosity, responded without hesitation, any method of binding will suffice, as long as it renders me immobile. Lu Yang comprehended her intent and promptly set to work, securely binding her. He then inquired about the means to descend the mountain while avoiding the restrictive barriers. Shen Qingqiu had previously cautioned him against carelessly wandering around Tianyang Peak. Yet he found himself in urgent need of leaving the mountain. Sumair could indeed guide him down. Upon realizing this, Lu Yang departed from Tianyang Peak without hesitation, swiftly commanding the Chanhong and heading southward. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Qishao Holy Land at the Martial Arts Center, a throng of people gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Thousands of disciples convened, each displaying a resolute expression. Having been within the Holy Land for 3 long years, it was time for them to showcase their talents and strength, striving to become inner disciples of the 7 main peaks. Achieving the status of core or direct disciples would be even more advantageous, granting access to resources far superior to those available to outer disciples. At long last, the long-awaited day had arrived. The 3 years of modesty had not been in vain. After yet another 3 years, they found themselves on the cusp of this moment once more, and this time, they were determined to rank among the top 1,000, securing their place as inner disciples. This declaration left many in astonishment. What? To even have a chance at becoming an inner disciple, one must rank within the top 1,000? Such a demand seemed excessively stringent. As far as they knew, over 10,000 disciples were participating in this assessment, which meant that over 90% would inevitably be eliminated. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, recognizing the formidable challenge ahead. Amidst the cacophony below, a senior brother with striking features stepped forward to offer reassurance. Fear not, fellow disciples. This is the standard for talent selection within our Holy Land. As it has always been, every 3 years, only 1,000 individuals qualify to become inner disciples. Those who are eliminated need not despair until the age of 50. You may continue your cultivation as outer disciples, striving towards becoming inner disciples. Moreover, there exists an alternative pathway for advancement, contingent upon your contributions to the Holy Land. Should your contributions be significant enough, you may be granted exceptional status as an inner disciple, with no age restrictions imposed. The crowd gasped in surprise and turned to see the speaker. Clad in resplendent robes, the individual exuded an air of grace, accompanied by a group of over 10 strikingly handsome men and women. They were representatives from the 7 main peaks, here to oversee the assessment and scout for exceptionally gifted disciples. Among them were Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang, whose breathtaking beauty immediately captivated the attention of numerous disciples. Chapter 39. The assessment begins. Look, there are senior sisters Qingqiu and Wushuang from Tianyang Peak. They are truly stunning, unmatched in the world. Senior sister Qingqiu is so gentle. She is precisely my type. Senior sister Wushuang, however, exudes an icy demeanor. To perish beneath her sword would be a form of happiness, a confident young man declared, evidently a newcomer. Before long, those nearby could not help but deliver a dose of reality to him. Do not entertain such thoughts. Countless aspirants seek to join Tianyang Peak, but the requirements are exceedingly strict. If you do not place in the top 10 of this assessment, you might as well abandon hope. What? Is it really that difficult to join Tianyang Peak? Of course. Our Qishao Holy Land comprises 7 principal peaks: Qishao, Tianfa, Tianyang, Tianyue, alongside the peaks of spirit beasts, spiritual herbs, and spiritual artifacts. Tianyang Peak is particularly unique. Besides the peak master, Lu Yang, there are merely 7 direct female disciples, each a paragon of beauty and exceptional talent. What? So there are no inner disciples at Tianyang Peak? Indeed, Peak Master Lu Yang is solely devoted to the path of enlightenment, aspiring to reach the imperial realm, and thus does not squander time managing ordinary disciples. Consequently, Tianyang Peak not only lacks inner disciples but even core disciples. For you to join Tianyang Peak is akin to scaling the heavens. Have you noticed the exquisite young lady beside senior sister Qingqiu? Who is she? Her name is Lu Xiaoyu, the direct disciple favored by Peak Master Lu Yang in this assessment. If you cannot defeat her, do not even dream of joining Tianyang Peak. As soon as the words left his lips, numerous formidable cultivators immediately turned their focus to Lu Xiaoyu, regarding her as the primary adversary of this assessment. Only by vanquishing her would they earn the right to join Tianyang Peak and receive the Peak Master's direct mentorship. This mentor had been lauded by the venerable elders of the Holy Land as the last opportunity to tread the path to the imperial realm, a man of immense power and extraordinary talent, and the youngest mighty figure within the Holy Land. To become his disciple would be a rare blessing. Meanwhile, feeling the weight of numerous gazes filled with inexplicable scrutiny and hostility, Lu Xiaoyu trembled slightly, her complexion paling. Sister, why is everyone staring at me? I have not offended them, Lu Xiaoyu whispered, attempting to keep her voice low. Hearing her, Lang Wushuang chuckled softly and replied, who could blame them for their attention? You are my 6th junior sister, after all. To join Tianyang Peak and become the direct disciple of our master, they must first defeat you. Hee Xiaoyu. You wouldn't want your position as Master's direct disciple snatched away by someone else, would you? What if another beautiful junior sister were to arrive? Who knows if Master would take her in? Oh dear. Wushuang, you are insufferable. Please stop. I, Lu Xiaoyu, shall never relinquish my position. Nor will I let anyone take Master away from me, Lu Xiaoyu declared fiercely, her fist clenched, her expression fiery, and a glint of determination in her eyes. Master is hers, and the position of direct disciple is hers alone. No one shall take them away. Unintentionally, the words spoken ignited a profound realization in Lang Wushuang. When did Lu Xiaoyu's possessiveness towards Lu Yang become so pronounced? There is certainly something peculiar about this situation. She wished to inquire further, but at that moment, Shen Qingqiu suddenly reminded her, Xiaoyu, the assessment is about to commence. You should prepare yourself. Just moments ago, the senior brother in charge of this evaluation had announced its beginning. The Martial Arts Center is situated atop Qishao Peak, the principal peak of the sacred land. Its expanse surpasses that of the other 6 peaks combined, housing the largest number of disciples and boasting the most comprehensive facilities. As the assessment commenced, inner disciples took on the role of judges, distributing themselves across every combat arena. Meanwhile, representatives from the main peaks, like Shen Qingqiu, were tasked with maintaining order and diligently observing the disciples' matches, scouting for qualified talents to join their respective peaks. Tianyang Peak was somewhat unique. Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang did not need to focus on numerous disciples, but rather on the elite few who exhibited the highest potential to become direct disciples. Should they identify promising candidates, they could bring them back to Tianyang Peak and await the decree of their master, Lu Yang. In the 194th arena, Lu Xiaoyu was called to compete against Zhao Ilang. Suddenly, her name echoed through the martial arts center. Lang Wushuang and Shen Qingqiu exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. But both sensed a tinge of concern in each other's eyes. This assessment was crucial for Lu Xiaoyu's future at Tianyang Peak. Despite their brief acquaintance with this delicate and endearing junior sister, they held her in high regard. Sister, I wonder what master has taught her in these past 6 months? Lang Wushuang pondered anxiously. Although she was cold and unfeeling towards outsiders, her concern for her fellow sisters was profound. I have no idea, Shen Qingqiu replied, shaking her head. Since Lu Yang took over Lu Xiaoyu's training, they had not had the opportunity to meet. Of course, this was intentional on her part. She wished to allow Lu Xiaoyu the space to grow stronger without interruption. Come on, sister, let us go see for ourselves. I'm quite curious about what our clumsy Xiaoyu has learned from master. She seems to have gained quite a bit of confidence. The two women chuckled softly as they soared through the air to observe the proceedings below. In the arena, Lu Xiaoyu made her debut before the audience. Her legs trembling and her demeanor apprehensive. As a candidate for direct discipleship at Tianyang Peak, she naturally attracted considerable attention. The stands were filled to capacity with formidable opponents. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Only by understanding Lu Xiaoyu's strengths could they hope to defeat her. Look. She is here. That is Lu Xiaoyu. She is so adorable. She seems to be around the same age as my little sister. At such a young age. She has already reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. Her talent is indeed formidable. No wonder the peak master of Lu Yang has chosen her as a direct disciple. However, her opponent Zhao Yilong is no slouch either. He is in the mid-Dao Palace realm and possesses an exceptionally powerful sword technique, known for its ferocity. I heard he had a chance to become an inner disciple 3 years ago, but unfortunately, he fell just short due to a stroke of ill fortune. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the judge in the arena called out, "The match begins." Boom. Zhao Yilong's cultivation in the mid-stage of the palace realm erupted in full force. His treasured blade was unsheathed, its edge sharp and menacing, striking towards Lu Xiaoyu in an instant with a fierce downward slash. Previously, he had been denied the position of an inner sect disciple. This time, he was determined to reclaim everything he had lost. The ferocity of the assault caused Lu Xiaoyu's countenance to change dramatically. She swiftly invoked the Qi Fengju, transforming into a gentle breeze that evaded his attack. With her delicate, fair hand, she quickly reached into her large sack and retrieved a yellow talisman. Casting it forth with a commanding voice, "Spirit Link Talisman, Earth Spirit Toad." In an instant, the talisman erupted in resplendent light, and a large, earth-colored toad descended into the arena, stirring a wave of commotion. Chapter 40. The Talented Symbolist. Wow. What is that? A gigantic toad, resembling a small mountain. It is a soil spirit toad. Its cultivation at the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm, with skin tougher than the sturdiest wall. Zhao Yilong's attacks are futile against it. An inner disciple from the Spirit Beast Peak assists in maintaining order while explaining the situation to the onlookers. With the help of the soil spirit toad, Lu Xiaoyu feels an immediate alleviation of pressure. Although she possesses limited combat abilities and dislikes close-quarter battles, she is remarkably adept at evasion, despite Zhao Yilong's fierce blade techniques. His strikes merely graze the toad, proving ineffective. Instead of exhausting her spiritual energy on the creature, she resolves to capture the mastermind first. However, with a single move. The Qin King's pillar dance, Lu Xiaoyu effortlessly resolves the encounter. The contest is rather tedious and prolonged, yet the spectators are left in awe, both amused and bewildered. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation surpasses that of Zhao Yilong, yet she harbors no intention of confronting him directly. Instead, she strategically uses the soil spirit toad to deplete his spiritual energy, ultimately forcing him to concede defeat. The judge promptly declares, the victor is Lu Xiaoyu. Advancing to the winner's group, while Zhao Yilong moves to the loser's group. Upon hearing of her victory, a small head peeks out from behind the soil spirit toad. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at the prostrate Zhao Yilong, before clenching her delicate fist and grinning with joy. Hooray! A complete triumph on the first day. Thank you, my dear, clumsy giant. Come back now. Lu Xiaoyu retrieves the original spirit talisman and calls the soil spirit toad back, skipping away in delight. Meanwhile, Zhao Yilong grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. When I rise from the loser's group, I will seek vengeance for this day, to prevent excessive confrontations that might bury talent. The Qishao Sacred Land has established a division between the winners and losers groups. On the first day, all those in the winners group advance to the next round, while those in the losers group must battle one another again. The victor moves on, while the defeated are eliminated. This means that, by the end of the first day's contest, a quarter of the disciples will be eliminated. The same structure will apply on the second day, and so forth, until the final 1,000 elites are determined from the inner disciples. The subsequent contests will be more straightforward. Winners advance until the last 10 prodigious talents are unveiled, which is precisely Lu Xiaoyu's goal for this trial. Meanwhile, at the center of a pavilion lake on Qishao Peak, Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang scrutinize Lu Xiaoyu with impassive expressions. The latter, feeling anxious and restless, wonders why her senior sisters are staring at her so intently. Suddenly, with a burst of laughter, Lang Wushuang is unable to contain herself, exclaiming, "Little fish, you had me in stitches today. Oh dear, my stomach hurts from laughing." Prior to witnessing Lu Xiaoyu's performance, Lang Wushuang had envisioned that over the past 6 months, Lu Xiaoyu must have learned an invincible sword technique from Lu Yang. Standing poised with her sword, exuding grace and confidence, ready to unleash a merciless onslaught. However, seeing her frolicking in the training grounds shattered that illusion, leaving her unable to maintain her composure. Shen Qingqiu was also infected by the laughter, yet her demeanor remained poised and graceful. She merely covered her mouth with a delicate hand and giggled softly. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoyu pouting her lips, seemingly displeased, she promptly set aside her jade hand to restore her calm expression, gently admonishing Lang Wushuang to temper her exuberance. "Xiaoyu, tell me honestly, is that talisman a technique taught to you by our master?" Shen Qingqiu understood Lu Xiaoyu well. Her repertoire of skills was limited, and despite her considerable cultivation, the adeptness with which she summoned talismans indicated she had undergone training. In the past 6 months, only Lu Yang had been instructing her, leading Shen Qingqiu to reasonably conclude that it was indeed Lu Yang who had taught her the art of talismans. Upon hearing this, Lang Wushuang, now serious, perked up her ears to listen. The fact that Lu Yang had imparted to both her and Shen Qingqiu 2 supreme sword techniques was already astonishing. The revelation that he also possessed knowledge of talismanic arts was simply extraordinary. With the two no longer mocking her, Lu Xiaoyu's ire dissipated. "Indeed, my master said I was too clumsy for swordplay, so he taught me how to draw talismans instead. However, I assure you, I did not cheat. All these talismans were drawn by my own hand after being taught by my master. If anyone doubts my abilities, sister, you must stand up for me." Shen Qingqiu, taken aback, accepted the talismans that Lu Xiaoyu offered, chuckling, "Why don't you refute them yourself?" Lu Xiaoyu, with a sense of righteous indignation, replied, "Because sometimes I get so nervous I can't speak." Both women fell into a moment of silence, glancing down at the talismans, which bore the marks of a novice. Shen Qingqiu's anxious heart finally settled. "Xiaoyu, I must say, you truly possess a talent for drawing talismans. It seems that having you learn swordsmanship was a misstep." "Indeed. If I had recognized sooner that you were unsuited for sword practice, we would not have wasted so much time," Lang Wushuang lamented, feeling regretful for having delayed Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation in swordsmanship for half a year. Lu Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands. "Sisters, there is no need for concern. What my master has taught me is sufficient for me to advance to the top 10. You can rest assured." "Very well, we believe in you." The two chorused with laughter. The following day, the assessments proceeded as scheduled. To preclude any suspicion that Lu Xiaoyu might be using advanced talismans drawn by others to cheat, Shen Qingqiu proactively presented all the talismans for inspection by the representatives of the various main peaks, announcing to all that there were no discrepancies. Upon the dissemination of this news, an even larger crowd gathered to witness Lu Xiaoyu's competition. Most were her opponents in the current assessment, but there were also 2 elderly men with white hair observing from above, engaged in lively conversation and commentary. When the representatives of the main peaks noticed them, they promptly approached to pay their respects. "Greetings, esteemed elders." The first to speak was the representative of the Spirit Tool Peak. "To think even you two have come." The foremost elder, with white hair but a youthful visage, was surnamed Yang. He stroked his beard with a smile, saying, "I have heard of a prodigy who can draw talismans by herself. As the Grand Elder of Spirit Tool Peak, I naturally must come to observe and ascertain the truth of this matter." The Spirit Tool Peak specialized in refining tools, drawing talismans, and the art of formations. The spiritual brush, ink, and paper used by Lu Xiaoyu for her talismans had all originated from the Spirit Tool Peak. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood his purpose for coming. Masterly Xinghe, the eldest brother with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, smiled and said, "Elder Yang, you must inquire with junior sister Shen Qingqiu. Lu Xiaoyu is her 6th junior sister." "What?" Elder Yang exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment as he hurriedly turned to look at Shen Qingqiu. He was quite intrigued. Was not Tian'an Peak a place dedicated to sword cultivation? How had it begun to teach talisman crafting? Shen Qingqiu, aware of his intentions, responded with poise, "Indeed, Xiaoyu is a direct disciple favored by my master. Ranking 6th at Tianyang Peak. I see. What a pity. Elder Yang and the third elder exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of disappointment. It turned out that the disciple favored by Peak Master Lu Yang was indeed not within their reach, rendering their hopes rather dim. Nevertheless, both decided to stay and continue observing. If Lu Xiaoyu truly possessed extraordinary talent, they would strive to secure her for the Spirit Tool Peak, lest they let a gifted individual go unrecognized. Chapter 41. The Valley of Seven Corpses. On the subsequent second and third days, Lu Xiaoyu's fortune remained favorable, encountering opponents of lesser strength. With a single invocation of the Earth Spirit Toad through her talisman, she effortlessly secured victory in her contests, leaving the onlookers with expressions of complex emotions. Up to this point, the only trump card Lu Xiaoyu had revealed was the Earth Spirit Toad, and it remained uncertain how many more surprises she had concealed. It would not be so easy for anyone to conquer her. They could only bide their time for opportunities. In the heavens, two elders from the Spirit Artifact Peak sat cross-legged, their gazes intense. Elder Yang remarked, "This young woman possesses abundant vitality, a formidable spirit, and a clear mind. She is indeed a promising candidate for the cultivation of talisman arts. Let us observe further." The elder's words resonated with truth, and the other elder concurred. They regarded Lu Xiaoyu from their elevated vantage point, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the chambers of Lu Yang at Tianyang Peak, an exquisite woman lay bound, utterly constrained. Her jade-like visage shimmered like the evening glow, radiant and vivid, with her lips slightly parted, exhaling a breath of fragrant warmth. Today marked the third day of Su Meyer's sojourn at Tianyang Peak, despite her frail condition. She managed to retain her lucidity, murmuring to herself, "Today is the third day. There is still time. Master, please return swiftly." However, at that moment, Lu Yang was over 30,000 miles away, oblivious to Su Meyer's entreaties. Having traveled relentlessly for 3 days and covering such a vast distance, only a being of Lu Yang's extraordinary caliber could achieve this feat. The expanse before him resembled a boundless ocean, brimming with spiritual essence, with a palace of the Tao stationed at its heart, continuously transforming spiritual liquid into spiritual power to sustain such exertion. Suddenly, Lu Yang's brow furrowed as he detected a foul stench of decay in the air. He halted abruptly, staring ahead at a valley shrouded in ethereal crimson mist, his expression brightening as he muttered to himself, "That is the Valley of Seven Corpses. The seven-corpse erosion soul pill that Su Meyer seeks lies within that valley. Legend has it that within the Valley of Seven Corpses are interred 7 mysterious ancient corpses. Due to the presence of a corpse-rearing formation, these ancient remains have not decayed, persisting to this day, thus giving the valley its name." As Lu Yang beheld the spectral red mist swirling above the valley, he recognized it as the aura emitted by the ancient corpses. Most practitioners would dare not inhale such a miasma, let alone attempt to refine it. For it is said that in their twilight years, those who do so may find themselves claimed by the ancient corpses, meeting a swift demise. The corpses would then ensnare the souls of the deceased, dragging them back into the valley's corpse-rearing formation to serve as sustenance. Whether this tale held any truth was of little concern to Lu Yang, who had no time to investigate further. He descended to the ground and approached the entrance of the Valley of Seven Corpses. Before he could draw near, he heard a cacophony of shouts echoing within the valley, a thunderous voice reverberating with deafening intensity. "You people of the Valley of Seven Corpses lack integrity. You accepted my treasures yet refused to sell me the pills. What logic is this? If you do not clarify today, I shall block the entrance and remain here. I will slay anyone who dares to emerge." The speaker was a burly man, bare-chested and seething with rage, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a ruthless brigand. This man was no weakling. He was a formidable practitioner of the profound realm. Even so, he only dared to hurl curses from outside the valley, fearful of inhaling the noxious corpse aura. Beside them stood a number of cultivators, each bearing peculiar appearances, their countenances insidious and untrustworthy, unmistakably not a virtuous character. After all, the Seven Corpse Valley is inherently a sect of the demonic path, clandestinely trading in various poisons and toxic elixirs. As long as the interests align, any transaction may occur, indifferent to whether the counterpart is aligned with righteousness or malevolence. Naturally, those who resort to lethal poisons and toxins are predominantly not of noble intent. Upon hearing the commotion, a figure soon emerged from within the Seven Corpse Valley, a tall, gaunt man, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. He fixed a cold gaze upon the raucous individual, disdain dripping from his voice as he mocked, "You claim we, the Seven Corpse Valley, lack integrity? What a jest! Did I not forewarn you that the lustful corpse elixir you purchased is colorless and odorless, capable of igniting an insatiable passion in your beloved, rendering them utterly devoted to you until death? Yet, this elixir is a gas, only inhalable by the victim. Yet you chose to disbelieve and insisted on unleashing it here. Then blame us for providing an empty vial. How pathetic. A man who desires other men, is it? As his words fell, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Mocking the bare-chested brute. Ha ha ha. I suspected something was amiss. The lustful corpse elixir works solely on men, ineffective against women, came the jeering voices. How intriguing. Such a robust man harboring affection for other men. Good sir, had I known this beforehand, I would have gladly taken your precious elixir for a trial. One voice chimed in. Lu Yang, the bare-chested man, seethed, you shall regret this, Seven Corpse Valley. I shall not let this matter rest. His face flushed with humiliation and rage. He could bear the taunts no longer and departed, leaving behind a fervent declaration. The crowd erupted into even louder guffaws. Reveling in the unruly spectacle. What a stroke of misfortune, spat the man from the Seven Corpse Valley, surveying the crowd with disdain. Is there anyone else who wishes to transact with the Seven Corpse Valley? Seeing the silence among the crowd, Lu Yang stepped forward. I urgently seek an audience with the Lord of Nangong Valley. I beseech you to relay my request. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, and a cacophony of laughter ensued. What manner of day is this, to encounter so many oddities? The Lord of Nangong Valley, a figure of noble standing, more beautiful than celestial maidens, is beyond the reach of a mere insignificant cultivator like you. Begone, for you lack the merit. Lu Yang's bewilderment deepened as he turned to the speaker, a young man clad in opulent attire, possessing an extraordinary visage. His cultivation evident at a realm surpassing Lu Yang's by a significant margin. At that moment, a gasp rippled through the crowd as someone recognized the young man. It is Gu Quan, the ninth prince of the Gu Kingdom. It is said he delights in gathering the world's beauties, wielding his father's imperial authority to commit unspeakable acts. It appears he is also among the favored of the Lord of Nangong Valley, a figure not to be trifled with, truly tyrannical. Amidst the bustling chatter of the crowd, Gu Quan remained unfazed, stepping forward with determination. From his storage ring, he retrieved an exquisite flower, proclaiming, Today marks the 297th occasion on which this prince seeks an audience with the esteemed leader of Nangwa. This flower of longing encapsulates all my affections for her. I implore my esteemed friend, Lu Zheng, to convey it on my behalf. As long as she remains unwilling to meet, this prince shall wait here for her, undeterred, until the seas run dry and the stones decay. Hearing these words, Lu Zheng, a disciple of the Seven Corpses Valley, shifted his expression, a hint of irritation flickering across his face. Yet, bound by the prince's noble status, the Seven Corpses Valley found itself powerless to act against him. With a resigned sigh, he moved forward to accept the offering, only to be interrupted by the voice of the previously silent individual, who spoke with a frosty tone. There is no need to relay items of the deceased. Chapter 42, Master of Nangong Valley, what did you say? El Zheng was taken aback, his pallid complexion paling even further. He squinted slightly, gazing at Lu Yang as he approached with measured steps, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. No matter how one looked at it, El Zheng was merely at the initial stage of the Dao Palace realm. How could he dare to speak so arrogantly before a practitioner of the Tongxian realm? Moreover, Gu Quan was no ordinary individual. He was the ninth prince of the Gu nation, a figure of immense stature, backed by an emperor of supreme realm. Even the Seven Corpse Valley would not dare to challenge him. How could a mere Dao Palace cultivator harbor thoughts of murder against him? As Lu Yang arrived behind Gu Quan, he reiterated his earlier statement, saying, I have declared that he is already a dead man. There is no need to deliver anything on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Gu Quan erupted in fury, turning to glare at Lu Yang. You insolent fool! Who do you think you are to kill me? Do you know who my father is? He is the Emperor Gu Heng of the Gu nation. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Lu Yang smiled faintly and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have slain the ninth prince of Gu Heng. As those words left his lips, the sword in Lu Yang's hand was drawn in an instant. He executed the supreme sword technique he had taught to Lung Wushuang, a thought blossoming like a flower, a pristine white lotus unfurling. In that fleeting moment, Gu Quan could only behold the resplendent lotus blooming before him, and then he collapsed. His neck wound smooth and even, everything serene. Thud. Gu Quan fell, sending a wave of tension through the hearts of those present, as if their very lives hung by a thread. Fear was etched upon every face, gazing at Lu Yang as though he were some monstrous being. His strike had been so swift that none could react, including El Zheng, who felt cold sweat beat upon his brow, his garments thoroughly drenched. Zheng was certain that had Lu Yong aimed to assassinate him, he would be dead. Dead. Gu Quan is dead, but that has nothing to do with me. It does not concern me. I am not the one who killed him. Run. We must flee. In their panic, one individual took the lead to escape, and naturally, others followed suit. The death of Gu Quan bore monumental implications, a consequence far beyond what they, as scattered cultivators, could bear. The wisest course was to vacate the premises post-haste. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the Seven Corpse Valley was devoid of others, leaving only Lu Yong standing resolute. Zheng and several disciples of the Seven Corpse Valley stared at Lu Yong, utterly astonished. The prince of the Gu nation could be slain so decisively. What formidable power did he possess that rendered him impervious to retribution from the Gu nation? Lu Yong sheathed his sword, his expression calm and composed. As the master of Tianyang Peak in the Qishao Sacred Land, what was so wrong with dispatching a prince of the Gu nation? Of course, he felt no need to elucidate matters to them. Casually retrieving the jade pendant entrusted to him by Su Meier, he continued, "Take this to meet the master of Nangong Valley. She should understand its significance." Upon hearing this, Zheng steadied himself, refraining from refusal. Regardless of the pendant's peculiar nature, he felt compelled to enter the valley and report the events to his superior. The death of Gu Quan outside the Seven Corpse Valley was a matter of grave importance, necessitating swift action. Indeed, I shall promptly report to the Valley Master. Please await a moment. Though Lu Zheng was unaware of who Lu Yong was, it did not hinder him from extending his respectful words. The audacity to strike ruthlessly. Fully cognizant of the formidable Supreme Realm powerhouse standing behind Gu Quan, was sufficient to demonstrate that he was no ordinary individual. Lu Zheng hastened back to the depths of the Seven Corpses Valley, halting before a remarkably simple thatched cottage. He gently rapped on the bamboo door and respectfully announced, "Master, I have urgent matters to report." "Speak," came the solitary response from within the cottage. The voice was calm, measured, and bore a hint of chill. Gu Quan had met his demise, having just been slain near the valley's entrance. At that moment, Lu Zheng felt a wave of anxiety. Should the ancient kingdom hold them accountable, they would inevitably be implicated. While the Seven Corpses Valley was defensible against direct assaults, subsequent troubles were bound to ensue. Lu Zheng genuinely wished to alleviate his master's burdens, yet his abilities fell short, leaving him at a loss for solutions. However, the next utterance from the Valley Master left his mind in a state of utter confusion. Who is Gu Quan? His death outside affects our business. We can simply discard him. Lu Zheng's cheeks twitched involuntarily. It turned out his master had been unaware of Gu Quan's identity all along. What had he endured for nearly 300 days outside for? Steeling himself, he replied, "Master, he is the 9th prince of the ancient kingdom." Upon hearing this, the voice of the mistress within the cottage finally exhibited a hint of turbulence, clearly in a favorable mood. "Who did this? A tremendous favor indeed. You've driven away the flies." Lu Zheng, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile. "The individual remains outside the valley, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you. He also provided me with a token, stating that you would recognize it at a glance. Oh, quickly bring it forth." As the Valley Master's mellifluous voice resonated, a maidservant pushed open the bamboo door, approached Lu Zheng, and took the jade pendant he presented back into the cottage. Moments later, an urgent voice emanated from within. "Hurry. Haste is of the essence. Bring him to me at once." "Yes, I shall go at once." Lu Zheng's expression shifted. It was rare to witness his master in such a state of urgency. He dared not hesitate further and swiftly returned to the valley's entrance, administering a pill to Lu Yong that would prevent the miasma of death from invading his body. Only then did he lead him to the thatched cottage, pushing open the bamboo door and inviting him to sit in the small courtyard. As soon as Lu Yong settled, a melodious voice rang out from within the cottage, tinged with urgency. "What has happened to the one who gave you the jade pendant? I cannot divulge her matters. I was simply sent to procure the medicinal pill on her behalf." Lu Yong was unaware of the closeness between Su Meier and the Valley Master, thus chose to withhold information. "What medicinal pill?" "The Seven Corpses soul-eroding pill. This is a toxic pill. Its consumption will diminish one's cultivation." "What does she require this for?" Lu Yong discerned the urgency in the Valley Master's tone, indicating a significant bond with Su Meier. "I apologize, Valley Master, but she instructed me solely to fetch the medicine." Nothing more was conveyed. A brief silence ensued within the thatched cottage before activity resumed. "Very well, I understand." Lu Zheng hastened to prepare for the guest. "Yes, my lord." Upon receiving the command, Lu Zheng departed, returning shortly with a small jade vial in hand. Within this vial lies the Seven Corpses devouring soul pill. a concoction that can only be refined by our sect of the Seven Corpses. This is a toxic pill. Its consumption will cause one's cultivation to plummet instantaneously. Restoration thereafter requires merely the expulsion of the corpse energy within, but this is no simple endeavor, and caution is advised in its use. Lu Yang accepted the jade vial, uncorking it to reveal 2 crimson pills resting quietly inside. Why are there 2? Lu Zhang smiled and replied, "You are a distinguished guest, thus 2 is the minimum offering. Thank you for the information." Lu Yang smiled in understanding, then turned to express his gratitude to the leader of the Nangong Valley within the cottage. "Thank you, Valley Lord Nangong, for your generous gift of medicine. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 43. The 5th day. Nangong Yufei is the mistress of the Seven Corpses Valley. It is said that she is as beautiful as a celestial being, rarely revealing her true visage and seldom leaving the valley. Each time she steps out, pretentious men approach her to express their affections, which she finds utterly unappealing, leading her to remain within the confines of her sanctuary. The book Seeking Immortality offers little description of her. Lu Yang only knows that she is an astute and modest woman, devoid of any remarkable moments. The sole reason he remembers her name is due to the great conflict that arose later, during which numerous ancient families emerged. To preserve the Seven Corpses Valley, she chose to align herself with a certain ancient family, ultimately becoming their unparalleled songstress. Lu Yang cast a deep glance into the depths of the thatched cottage, but saw no one and heard no words from Nangong Yufei. Only the ethereal sound of the guzheng filled the air, resonating like a clear spring, captivating the mind and spirit. He paused to listen for a moment before turning to leave, with Elzheng silently escorting him back to the entrance of the Seven Corpses Valley. Inside the cottage, the decor was exceedingly simple, just a wooden stool, a guzheng, and a maid. Dressed in a splendid long gown, Nangong Yufei sat gracefully on the stool, her slender figure poised, long hair cascading and dancing lightly in the breeze. Her head slightly bowed, her delicate fingers plucked the strings of the guzheng, while a sheer white veil obscured half of her enchanting visage, leaving only her large, luminous eyes exposed, reminiscent of a pristine mountain spring. The enchanting melodies of the guzheng reverberated in the room for a while before Elzheng's voice broke the silence outside. "Mistress, the cultivator named Lu has departed safely. How should we handle the corpse of Gu Quan?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Yufei paused her playing, her slender fingers resting upon the strings. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before softly responding, "Regardless of the circumstances, he was a prince of a nation. We shall return him to his ancient homeland. As for his killer, simply inform the ancient emperor." "What?" Elzheng was taken aback, a sheen of sweat forming on his palms. The man named Lu was actually from the Qishao sacred land? No wonder he dared to kill Gu Quan. Backed by the sacred land, even the ancient nation could only swallow their grievances. "Understood, my lady." The death of Gu Quan was never related to the Seven Corpses Valley. It was merely his unfortunate location. Should the ancient emperor become enraged, he would undoubtedly blame us for not intervening, leading to various troubles as they seek reparation. However, by invoking the Qishao sacred land, even if they are furious, they will have to suppress their anger. Who would dare to obstruct those whom the sacred land wishes to eliminate? Nangong Yufei was acutely aware that the current strength of the Seven Corpses Valley could not contend with the might of an entire nation. Yet, to avoid provoking Guhong, she had no choice but to leverage the authority of the Qishao sacred land as a means of deterrence. Once Elzheng departed, the tranquil melodies of the guzheng resumed within the cottage. Gazing out at the picturesque valley, a look of concern crossed her face as she murmured to herself, "I wonder what has befallen Sister May Air that necessitates the use of the Seven Corpses soul-eating pill? I am so worried for her." Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. Meanwhile, on Tianong Peak, Sumayer had reached the 5th day within Lu Yang's palace. She remained utterly immobilized. After 5 full days, her condition had deteriorated significantly. "Master, where are you?" "Disciple, I am on the verge of collapse." She anxiously twisted her body, her voice trembling violently. Her expression one of profound agony. "One more day. Just wait. The final day." Sumayer tightened her entire being, gazing towards the grand entrance of the hall. Gritting her teeth, if Lu Yang did not return before the 7th day arrived, she would resolutely descend the mountain, regardless of whom she might encounter, as long as someone could save her. At the same time, within the ancient kingdom's palace, a thunderous roar erupted. "Quaner! My Quaner! Who is it? Who has slain my Quaner? I shall demand their life." The ruler of the ancient kingdom, named Gu Hong, possessed formidable powers, having ascended to the realm of the Earth Sovereign. On the day the Golden Yuan Cave was opened, Gu Hong had even arrived in a dragon carriage and encountered the immortal Shen Qingqiu. At that time, he had been courteous and refined. Now, however, he was consumed by fury, akin to a raging lion. His immense power surged, causing the faces of those present to pale. As if a mountain had fallen upon their backs, heavy and oppressive, their legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. The disciples of Seven Corpse Valley, led by Lu Zhang, were particularly targeted, blood trickling from their lips, with some even collapsing, unable to rise. Bring them forth, and chop them into pieces to feed the dogs. Gu Hong glared down at the disciples who had returned with Gu Quan's corpse, placing all blame upon them, demanding their immediate execution. Lu Zheng's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Ancient Emperor, spare us. The one who killed Prince Gu Quan is not from Seven Corpse Valley, but rather another." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Gu Heng's fury subsided slightly. Dispelling his oppressive aura, he huffed heavily and commanded, "Speak quickly, and I shall spare your lives." Lu Zhang felt the weight on him lift and hastily replied, "Thank you, Ancient Emperor, for your mercy. We would never dare to harm the esteemed Ninth Prince. The true assailant is someone we cannot offend." "Preposterous. My father commanded you to speak, and you dare to prattle on." A prince shouted angrily, utterly disregarding the others. "Speak quickly, or I shall annihilate Seven Corpse Valley." Gu Hong, too, was incensed, feeling frustrated by the audacity of these mere insects to withhold information. Lu Zhang, drenched in sweat, answered promptly to the Ancient Emperor it was the Qishao Sacred Land. "What?" Upon hearing Qishao Sacred Land, Gu Heng and the other princes' expressions grew markedly clearer. Chapter 44, Princess Gu Ting. Lu Zhang discreetly raised his gaze, taking in the terror etched on their faces. He chuckled inwardly before offering an explanation. "The Ancient Emperor, this is utterly undeniable. We were all present at the scene and witnessed it firsthand. Prince Gu Quan was slain by his opponent in a heated exchange. The assailant's sword was as swift as lightning, and the young one barely had time to comprehend the events before Prince Gu Quan. Alas!" A look of sorrow crossed Lu Zhang's face as he lowered his head in silence. After a prolonged moment, the ancient Emperor Gu Hong, seated upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow deeply and gestured dismissively, indicating that they should depart. Lu Zhang and the others dared not linger, performing a deep bow before hastily retreating. The vast palace remained silent for an extended period before an outburst of anger erupted. "The Qishao Sacred Land is too overbearing. Ninth Brother was merely embroiled in a verbal dispute, yet they resorted to murder. Do they truly hold us in such contempt? Father, I cannot swallow this indignation." The speaker was the eldest prince, one of Gu Heng's 10 sons, possessing considerable talent, though still inferior to Gu Quan, whose abilities ranked among the top 3. Moreover, he bore the closest resemblance to Gu Heng, being remarkably handsome and naturally charming, with a penchant for gathering beautiful women. Upon learning of the ethereal beauty of the Valley Lord, Nangong Yifei, Gu Quan resolved to seek her out, hoping to win her over with sincerity. Unfortunately, nearly 300 days had passed, and Nangong Yifei had not even spared him a glance. The heartfelt wisteria flowers sent by Gu Quan through Lu Zhang were cast aside as mere refuse. "Father, I genuinely feel aggrieved for Ninth Brother. Why should he, as a member of the Qishao Sacred Land, act with impunity while Ninth Brother faces a fate beneath the 9 springs? Indeed, Father, we are indignant." Indignant? Gu Hong slumped helplessly upon the dragon throne, casting a glance at the remaining 8 princes and then at the solitary princess in the corner. "Tinger, your 9th brother has perished. Why do you not utter a word on his behalf?" The girl addressed as Tinger was named Gu Ting, the youngest among the 10. On that day, she had entered the Jinyuan cave to seek fortune in place of her father, Gu Hong. Gu Ting was exceptionally astute, possessing keen insight and remarkable talent, making her the most outstanding among the 10. With her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, she gazed at Gu Heng and sighed, because saying more would be futile. "That is the Qishao Sacred Land, a force beyond our reach." While her words bore truth, the princess's sentiments were met with reproach. "But sister, the slain is our brother. How can we endure such humiliation?" "Indeed, sister, do you not find your words excessively heartless?" Gu Ting rolled her eyes at the two, exasperated. "If you two are so valiant, why not march to their sacred land? Father and I shall offer our encouragement from the rear, and perhaps collect your remains. Sister, you..." Sighing, the elder prince ceased his argument. The two instantly wilted. Had they possessed such prowess, they would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. Gu Heng understood this logic, yet he could not resign himself to inaction. The slain Gu Quan was his beloved son. How could a father remain idle? What of the sacred land of Qishao? Can it truly escape the day of its downfall? As for the uncertainties of the future, who can claim to possess clarity? Gu Hong, seething with indignation, darkly remarked, Tinger, with your cunning intellect, pray tell, what should father do to avenge your brother? Upon hearing this, Gu Ting's face lit up with a glimmer of pride as she replied with a subtle smile. Father, the only force capable of challenging the sacred land is, of course, the sacred land itself. This world does not consist solely of Qishao. In 2 years, Taichu's sacred land will once again recruit disciples, and I intend to try my luck. Upon receiving this news, Gu Heng's fury transformed into elation. Indeed, this world does not consist solely of Qishao, how astute. Haha, this is splendid. As long as Tingo can enter the sacred land for cultivation and become a disciple of its great powers, how could we not exact vengeance for your brother? Ideally, we could even obliterate the Qishao sacred land. Father, do not rejoice too soon. With my talents, it remains uncertain whether I can secure a place among the great powers, let alone seek revenge or topple a sacred land. Do you truly believe this is child's play? Gu Ting possessed a keen self-awareness. Despite her exceptional aptitude, it was far from guaranteed that she would attract the attention of the sacred land's great powers. Gu Heng's smile faltered, his brow furrowing in concern. Then what shall we do? How can we not avenge the death of a son? My sole ambition henceforth is to bring down the Qishao sacred land. Tinger, you must assist your father. Observing her father, tears streaming down his face as he implored her, Gu Ting felt her heart soften. Father, my strength is indeed limited. However, I can recommend someone to you. With his talents and strength, he could undoubtedly become the most formidable man in the world. As Gu Ting mentioned this man, a blush crept onto her cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness, her lips curling into a coy smile. Witnessing Gu Ting's youthful demeanor, Gu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Hastily inquiring, Tinger, tell father, who is this individual? Rather than answering directly, Gu Ting clasped her hands behind her back, brimming with delight as she said, Father, do you remember the man I retrieved from the Jinyuan cave? Upon hearing this, Gu Heng's expression shifted, revealing a look of confusion. Are you referring to that deceased person? Was he not slain, pierced through the heart by a sword and beheaded? Could it be he survived? Gu Heng's astonishment deepened, grappling with disbelief. What manner of creature is he? How could he possibly not be dead? Unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Hong rose and approached Gu Ting, eyes wide with wonder. Tinger, you must tell father how he survived. To endure such injuries and yet remain alive is nothing short of astonishing. Gu Ting chuckled softly, explaining, it is quite simple. When I fished him from the depths of the lake, I found that his heart was empty, yet occupied by a flame that pulsated within, preventing his body from decaying immediately. I had never encountered such a phenomenon and was intrigued, thus I decided to bring him back for further study. That night, I endeavored to reconnect his head to his neck, when suddenly, a white flame erupted from his heart, engulfing his entire being in a blaze. In that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face, emitting a sorrowful wail that nearly frightened me to death. And what transpired thereafter? Those who survive great calamities are destined for fortune, Gu Heng promptly inquired. Following that, I devoted myself to his care. And only half a month ago did he manage to rise from his bed and reveal to me the truth of that day, disclosing that it was Shen Qingqiu who had taken his life, along with his most cherished person, declaring that in this lifetime, he could not coexist with the land of Qishao. Very well, by the way, what is his name? Lin Yan. Chapter 45. The messenger of the underworld in the opulent palace of the ancient kingdom, a man stood beneath the blazing sun, executing a vigorous martial arts routine with fervent movements of his arms and legs. Within less than half an hour, he was drenched in sweat. The man possessed a resolute countenance and fierce eyes, displaying a newfound steadiness. Should Shen Qingqiu behold this individual, she would be utterly astounded. For this man was none other than Lin Yan, whom she had previously slain. On that fateful day in the Golden Yuan cave, Lin Yan had succumbed to Shen Qingqiu. Experiencing his first significant defeat, he was pierced through the heart by her sword, decapitated, and subsequently plunged into the depths of the lake, a seemingly inescapable fate. In that dire moment, however, a burst of white flames emanated from the bone ring upon his finger, entering his body through the wound, consuming his heart and replacing it. The white flames transformed into Lin Yan's new heart, preserving his life, albeit temporarily. Without timely assistance, he would ultimately perish. Perhaps it was not yet his time to die. Gu Ting noticed the commotion at the lake's bottom, mistaking it for a grand opportunity. Without hesitation, she dove into the water and retrieved his body and head. Upon recognizing Lin Yan's identity, Gu Ting soon devised a plan to bring him back to the palace for further examination. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan was resurrected. Huh, rumble. Lin Yan suddenly bellowed, striking out with his fist and shattering a massive stone into countless fragments. He had grown even stronger. Murmuring to himself, he clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through him. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he slowly opened his palm to reveal the bone ring, now devoid of any spiritual energy, appearing as an utterly ordinary ring. To the esteemed Bone Xian, I express my heartfelt gratitude for saving my life. I, Lin Yan, shall surely avenge you by slaying that woman and annihilating that holy ground. Within his heart, a flicker of white flame pulsed continuously, connecting with his limbs and organs, resembling a genuine heart. Alas, it was a mere lifeless entity, incapable of responding to Lin Yan's inquiries. Henceforth, he would have to navigate his own path. Brother Lin Yan. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from behind him. Lin Yan turned to see Gu Ting, the most favored princess of the ancient kingdom and his benefactor, smiling at him. Although Gu Ting had previously contemplated harming Lin Yan, their lives had intertwined, allowing them to set aside their grievances. Moreover, the path of cultivation was arduous, and Lin Yan would need the support of the ancient kingdom. Brother Lin Yan, come here quickly. Tinger has something to tell you. Gu Ting, graceful and beautiful, beckoned to him from a floral pavilion. Lin Yan approached with a smile, inquiring, what secretive matter requires discussion in this place? Only good news, Gu Ting replied, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. Father has agreed to provide resources and fully support your cultivation. Lin Yan was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Why such a sudden decision? Because our elder brother, Emperor Gu Quan, fell victim to those from the Qishao Holy Land, and father, in his wrath, finds himself lacking in strength. Thus, he must rely on you, brother Lin Yan. Once your cultivation reaches fruition, you shall overturn the Qishao Holy Land. Gu Ting had witnessed Lin Yan's remarkable talent, which was truly awe-inspiring. Instantly, her eyes filled with admiration, and her fair cheeks flushed as she softly added, this is all thanks to my efforts. Aha, Tinger, you are indeed clever, Lin Yan replied. Convey to your father, the emperor, that I, Lin Yan, will surely not disappoint him. Gu Ting shook her head with a smile, saying, no need to relay that. Father is right outside. He intends to betroth you to me, brother Lin Yan. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Yan's face froze, and he stared blankly at Gu Ting. She also furrowed her delicate brows tightly, perplexed by his sudden change in expression. After a moment, Lin Yan finally managed to respond with a gentle smile. This is truly a delightful surprise, Tinger. I am willing, of course I am. Seeing his reaction, Gu Ting felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out he was merely taken aback. Then let us go and meet father, she said. Very well, Lin Yan replied emphatically. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the Qishao sacred land, Lu Yong was returning with medicinal pills when he unexpectedly encountered trouble. More accurately, trouble found him. Just moments earlier, while soaring through the skies on his long ong, he chanced upon a group of dark-clad cultivators who were jointly attacking a young man. And the situation was dire. Lu Yong understood the urgency. Su Meier was still waiting for him at Tianyang Peak. And today marked the 6th day since she had been afflicted by the 7-day Yin Yang malady. He could not afford to delay any longer. Naturally, he intended to ignore the conflict, glancing at the location of the battle with the intention of circumventing it and continuing his journey. However, at that critical moment, the besieged stranger suddenly called out to him, shouting frantically, Junior brother, flee. They are envoys from the Ming Hall, seeking to seize our sect's treasure. You must protect what Master entrusted to you. It must not fall into the hands of such malevolent beings. Hurry, I will cover your escape. Fight them off. As soon as the unfamiliar man finished speaking, he resolutely charged into the crowd of dark-clad figures, fighting fiercely. The sudden turn of events left the black-clad assailants momentarily stunned, perplexed by the stranger's audacity. Yet, the despair emanating from the man was palpable, as if he were genuinely risking his life to ensure his junior brother's swift escape. For a moment, the emissaries from the Ming Hall were bewildered, unsure of how to react. It was only when a small leader stepped forward, coldly addressing Lu Yong, that clarity emerged. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Moreover, he has already heard that we are from the Ming Hall. Elder Wu Chang has cautioned us that it is not yet time for the Ming Hall to reveal itself. You too, go and intercept him, then eliminate him. At the leader's command, 3 black-clad envoys, exuding a menacing aura, blocked Lu Yang's path. He furrowed his brow and was compelled to halt. Step aside. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. I have no intention of disclosing anything, nor am I his junior brother. Humph, spare us the pleasantries. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Dying at our hands is your honor. 3 figures clad in black, shrouded in an aura of darkness and malevolence, emanated a palpable intent to kill. Each had mastered sinister arts, and though the naming Dian held ominous connotations that Lu Yang was well aware of, he was not inclined to engage in a protracted confrontation with them at this moment. Let us not waste time. Let us confront this together. Facing 3 adversaries of equal cultivation, Lu Yang felt no sense of trepidation. As they made their move, 3 pristine white lotuses unfurled simultaneously, illuminating the sky. 3 pillars of crimson surged upwards, staining the horizon, revealing Lu Yang's formidable prowess, which far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 46. The sect's supreme treasure, the Qinglian sword technique. A manifestation of thought blossoming into action, stands as the most formidable assassination swordplay known to Lu Yang. The swiftness of its execution is remarkable, occurring almost instantaneously with but a mere thought. Thus, the precision of timing is of paramount significance. Among the disciples surrounding Lu Yang, only Leng Wushuang possesses the requisite conditions for mastering this sword technique. Her strikes are decisive, her resolve unwavering, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. Each disciple possesses a distinct temperament and excels in different areas, prompting Lu Yang to adopt a tailored approach to teaching. Consequently, he imparts the Taishang Jiuyo sword technique to Shen Qingqiu, whose meticulous nature and gentle demeanor evoke in Lu Yang moments of utmost tolerance and joy, fulfilling his every desire. In contrast, Lang Wushuang embodies a frigid, unyielding mountain of ice. Once she sets her sights on a goal, she pursues it relentlessly until attainment. With her, Lu Yang need not indulge in elaborate subtleties. Her straightforwardness ensures that whatever he desires is readily provided. And only when in a good mood does she occasionally display a hint of playfulness, an ideal temperament for cultivating the Qinglian sword technique. As for Lu Xiaoyu, she remains his cherished treasure, with only the path of talisman crafting suited for her, as other avenues are not appropriate. Who dares to slay an envoy of the underworld palace? Lu Yang's strikes were ruthless, dispatching 3 adversaries in the blink of an eye, causing the small leader of the underworld palace to tremble with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like twisted roots, as he pointed at Lu Yang and bellowed. His outburst prompted the other envoys of the underworld palace to quickly regroup, ceasing their assault on the man, and turning their malevolent gazes upon Lu Yang. The unfamiliar man who had called Lu Yang junior brother seized the moment to swallow a pill that replenished his spiritual energy, his expression one of disbelief. He had merely intended to use Lu Yang to divert the attention of the underworld palace's envoys, yet was astounded to witness Lu Yang's swift elimination of 3 envoys, which brought him a sense of relief. He then surveyed his surroundings, keenly listening for an opportunity to escape, indifferent to whether Lu Yang would live or die, merely an outsider, after all, to be utilized as circumstances allowed. Your inquiry is rather amusing. Is it permissible for you, the underworld palace, to kill, while no one is allowed to retaliate against your envoys? What sort of absurd logic is that? Have your subterranean masters, too cowardly to bask in the sun's light, not informed you of the world's rules? Those who kill shall be killed in turn. Lu Yang harbored no fondness for the underworld palace, viewing them as a self-righteous group, timid as mice, who dared only to skulk underground. When seeking gain, they emerged to intimidate. Though the name of the underworld palace reverberated throughout the universe, Lu Yang held them in contempt, a covetous and cowardly lot. Audacious fool, who do you think you are to insult the lord of the underworld palace? You, a mere novice in the Dao Palace realm, shall meet your end. The little leader was engulfed in uncontainable fury, his eyes narrowing like those of a predatory wolf, exuding an aura of malevolence. A sinister specter coalesced around him, manifesting as a ghastly zombie with a green face and sharp fangs, its emaciated form shrouded in ghostly mist, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity. Under the little leader's command, it lunged mercilessly towards Lu Yang, the green fog swirling ominously, imbued with the poison of the undead. Such trivial sorcery dared to challenge the mastery of the adept. Against your sinister apparitions, I have the talismanic might of the Talisman Emperor to assist me. Lu Yang nonchalantly retrieved 2 talismans from his storage ring, one yellow and one purple, radiating a formidable spiritual energy. These were talismans he had secretly accumulated while instructing Lu Xiaoyu in the art of talisman drawing. The yellow talisman, known as the Corpse Suppression Talisman, was designed to subdue all malevolent spirits, rendering them utterly visible. Begone! Lu Yong cast the yellow talisman, which struck the zombie with unerring precision. The terrifying spiritual force erupted instantaneously, illuminating the surroundings like a cataclysmic wave crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The grotesque form of the green-faced zombie could not withstand the pressure of the talisman, crumbling into dust. While the noxious miasma dissipated under the purifying influence of the corpse suppression talisman, vanishing in an instant. The little leader stood transfixed, his mouth agape. Disbelief etched across his features. The prodigious power he had summoned was effortlessly dispelled by a mere talisman. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possess such a restraining talisman? Tell me, from whence did it come? Upon seeing the talisman, the little leader became frenzied, his demeanor betraying an overwhelming terror. His fear was not directed at the yellow talisman itself, but rather at the one who had crafted it. The reason the underworld palace dared not emerge into the world was due to its fear of the talisman emperor. Long ago, the underworld palace reigned supreme, malevolent spirits rampant, and living beings suffering. The talisman emperor was born to counter this chaos, establishing a celestial path of talismans to suppress the nefarious entities of the world. Throughout his life, he created a staggering 1,972 types of talismans, the majority designed to counter the spectral creatures of the underworld palace. After achieving enlightenment, he single-handedly breached the underworld palace, forcing its minions to cower in the earth, no longer daring to show themselves in the realm of the blazing sun. In response to the little leader's impotent rage, Lu Yong wielded a single talisman. Want to know? Then survived the tempest of thunder. His gaze was icy, devoid of any compassion, as he summoned the purple talisman, known as the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman. With a resounding boom, terrifying silver lightning descended upon the world, striking the heads of the underworld emissaries with blinding swiftness. Under the Nine Heavens thunder, all beings were rendered equal, and within moments, the little leader and his cohort were reduced to ashes, leaving only a faint scent of charred remains. The unfamiliar man, having distanced himself in a stroke of luck, was left in stunned silence, gripped by a chilling dread. The might of the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman instilled in him a profound fear, for even with his advanced cultivation, he could not withstand its power. Casting a fleeting glance towards Lu Yang's direction, an uncontrollable tremor coursed through his entire being. Yet, suddenly, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped his heart, and the unfamiliar man was struck with profound dread, inwardly exclaiming that it was a grave mistake. He yearned to flee, but time had already slipped away. The blossoming white lotus was extraordinarily exquisite, the most beautiful flower he had ever laid eyes upon in his lifetime. And it would be the last. He parted his lips, intending to offer an explanation, yet collapsed, utterly powerless. Humph. Lu Yong let out a cold snort, his expression unwavering. From the moment the man addressed him as junior brother, Lu Yong had no intention of sparing his life. The reasoning was simple. Had Lu Yong been merely an ordinary cultivator of the Dao Palace realm, he would undoubtedly meet his demise today due to the man's entanglement. Such malicious deeds were not something Lu Yong would easily forgive. A fleeting glance revealed the man's collar was bulging. Suddenly, he recalled that the man had uttered the phrase precious treasure of the sect. Could it be that there truly was? Chapter 47. My master feeds me. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped the falling corpse of a young man. After searching for a moment, he found nothing. The prized possession of their sect was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Lu Yong was at a loss for words. Never mind, he thought. It is more pressing to return to Tianyang Peak. Casually discarding the young man's body, he continued on his way without a backward glance. Just as the young man was about to crash to the ground and shatter into pieces, a gentle breeze caught him, and a delicate girl in a pink dress emerged from the side, her eyes red and brimming with tears, clutching a peculiar, broken black copper mirror. If Lu Yong had been present, he would have been utterly astonished. The black copper mirror in the girl's hands was the same one he had given to Lung Wushuang, serving as the vessel for cultivating the void immortal scripture, the most potent method among the text, without a doubt. Suddenly, tears streamed down her smooth face, and she could no longer contain her sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. Whoa, senior brother. It turned out she was the very person the young man had sought to protect. His calls of junior brother were merely a ruse, a cover to mislead and alert the girl. As for the sect's treasure, it was indeed real. He had entrusted its safekeeping to her, not having it on his person. After weeping for a considerable time, the girl in the pink dress stood, wiped her tears, and dug a grave to bury her senior brother before quietly departing. Tianyang Peak. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the night sky. Lu Yong returned to the foot of the mountain, scarcely pausing to catch his breath before hastening back to the summit, carefully avoiding the traps along the way. Should he falter here, all would be lost. Fortunately, Lu Yang's mind was clear, and he recalled every word spoken by Su Meyer, skillfully evading the layers of traps. He ascended to the mountaintop without incident. Upon reaching the temple, Lu Yong dared not linger, making a beeline for his quarters. The candelabra flickered with lights, fueled by the essence from a mermaid's core, capable of burning for a millennium without extinguishing. Meyer, Master has returned. Lu Yong called out. But before he could finish, he suddenly froze. The chamber was illuminated, the fragrance lingering in the air, yet the beauty he sought was absent from the jade bed. Only an unfastened golden cord lay gleaming on the floor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yong quickly picked up the cord, which still retained warmth. This indicated that Su Meyer had recently escaped her confinement. This is bad. Had she descended the mountain before him? A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yong as he turned to rush out of the chamber. Just then, a shadow darted from the adjacent darkness, swiftly tackling Lu Yong to the ground, and began to frantically search his person for something. Master, give it to me. Hurry, give me the poison pill. Lu Yong was taken aback by the request. The intoxicating fragrance and melodious voice unmistakably belonged to Su Meyer, yet she was now entirely different. Stripped of her previous allure and charm, replaced with an unsettling mania, resembling that of an addict. Gazing at the frenzied Su Meyer before him, a flicker of fear stirred within Lu Yong. All right. I will give it to you. Master will give it to you. Lu Yong couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, swiftly retrieving a small jade vial. This vial contained the Seven Corpse Soul Eroding Pill, a peculiar toxic elixir extracted from the Seven Corpse Valley, capable of causing Su Meyer's cultivation to plummet in an instant. At this moment, Su Meyer retained the last vestige of her rationality. Aware that time was of the essence, she eagerly implored Lu Yong for the pill. However, when she called out Master, Lu Yong instantly comprehended her precarious state. She was clinging to the final threads of her sanity. Had he delayed for even a moment longer, Su Meyer would have completely succumbed to madness. Master, please, quickly feed it to me. Upon seeing Lu Yang unveil the small jade vial, Su Meyer's eyes sparkled with fervor. Her alluring lips parted widely, revealing her delicate, agile tongue, which drew near to Lu Yang's face, mere inches apart, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Her gaze enchanting and beguiling. Swallow it quickly. Lu Yong swallowed hard, hesitating only briefly. He poured a Seven Corpse Soul Eroding Pill from the vial, its surface glowing faintly red, accompanied by an unusual, unpleasant odor. With a slight frown, he pinched the pill and placed it into Su Meyer's tender mouth. She accepted the pill, slightly tilting her elegant neck back, her complexion a lovely blend of white and pink, exceedingly beautiful. With a soft gulp, she consumed the toxic pill entirely, then immediately detached herself from Lu Yong, settling down on the ground in a meditative posture to activate the pill's potency. Lu Yong sighed in relief, sitting up beside her. After a few breaths, a tremendous commotion emanated from Su Meyer as her cultivation began to regress dramatically from heavenly sovereign to earthly sovereign, then to human sovereign, showing no signs of halting, continuing to decline until she reached the realm of questioning the pinnacle, where it finally ceased. Su Meyer then opened her eyes, glancing at Lu Yong, a trace of affectionate tenderness illuminating her features. Please, give me another one. Certainly. Lu Yong nodded and placed a second Seven Corpse Soul Eroding Pill into her mouth. Her lips were soft and elastic, and Lu Yong could feel their texture with the slightest touch. Observing as Su Meyer closed her eyes once more, he refrained from interrupting. Silently watching her cultivation continue to regress until it finally stabilized at the Dao Palace realm. After a considerable time, Su Meyer slowly opened her eyes, sparkling like stars and radiating charm. She regarded Lu Yong with a gentle smile and said, Master, your disciple is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Chapter 48. The unparalleled beauty. Time flows swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed atop Tianyang Peak. Within the grand hall, Lu Yong and Su Meyer sat across from each other at a tea table. Lu Yong poured 2 cups of fragrant tea, placing one before Su Meyer while he held the other, taking a delicate sip before setting it down. By the way, I have yet to inform my master. Who is it that has caused you such harm? Upon the mention of this matter, Su Meyer was instantly engulfed in fury. Her luminous, enchanting eyes brimmed with a torrent of murderous intent, her delicate form trembling slightly. Does my master know of the Taichu sacred land? It is a super sect that stands on equal footing with our Qishao sacred land. Su Meier was aware that Lu Yang was an impostor, hence her inquiry. Otherwise, the esteemed position of peak master Lu Yang would preclude him from being ignorant of the Taichu sacred land's renown. However, she clearly underestimated Lu Yang's knowledge. Of course, I am familiar with the Taichu sacred land, Lu Yang replied, his confidence unwavering. Its overall combat prowess surpasses that of the Qishao sacred land. Furthermore, in the latter stages, Qishao is utterly obliterated by Taichu, uprooted overnight, leading to the prominence of the Taichu sacred land's name, while Qishao became a name no one dared to utter. My master does not concern himself with whether the adversary hails from a noble lineage or a trivial sect. Anyone who dares to harm my disciple becomes my enemy, and I shall ensure their annihilation. Lu Yang's conviction was resolute. He believed that as long as his cultivation improved, he would be invincible. Yet, it was evident that some remained skeptical. Su Meier could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. A hint of her enchanting essence surfaced as she teased. You are merely at the Dao Palace realm. Do you truly consider yourself to be that esteemed master Lu Yang? Lu Yang, unperturbed, reached across the table and playfully pinched her smooth cheek, offering a gentle reprimand to curb Su Meier's impudence. Who says one cannot be regarded as your master while at the Dao Palace realm? I shall be frank. I too am named Lu Yang, and I assure you, I am not inferior to your esteemed master. Seeing you in good spirits, why not hand over the other half of the scripture? All right, I understand. At this moment, Su Meier had fully recovered, though the aftermath of consuming the poison pill had considerably diminished her cultivation, presenting a new dilemma. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on Lu Yang. It was her own decision to venture into the Seven Corpse Valley in search of the poison pill. Having acknowledged Lu Yang as her master, Su Meier intended no deceit. She produced the other half of the scripture from her person. Here you are. This was obtained under duress, seized from another. Lu Yang smiled upon hearing this, retrieving the previously acquired half of the scripture and merging it with hers. Suddenly, he was taken aback as he heard the system's prompt sound. Ding. Disciple Su Meier has gifted the host Tianhu Daojing, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. Rewarding White Tiger Sacred Art. White Tiger Sacred Art. Description: the White Tiger, one of the four ancient spirits of heaven and earth. The White Tiger Sacred Art is known for its domineering ferocity and sharp offensive techniques. Once mastered, it grants the practitioner a physique comparable to that of the unparalleled White Tiger, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, with techniques that can annihilate all. It embodies both offense and defense, rendering its wielder invincible. Upon reaching great mastery, it rivals the presence of a sacred beast. The White Tiger Sacred Art? Lu Yang, with a look of astonishment, inquired. You possess an innate charm and have also cultivated your physical form? Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to seize others' possessions, resulting in such dire consequences, Su Meier lamented. Yet, she understood the harsh realities of this world, the survival of the fittest, with little room for complaint. Lu Yang nodded knowingly and gazed at Su Meier with a profound expression, saying, Very well, since that is the case. I shall teach you the White Tiger Sacred Art, which aligns perfectly with your abilities. Isn't it the Heavenly Tiger Scriptures? Su Meier stared blankly at the two halves of the scripture placed before Lu Yang. This is for you. I shall impart even better techniques. Come forth. In an instant. Su Meier was further astounded. Was her master truly only at the Dao Palace realm? Why did it feel like he concealed depths she could hardly fathom? Nevertheless, she would not refuse such an opportunity and immediately pursued Lu Yang's steps. 3 days later, the two reappeared within the Grand Hall. This marked Su Meier's first bold appearance since returning to Tianyang Peak. After practicing the White Tiger Sacred Art, she felt her aura become sharper and more formidable. Clad in a translucent blue-purple gown, she exuded an enchanting grace, captivating all. Holding Lu Yang's hand, she smiled radiantly, saying, Master, I did not anticipate the profound nature of the sacred art you imparted. It is my first encounter with such a formidable mystical technique. Lu Yang chuckled as he entered the Grand Hall and took his seat at the elevated position, his cultivation having slightly advanced to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. Looking at Su Meier, he remarked, Indeed, after 3 days of training, you have made notable progress, which pleasantly surprises me. Of course, with Master personally guiding me. My improvement is only natural, Su Meier replied, settling into Lu Yang's embrace, her delicate feet playfully swaying at the edge of the chair. Her mischievous gaze fixed on his face as she asked, Master, please be honest with me. Have you practiced any secret techniques related to true dragons? I can't shake the feeling that you possess the strength of a true dragon. It's quite terrifying. Hearing his disciple's sincere praise, Lu Yong felt his spirits lift even higher. Su Meier was not mistaken. It was indeed after refining the Golden Dragon Emperor flame that he experienced a significant transformation. However, he had no intention of revealing this so readily. Gently caressing her cheek, he playfully pinched it, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he remarked, "You are not lacking either. I must admit, your physical prowess is surprisingly formidable. I almost underestimated you. To be frank, aside from the White Tiger sacred art I have taught you, what other body techniques do you possess?" Su Meier reverted to her enchanting demeanor, pouting playfully as she proclaimed, "Humph. I won't tell you. Are you not afraid of Master wielding the divine whip upon you for defiance?" Upon hearing this, Su Meier trembled slightly. She was aware that Peak Master Lu Yong wielded the divine whip, its divine power fearsome enough to cause severe harm. Yet she quickly reminded herself that this person was not the former Peak Master Lu Yong, and her fear dissipated. "I am not afraid," she declared. "Struck upon my form, the pain reverberates within your heart. Master, would you truly wish to mar your disciple?" Su Meier displayed a pitiful guise, her eyes misty and full of longing. This is the facade of a seductress, embodying her most primal nature. "Haraha, you are so exquisite. How could I bear to harm you?" Lu Yong spoke candidly, acknowledging Su Meier's myriad charms and enchanting allure. "Hee, I knew you couldn't bear to do so. If you were to damage your disciple, you would undoubtedly regret it." Very well, you are quite the silver-tongued one. You have returned to the transformation realm, have you not?" With her words, Lu Yong smiled indulgently. "Indeed," Su Meier responded with a bewitching smile. Previously, she could only wield the power of the Dao Palace realm. Yet through her training in the White Tiger's sacred art, she managed to dispel a portion of the oppressive corpse energy, resulting in a marked improvement. She could now exert the strength of the transformation realm. The White Tiger, indeed, is a formidable entity. After cultivating a trace of its divine essence, the aura it exudes is truly unmatched, compelling even the corpse energy to retreat. Lu Zheng had previously informed Lu Yong that the Seven Corpses Devouring Soul Pill is a toxic elixir. Once consumed, it would seal one's cultivation power. However, should one cleanse the corpse energy from within, their original strength could be restored, albeit with some difficulty along the way. "Master, you must accompany your disciple more in training. To elevate my physical prowess, continuous combat is essential." Su Meier smiled gracefully. "Rest assured, Master, I shall show mercy when the time comes." "Very well. I shall be at your service." "Do you really think I fear your little white tiger?" Lu Yong felt confident. Aside from her mastery of the White Tiger sacred art, Su Meier must possess another formidable technique, her physicality formidable and on par with his own. Of course, she had the advantage of an earlier start in her cultivation, where their training periods equal. With his dual preparation of Imperial Flame and Celestial Scripture, Lu Yong would undoubtedly stand invincible. Meanwhile, upon Qishao Peak, the disciple assessments were fervently underway. To date, all 1,000 inner disciples had emerged from the trials. Given the brutal nature of the eliminations, those who succeeded were assuredly the elite, with minimal dilution in their ranks. The vanquished, filled with resentment, gritted their teeth and diligently trained, awaiting their next opportunity. The victors, naturally, were brimming with vigor, having taken the first leap towards excellence. At the Martial Arts Center, the final stage of the competition was situated prominently. After days of fierce contests, the final 32 contenders had been determined. They represented the pinnacle of this assessment. Having distinguished themselves from thousands, they were undoubtedly among the talented, qualified to be nurtured as core disciples. However, beyond the core discipleship, there lay the more coveted positions of direct disciples, of which only 10 were available, a chance no one wished to forego. Above the decisive stage, a group of handsome men and beautiful women sat shoulder to shoulder. They were the representatives of the 7 main peaks, tasked with selecting talent and inviting disciples to join. The crowd's gaze was intense, each person already harboring their favorite candidate. Even Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang were no exceptions. Aside from their attention on Lu Xiaoyu, they had indeed discovered a remarkably gifted prospect. Lang Wushuang, with her keen intuition and piercing gaze, quietly remarked, "Sister, what do you think of that junior sister named Zhao Hongxue? She seems to be just a few years older than Xiaoyu, yet the sword aura she exudes is formidable, almost rivaling that of our 4th junior sister." Shen Qingqiu's beautiful eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and she nodded slightly. "Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance. She is likely another prodigious talent." Perhaps we should bring her to Tianyang Peak. Allowing our master to provide her with proper guidance, I am certain she will not fall short of our fourth junior sister. With a light chuckle, she added. But let us speak of that later. For now, I merely hope that Xiaoyu can secure a place among the top 10. Chapter 50. Lu Xiaoyu grows stronger among the 32 finalists. There stood a petite and exquisite figure clad in a celebratory red outfit, with bright eyes and a charming smile. Indeed, it was Lu Xiaoyu. She did not disappoint Lu Yang, successfully advancing into the top 32 with her exceptional talismanic skills. However, her ambition soared higher. Aiming for a spot in the top 10, the true test was only beginning. Each opponent who had made it this far was formidable, and Lu Xiaoyu was acutely aware of this, her expression serious, refusing to let her guard down for even a moment. At that moment, Master Li Xinghe of Qishao Peak arrived at the decisive stage. This time, he would personally serve as the judge for the final round of assessments, while also safeguarding the participating disciples. After all, those who reached the 32 were not to be underestimated, possessing powerful trump cards. Any casualties would be a significant loss for the sacred land. From 32 to 16, let the competition commence. With that declaration, the atmosphere grew tense. Both the remaining disciples and those already eliminated eagerly anticipated the match. Throughout the lengthy assessment period of over half a month, Lu Xiaoyu had garnered the most attention. Her unique status as the direct disciple recognized by Peak Master Lu Yang drawing particular interest. Defeating her was the only way for others to prove their strength and gain entry into Tianyang Peak. On the high platform, Shen Qingqiu felt a bead of sweat form in her palm, her nerves palpable. This was a crucial battle for Xiaoyu, should she falter. Her dreams of entering the top 10 would be dashed. Don't worry, senior sister. Li Chuan's cultivation is on par with Xiaoyu's. Both at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, she definitely has a chance of winning. Let us hope so. Shen Qingqiu, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuded elegance. Her peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and her opponent had ascended the final stage, fully focused. Awaiting Li Xinghe's command to commence the duel. Begin. Li Xinghe's voice rang out, steady and clear, resonating in the ears of the audience. Prepared in advance, Lu Xiaoyu swiftly summoned 2 radiant talisman papers, both spirit summoning talismans. Come forth, my hefty little friend, and the long, fiery beast. In an instant, a large, earthy yellow toad and a fiery red serpent appeared in the center of the stage, their massive forms shielding Lu Xiaoyu from harm. The audience erupted in astonishment. It's the earth spirit toad and the fiery horned snake. She has summoned them again. One was at Mid-Dao Palace, the other at Late Dao Palace. A daunting trio to contend with. How can we possibly win against such trickery? A disciple who had previously been defeated by Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration. You don't understand. Those are spirit summoning talismans, which seal spirit beasts within. They remain effective unless the beasts are either killed or severely injured, without any limit on usage, another knowledgeable disciple quickly clarified. So, to defeat Lu Xiaoyu, one must significantly weaken her spirit beasts? Exactly. You can see that Li Chuan has already grasped this notion. On the decisive stage, the battle was set to unfold. Li Chuan possessed a robust physique and wielded his sword with remarkable precision. His thoughts mirrored the words of the man from earlier. He was wagering on the notion that Lu Xiaoyu's hidden cards were limited. If he could successfully vanquish the 2 spirit beasts, she would inevitably lose her combat prowess. With a resonant clang, the sword was drawn, radiating an ominous aura. Li Chuan's swordsmanship far surpassed Zhao Long's knife techniques. He struck down with his blade, and immediately, a splash of crimson blood erupted from the earth spirit toad. Gurgle! Gurgle! The earth spirit toad, wounded, emitted a pitiful cry. The enormous creature's scream weighed heavily on Lu Xiaoyu's heart. Having only practiced talisman drawing for 6 months, her repertoire was rather limited. Apart from the 2 spirit communication talismans that could be used without restriction, the rest were one-time use, and she dared not expend them lightly, reserving them for critical moments. At this moment, she remained calm and collected, silently awaiting her opportunity. Although the situation appeared to be 3 against 1, Lu Xiaoyu refrained from actively joining the fray. Thus the reality was that Li Chuan was facing the 2 spirit beasts alone, bolstered by a significant advantage in cultivation. Gurgle! Hiss! In no time, both the earth spirit toad and the blazing horned serpent bore multiple injuries, their bodies drenched in blood from the strikes of the opposing sword, continuously uttering anguished cries. Hearing their cries filled Lu Xiaoyu with sorrow, her eyes slightly reddening. These were companions she had fought alongside, and she felt a bond with them. observing their plight. She ultimately suppressed her distress and quietly called out their names, offering encouragement. Big guy and hefty fellow, you must persevere a while longer. Lu Xiaoyu was no longer the naive fighter she once was. After more than half a month of battles, she had amassed considerable combat experience. Currently, having the two spirit beasts engage their adversary in relentless combat was a trap she had set on her path to victory, and she felt confident in her ability to turn the tide. Boom, boom. As the fight intensified, Li Chuan, despite inflicting deep wounds on the two spirit beasts, found his own spiritual energy depleting significantly. He was beginning to falter. Li Chuan raised his sharp gaze and surveyed the scene, spotting the two wretched spirit beasts, while Lu Xiaoyu remained hidden behind them, too fearful to reveal herself. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. Lu Xiaoyu possessed no capability for close combat, relying solely on her talismans. With this thought, Li Chuan became even more convinced of his deduction. He no longer lamented the consumption of his spiritual energy. As long as he could slay the two spirit beasts before his own collapse, capturing Lu Xiaoyu would be a mere formality. Clang, clang. Li Chuan's offensive surged once more, showing no hesitation in exhausting his internal spiritual energy, launching a vigorous assault. The ensuing result was a tragic moment for the two spirit beasts, whose cries echoed as they neared death. Despite being the referee, Li Xinghe remained composed, his radiant gaze frequently fixating on Lu Xiaoyu. If she did not act soon, defeat would be imminent. What would she choose to do? He had been closely observing her progress, and compared to before, she was indeed like a different person. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly extend a fervent invitation for her to join the Qi Shao Peak. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu finally decided to take action. The Qingfeng Ju was swiftly unleashed, transforming into a gentle breeze that surged into the heart of the battlefield. Grasping a talisman tightly in her hand, she quickly invoked it. Great Compassion Talisman, may I save all sentient beings. In the next instant, the talisman slipped from her grasp and erupted in a brilliant golden light, revealing a spectral image of the Buddha hovering in the air. Under the radiance of the Buddha's light, the two severely injured spirit beasts began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. Before long, the Buddha's image faded, and the two spirit beasts became vibrant and full of life, emitting excited roars. They fixated their gaze on Li Chuan, their expressions turning ominously predatory. Chapter 51. The little fish yearning to grow up. How could this be possible? The great compassionate talisman was created by the Talisman Emperor. Has it not long been lost to time? High above, the Grand Elder of the Spiritual Peak could no longer remain seated. With a sudden leap, he stood, his gaze ablaze. Behind him, the third elder also wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, Grand Elder, this girl actually knows how to draw that talisman. We cannot allow her to return to the Tianyang Peak. This would be a tremendous loss for our Spiritual Peak. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoyu conjure the great compassionate talisman, both men lost their composure. The fact that she could inscribe such a talisman marked her as a prodigy among prodigies. You stay here and ensure that nothing happens to that young girl. I will inform the Peak Master. Grand Elder Yang resolved to seize her, yet his status was insufficient. Only the Peak Master could intervene, for there was no room for negotiation otherwise. On the high platform, Shen Qingqiu and Lung Wushuang gasped in unison, their eyes alight with astonishment. They had never anticipated that their innocent and naive junior sister possessed such remarkable skill. My goodness, sister, is she still our little fish? She mused. By feigning vulnerability and allowing Li Chuan to target her two spirit beasts relentlessly, she would wait until his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, then utilize the talisman to heal the two severely injured spirit beasts, thereby securing a decisive victory. Shen Qingqiu was so exhilarated that she clapped her hands in approval, joyfully exclaiming, Wonderful! Sister, your efforts have certainly not been in vain. Once we return to Tianyang Peak, our master must commend you thoroughly. As the great compassionate talisman dissipated, the scales of victory tilted in Lu Xiaoyu's favor. At this moment, having exhausted all his spiritual energy, Li Chuan begrudgingly accepted reality. He had lost this battle. Faced with two spirit beasts restored to their peak condition, he had no strength left to continue and chose to surrender voluntarily. Brilliant! Li Xing's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he nodded in approval before promptly declaring, the first match is concluded. Lu Xiaoyu emerges victorious. The two combatants may now exit the stage, as we will soon commence the second match. Hooray! We are one step closer to the top 10. The clumsy, hefty creatures and the long, formidable ones. Thank you for your hard work. Return swiftly. Lu Xiaoyu clenched her fists tightly, brimming with confidence, as she stored away the 2 talismans and hastily descended from the decisive stage. The second match began shortly thereafter, yet she had no time to spare. Seeking out her 2 senior sisters to share her joy. "Sister, I won." Lu Xiaoyu beamed, and then promptly leapt into Shen Qingqiu's embrace. Observing this scene, Lang Wushuang felt a twinge of envy. She too longed to be as affectionate with her sister as Lu Xiaoyu was. All right, Lu Xiaoyu, get up quickly. We mustn't let others see." Lang Wushuang, aware that Lu Xiaoyu would not yield easily, maintained a stern expression and forcibly pulled her away. Lu Xiaoyu pouted, somewhat disgruntled. "Oh, Wushuang, what are you doing? I merely wish to rest comfortably in my sister's arms for a moment." Lang Wushuang remained unconvinced, hands on her hips, asserting her authority. "You audacious Lu Xiaoyu, dare you to quibble?" Taken aback, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly felt a pang of guilt, for Lang Wushuang was right. She envied Shen Qingqiu the most. Alas, this pain of not being able to grow up was a burden only she understood. However, Shen Qingqiu could sense it and did not mind her cuddling in his embrace. He chuckled, "Little fish, come here. First, allow me to congratulate you on making it to the top 16. With just one more battle, you can secure a place in the top 10. Are you confident?" Lu Xiaoyu beamed, her spirits high. This time, she did not act recklessly. She merely wrapped her arms around his slender waist, her gaze filled with envy. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu replied, "I won't inform the 2 senior sisters just yet. In any case, I, Lu Xiaoyu, will become Master's direct disciple and will not relinquish my position." "All right. I believe you, junior sister. Once you secure your position as a direct disciple, whatever you wish to eat or replenish, I will grant you." Shen Qingqiu covered her mouth with a light laugh, teasing Lu Xiaoyu. Especially when she emphasized the word replenish, Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her cheeks, wishing to burrow into the ground. Lu Xiaoyu was far from foolish. She harbored her own thoughts regarding the matter of replenishment. She had not mentioned it to anyone, merely discreetly hinting to Shen Qingqiu about certain key foods she wished to eat but had not received. This little secret of hers was surprisingly noticed by Shen Qingqiu, causing her to panic, her delicate form trembling lightly. Lang Wushuang immediately understood and seized the opportunity to tease Lu Xiaoyu. "Senior sister, no wonder I always feel that little fish has matured considerably, yet her height remains unchanged. It seems she has grown in other areas. Has she discreetly hinted to you about wanting a specific food?" "Oh no, I didn't tea." "Didn't tea you?" Lang Wushuang crossed her arms and, in a playful tone, said, "Well then, once your assessment is over, accompany me to the shadow clear pool for a swim, and we shall see if there's anything to reveal." Lu Xiaoyu pouted, her face filled with indignation. "Humph, I shan't speak to you anymore. I must prepare for the next match." With that, she turned and left, as if she had made a resolute decision. Once Lu Xiaoyu was out of earshot, the 2 could no longer contain their laughter, clutching their waists as they giggled uncontrollably. "Senior sister, little fish is simply adorable. It's quite amusing to tease her." Hee. The following day, the second round of matches commenced once more. This time, it was a battle to progress from the top 16 to the top 8. Victory in this duel would secure a place in the top 10, with the remaining 2 spots to be filled from the defeated side. Lu Xiaoyu brimmed with confidence. No matter who she faced next, she felt assured of victory. Naturally, she was not the only one with such conviction. Every disciple standing here possessed absolute confidence in their abilities, unwilling to concede easily. Among the 16, a young woman clad in red stood out distinctly. Appearing no older than 18 or 20, her skin was smooth and delicate, and her beauty was unparalleled, exuding an icy allure that starkly contrasted with the ruthless chill radiated by Lang Wushuang. The woman stood her ground, and none dared approach her, for a terrifying sword aura surged around her, threatening to harm anyone who ventured too close. She was the other individual Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang had been closely monitoring. Known as Zhao Hongxue, aside from the 3 peaks of spiritual artifacts, spiritual beasts, and spiritual medicines that do not accept sword cultivators, Qishao, Tianfa, Tianyue, and Tianyang have all demonstrated a fervent desire to invite her, reaching a point of undeniable determination. The transition from the top 16 to the top 8 begins now. In the first match, Zhao Hongxue will face Li Qing. Please, the 2 contestants, take the stage. Chapter 52. Zhao Hongxue, the referee for this contest, was still Li Xinghe. As the senior brother of Qishao Peak, his extraordinary talent marked him as a direct disciple of the Holy Land's master. As his voice resonated across the decisive stage, all eyes immediately turned to the 2 disciples. Zhao Hongxue, possessing an extraordinary physique, emanated a sword aura as tumultuous as crashing waves, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Her cultivation having reached the early stage of the profound realm, setting her apart from many of her peers. Her opponent, Li Qing, was a valiant warrior, a formidable body refinement practitioner, whose cultivation fell short of Zhao Hongxue's, only achieving the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. Stepping onto the decisive stage, Li Qing wore a grave expression, aware that his chances of victory were less than 1 in 10. Zhao Hongxue was far too powerful, the most likely candidate to emerge as the top contender in this assessment. Yet, what did it matter? As a practitioner of body refinement, one must advance fearlessly and solidify their resolve. In contrast, Zhao Hongxue maintained her usual calm demeanor, completely unaffected by external pressures. Dressed in flowing red garments, she stood quietly, her features as picturesque as a painting, exuding grace and elegance. Upon Li Qing's signal, the two exchanged respectful bows. Very well, let the contest begin. With a thunderous roar, Li Qing made the first move, his form akin to that of a fierce tiger, agile and formidable. From a distance of several dozen meters, he launched a punch, causing the ground to tremble. With a fierce gust of wind hurtling toward Zhao Hongxue, she narrowed her gaze slightly, her figure moving like a startled swan, swiftly evading the onslaught. Yet, in the next instant, Li Qing unleashed another powerful punch from afar, repeatedly sending forth devastating gales toward her. This tactic made Zhao Hongxue furrow her brows, not out of fear, but due to the peculiarity of the situation. Li Qing, a body refinement practitioner, was not engaging in close combat, but instead opted for a ranged approach. Was this not akin to relinquishing one's strengths to engage with weaknesses? It was indeed perplexing. Boom! Another terrifying gust of wind surged toward her. This time, Zhao Hongxue chose not to evade, but to counter with her own sword aura. The collision of fist wind and sword energy resulted in a stalemate, quickly dissipating. Meanwhile, Li Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. Excellent. Now there was at least a 2 in 10 chance of victory. Having gauged the power of Zhao Hongxue's sword aura, he decisively stepped forward, swiftly advancing towards her. As a body refinement practitioner, his physique was formidable, each punch he delivered capable of causing explosive impacts in the air. So, he was merely testing the strength of her sword aura, a cautious yet reasonable approach. Zhao Hongxue discerned Li Qing's intentions and spoke directly, her voice melodious. There is no need for such complexities. Use your strongest technique, otherwise, once I draw my sword, you shall have no opportunity. What? Li Qing's expression darkened considerably. Zhao Hongxue dared to look down upon him in such a manner? Very well, let it be as you wish. I shall see how you respond. It was only natural for a body refinement practitioner to possess a bit of temperament, especially given Zhao Hongxue's audacity to utter such bold words. Li Qing retreated several paces to steady himself and immediately unleashed his strongest technique, the 9 turns Overlord Fist. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Huff, huff, huff. For turns, Li Qing gritted his teeth, barely managing to unleash the power of the 4th turn. The power of one's own strength may be amplified 4-fold, and its ultimate might is indeed unimaginable. Li Qing furrowed his brows, observing Li Qing nodding repeatedly. Beneath his feet, the stage crumbled, stones flying in chaos. The momentum was truly formidable. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Zhao Hongxue. His curiosity piqued. How would she respond? Indeed, witnessing Li Qing exerting his full strength, Zhao Hongxue could only offer a simple praise of impressive. Boom. The formidable might of the 4-fold Overlord Fist surged. Even Li Qing's physical form began to falter. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, and in tandem, a valiant figure of the Overlord materialized from thin air. This punch seemed akin to the legendary Overlord himself striking forth, radiating terrifying authority. Zhao Hongxue was imbued with fierce combat spirit, her sword energy swirling in a frenzy, suddenly amplifying tenfold. Clang! With a swift motion, her treasured sword was drawn. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth. Li Qing's cheeks twitched slightly. He hastily cast a spell to stabilize the stage, lest it require complete reconstruction afterward. The Overlord Fist charged forth with relentless ferocity. Yet the sword energy from Zhao Hongxue was evidently more fearsome. With a sharp sound, it sliced through the fierce phantom of the fist and continued onward. Li Qing's expression turned ashen as he beheld the incoming sword energy, realizing he could not evade it. It was poised to cleave into his very being. Yet, in a sudden twist, Li Qinghe appeared before him, flicking his fingers to effortlessly disperse the supreme sword energy. Hiss! The spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. Whether it was the heart-stopping clash between Zhao Hongxue and Li Qing or the striking display of Li Xinghe's prowess in dispersing the sword energy, it left an indelible impression on their minds, evoking profound admiration. How formidable! Is this the power of the top 16? Brother Li is truly both powerful and handsome. Had he not intervened, Li Qing would have faced dire consequences. I am astounded. The very thought sends shivers down my spine. Thankfully, I was eliminated early. Had I stood on the same stage as them, I fear I would have faltered and fallen. Li Xinghe nodded in satisfaction before announcing the results. The victor was undoubtedly Zhao Hongxue, while Li Qing, still somewhat shaken, was assisted off the stage by fellow disciples. This scene sent chills down the spines of the audience once more, for even someone as strong as Li Qing found himself in such a predicament against Zhao Hongxue. How would others fare against her? The remaining 14 contestants collectively exhaled in relief. Even Lu Xiaoyu patted her chest, reassuring herself, thank goodness I did not encounter her. Otherwise, I would be in peril. As Zhao Hongxue's invincible figure receded, the second round of competition commenced immediately. This time, the two disciples were evenly matched, engaging in a grueling battle until ultimately, it was the practitioner who fought alongside a spirit beast who emerged victorious, eliciting a strong invitation from the spirit beast peak. Subsequently, the third and fourth rounds concluded, each yielding one male and one female contestant advancing to the top 8. Before long, the fifth match arrived, and Lu Xiaoyu took to the stage. This is her most crucial battle. A victory would allow her to remain on Tianyang Peak, while defeat would compel her to participate in a resurrection match, vying for the last 2 spots. Yet, she has nearly exhausted her supply of talismans, leaving her with insufficient time for preparation. This implies that she must secure victory in this encounter, as she lacks the strength to compete in the resurrection match. Should the worst come to pass, she would be expelled from Tianyang Peak, unable to stay by Lu Yang's side to craft talismans together. Lu Xiaoyu resolutely refuses to allow such a scenario to unfold. She is determined to remain beside her master. With a purple talisman tightly grasped in her hand, she ascends the stage with deliberate slowness. Before Li Xinghe can announce the commencement of the match, she boldly addresses her opponent. Surrender now. I do not wish to harm you. What? Her words leave her adversary utterly bewildered. Li Xinghe, standing nearby, is equally perplexed. With his cultivation level, an unexpected turn of events should be impossible. Lu Xiaoyu's unwavering declaration nearly undermines his confidence, prompting him to clear his throat and say, Lu Xiaoyu, with me here, there will be no surprises. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu chuckles and replies, isn't that precisely why I am concerned about unforeseen circumstances? Li Xinghe, at a loss for words, casually remarks, let the match begin. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiaoyu hurled the purple talisman towards her opponent's head. Chapter 53, Crisis Boom. In an instant, the heavens above were illuminated by a celestial thunder. Thunderous roars cascaded down like a silver torrent, as if the very sky were collapsing. What? Li Xinghe's expression shifted. A tremor seizing his heart. The power of the thunder symbol was overwhelmingly formidable, and the disciple could not possibly withstand it. With a flicker of thought, he intended to intervene. Yet he suddenly found himself immobilized, his entire spiritual energy bound. Not only he, but everyone present shared the same fate. The esteemed elder of Lingqi Peak suspended in the air, the representatives from the main peaks atop the platform, the participating disciples, and the thousands below, including the descending celestial thunder, all froze in that moment. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Shen Qingqiu, too, was paralyzed, her expression shifting to one of horror as she noticed an old man appearing on the decisive stage unbeknownst to her. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely among the crowd, ultimately standing beneath the celestial thunder, gazing upward. His murky eyes ignited with a spark of brilliance as he smiled faintly, exclaiming, a marvel beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, atop Tianyang Peak, upon hearing the thunder, Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hastily exited the hall, peering towards the direction of Qishao Peak. Frowning as he pondered, is it Xiaoyu? In the next moment, a graceful figure glided through the air, a fragrant aura filling the atmosphere. Su Meyer, barefoot and ethereal, approached Lu Yang with a puzzled expression, asking, Master, what has happened to junior sister Lu? I do not know. But how could she be utilizing the 9 heavens thunder symbol I crafted? Lu Yang was resolute in his recognition. The cascading bolts of lightning were indeed his own handiwork. Though Lu Xiaoyu possessed extraordinary talent, she was not Lu Yang and lacked the capability to achieve the harmonious unity with the symbol Emperor's celestial talismans without his guidance. This was the advantage relayed back by the system. Lu Yang did not require extensive cultivation or comprehension to naturally exhibit a realm that surpassed that of his disciples. Lu Xiaoyu was no different. The Nine Heavens thunder symbol she created could not possibly match the formidable power of his own. What? Are you saying that Xiaoyu is competing using your talisman? Su Meyer exclaimed, her mouth agape, gazing at Lu Yang as if he were a curiosity. Previously, she had wondered how Shen Qingqiu and Lung Wushuang could not discern that Master Lu Yang was an impostor, yet they seemed bewitched, willingly calling him master. Now, she realized her naivety. Lu Yang's knowledge was vast beyond measure. Moreover, compared to the former Master Lu Yang, the present Lu Yang appeared significantly younger, more handsome, and more vigorous, never resorting to using the divine whip on his disciples, diligently embodying the role of a mentor. Eager to impart knowledge and resolve doubts, a true dream teacher for every disciple. Who would not desire such a figure? Those who did not were indeed foolish. Su Meyer found herself uncontrollably gazing at Lu Yang, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. At that moment, she genuinely admired and adored Lu Yang, oblivious to his authenticity. Observing the Nine Heavens thunder suspended in the air, yet to descend, an ominous premonition washed over Lu Yang. He spoke softly, Meyer. We must make our way to Qishao Peak. Huh. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Master, on that day, the disciple had a request of you, which compelled me to ask you to run an errand. However, the circumstances have changed. Your status is unique, and it is unwise for you to appear before a multitude. Shen Qingqiu's intention to prevent Lu Yang from descending the mountain is undoubtedly to shield him from crowded situations. Su Meyer has also recognized this and wholeheartedly agrees. This is an act of protection for Lu Yang. Presently, there are thousands of disciples participating in the competition on Qishao Peak, with representatives from various main peaks presiding over the event. Should his identity be exposed, the crime of slaying the master of the sacred realm peak would demand Lu Yang's life as recompense. Fear not, we shall proceed to observe without drawing attention. Lu Yang spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet an ominous premonition loomed ever stronger in his heart. He was acutely aware that, aside from Lu Xiaoyu, who had entered the sect later and spent little time with him, no one had discerned his true identity at first glance. Shen Qingqiu remained oblivious for now, having never overtly expressed her stance, but Lu Yang understood that she must possess some knowledge of secrets best left unspoken. As for the others, Long Wushuang and Su Meyer were firmly convinced that his identity was a fabrication. One must ponder, how could the ancient beings within the Qishao sacred land, who had shared millennia with the peak master Lu Yang, fail to see through his guise? Lu Yang had initially intended to reveal the truth after achieving the sacred realm, but time had run out. With Lu Xiaoyu utilizing the talisman she had drawn, he had inadvertently been targeted by someone, sealing his fate and leaving him with no avenue of escape. Lu Yang's gaze burned with intensity as he sighed, contemplating. No wonder so many fated individuals opt for soul transference. The peril of physical reincarnation is far too great. Without a modicum of wisdom or cunning, one might find themselves meeting an untimely end in the very first episode. Nevertheless, this is my life, my body. As long as I strive earnestly to survive, that shall suffice. Failure is but a part of the journey. In an instant, clarity washed over Lu Yang, and he held his head high with newfound confidence. He turned to Su Meyer, a smile gracing his lips, and said, With you by my side, I have no regrets. Master, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend, Su Meyer replied, casting a curious glance at Lu Yang. Upon seeing his unwavering confidence, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his, beaming with delight. Hee. As long as I do not lose out either. Lu Yang chuckled softly at her words, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. Let us be off. Someone awaits us. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's brows knitted together in contemplation, as if she had come to a realization. Yes, wherever Master goes, I shall follow. I wish to accompany you in your cultivation for a lifetime. Meanwhile, on Qishao Peak, at the decisive stage of the contest, an elderly man's gaze was deep as the ocean, fixated on Tiannong Peak, lost in his thoughts. After a moment, his lips moved as if conversing with an unseen presence, though no sound emerged, merely murmurs escaping his lips. Shortly thereafter, he approached Lu Xiaoyu, gently tapping her forehead. A shocking scene unfolded. Aside from Lu Xiaoyu, who regained her mobility, the others remained frozen in place. Do not be afraid, young lady. I have but a few questions to ask, and you must answer truthfully. Senior. Sister. Quickly, save me. Lu Xiaoyu silently cried out in anguish. Even with her innocence, she could sense the formidable strength of the elder before her, far surpassing that of her senior sister, Shen Qingqiu. This nine heavens mysterious thunder talisman, imbued with the perfection of spiritual might and law, was a work of divine origin, rivaling that of the talisman emperor himself. Pray tell, who could be the creator of such a masterpiece? Oh, it is I. Chapter 54. Audience with the Holy Master. It is I, Lu Xiaoyu. With her lips pressed tightly together and her delicate fists clenched, Lu Xiaoyu glared at the old man. Although timid, she possessed a resolute spirit. Recognizing the directness of his inquiry, she understood it was aimed at Lu Yong, and she would never betray her master. Upon hearing her words, the elder shook his head with a knowing smile, clearly unconvinced. Haraha. While you may possess a talent for talisman drawing, you are still far from achieving this. Speak up, or I shall treat you as a cheater, expelling you from the holy grounds, never to be employed again. Lu Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically. Indeed, Shen Qingqiu had warned her of such consequences. To utilize talismans drawn by others against an opponent was deemed cheating, as this was merely a selection assessment among disciples, not a life-or-death battle among cultivators. And no, that's unacceptable. I wish to remain on Tianyang Peak, to cultivate and draw talismans with my master. Lu Xiaoyu, struck at her core, became frantic. After all her efforts, all she desired was to stay on Tianyang Peak. The unauthorized use of the Nine Heavens Xianlei talisman had been a precaution to ensure her advancement. Before the competition commenced, she had forewarned Li Xinghe and promptly unleashed the talisman, hoping he would swiftly save her opponent. This way, she could secure victory without anyone being the wiser. However, an unexpected old monster had emerged, ruining her meticulous plan. Furthermore, the naive Lu Xiaoyu was clearly no match for the cunning old fox. Upon hearing her mention master, the elder's eyes sparkled with understanding. Ah, so it was drawn by your master. Truly formidable. I cannot fathom why my junior, Lu Yong, despite his utter ignorance of the talisman path, insists on hoarding the spirit talisman classics created by our revered master. I have pleaded with him numerous times for a glimpse, only to be met with refusal. Yet now, witnessing his progress in talisman studies brings me great joy. His laughter was peculiar, causing Lu Xiaoyu to momentarily forget her rebuttal. After a brief moment, she straightened her posture and insisted, No, it was not drawn by my master. It was I, Lu Xiaoyu. Just then, a melodious voice, familiar to Lu Xiaoyu, resonated in her ears. Enough, Xiaoyu. No need to argue further. Step aside. Your second senior sister awaits you at the foot of the mountain. And master. Lu Xiaoyu gasped in surprise, quickly turning to see Lu Yong boldly traversing the air, disregarding the bizarre prohibitions surrounding them. Master, what brings you here? Although surprised, Lu Xiaoyu felt an uncontainable joy at the sight of Lu Yong. Ascending the decisive arena, Lu Yong affectionately ruffled her hair, silently reflecting. This is all you're doing. Failing to catch the chicken has led to losing the rice, and now you've given them a handle over you. Of course, these thoughts held no blame. With a smile, Lu Yong remarked, I've come to clean up your mess. Hurry and find your second senior sister. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson at the thought of her master cleaning up after her. It felt exceedingly shameful. Nodding quickly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and dashed away. Watching her depart, Lu Yong let out a soft chuckle, a gentle sound escaping his nostrils. Turning his head, he discovered that the elder's expression was rather peculiar, seemingly filled with disbelief. Without my permission, how dare you intrude? The elder nodded, his face radiating confidence as he replied, Indeed. Lu Yang's cultivation was laid bare before him. Despite being merely at the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm, how could he disregard the sacred laws the elder had established? How strange. There was no need for Lu Yong to offer any explanations. Clad in the emperor's robe, the sacred laws naturally held no sway over him. This does not seem to be the place for conversation, does it? You possess courage. Very well, proceed. The elder cast a surprised glance at Lu Yong before making his way towards the main hall of Qishao Peak, with Lu Yong closely following. Simultaneously, the oppressive atmosphere weighing upon the crowd dissipated entirely, and the thunderous celestial lightning that had descended quietly vanished, just as the crowd was still recovering from their shock. A voice, akin to the harmonious call of phoenixes, echoed throughout the sacred grounds. The assessment shall continue. No one is permitted to defy this decree. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was that the voice of the Sacred Lord? There could be no mistake. What had transpired to summon the Sacred Lord's attention? It appeared that not only the Sacred Lord was involved, but the elder who had appeared on stage was Wang Daoyi, the sacred peak master of the spirit artifact peak, while the strikingly handsome young man was Lu Yang, the sacred peak master of Tianyang Peak. Goodness! Something monumental must have occurred, otherwise such prominent figures would not be stirred. Listening to the murmurs around them, Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang trembled with shock. Only they understood the gravity of the situation. Slaying a powerful figure from Tianyang Peak was a capital offense. Sister, what should we do now? Our master has been taken away. For the second time in her life, Lang Wushuang felt utterly lost. The first was the night the slaughtering god hall was annihilated, and the second was now, as Lu Yang had unknowingly become the most important person to her. Shen Qingqiu was equally distressed, her excitement and anxiety requiring constant self-reassurance to maintain her composure. Do not panic. Do not panic. We shall seek the Sacred Lord's pardon and plead for her to spare our master. With no other options available, they felt utterly powerless against the might of the sacred figures. Lang Wushuang nodded, gripping her sword tightly, determination etched upon her face. If it came to it, she would not hesitate to draw her blade. She felt neither regret nor fear. Meanwhile, at Qishao Peak, within the Grand Hall, Lu Yang followed the elder Wang Daoyi, his demeanor tranquil. The act of slaying a sacred peak master was an immense scandal that could not be publicly disclosed. Should the death of peak master Lu Yang be revealed, the enemies of Qishao's sacred land would become even more brazen. Thus, this matter must be dealt with in secrecy. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lu Yang was immediately struck by the magnificent architecture surrounding him. As he surveyed the vast expanse, it was clear that the hall occupied only a minuscule fraction of the immense space. Dozens of towering pillars, intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, stand as if sculpted by divine hands, supporting the magnificent red sky hall. Inside, it gleams with golden brilliance, where ethereal maidens dance gracefully amidst dazzling celestial wonders, creating an ambience reminiscent of a heavenly palace. At the highest vantage point, 5 individuals awaited their arrival, 3 men and 2 women, each emanating an aura of formidable strength, embodying the nobility of sacred spirits, all being powerful figures from the great peaks. Seated in the foremost position was a woman clad in a resplendent palace gown, her face free of makeup, her bright eyes radiating kindness. Wang Daoyi respectfully announced, "Holy Master, the individuals have been brought forth." Eluechan nodded, her gaze fixating on the individuals behind Wang Daoyi, momentarily taken aback. It truly resembles. After a moment of contemplation, she composed herself and inquired, "Do you understand why I summoned you here?" Lu Yang met her gaze with unwavering resolve, replying, "I came of my own accord." Eluechan responded with a slight, disinterested hum. "Do you admit your guilt?" "No, I do not." Chapter 55, Reporting the Peak Master. Lu Yang upon meeting the Holy Master of the Red Sky Sacred Land, Eluechan, Lu Yang was internally astonished. The book Seeking Immortality contained numerous descriptions of her. She was the first female Holy Master in the history of Red Sky, renowned for both her beauty and talent, regarded as the Moon Palace Fairy. Upon their encounter, Eluechan indeed warranted such accolades. However, her ultimate fate was not much better than that of the 7 disciples of Peak Master Lu Yang. Among the destined protagonists in the book, Lin Yin, known for his capricious nature and decisive ruthlessness, particularly shunned the company of women. Yet, he harbored an extraordinary infatuation for Eluechan, drawn by her striking resemblance to his mother. For this destined protagonist, who had long suffered from a lack of maternal affection, the moment he laid eyes on Eluechan, he regarded her as an unattainable treasure. Who would dare to covet her would become his sworn enemy. Thus, when Lin Yin ascended to the imperial realm, Eluechan's nightmare commenced. To protect the Red Sky Sacred Land, she was compelled to bow and serve him with utmost caution. Yet, in the end, she could not preserve the sanctity of the Red Sky, meeting her demise with lingering resentment. The Sacred Land was her everything, irreplaceable. Having slain the powerful beings of the Sun Peak, Lu Yang had already been condemned to death by her judgment. If he were to confess, it would truly be too late. He would be executed without delay. Hence, Lu Yang resolutely refused to admit guilt. This woman, seemingly formidable, was, in fact, easier to comprehend than Lu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Lu Yang's denial, Eluechan's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes turning icy with menace. "What did you say? You do not confess." "The murder of a peak master is a capital offense. deserving immediate execution by divine thunder. I have granted you the opportunity to stand here and confess due to your resemblance to the Sun Peak Master, not to allow you to spout nonsense in an attempt to absolve yourself. Please, Holy Master, refrain from anger. Lu Yang, calm and composed, gazed upward and asked, May I inquire, Holy Master, if one of the sacred beings beside you harbored thoughts of betraying the sacred land, should they not be executed? After such an act, would it be considered a merit or a crime? Lu Yang's words resonated with conviction. Yet, to the ears of those present, it was an unbearable affront. Before Wei-chan could voice her thoughts, several formidable beings of the sacred realm beside her were already seething with anger. How dare you? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? We have grown alongside the sacred land since our youth. How could we possibly commit acts of treachery against it? The master of Tianfa Peak, Hong Taisho, with his flowing white hair and imposing demeanor, presided over all judgments and punishments within the sacred land. Indeed, a mere Dao Palace cultivator dares to slander us before the sacred lord. This is utterly preposterous. There is no need to entertain his nonsense. Let us execute him immediately. Sacred Lord, I second that proposal. Among the 7 present, excluding Lu Yang and Wei-chan, the other 4 unanimously agreed. Their intent was not malicious toward Lu Yang. They merely believed he was indulging in alarmist rhetoric and absurdity. Suddenly, Wei-chan straightened her posture, her gaze flickering before finally settling on Wang Daoyi, and she curiously inquired, Master of the Spirit Tool Peak, why do you remain silent? Wang Daoyi clasped his hands and replied, in response to the sacred lord, One must rely on evidence before drawing conclusions. Although my junior brother met his demise at his hands, if what he claims is true, I would even be grateful to him for clearing my path. Upon hearing this, the other 4 exchanged perplexed glances. It was well known that Wang Daoyi and Peak Master Lu Yang were at odds, now that the true Lu Yang had perished. It was likely that Wang Daoyi was reveling in the situation. Wei-chan nodded and said, Very well, present your evidence. If it is indeed as you state, I may spare your life. Thank you, Sacred Lord. Lu Yang cast a glance at Wang Daoyi, grateful for his defense. Had he opposed him, Wei-chan might have genuinely believed that Lu Yang was speaking nonsense. Lu Yang then calmly retrieved a silver token from the storage ring of Peak Master Lu Yang and displayed it, saying, Sacred Lord, please observe. This is an item I found on him. The former Peak Master Lu Yang had secretly allied with the Taichu Sacred Land, and this token served as evidence. What? An alliance with the Taichu Sacred Land? Upon Lu Yang's revelation, the countenance of the 6 others shifted dramatically. The matter pertained to the Taichu Sacred Land, their sworn adversary, rendering the situation truly precarious. Wei-chan's breath quickened as she gestured lightly. The silver token in Lu Yang's hand flew towards her, and upon closer inspection, it indeed bore the inscription Taichu, its strokes exuding a fearsome spiritual might. How could this be? This is indeed a high-level token of the Taichu Sacred Land. The 4 individuals beside Wei-chan were visibly astonished, grappling with disbelief. Impossible. How could Lu Yang betray us? I refuse to believe it. You must be framing him. The speaker was one of the 2 women present, the master of Tianwei Peak, Chu Miao. The connection between Tianyang Peak and Tianwei Peak revealed her feelings for Peak Master Lu Yang. Alas, she was acutely aware of her unworthiness and had buried her affection deep within her heart, a hopeless romantic. If one were to ascertain who among the 6 held the most animosity toward him, Lu Yang would unhesitatingly point to Chu Miao, for he had taken the life of her beloved. However, this was not the time for debate. Lu Yang stepped forward and stated, Master Chu, you overestimate me. With my capabilities and qualifications, how could I possibly be deserving of this token? The Taichu Sacred Land harbors grand ambitions, long aspiring to annex the Qishao. The sovereign should remain ever vigilant. Bang! Lu Yue-chan, consumed by rage, crushed the command token with a single hand. She sprang from her seat, her figure graceful, reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. The audacious Lu Yang, whom we have nurtured with utmost care, providing him with abundant resources, dares to feel discontent and conspire with our sworn enemies. Such treachery deserves the gravest of punishments. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The others, unable to maintain their composure, hastily bowed their heads in supplication. Temper my wrath? I shall not be placated. The ambitions of the Taichu Sacred Land have infiltrated Qishao, and I remained oblivious, nearly inviting disaster. Can you still earn my trust? Lu Yue-chan was genuinely furious. Disregarding decorum, she spoke in coarse terms, even casting suspicion upon those around her. Upon hearing this, the assembly could not remain seated and hastily voiced their loyalty. We are unwaveringly devoted to Qishao, harboring no treachery. Should we entertain any rebellious thoughts, may we be struck by divine retribution, never to reincarnate. Lu Yuechan, her enchanting visage flushed, gasped for breath, her attire rising and falling with her agitation. Only when she heard the assembly's earnest vows did she feel a modicum of reassurance. The Qishao sacred land was her everything. She could not afford any missteps. Fixing her gaze upon Lu Yang, she inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Lu Yang," he replied. Lu Yuechan was nearly driven to madness, her impatience mounting, yet she restrained herself and reiterated, "Speak the truth. I am inquiring about your name." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang responded, "To the sovereign, I truly am Lu Yang." Chapter 56, Master of Tianyang Peak. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Exchanging silent glances, Lu Yuechan opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Her lips, adorned with a vivid hue, resembled tender flower petals, gently quivering before she quietly closed them again. Well, so be it. Lu Yang is Lu Yang. Perhaps this is fate. Lu Yuechan's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes sparkling as she bestowed a smile upon Lu Yang. "You have eradicated the enemy's spies, ridding our sacred land of a significant threat, and thus deserve a reward. I shall inquire, do you harbor any intention of pledging your loyalty to me, the Qishao?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's thoughts stirred, and he promptly declared, "In response to the Holy Master, even in death, there is honor." "Excellent. What a commendable spirit, even in death." Lu Yuechan, rarely expressing such joy, gazed at him with bright eyes and a smile, saying, "In that case, I shall allow you to continue serving as the Master of Tianyang Peak, dedicating yourself to our sacred land. Will you accept?" "Thank you, Holy Master, I." Lu Yang's face lit up with joy. This decision aligned perfectly with his desires. Just as he was about to utter "I am willing," a booming voice interrupted from the side. Hong Taisho, the Master of Tianfa Peak, spoke up. "Hold on, Holy Master. I find this arrangement inappropriate." Lu Yuechan furrowed her brow. "What do you mean, Master of Tianfa Peak?" Hong Taisho replied, "While he has indeed contributed to eliminating this threat, is it not too frivolous to appoint him as the Master of Tianyang Peak? It is widely known that Qishao has 7 peaks, each presided over by a peak master with the capability to tread upon the sacred realm, yet this Lu Yang only possesses merely mid-stage Dao Palace cultivation. News of this would surely invite ridicule from outsiders. Indeed, Holy Master, I concur with the Master of Tianfa Peak. Although Lu Yang has rendered great service, his strength does not match the position. If this news spreads, our reputation within Qishao may suffer severe damage and slander, leading others to believe we are capricious in our appointments, lacking fairness. Furthermore, the traitor Lu Yang has 7 disciples of extraordinary talent. How can he provide proper guidance to them with his level of cultivation? I propose that these disciples be allocated to their respective peaks for training, lest they fall into mediocrity. My Lingxi Peak requires but one, named Lu Xiaoyu. The Spirit Herb Peak desires the 7th. I find Lang Wushuang quite suitable for Tianfa Peak. Then I shall take Shen Qingqiu." Chu Miao Miao also joined the fray to claim disciples. Observing the gathering of these elders, Lu Yang was suddenly left speechless, feeling a strong urge to curse. Damn it, how shameless. Is all this talk merely a ploy to poach my disciples? Furious, Lu Yang turned to Lu Yuechan, hoping she would uphold justice. However, in the next instant, his anger intensified. Lu Yuechan actually displayed a look of interest, and with a coy smile, she asked Lu Yang, "Master of Tianyang Peak, could you part with your 4th disciple, Situ Jianli, and allow her to join my Qishao Peak?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's cheeks twitched, and he helplessly shook his head with a smile. But his expression quickly morphed into one of fury as he bellowed, "You all are speaking nonsense. They were born as the disciples of Tianyang Peak and shall pass on as its spirits. They are unequivocally my disciples, Lu Yang, and none shall snatch them from my grasp. Do not presume that because I currently possess only the Dao Palace realm, you can act with impunity. One day, I shall rise to a position far superior to yours." Lu Yang's resolve was unwavering, and he showed no signs of retreat. Even if they were formidable beings of the sacred realm, so what? When it comes to my treasured disciples, I shall not relinquish them easily. If I were to lose them, who would honor me in my old age? How would I secure the tenfold rewards bestowed by the system? A profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone stunned. They had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Lu Yang, nor did they expect him to audaciously speak to them in such a defiant manner. "So, you are unwilling?" one queried. It was a redundant inquiry. They merely perceived my Dao Palace cultivation as an opportunity to exploit me. What significance do they hold? I, Lu Yang, declare today that they are my disciples, and I shall personally instruct them, sparing you all from concern. Upon hearing these words, The faces of several individuals, aside from Lu Yuechan, flushed with indignation. Exceptional disciples of unparalleled talent are exceedingly rare, promising immeasurable returns. The words may sound appealing, but do you truly possess the capability to guide them? They are extraordinary talents, and delaying their cultivation even for a moment could jeopardize their entire lives. Can you bear the consequence of such an outcome? Chu Miao Miao spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her words illuminated the minds of those present. Since Lu Yang cared so deeply for his disciples, he would undoubtedly despise seeing them settle for mediocrity, ultimately leading to a hasty conclusion. Moreover, they truly questioned whether Lu Yang could impart any wisdom to them. Lu Yuechan expressed her concern, saying, Lu Yang, I have appointed you to continue as the master of Tianyang Peak to assure outsiders that the master remains and that all is stable within Qishao. As for how you assassinated the former master Lu Yang and dealt with him, I am indifferent. However, those gifted disciples at Tianyang Peak should not be hindered in their cultivation. Your obstinacy may very well harm them. Lu Yang replied with a smile, Your Majesty, you too doubt my ability to teach them, do you not? Very well, since you all possess such skepticism, let our actions speak for themselves. Should you lose, do not even think of plotting against them again. And if you were to lose? Someone interjected, Do not jest, for I shall not lose. Lu Yang asserted confidently, However, I shall set aside our agreement. If I lose, you may do as you please, taking whomever you wish. Agreed, it is settled. Although Lord Hong was of advanced age with his hair white as snow, his voice resonated like a great bell. Without further ado, he descended from his lofty perch, standing tall before Lu Yang, and proclaimed, Speak, how shall we compete? Should I grant you 3,000 punches? If you can make me cough up blood, I shall concede your prowess. At his words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Even 3,000 punches would not suffice. Not even 30,000 would allow Lu Yang to triumph over Lord Hong. Yet, Lu Yang regarded him with disdain. How dare you challenge me? Is this not an act of bullying the honest? The expression on Lord Hong's face stiffened as he contemplated the audacity of the young monk addressing a formidable figure of the sacred realm. After a moment of reflection, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you implying that you believe I have nothing to teach my disciple? Lu Yang, with hands clasped behind his back, responded with confidence. Let our respective disciples compete. The first to win 2 out of 3 matches shall be deemed the victor. Very well, I shall agree on their behalf. When shall this contest commence? At any time that suits you. Excellent. Such decisiveness is commendable. Let us wait until the Sacred Land's assessment concludes. Lu Yang nodded, settling into a patient vigil within the Qishao Hall. At that moment, a female disciple approached to report to Lu Yuechan, stating, Sovereign, the 2 disciples of the Tianyang Peak Master, Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang, have caused a commotion outside the hall, insisting on an audience with you. Lu Yuechan, discerning the reason for their arrival, frowned slightly and glanced at Lu Yang, filled with astonishment. Could they truly not perceive that he was merely an impostor? Their evident concern for him mirrored Lu Yang's own apprehension for them, which struck her as quite peculiar. Chapter 57. Qingqiu's Confession. Master Tianyang, do you see? Lu Yuechan turned to Lu Yang, seeking his opinion. Saint, let them in. For this competition, these 2 shall represent my disciples, Lu Yang replied with a smile, feeling his spirits lifted upon realizing how concerned his beloved disciples were for him. Indeed, his care for them was not in vain. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuechan gently nodded, signaling for them to enter. Before long, Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang appeared, their expressions fraught with panic as they stepped into the grand hall. Bowing their heads and calling out, Saint above, we have come to plead for our master. Please grant him mercy and spare his life. I am willing to. Before they could finish their plea, Lu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Good disciples, there is no need to plead on my behalf. I am perfectly fine and remain the master of Tianyang Peak. Why does that voice sound so familiar? The 2 suddenly trembled, raising their heads in shock to find Lu Yang standing there, unscathed and beaming with joy. Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang were momentarily stunned, their eyes gradually reddening with tears of joy as they hurriedly flanked Lu Yang, protecting him. Master, you truly are unharmed? Let us see. They were genuinely worried for Lu Yang, touching his cheeks and arms, almost counting his long hair to confirm he was indeed uninjured. Lu Yang smiled, not minding their concern, for he could not disregard their heartfelt intentions. However, the remaining 6 peak masters behind him furrowed their brows, feeling utterly incredulous. Did I see that correctly? When the traitor Lu Yang was around, he did not seem particularly close to his disciples. Could it be that they know this master before them is an impostor yet still choose to call him master? Strange. Truly strange. Lu Yuechan's brows quivered slightly, her confusion evident. She soon shook her head and smiled. All right, let your master-disciple affection conclude here. At your age, such displays are hard to witness. Alas, if I too had a disciple who cared for me as you do, it would be wonderful. If only she were like Jianli, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, the two women dared not act recklessly, obediently standing behind Lu Yang, although they were unaware of the events that had transpired. As long as Lu Yang was safe, they felt at ease. Lung Wushuang found amusement in Lu Yuechan's words and whispered to Shen Qingqiu, senior sister. The saint still cannot forget the fourth junior sister. Of course, the saint has long declared that Jianli is her favorite disciple. It is a pity that in the end, junior sister Jianli chose to join Tianyang Peak, leaving the saint in a sulk for quite some time. Hey. Do you think this palace cannot hear you? Saint, please do not be angry. We shall not dare. The two were taken aback, quickly pressing their lips together. Refraining from further discussion, Lu Wuchan chuckled softly, her beauty captivating, and did not chastise them. With a sigh, she remarked, "You are right. But those matters belong to the past. Jianli and I are fated to be apart. I have accepted it." Then, her gaze sharpened as she turned to the two. "Now, I must ask you, do you know the identity of this new master of Tianyang Peak?" As the conversation drew to a close, Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang exchanged astonished glances with Lu Yang, who merely nodded before they divulged the truth. "We do not wish to conceal anything from the Holy Lord." Qingqiu is aware, and Wushuang has also discerned the reality. Shen Qingqiu began to candidly recount the entire episode of Lu Yang's impersonation. In order to render the narrative more compelling and credible, she did not hesitate to portray herself as an accomplice. It was she who led Lu Yang to Tianyang Peak. And during the Peak Master's cultivation, she struck with cruelty, allowing Lu Yang to take his place. Subsequently, she began to accuse the Peak Master, Lu Yang, before numerous esteemed beings of the Holy Realm, recounting his atrocities and brutality. Whenever he encountered any displeasure, he would mercilessly lash out at his disciples, leaving them battered and bruised. The instances were countless. Upon hearing this, the others were rendered speechless, only to erupt in furious indignation. What a beast! He has brought shame upon our revered master. A beast? I would argue he is even less than a beast. As the master of a peak, how could he treat his disciples with such cruelty? What face does he have to stand alongside the other peak masters? I can only say, well done. Qingqiu. Is this true? Is he truly that kind of person? Chu Miaomiao's expression was one of disbelief, struggling to fathom that someone she had admired for a millennium could be such a monster. Indeed, the words of Qingqiu are entirely accurate. Upon hearing this, Chu Miaomiao felt as though the sky had collapsed, her mind engulfed in a haze. On Tianyang Peak, she cherished two individuals dearly, one being the Peak Master Lu Yang, a pure and innocent love, and the other being Shen Qingqiu, whom she admired for her character. Now, upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's accusations against her master, Chu Miaomiao unconditionally chose to believe her, offering only a melancholic smile. LV Yuechan's face was a mask of fury, her delicate hands balled into tight fists, unable to contain her rage. Suddenly, her heart softened, and she said, "Qingqiu, Wushuang, you have truly suffered. It is my negligence, and I vow to find a way to make amends." "Thank you, Holy Lord." The two women responded in unison. Although Master Lu Yang was cruel and ruthless, these esteemed beings were still considered their elders, and it was only natural for them to provide some degree of care and support. Everyone present agreed unanimously. Lu Yang, meanwhile, remained silent, listening intently. Upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's voluntary admission, he felt no stirrings of emotion within. Rather, he breathed a sigh of relief. This confirmed for him that Shen Qingqiu's affections were directed towards him, and not the Peak Master Lu Yang. The intimate interactions they shared were not merely due to his status, but had always been about him. With this realization, Lu Yang's spirit soared, and he smiled warmly at Shen Qingqiu. She, noticing his gaze, dared to meet his eyes for just a fleeting moment, her cheeks flushing like blossoms, palms growing clammy as she nervously gripped her skirt, lowering her head, lost in thought. Afterward, LV Yuechan posed several more questions to the two. Shen Qingqiu and Lung Wushuang, astute and quick-witted, navigated the inquiries with ease. As time flowed on, the triennial assessment of the Holy Land concluded successfully, and the top 10 disciples were determined, with Zhao Hongshui undoubtedly claiming the first position. Secondly and thirdly, there are two exceptionally gifted individuals, one a swordsman and the other a body cultivator. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh are two men and two women, who traverse a relatively unconventional path, suitable for spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual beasts of the Three Peaks. As for Lu Xiaoyu, she should have faced disqualification due to cheating. However, after a clandestine discussion between Lu Yang and Wang Dao, they resolved to keep the matter under wraps. After all, neither wished for Lu Xiaoyu to be eliminated. Thus, they chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her to fortuitously secure the 8th position. The final 2 would emerge from the defeated side. Upon realizing she had made it into the top 10, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly cupped her flushed cheeks with her hands. What a close call. At last, Xiaoyu can remain at Tianyang Peak. Chapter 58. They are enough. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu muttering to herself nearby, Su Meyer couldn't help but smile. Realizing how she ended up being the 8th, she playfully threatened, "If you dare to do that again, Master will surely punish you." Ah, no. Lu Xiaoyu, aware of her mistake, vowed never to do it again. Lowering her head, her small lips pouted, and her 10 delicate fingers intertwined nervously. This was only her second encounter with Su Meyer, whom she did not know very well, so she quietly observed her and remarked, "Senior sister, you're quite fierce." Upon hearing this, Su Meyer felt somewhat displeased. People often complimented her beauty, likening her to a fairy, but she had never been called fierce before. With her hands on her hips, she struck a proud pose and, with a slight smile on her exquisite face, asked, "Lu Xiaoyu, do I really seem that fierce?" At her words, Lu Xiaoyu quickly lifted her delicate face to gaze up at her. The moment she looked, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Su Meyer possessed an innate allure. Every gesture she made exuded seduction, captivating all in her presence. Her statuesque figure was impeccable, clad in a blue-purple gauze dress, with her fair skin hinting through. Especially the way her garment billowed, inciting envy and jealousy in Lu Xiaoyu. How infuriating. Why do they all look so enchanting while I do not? Fierce? So fierce. Lu Xiaoyu, feeling indignant, gritted her teeth, declaring, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Master." Before Lu Yang appeared, he had instructed Su Meyer to remain at the foot of the mountain, advising her to leave the Qishao sacred land if anything seemed amiss. However, after waiting a long time at the foot of Qishao Peak without any unusual occurrences, she had secretly brought Lu Xiaoyu up to investigate the situation. Finding everything normal only added to her confusion. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu intent on finding Lu Yang, Su Meyer did not hinder her, and the two proceeded together. Approaching the edge of the decisive stage, Lu Xiaoyu looked toward the high platform and exclaimed with delight, "Senior sister, look. It's Senior Sister Qingqiu and Senior Sister Wushuang." No sooner had she spoken than she dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Su Meyer said nothing, relieved, and quickly followed. When the 4 girls met, joy illuminated their faces. With no time for pleasantries, Su Meyer immediately inquired, "Senior sister, 3rd junior sister, where's Master? Where is he now?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang exchanged quick glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. They were astonished that Su Meyer referred to Lu Yang as Master. They found it hard to believe there was nothing unusual about this situation. Moreover, they noted Su Meyer's diminished cultivation level, indicating something must have happened. However, this was not the time to discuss such matters. Any discussion could wait until they returned to Tianyang Peak. Shen Qingqiu smiled gracefully and said, "Meyer junior sister, welcome back. Master is fine. He is currently in the Qishao Hall discussing matters with the Saint Lord and will likely be out soon. So that's how it is." "I understand now," Su Meyer replied, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, within the Qishao Hall, El Yuechan had ordered everyone to leave, allowing only Lu Yang to remain. El Yuechan's graceful figure rivaled that of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Adorned in an exquisite and resplendent palace gown, she exuded an air of opulence and nobility. While a crisp, delicate fragrance wafted around her, reminiscent of a blooming night blooming cereus, refreshing the spirit. Approaching Lu Yang, she presented him with a pure white shoulder garment that shimmered with a remarkable radiance. Lu Yang, taken aback, inquired, "Your Holiness, what is this?" El Yuechan replied, "This is a treasure I once used to conceal my cultivation while traversing the mortal realm. As the current master of Tianyang Peak, you represent our Qishao sacred land and must not display any flaws before others. This flowing cloud garment will assist you in hiding your true cultivation, even from the gaze of formidable Saint Realm experts." "Remarkable!" Lu Yang exclaimed. "Thank you, Your Holiness. I shall accept this gift." The prospect of possessing such a treasure that could conceal his cultivation delighted him. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed El Yuechan's expression shift to one of hesitation, as if she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Finally, she adopted a more serious demeanor and stated, I did not say this was a gift for you. It is merely a temporary loan, and you must remember to return it to me. This flowing cloud garment was not an ordinary item. It was a cherished possession bestowed upon El Wichon by her mother for her journeys in the world, and she could not afford to lose it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang felt a twinge of disappointment but nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I will certainly return it in the future." El Wichon, relieved by his promise, resumed her commanding posture, declaring, "Master of Tianyang Peak, let us proceed. Our contest has yet to commence, and I am determined to claim Situ Jianli." Lu Yang chuckled, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation. The exceptionally talented Situ Jianli, renowned for her sword-heart clarity, was indeed in high demand. It was no surprise that El Yuechon held her in such high regard. Nonetheless, Lu Yang was unwilling to relinquish her to anyone, not even to the Holy Master herself. He donned the flowing cloud garment and followed El Wichon out of the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, outside at the Martial Arts Center, thousands of disciples were already ablaze with excitement. Rumors had circulated that Tianyang Peak would engage in a contest with the other main peaks, a rare opportunity no one wished to miss. At last, we shall witness our seniors showcase their prowess. Word had it that senior sister Shen Qingqiu would also participate. She was a legitimate heavenly supreme powerhouse, capable of rivaling emperors who ruled vast territories in the outside world, boasting extraordinary strength. Senior sister Qingqiu is not only beautiful and gentle, but also possesses such formidable power. We can only admire her from afar. It is truly humbling. On the fringes of the crowd stood Zhao Hongxue, clad in a crimson robe, standing alone amidst a swirling aura of sword energy. Her unique constitution rendered her unable to control her sword energy for the time being, posing a danger to others. "Saint Realm, am I?" she mused. "I am curious, aside from the differences in cultivation, in what other aspects do I fall short compared to them?" The audience eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed on the high platform, eager to behold the true forms of the peak masters, which was already a considerable pleasure. El Wichon seldom appeared before her disciples, and today was a rare occasion for them to relish the sight. With unwavering confidence, El Yuechon turned to Lu Yang and smiled, "Master of Tianyang Peak, we have many here. We can challenge them at any moment. Who will be the 3 disciples representing you?" The Governor Hong and others nodded in agreement. Recalling their pact, the competition would consist of 3 matches, with the victor determined by 2 wins. Regardless of which 3 individuals Lu Yang chose to represent him, they were confident they could counter them effectively. This contest filled them with assurance, while the prospects for Tianyang Peak appeared grim. Casually, Lu Yang pointed to Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang, his tone indifferent as he declared, "Those 2. LV Wichon scrutinized the 2 women, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. They are indeed promising talents. But who will be the 3rd? Lu Yang cast a peculiar glance at LV Wichon, maintaining his composure as he replied, "No need for a 3rd. Each of them will win 1 match. That should suffice." "What? Are you serious?" LV Wichon was left speechless, incredulous. In a best-of-3 competition, he was only sending 2 participants and boldly claiming they would not lose a single match. This was clearly an affront to them. In her palace gown, LV Yuechon's delicate hands clenched tightly within, anger bubbling beneath her composed exterior. As the revered leader of the sacred grounds, she was adept at concealing her emotions, exuding grace and poise. However, the other peak masters were far less inclined to tolerate such disrespect from a mere disciple in the Dao Palace realm. Dressed elegantly in a flowing azure gown, Chu Miaomiu looked at Lu Yang and huffed, "The master of Tianyang Peak certainly has a grandiose demeanor. Allow Tianwei Peak to take the first match. I am eager to witness the source of your audacity." She then turned to Shen Qingqiu, a fond smile illuminating her face. "Qingqiu, having cultivated to the mid-stage of the heavenly sovereign realm, I shall not take advantage of you. Yue, you may challenge her." "Yes, master." As Chu Miaomiao's words faded, a girl donned in a yellow dress stepped forward. Huang Yue, the senior sister of Tianwei Peak, matched Shen Qingqiu in talent. Since their arrival at the sacred grounds, they had engaged in countless battles, each sharing victories and defeats. However, Huang Yue had triumphed over Shen Qingqiu more often, especially in crucial competitions where she had never tasted defeat against her rival. "Shen Qingqiu, come forth. I await your challenge," Huang Yue proclaimed confidently, lifting her chin with pride before soaring into the sky. At their level, the ground could not withstand their power. Only the heavens could serve as their battlefield. "Go forth. You are capable of this." "Yes, master." Shen Qingqiu responded with a radiant smile. She was no longer the same person she had been before. Over the past 2 years, under Lu Yang's guidance, she had mastered the Taishang Jiuyo sword technique, diligently honing her skills each day. Her strength had grown significantly. And now she had the perfect opportunity to test her progress against an old rival. With anticipation in her heart, Shen Qingqiu ascended into the sky, her purple skirt fluttering gracefully as the fierce battle commenced. High above, amidst the clouds, a torrent of sword energy surged, as if to cleave the heavens. The clash of blades and the splendor of radiant light dazzled the spectators below, leaving them in awe. Such is the power of these two senior sisters. It is truly formidable. Both are incredibly strong, equally matched. Meanwhile, standing apart from the crowd, Zhao Hongxue wore a look of astonishment, murmuring to herself, No, it's not that they are evenly matched. One of them is holding back. Such a level of combat still retains a semblance of reserve. Her swordsmanship is truly formidable. Upon the high platform, apart from Lu Yang, every facial muscle was taut, instinctively holding their breath. The previously nonchalant Chu Miao Miao now cast aside all pretense. Standing at the edge of the platform, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the sky, fists clenched tightly, anxiously sweating for Huang Yue. It was dire. Huang Yue found herself unable to breach her defenses, nor could she withstand her onslaught. Calamity loomed, with both offensive and defensive prowess flowing like water. It seemed as if she could counter any technique known to man, leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. Achieving such mastery could only be attributed to the long-lost Seven Luminaries sword technique. Hiss! Eluachan and the 5 peak masters collectively inhaled sharply, struck by awe. Even Zhao Hongxue could discern that Shen Qingqiu was evidently stronger. How could the esteemed figures present fail to perceive that the outcome had long been predetermined? In this moment, Shen Qingqiu was at least 1 to 2 times more powerful than she had been 2 years prior. This was indeed a terrifying development. The enhancement derived from a supreme sword technique was sufficient to allow her to effortlessly dominate her peers. Defeated, she has lost. Chu Miao Miao suddenly trembled, letting out a whisper of disbelief. This outcome was exceedingly difficult for her to accept. It was not merely the defeat that troubled her, but rather the ease with which Shen Qingqiu had triumphed, so effortlessly that the disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. Just a short while ago, they had been evenly matched adversaries. Now, merely a few years later, the gap between them had widened to an unbridgeable chasm. Such a result was utterly unacceptable for both Huang Yue and her mentor, Chu Miao Miao. As the victor was determined, a wave of cheers erupted from below. Hooray! Senior sister Qingqiu has won. Her victory was truly splendid, and senior sister Yue is also formidable, having lost by just 1 move. Don't be disheartened, senior sister Wei. You shall reclaim your glory next time. The disciples of Tianyue Peak hurriedly shouted encouragement to their esteemed sister. Yet, to the discerning eyes of true masters, it was evident that Shen Qingqiu had shown too much compassion. Despite possessing the strength to completely overwhelm her opponent, she had chosen to win by a mere move, sparing Huang Yue from an embarrassing defeat. Thank you, Qingqiu. Huang Yue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice choked, a stark contrast to her demeanor before the match. Shen Qingqiu nodded gently in response before returning to her original position. With Chu Miao Miao's comfort, Huang Yue rejoined her team, profoundly affected by this setback. It would take her some time to recover from such a blow. Huang Yue's defeat was an unexpected outcome for Eluachan. Even she had not anticipated Shen Qingqiu's victory to be so effortless. Could it truly be that the lost Seven Luminary sword technique had been imparted to her disciple? As the first match concluded, Eluachan could no longer underestimate Lu Yang. Even the peak masters behind her wore solemn expressions, their previous arrogance subdued. Sister, that was a splendid victory. Upon Shen Qingqiu's return, Lang Wushuang immediately offered heartfelt praise. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu yearned for Lu Yang's praise even more. She nodded at Lang Wushuang and swiftly approached Lu Yang, declaring, Master, I have emerged victorious. Lu Yang, naturally delighted, inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, you triumphed splendidly. Your final move was executed with grace, perfectly aligning with your temperament, which brings me great satisfaction. Thank you for your commendation, Master. Shen Qingqiu beamed, her entire visage blossoming like a peach flower. Lang Wushuang observed this with a twinge of envy. She too desired Lu Yang's accolades. Thus, she stepped forward to address Eluachan, stating, Holy Master, for the second round of the competition, I shall substitute for the Tianyang Peak and contend at the mid-stage cultivation level. Below the supreme tier lies the question ascension realm. Those who enter this domain possess the strength to vie for supremacy, embodying the essence of an emperor. Upon hearing that Lang Wushuang would replace Tianyang Peak in battle, the countenances of several disciples from the main peak suddenly soured, especially those of the same cultivation level as her, who felt a chill run down their spines. Lang Wushuang was not at all like Shen Qingqiu. Her demeanor was frigid, and she never considered the dignity or face of others. If she could defeat her opponent with a single strike, she would not hesitate to do so, making combat against her exceedingly daunting. The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. Only one individual sighed. Thank goodness, I am at the late stage of question ascension, so I should be safe. Yet, in the next instant, a pair of frosty, luminous eyes fixated upon him. You, Chen Xiaoyang, shall do. Chapter 60. A once-in-a-millennium encounter. Chen Xiaoyang, the third disciple of the esteemed Lord Hong of Tianfa Peak, was known for his laid-back demeanor and lackadaisical approach to cultivation. He often engaged in opportunistic antics, which had made him a focal point of Lord Hong's scrutiny. When he noticed that Lang Wushuang had singled him out, Lord Hong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he bellowed, Chen Xiaoyang, step forward. Master, you seek me? This does not concern me, Chen Xiaoyang replied, scratching his head and offering a disingenuous smile to Lang Wushuang. Junior sister Wushuang, my cultivation level surpasses yours. It would be unfair for you to challenge me. Perhaps you should find someone else to spar with. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave? Chen Xiaoyang was reluctant to face humiliation before the crowd, attempting to slip away, but Lord Hong was unyielding, retorting coldly, can you not comport yourself like a true man? Wushuang has expressly chosen you for this challenge. How can you retreat and tarnish the reputation of Tianfa Peak? But master, if I were to lose, wouldn't that be even more disgraceful? You fool. Is it more humiliating to stand and lose or to kneel and lose? Speak. Moreover, you are more skilled than her. If you had diligently trained, why would you fear defeat? Master, stop being so indecisive and lacking in resolve. If you lose this battle, you shall devote yourself to rigorous training. Should you dare to slack off, I will personally break your legs. With a disdainful huff, Lord Hong seized Chen Xiaoyang and hurled him into the sky, igniting the impending confrontation. Chen Xiaoyang felt like weeping without tears. Lord Hong had long harbored disdain for him and was now seizing this opportunity to reprimand him. Everything seemed to be at an end. Junior sister Wushuang, you have forced my hand. Do not blame your senior brother for being ruthless. With his spirit ignited, he had no choice but to give it his all. However, in the next moment, he keenly sensed an ephemeral stillness enveloping the surroundings, accompanied by an almost imperceptible killing intent that sent a jolt of terror through him. Before he could react, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. Senior brother, you talk too much. Lang Wushuang shot him a sidelong glance before swiftly drawing her sword. A few breaths later, as Chen Xiaoyang regained his senses, he realized his clothes were completely drenched, his body trembling violently. Had Lang Wushuang intended to kill him, his head would have rolled moments ago. Terrifying. Junior sister Wushuang is truly formidable. The contest commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, the outcome astonishing everyone present. Is it over already? Someone murmured. It appears so. Junior sister Wushuang has descended. She looked absolutely stunning. How did she approach senior brother Xiaoyang so swiftly? I couldn't catch a glimpse. Not only the ordinary disciples but even Zhao Hongxue, who topped the recent assessment, was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. A ghost? Is she some sort of specter? How could a mortal close the distance so effortlessly? On the high platform, Lu Yuechan and others were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The impact of Lang Wushuang's display was far more staggering than the previous contest. Did you notice? In that fleeting moment, Lang Wushuang seemed to transcend her surroundings. Wang Dao's gaze was piercing, filled with astonishment. He was bewildered by the technique she had just executed, which bore a striking resemblance to his own sacred realm principles. This was utterly terrifying. In a duel between formidable opponents, victory and defeat hinge upon a fleeting moment, and whoever seizes the initiative in that instant will emerge victorious. The peak master of the spiritual artifact had spoken truthfully. My rebellious disciple didn't even have time to react. The loss is well-deserved. Governor Hong was equally astonished. He was aware of Chen Xiaoyang's capabilities, yet this defeat was so swift that it left him somewhat embarrassed. In a heartbeat, the crowd's gaze towards Lang Wushuang shifted once more. Although she was merely at the ascendant realm, she had already mastered such lethal moves. What might she accomplish in the future? Even more disconcerting was the fact that the master of Tianang Peak, who was only at the Dao Palace realm, seemed to play a crucial role in the transformation of Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang. It was no wonder they willingly referred to Lu Yang as their master. Such extraordinary teaching abilities were indeed astonishing. On another note, Master, did I meet your expectations? Of course, you did not disappoint me. I have always said you were a genius. Lu Yang had imparted to Long Wushuang two supreme techniques, the Green Lotus Sword technique and the initial portions of the Void Immortal canon. The elusive movement she had just displayed was a result of her mastery of the Void Immortal canon, granting her the ability to momentarily halt time. Even if just for an instant, it was sufficiently lethal. Pleased with herself, Lang Wushuang moistened her lips and fell silent. Lu Yang addressed Eluachan, saying, "The competition is over. Do not harbor any further designs on them." Eluachan regarded Lu Yang with a knowing look, nodding slightly. The master of Tianyang Peak is quite adept at concealing his talents. Even I underestimated him. Very well. I grant you authority over all matters concerning Tianyang Peak from this moment forth. The sacred land's preferential resources for Tianyang Peak will remain unchanged, and I shall find ways to compensate you all thereafter. Lu Yang rejoiced. Thank you, Holy Master. Eluachan turned to the many disciples of the sacred land, her voice melodious as a phoenix's song. Now, the inter-peak contests have concluded. Let the 10 talented disciples who have earned the top 10 positions in this sacred land assessment step forward for me to see. Finally, the long-awaited moment had arrived. Securing a spot in the top 10 would grant them the esteemed position of direct disciples, along with preferential resources. Before long, the 10 talented disciples emerged, including Zhao Hongxue and Lu Xiaoyu among them. Eluachan gazed upon the 10 with a smile, her eyes suddenly sparkling as they landed on Zhao Hongxue. Scrutinizing her from head to toe, "What is your name?" she inquired. Responding to the Holy Master, "My name is Zhao Hongxue." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned his gaze towards Zhao Hongxue, dressed in red, with delicate features that evoked the image of a neighborly girl. Her figure was gracefully slender. She stood still like a maiden and moved like a swift rabbit, exuding a palpable sword aura that deterred others from approaching her. She was indeed Zhao Hongxue. Lu Yang held her in high regard, as she was the most talented disciple of the Qishao sacred land in nearly a millennium. She is one of the most favored disciples of Eluachan, second only to Situ Jianli. In the tome Seeking Immortality, she is recognized as Eluachan's most esteemed disciple, renowned as the strongest saintess in the history of the Qishao sacred land, and the heir apparent to the next holy master. However, it is unfortunate that a sword, when excessively sharp, is prone to breaking. Zhao Hongxue is a prime example of this. Apart from her close associates, no one wishes to witness her continual ascent. Her strength instills fear even in the esteemed protagonists like Lin Yan, compelling them to devise every possible plan to eliminate her. Lu Yang recalls vividly that Zhao Hongxue perished under the coordinated assault of 20 prodigies, 4 of whom were also esteemed protagonists. Does Master know Zhao Hongxue? Should we invite her back to our Tianyang Peak? Upon hearing Lu Yang's murmurs, Shen Qingqiu leaned closer, inquiring softly. No, Qishao Peak is her rightful choice. Lu Yang shook his head with a smile. Let us call Xiaoyu back to Tianyang Peak. Our business here is concluded. Shen Qingqiu nodded and gestured for Lu Xiaoyu to come over. Lu Yang also bid farewell to Eluachan, taking the hands of his 4 beloved disciples as they returned to Tianyang Peak. Just then, a melodious and clear voice unexpectedly rang out. Please, Master of Tianyang Peak, wait. May I accompany you back? Chapter 61, Apprenticeship HM. What did you say? Lu Yang halted his steps. However, it was not he who spoke, but Eluachan. Her expression fraught with urgency. With her brows slightly knitted and a delicate hand pressed against her rapidly rising chest, the scene before her felt reminiscent of yesterday. At that time, Eluachan had similarly taken a liking to Situ Jianli, wishing to take her under her wing as a personal disciple for thorough cultivation. Yet, Situ had chosen to join Tianyang Peak, leaving Eluachan discontent for an entire year. Now, the Zhao Hongxue she had set her sights upon astonishingly uttered words nearly identical to those of Situ Jianli, deepening her distress. Zhao Hongxue, filled with remorse, gazed at Eluachan respectfully and said, Disciple wishes to join Tianyang Peak for cultivation. Why? Eluachan, unwilling to concede, furrowed her brows and questioned. If I were to accept you as my personal disciple, would you be willing to join Qishao Peak? Upon hearing Eluachan's words, the expressions of nearly everyone present, save for Lu Yang, changed dramatically. They understood the weight of being the Holy Master's personal disciple. This designation implied that the saintess of the Qishao sacred land, the next Holy Master candidate, would receive the full support of the entire sacred ground, with an immeasurable status and future. It was apparent that few could resist such temptation. The crowd's gaze was intense, their breaths quickened, all waiting with bated breath for Zhao Hongxue's response. Lu Yang, however, felt some unease. Logically, Zhao Hongxue should have aspired to become Liu Yuechan's personal disciple. Why would she wish to join Tianyang Peak instead? This unexpected turn of events left him astounded. After some contemplation, Lu Yang summoned the system. Where's the system? This system is here. Please proceed, host. If Zhao Hongxue truly becomes my disciple, will your functions apply to her? Do not worry, host. It is only natural. Any disciple of yours can activate the functions of this system. Understood. If that is truly the case, then she is the first disciple I have genuinely accepted. In light of this, do you not deserve any form of reward? What did you say? Well, the system knows what to do. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, declaring, a teachable child indeed. Zhao Hongxue was equally taken aback. Liu Yuechan's words, spoken to persuade her to join Qishao Peak, were unexpected. Nevertheless, she was not one to waver easily. Her resolve was steadfast, and her quest for enlightenment unwavering. Deeply aware of Liu Yuechan's affection towards her, Zhao Hongxue immediately knelt and bowed deeply, expressing, I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed master, but my heart is resolute, and I must decline your offer. This declaration incited a stir among those present. Could one truly refuse such an opportunity? Indeed, to become the closed-door disciple of the esteemed master was a monumental honor, yet she had turned it down. Zhao Hongxue's impulsiveness seemed destined to lead to regret in the future, a pity. Liu Yuechan, witnessing this, could only smile in resignation, instead of anger. She felt a deeper sense of joy. Her gaze upon Zhao Hongxue was filled with affection, although it was unfortunate to lose a sincerely cherished disciple. Zhao Hongxue's ability to resist the temptation presented to her reaffirmed her worthiness of trust. Her pure intentions and lack of greed were commendable. Had she changed her mind at this moment, both Lu Yang and Liu Yuechan would have held her in contempt. Very well, since that is your decision. Go with the master of Tianyang Peak and dedicate yourself to your cultivation for the sake of the sacred land, Liu Yuechan stated, even denying Lu Yang the opportunity to refuse, as she directly acquiesced to Zhao Hongxue. Of course, Lu Yang had no intention of declining either. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy with a pure nature, who would not desire such a disciple? Lu Yang nodded slightly at Liu Yuechan and then addressed Zhao Hongxue, rise, and accompany me back to Tianyang Peak. Yes, Zhao Hongxue replied, her expression brightening. After bidding farewell to Liu Yuechan and the others, she departed. Liu Yuechan sighed inwardly and continued her selection of outstanding talented disciples. On another note, returning to Tianyang Peak felt akin to returning home. Lu Yang sat comfortably in the hall, releasing a sigh of relief. His encounter with the esteemed master, which he had anticipated would be perilous, had unexpectedly allowed him to escape unscathed. No longer would he need to fret day and night over the potential discovery of his demise by the higher-ups of the sacred land. He was finally free of worry. Moreover, he remained the master of Tianyang Peak, with both status and disciples intact, enjoying all the privileges bestowed by the sacred land. Satisfaction. Utter satisfaction. Lu Yang cast his gaze downward, observing 5 disciples standing in order, their faces radiant with smiles. His eldest disciple, Shen Qingqiu, his second disciple, Su Meyer, his third disciple, Lung Wushuang, his sixth disciple, Lu Xiaoyu, and the soon-to-be member of Tianyang Peak, Zhao Hongxue. Shen Qingqiu, equally fond of Zhao Hongxue, cheerfully remarked, 8th junior sister, why do you not quickly pay your respects to our master? Zhao Hongxue smiled and nodded, holding a favorable impression of Shen Qingqiu. Her swordsmanship was exceptional. Her combat prowess formidable, yet she treated many with gentleness. It was certain that becoming her junior sister would bring immense happiness. This initial impression of Shen Qingqiu was indeed remarkably accurate. With graceful steps, Zhao Hongxue approached the base of the hall to perform her apprenticeship ceremony. Respected master, please accept my bow as your disciple. Upon completing the rite, Lu Yang's face lit up with joy. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my 8th disciple and a member of Tianyang Peak. You must support one another, cherish each other, and refrain from oppression or bullying. Yes, I shall diligently heed the master's teachings. Lu Yang nodded, then smiled gently at Zhao Hongxue. Come forth, Hongxue. Your unique constitution makes it difficult for you to control the sword energy surrounding you. Allow me to bestow upon you a technique to tame that energy. At these words, Zhao Hongxue's delicate face flushed with excitement. Throughout her life, she had lacked close friends and had been hesitant to approach others, as her uncontrollable sword energy created an invisible barrier, sharp as blades. Yes, master. With determination, she pressed her lips together and ascended the steps, yearning for this guidance. Without it, Even with the presence of her master and senior sister, she would remain distant and unreachable, stopping a short distance in front of Lu Yang. She was wary of her sword energy harming him. Observing her concern, Lu Yang chuckled, worried that your sword energy might injure your master? Fear not, come closer. Startled, Zhao Hongxue hesitated but eventually nodded. To her, Lu Yang, the master of Tianyang Peak, was a genuine being of the sacred realm, thus she felt reassured. Unaware that he was merely at the Dao Palace level, with his physical strength and the Heavenly Emperor's robe, it would be challenging for her to cause him harm. As the relentless, sharp sword energy enveloped her, wreaking havoc against her form, Lu Yang remained unfazed, handing her a scripture. This is a portion of the Chaos Sutra. It will help you contain the chaotic sword energy within you. Once you have cultivated it successfully, I shall impart further cultivation methods. Thank you, Master. I am deeply grateful, Zhao Hongxue replied, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. She had waited far too long for this day. Chapter 62. Heartfelt Revelations. The Chaos Scripture was a reward bestowed upon Lu Yang by the system. It stands as the highest tier of scriptures in this realm. Thus it does not require a tenfold return. Chaos Scripture. Description. In the primordial chaos of the universe. This scripture was composed by the first generation of those possessing the chaos physique. Only individuals favored by the heavens can study and cultivate this text. Descriptions of the chaos physique are exceedingly rare. It is said that anyone endowed with such a physique is undoubtedly favored by the divine. This rare physique appears once every millennium, enabling its possessor to cultivate at an unprecedented speed, wielding power far beyond that of contemporaneous practitioners and remaining unshackled by any loss. Whether in a prosperous golden age or an era of decline, as long as they persevere in their cultivation, they are destined to attain the imperial realm. Zhao Hongxue is indeed the chosen one, blessed with the chaos sword body. It is entirely reasonable for El Wechan to wish to take her as a disciple. Yet her ultimate choice of Tianyang Peak was unforeseen by Lu Yang. Go forth and foster good relations with your senior sisters. Yes, Master. After bestowing the scripture, Lu Yang instructed her to interact with her senior sisters and familiarize herself with Tianyang Peak. Shen Qingqiu was well versed in this, and after bidding farewell to Lu Yang, she led her junior sisters outside to find a suitable place to sit, where they could engage in discussion and become acquainted with one another's identities, as well as share important considerations. Zhao Hongxue's amiable nature facilitated joyous conversations among them. Yes, senior sister, second senior sister, third senior sister, sixth senior sister. I shall remember everything you have imparted, Zhao Hongxue earnestly declared, which caused Lu Xiaoyu to hastily cover her flushed cheeks with her hands. Overwhelmed with joy at being addressed as senior sister for the first time, with a suddenly serious demeanor, she patted her chest and assured, "Eighth junior sister, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Sixth senior sister will stand up for you." Oh my, it seems our sixth junior sister possesses such strength. I was completely unaware. Su Meyer giggled, her laughter revealing the unexpectedly righteous side of the seemingly delicate Lu Xiaoyu. Of course, do not underestimate me. I merely have yet to grow up. Lu Xiaoyu proudly straightened her petite frame, attempting to appear taller. Unintentionally, her words carried double meanings, and her amusing actions provoked a wave of laughter among the group, leaving Lu Xiaoyu momentarily flustered. She quickly tilted her head and earnestly fixed her gaze upon Zhao Hongxue, releasing a sigh of relief afterward. Thank goodness. Eighth junior sister is a normal person, unlike the rest of you. At this, Zhao Hongxue wore a perplexed expression, unsure of what she meant. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Hongxue had inadvertently become the purest individual atop Tianyang Peak. Lu Xiaoyu, whom do you consider abnormal? Now that Lu Xiaoyu was certain of her place at Tianyang Peak, Lung Wushuang could freely call her by her nickname. Henceforth, she would be known as Six Xiaoyu in recognition of her sixth rank at Tianyang Peak. She seized Lu Xiaoyu and embraced her tightly, playfully tormenting her for a moment before hoisting her onto her shoulder, gazing towards the direction of the shadow-clear pool. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she said, "Xiaoyu, congratulations on passing this sacred site assessment. As a reward, you shall accompany your senior sister for a day of water play." Upon hearing the phrase water play, Lu Xiaoyu immediately shuddered. Going to the shadow-clear pool with Lang Wushuang was hardly a leisurely outing. It felt more like a cruel jest. No, I don't want to go. Senior sister, please save the poor little fish. Shen Qingqiu shook her head, knowing she needed to assist Zhao Hongxue in selecting their accommodations. At this crucial moment, Su Meyer stepped forward, instantly elevating Lu Xiaoyu's fondness for her. Junior sister, Wait a moment. Second senior sister, you are here to rescue Xiaoyu, aren't you? Lu Xiaoyu revealed a hopeful expression. Su Meyer smiled, then displayed a captivatingly enchanting visage, lightly licking her red lips as she said, "No, I intend to join you all." "Then let us depart." Lang Wushuang responded with enthusiasm, cheerfully stating, "Qingqiu, we shall not return tonight." "No." Lu Xiaoyu was left utterly stunned, feeling as helpless as a fish that had just flopped onto dry land. As she watched the trio swiftly depart, Zhao Hongxue expressed her concerns, whispering, "Senior sister. Sixth senior sister looks so pitiful. Is she going to be all right?" Shen Qingqiu chuckled and reassured her, "It's nothing. They are merely jesting. Come, I will take you to choose our quarters." "Yes, I will follow your lead, senior sister," Zhao Hongxue replied obediently, eagerly clutching the Chaos Sutra, anxious to commence her cultivation. Only by mastering the chaotic sword aura that leaked from her body could she draw closer to her senior sisters. As nightfall descended, the hours slipped away unnoticed until it was deep into the night. Lu Yang sat quietly within the hall, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Before long, the bronze doors resonated with a clang as they opened, revealing an entrance that was promptly closed behind the newcomer. As she walked in, a fragrant scent of peach blossoms wafted through the air. Dressed in a purple fairy gown, her face resembled a blossoming peach, with eyes that glistened like dew, evoking an undeniable sense of tenderness and affection. "Master, Hongxue has settled down at Tianyang Peak. She is a well-behaved and sensible girl, with a steadfast heart that immediately delved into cultivation." Lu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Zhao Hongxue was such a remarkable young woman, pure of heart and diligent in her practice, which was why her memory lingered so vividly in his mind. After Shen Qingqiu finished speaking, she paused for a considerable time, her gaze wandering and her heart unsettled, uncertain of what to say next. Noticing her disquiet, Lu Yang smiled gently, beckoning, "Qingqiu, come here." Shen Qingqiu nodded slightly, ascending the steps and naturally settling into Lu Yang's embrace, her head bowed, her 10 delicate fingers entwined restlessly. Inhaling her fragrant scent, Lu Yang held her soft hands and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "So you knew everything that day. What made you suddenly change your mind?" At this juncture, Shen Qingqiu found herself with little left to conceal, and she spoke candidly. "The Tianyang Peak cannot exist without a peak master. If that were the case, my junior sisters and I would be separated and merged into other major peaks, where they would face bullying and unfair treatment. I cannot bear to witness such a scene. Hence, I took advantage of you." Shen Qingqiu lifted her exquisitely delicate face to gaze at Lu Yang, eager to discern his current expression. However, what she encountered was an expression radiating immense affection. "Did you also involve yourself in this?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu, blushing with shyness, nodded and replied, "Yes. You are quite mysterious, which makes me admire you, and I do not reject it. Thus I unwittingly fell for you." Chapter 63, Playful Waters. Had you not mentioned it, I would have been oblivious to my own allure. To have captivated such a powerful, gentle, and beautiful fairy as yourself. Shen Qingqiu rested her head against Lu Yang's chest, a smile of pure happiness illuminating her face. "So, do you wish for me to stay or to leave? If you do not want me, I shall take my leave." Her slender form exuded femininity and affection as she attempted to rise. Yet, Lu Yang could not bear to let her depart so easily. He swiftly encircled her delicate waist, holding her tightly, his cheek pressed against her rosy face. Yes, yes, yes. Only a fool would wish you away. Chioer, I want you. You shall forever belong to me, Lu Yang." In that moment, Lu Yang's affection for her reached its zenith, his vital energy surging with an intensity that radiated divine brilliance. The golden star-like speckles coursing through his blood and the celestial points adorning his bones erupted into a resplendent glow, as if the very suns were rising within him, enveloping his being in a divine luster. Within the Dao Palace, the imprisoned golden dragon Emperor Yin roared furiously. Tendrils of imperial flames continuously emanated from him, swiftly allowing Lu Yang to refine them. What? Shen Qingqiu's instincts were remarkably sharp, as she sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura emanating from Lu Yang, reminiscent of ancient chaos. With every stomp and breath, the world seemed poised to descend into chaos, evoking a primal fear that resonated deep within the bloodline. Lu Yang was truly extraordinary. The cultivation methods he practiced were equally enigmatic and formidable, representing a pinnacle she could hardly aspire to reach in her lifetime. Shen Qingqiu gazed at him, acutely aware of his terrifying potential. She must safeguard him to ensure his smooth development. Only then could she and her junior sisters genuinely enjoy a sense of security. "Master, I wish to pose a question," and I hope you will answer truthfully. Shen Qingqiu looked at Lu Yang, her smile ever gentle, radiating warmth. Of course. Qiu'er, feel free to ask. I shall respond sincerely. Lu Yang had always been indulgent towards his disciples, particularly Shen Qingqiu, whom he regarded as a treasure, cherishing her with the utmost care. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqiu lowered her head, contemplating for a moment before raising her delicate face to inquire, Master, I wish to know. If one day you were to become more powerful than I, would you leave me? As her words hung in the air, Lu Yang, without a moment's hesitation, replied decisively, Of course not. You are my disciple, and as your master, I would never abandon you. Wherever I go in the future, I shall always take you and your fellow apprentices with me. Really? Shen Qingqiu's face lit up with excitement, a delicate flush appearing on her cheeks. Hearing Lu Yang's words filled her heart with contentment, and she gazed at him with affectionate eyes, equally earnest as she declared, I too, regardless of where my master travels, will follow you without fail. Are you afraid of hardship? Lu Yang playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. Of course not. Shen Qingqiu replied without hesitation. At his words, Lu Yang paused for a moment, then smiled back as they both turned to gaze at the moon, engaging in light-hearted conversation until dawn broke. On another side, in the tranquil depths of the shadowy Qing Lake, the moonlight cascaded softly upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. The shadowy Qing Lake is renowned as one of the most exquisite sights atop Tianyang Peak. The lake, 3,000 feet deep, is crystal clear, revealing its bottom, while a magnificent waterfall, soaring thousands of meters, cascades down like the Milky Way. Surrounded by lush trees and dark bamboo, it remains unchanging throughout the seasons, with jagged rocks that glisten like jade, making it a unique treasure. This is where Lung Wushuang, known for her unparalleled beauty, often comes to play. Beside the shadowy Qing Lake, on a pristine slab of jade, lay 3 sets of neatly arranged women's garments, a pure white cloud robe, a blue-purple gauze dress, and a festive little red outfit. Boots, jade belts, and undergarments were all present. Under the soft moonlight, 3 young women frolicked in the lake, embodying a sense of freedom and carefree joy. Splash! The sounds of water echoed continuously, accompanied by the occasional plaintive exclamations. Oh, little fish! You do not resemble a fish at all. You swim far too slowly. Lung Wushuang exclaimed gleefully as she caught Lu Xiaoyu and embraced her tightly. At the same time, another graceful figure emerged from the depths of the water, her beauty breathtaking. Su Meyer, upon seeing the two already locked in an embrace, sighed in resignation and complained. Lu Xiaoyu, you must be doing this on purpose. Why is it always your third senior sister who wins? Can't you let me catch you just once? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of frustration wash over her, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Can you really blame me? It's clearly because you carry too much weight and cannot swim as fast. Even upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu's veiled compliment, Su Meyer remained unimpressed, crossing her arms defiantly as she retorted, You have enough of a burden yourself, yet it doesn't seem to make you swim any faster. Her words struck Lu Xiaoyu like a sharp needle to the heart, deepening her displeasure and causing her cheeks to redden. How annoying. I still have things to say. Why is it always me being caught? Why can't I catch both of you instead? Su Meyer spread her hands in confusion, mirroring Lu Xiaoyu's bewilderment. I don't know either. Why don't you ask Wushuang? Lu Xiaoyu was embraced by Lung Wushuang, their faces merely a palm's breadth apart. She immediately exclaimed in exasperation. You must explain. Why is this happening? Lung Wushuang scratched her cheek, then gently pinched one side of Lu Xiaoyu's delicate face, smiling as she replied. Because this game is called Catch the Little Fish. If we don't catch you, who else shall we pursue? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Is it merely because my name is Lu Xiaoyu that I must be perpetually caught by you all? Indeed, what other reason could there be? They retorted. This is unjust. You are bullying me. I shall seek my master to intervene on my behalf. You are the youngest among us. If we do not tease you, whom else could we possibly target? Do you wish to turn the tables and bully your senior sister instead? That would be quite a reversal of fate. Su Meyer, with a newfound understanding, approached with a beaming smile, encircling Lu Xiaoyu between herself and Lang Wushuang, preventing her from escaping to lodge a complaint. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of trepidation, urgently exclaiming, What are you planning to do? Hee. My little junior sister is truly adorable. She is simply afraid of being tickled. As long as you refrain from reporting us, your senior sister shall not make things difficult for you. However, should you disregard your senior sister's counsel, Do not blame us for teasing you in this manner. Woo woo woo. It tickles so much. Stop, please stop. Oh ha ha ha. Chapter 64. A World for Two. A month later, cheers erupted atop Tianyang Peak. Upon emerging from her seclusion, Zhao Hongxue eagerly sought out Lu Yang to share her triumph. Master, I have finally learned to control this surging sword energy. Look. Zhao Hongxue, still in her youthful prime at approximately 18, possessed a fresh and innocent visage, radiating the exuberance of youth. With the aid of the chaos scripture, she had successfully harnessed her formidable sword energy, achieving the ability to regulate it at will, and now, she was excitedly displaying her cultivation results to Lu Yang. Lu Yang approached her with a warm smile, halting just a step away, extending his hand to gently pat the top of her head twice, and remarked, "Well done. You have managed to control your sword energy in just a month. Once you master it further, I shall impart the subsequent verses of the scripture to you." Taken aback by Lu Yang's unexpected gesture, Zhao Hongxue froze momentarily. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, strange yet not unwelcome. It stirred within her a rapid heartbeat. Unconsciously, her youthful face flushed a healthy shade of crimson. Noticing her reaction, Lu Yang let out a soft exclamation and quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling, "Did I startle you? After all, you were protected by the chaotic sword energy before, so few have interacted with you in this manner, right?" Yes. Zhao Hongxue, characterized by her modest and obedient nature, pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze to Lu Yang, asking shyly, "Master, could you please continue to pat my head? It feels quite pleasant." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yang replied with a smile, not declining her request, and placed his hand back atop her head, gently stroking it. Zhao Hongxue found herself overwhelmed with joy, her heart racing like a fawn, her expression transformed into one of pure contentment, and she let out a soft, satisfied murmur. Lu Yang, witnessing her reaction, was momentarily taken aback, a singular thought echoing in his mind. Could she possibly be akin to a cat? Indeed. As he caressed the top of Zhao Hongxue's head, it felt as though he were petting a feline. All right, if I continue. I might leave you with a bald spot," Lu Yang said with a wry smile, withdrawing his hand. "Fortunately, you emerged from seclusion just in time, otherwise, you would have missed an opportunity to enter the secret realm." "What secret realm, master?" Zhao Hongxue inquired, her eyes shining with delight. Lu Yang explained, "It is, of course, the sacred grounds preparing you talented disciples. Only the top 1,000 in this sacred assessment will become new inner disciples and gain entry to seek their own fortunes. You and Xiaoyu will be going together. Be cautious. The secret realm is fraught with peril, and you must heed Xiaoyu's guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongxue furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Master, but 6 senior sisters' strength is beneath mine. I do not quite understand why we must follow her instructions." As the foremost contender in this sacred assessment, Zhao Hongxue sensed her superiority in strength, despite having never sparred with Lu Xiaoyu. Although Lu Xiaoyu holds a superior position as a senior sister, it is only natural to heed her words. However, within the secret realm lie numerous dangers, and crises often arise unexpectedly. Even she may find them challenging to handle. Lu Yang anticipated Zhao Hongxue's inquiry. Excessive explanation would prove futile, so it was best to let her experience it for herself. There was no need for further questions. In due time, she would understand. "Yes, disciple understands. I shall protect senior sister Xiaoyu well." Zhao Hongxue remained somewhat bewildered, yet since Lu Yang had spoken, she felt compelled to follow her master's guidance. "Go on. They are waiting for you outside." "Whom they?" Zhao Hongxue stepped outside, still puzzled, only to find Shen Qingqiu, Leng Wushuang, and Lu Xiaoyu awaiting her arrival. "Oh, senior sister Qingqiu, senior sister Wushuang, and senior sister Xiaoyu, are you all embarking on a joint mission?" "Hongxue, you've arrived." "Indeed, on this expedition into the secret realm, I, along with Wushuang and other senior brothers from different peaks, shall escort you. Surely, Master has informed you of the matters regarding the secret realm?" "Yes, I have been told." Zhao Hongxue nodded. "All right, come over here. We shall set off shortly." Shen Qingqiu smiled, then turned to Lu Yang, saying, "Master." Before she could finish, Lu Yang immediately interjected, "I understand. I promise not to step out of Tianyang Peak until your safe return." Seeing his cleverness and understanding, Shen Qingqiu pouted, deciding not to press further. Yet she still cautioned, "Master, our journey will take at least a year and a half. You are to remain at Tianyang Peak and go nowhere until we return. Do you understand?" With a resigned sigh, Lu Yang replied, all right, I shall heed your words. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingqiu and Lung Wushuang could not suppress their laughter, while Lu Xiaoyu and Zhao Hongxue remained somewhat perplexed. Unable to comprehend why the eldest sister dared to speak to their master in such a manner, a reversal of roles indeed. Master, take care. Although they found it strange, they refrained from asking further questions. After bidding farewell to Lu Yang with a wave, they promptly followed their senior sisters. Watching his four beloved disciples depart, Lu Yang lowered his hand and smiled. Tranquility would return to Tianyang Peak for a time. Just then, a charming figure gracefully approached, Su Meyer. Barefoot and floating in the air, playfully leaped onto Lu Yang's back, displaying a lack of propriety. Master, the senior and junior sisters have finally left. Lu Yang carried her back to his chamber, amusedly asking, so, you were eagerly awaiting this moment? Su Meyer acted with caution. While Shen Qingqiu and the others remained at Tianyang Peak, she dared not approach Lu Yang directly. Instead, she chose to hide away and cultivate in silence, expelling the corpse energy from her body to restore her strength swiftly. Upon hearing his words, Su Meyer's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling slightly ashamed. However, as an enchantress, this feeling of shame was fleeting, vanishing without a trace. In this intimate moment, she cared little for notions of propriety or decorum. The round, jade-like legs swayed gracefully in the air, embodying an exquisite mood. Then, with a breath as fragrant as orchids near Lu Yang's ear, she whispered, indeed, master. Your disciple cannot bear to be apart from you. Every day, you occupy my thoughts 300 times. I simply long to see you. As she spoke the last words, Lu Yang could barely discern them, yet he found no necessity to do so, for he understood what Su Meyer truly desired. Thank you, master. Yes, thank you, master. Su Meyer's laughter blossomed like a flower in the breeze. Chapter 65, The Innate Mischief for Cultivators. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow. On Tianyang Peak, where the seasons bloom eternally and spiritual energy abounds, 3 months had passed without notice. Within a magnificent hall, Su Meyer donned a blue-violet silk dress, her figure enchanting. Her smooth, fair legs dangled from the edge of a chair, captivating any gaze that fell upon them. She appeared enthralled, her delicate face adorned with a faint blush, exuding an allure that was both charming and multifaceted, humming a gentle tune, her spirit soaring. After a moment, she slowly sat up, resting her head against Lu Yang's arm. Master, I feel so blissful. I wish to be with you every day. Hearing this, Lu Yang let out a soft chuckle from his nostrils and replied, Ah, you, what shall I say to you? It has been 3 months, and yet you still seem unsatisfied? For the purpose of cultivating the White Tiger sacred art, Su Meyer had spent the last 3 months engaging in rigorous physical training alongside Lu Yang, both making significant progress. Not enough. Your disciple has an innate mischievous nature. I implore you, master, to intensify the training next time, she retorted playfully, tilting her fair neck in a challenging manner, exuding an audacity that seemed unfazed by the world. Indeed, among the 7 disciples of Peak Master Lu Yang, Su Meyer was undoubtedly the most rebellious. Witnessing her demeanor, Lu Yang found himself at a loss, gently pinching her rosy cheek and conceding, All right, I shall indulge you, as long as you can refrain from tears when the time comes. Your disciple would never cry, she insisted, pursing her lips defiantly. Lu Yang chuckled at her resolve and then inquired, By the way, what is your current cultivation level? Previously, Lu Yang had assisted Su Meyer in expelling a minimal portion of corpse energy, allowing her cultivation to swiftly return to the transformation realm. Now, 3 months later, he could distinctly feel that Su Meyer's prowess had grown even more formidable. Upon mentioning this, Su Meyer's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a cultivator, the path of cultivation is paramount. Strength is the foundation of one's existence. Your disciple has now returned to the ascendant realm. With the majority of the corpse energy within me eradicated, she said, her expression radiating satisfaction. I must thank you, master, for your assistance. Were it not for your guidance in mastering such formidable cultivation techniques, I would still be enduring torment. The White Tiger sacred art was indeed formidable, effortlessly suppressing the lingering corpse energy during the cultivation process. As long as the corpse energy within her diminishes, Su Meyer's cultivation will gradually be restored. Once all the corpse energy is expelled, she will return to her peak state. During this period, Lu Yang, too, did not remain idle. Through arduous training, his cultivation level has reached the great perfection of the Dao Palace realm, mere steps away from breaking into the profound realm. At that time, he could descend the mountain openly and no longer be hindered by Shen Qingqiu. While becoming stronger is commendable, one must not be overly eager or reckless. As Su Meyer's master, Lu Yang must set an example, ensuring she does not become ensnared in her emotions, unable to extricate herself. The path of cultivation is arduous, requiring one to be grounded and take steady steps. Thus, it is imperative not to rush. As her master, I will assist you until the very end. Su Meyer smiled sweetly, nodding obediently. She could distinctly feel Lu Yang's kindness and thoughtfulness towards her. With such a master by her side, she could scarcely imagine the happiness that lay ahead. Master, I may need to leave Tianyang Peak for a while, Su Meyer said cheerfully. Lu Yang was taken aback and anxiously inquired, where are you going? To seek revenge on that saintess of the Taichu Holy Land? Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's expression darkened. Master, there is no need to be so anxious. I am not foolish enough to undertake something without assurance. That vile woman is envious of my beauty and wishes to see my heart shattered, reducing me to a mere plaything for men. I will surely kill her. But not at this moment. The image of that vile woman flashed in her mind, igniting her anger. Yet she understood that such emotions were futile and would only sour her mood. Thus, she forced a smile, gently cupping Lu Yang's face with her delicate hands, and softly said, Master, do you remember the Seven Corpse Valley? I have some acquaintance with the valley's leader and wish to express my gratitude for the medicinal aid she provided. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Su Meyer mention the Seven Corpse Valley, Lu Yang recalled the events when he personally visited the valley and brought back 2 Seven Corpse Erosion Soul pills. Although they are toxic pills, under certain circumstances, they could transform into life-saving elixirs. It was through the effects of these 2 poison pills that Lu Yang had rescued Su Meyer from the brink of death. Since she was visiting a friend, Lu Yang naturally would not impede her. With her master's approval, Su Meyer beamed with joy, suddenly tilting her head. Her eyes fixed on Lu Yang's with a mischievous glint. Master, when you went to the Seven Corpse Valley, did you meet its master? To be honest, Sister Nangong Yafei's beauty is unparalleled, rivaling my own, captivating all who gaze upon her. Although Lu Yang had never encountered Nangong Yafei, he believed in her allure. In the latter part of the narrative, the ancient families emerged in droves, and various ancient powers surfaced, leading to a fragmented world where peace was elusive. Yet, this mere valley master could thrive under the protection of an ancient family. Apart from her extraordinary beauty and her talent in music and dance, Lu Yang could not fathom what other advantages she possessed. Alas, I lack the fortune to have met her, he replied with a chuckle. As the words fell, the smile on Su Meyer's face abruptly froze, her brows knitting together in disbelief. No, how could she dare not personally come to greet you? You are my esteemed master, the Lord of Tianyang Peak. What audacity for Nangong Yafei to be so disrespectful. My master has graced us with their presence, yet she refuses to show herself. Do not be angered, master. I shall go to the Seven Corpses Valley at once to seek justice for you. Lu Yang's cheeks twitched subtly as he softly replied. This cannot be blamed on her. I did not disclose my identity at that time, and she does not know who I am. That is unacceptable. Regardless, do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall insist that she come forth and personally apologize to you. Su Meyer huffed angrily before gracefully departing, saying, Master, I take my leave. Lu Yang could only sigh at her departure. Observing their bond, it was evident that their relationship was quite strong. Otherwise, Su Meyer would not be so incensed. Alas, Meyer has gone to meet her friend. It will likely take her 10 days or half a month. Here at Tianyang Peak, it shall be quiet once more, and I shall be left in solitude. Lu Yang rose and stretched lazily, contemplating what he should occupy himself with when he suddenly heard a crisp, youthful voice outside, reminiscent of a child speaking in a sweet, innocent tone. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Chapter 66. The young girl who dares to make such a commotion here? Lu Yang furrowed his brow and strode outside. Given the timing, it was unlikely that the intruder was an outsider, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. Upon stepping outside, he found himself locking eyes with a small girl. She was petite, clad in a little blue outfit, cradling a small gourd in her hands. Her lips were red and her teeth white, with large, bright eyes full of curiosity. Her skin was pale and delicate, akin to that of a newborn, resembling a porcelain doll. Most striking were the small horns protruding from her head, indicating she was not of the human race. Who are you? The little girl asked, astonished. She cautiously shifted her foot back, sensing something amiss, and prepared to flee. Lu Yang smiled at her, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he replied, "Who am I? Can you not tell?" At his words, the little girl appeared even more puzzled. She scrutinized Lu Yong closely, her brows knitting together in concentration. "Master? No. While you bear a striking resemblance, the aura surrounding you is entirely different from his." The little girl was not of the human lineage but belonged to the spirit demon clan, capable of discerning the authenticity of her master through the scent of those around him. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yong felt no anger but rather delight. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. The little girl before him was none other than the seventh of Tianyang Peak, whose true form was a Qi dragon, possessing treasures within her being. Of course, this was both a compliment and a fact. The Qi dragon was renowned for its sacred medicinal body. Her blood and flesh contained terrifying energy. Once transformed into a true dragon, refining her would be akin to possessing a form of immortality, granting one the chance to relive an entire lifetime. The Peak Master, Lu Yong, undoubtedly embodies the quintessential antagonist of the narrative, effortlessly acquiring an exceedingly rare dragon. His intentions, however, are rather straightforward. He seeks to refine her after her transformation. Prior to this, the little girl had been the most cherished presence atop Tianyang Peak, revered and tenderly nurtured by her seniors and master alike. Lu Yong, in particular, held her in the highest regard, believing that the importance of his seventh disciple surpassed that of the other six combined. Yet, he found himself in a precarious position after offending a formidable enemy from the demon clan, who had set their sights on the little girl to preserve his own life. Lu Yong reluctantly relinquished her. As Lu Yong took a few steps and seated himself upon a stone pedestal, he inquired, "Your name is Jinu, is it not?" "Eh, you are not my master. How do you know my name?" The little girl named Jinu tilted her head in curiosity, gazing intently at Lu Yong, her demeanor adorably innocent. "I not only know your name, but I also know what is contained within the gourd you hold." "Impossible. That cannot be," Jinu exclaimed in astonishment, hastily concealing the small gourd behind her, believing this would shield it from his scrutiny. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yong was already aware of its contents. In truth, Shen Qingqiu and the others were not ignorant. They simply chose not to divulge the information. "Is that so? Then come closer, and I'll whisper it to you. If I were to shout it, it might be overheard by others, don't you think?" Initially hesitant, Jinu felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this, fearing that if his words were true, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "All right, I will come over now. But you mustn't seize the opportunity to capture me. Of course, you are merely at the Wheel Sea realm. Had I wished to catch you, I would have acted long ago." After a moment of contemplation, Jinu summoned her courage and cautiously approached Lu Yong, ultimately halting 5 meters away. "You may speak now. Come a little closer. Just a bit more." "Oh dear, you truly are a bother." Jinu cast another glance at Lu Yong before finally settling onto his lap. "Speak quickly." Lu Yong seized this moment, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he gently embraced her and whispered in her ear, "It is beast's milk, mixed with spirit wine." Initially unfazed by the mention of beast's milk, Jinu's expression remained unchanged. However, upon hearing spirit wine, her already rosy cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Indeed, Jinu was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for high-concentration spirit wine. The more stimulating and peculiar the flavor, the more she relished it. She indulged in it daily, which explained her fair, rosy skin and the delightful blush on her cheeks, coupled with her sweet and charming appearance. With red lips and white teeth, she embodied a flawless beauty, reminiscent of the finest porcelain. As for the addition of beast's milk, it was merely a means of obfuscation. In the eyes of the human race, her age was akin to that of a child. At such a tender age, indulging in alcohol was unequivocally forbidden. Moreover, she perpetually emanated an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs, which naturally masked the aroma of the spiritual wine, allowing her to act with even greater impunity. "How do you know?" The young girl, her face etched with panic, turned to gaze at Lu Yong, her eyes wide with astonishment. Naturally, Lu Yong would not divulge the answer. Instead, he wore a mischievous grin and threatened, "Oh, dear girl, you wouldn't want your secret of sneaking sips of spiritual wine to be exposed, would you?" "Oh dear. What do you want me to do so that you won't tell anyone?" The young girl stammered, her body trembling slightly, betraying a hint of guilt. Observing her demeanor only endeared her to Lu Yong further, prompting him to speak. "First, never act impulsively." No, that's not right. First, how should you address me?" The girl froze momentarily, but she was not foolish. She understood the implication of Lu Yang's words. "You want me to call you master?" But what about my original master? Where has he gone? Lu Yang chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, he no longer desires you. He has gone to the Western paradise to enjoy his bliss. Allow me to take his place and look after you. What a cat. Very well. As long as you don't tell my senior sisters about my drinking, I will comply. Very good. That is the first condition. The second, Lu Yang began, but the girl hurriedly interjected, her expression earnest as she raised two pudgy little pinky fingers, saying, only 2 conditions at most, nothing more. The little girl was astute, wary of Lu Yang's potential greed to keep asking for more. All right, just 2. The second condition is, every time you see me, you must give me a kiss. Once a day will suffice. As his words fell, the young girl widened her eyes in astonishment and sighed with an air of maturity. Is that all? I thought you were going to prevent me from drinking. Hurry and lean in. I'll give you a kiss and then be on my way. In Chapter 67, A Fondness for Alcohol, the young girl complied eagerly, while Lu Yang's face radiated satisfaction. To her, this exchange was merely a commonplace transaction, devoid of any emotional entanglement. In truth, she belonged to the spirit demon clan and harbored no romantic inclinations towards the human race. Although she felt a bond with her master, it was rather mundane and not deeply cherished, even when her true master abandoned her. She merely voiced a fleeting complaint before accepting Lu Yang's presence and care. Conversely, Lu Yang's understanding of the young girl was undoubtedly profound and far-reaching. Having begun to lay the groundwork early on, the daily affectionate gestures, seemingly trivial, would accumulate over time, subtly altering her mindset. Eventually, when she would come to realize that such behaviors were not to be casually offered to men, she would have matured, grasping the nuances of romantic affection. She gazed at Lu Yang no longer as a master, but as the one she cherished. After fully assuming the role of the Tianyang Peak Master, Lu Yang underwent a significant transformation in his mindset. His possessiveness towards his disciples intensified, and he would never allow them to fall into the hands of other men. Though such thoughts were extreme and tyrannical, akin to those of an antagonist, Lu Yang had never claimed to be a righteous person. The thought of watching them marry and bear children with others was unbearable for him. Indeed, this was the essence of Lu Yang's current sentiment. His disciples, whom he had nurtured and accompanied personally, could not be given to other men. Oh dear, Master, you are holding too tightly. I can hardly breathe. At that moment, a youthful exclamation suddenly broke the silence. Lu Yang snapped back to reality, his arms instinctively loosening their grip as he gently enveloped the young girl. Oh my, it is entirely the fault of this adorable girl for making me hold on a bit too firmly. Upon hearing this, the young girl's cheeks flushed with a faint hue of embarrassment, and she appeared slightly annoyed. Hastily, she uncorked a small gourd and took a couple of hearty gulps of the milky spirit, her mood brightening instantly. Wow, this is truly exquisite liquor. Would Master care for a sip? I assure you, it is exceptionally delightful. This was the young girl's method of adjusting her mood. A couple of swigs would swiftly lift her spirits. Not wanting to miss the rare opportunity to share in her generous spirit, Lu Yang seized the moment. Believing that the more intimate interactions they shared, the quicker her perception of his transformation would evolve. Very well. Allow me to savor your taste. Lu Yang took the small gourd and drank deeply. Witnessing his boldness and straightforwardness, the young girl beamed with a radiant smile, her bright eyes sparkling as if they were conversing with a kindred spirit. Well, is it not delightful? Seeing her expectant expression, Lu Yang set the gourd down and shook his head. This action astonished the young girl, causing her expression to shift, her face falling as she exclaimed, Is it not delicious? That cannot be true. I drink this daily and can never get enough. The liquor is indeed fine, yet the milkiness is a bit overwhelming for my palate. Alas, I cannot help it. My senior sisters are quite strict. Whenever they see me drinking, they scold me. Thus, I had beast milk to disguise it. The young girl sighed with a hint of sorrow as she quickly sealed the gourd and hung it at her waist. Seeing her in such a state was utterly endearing, prompting Lu Yang to gently ruffle her hair. Though she generally disliked others touching her head, she accepted it from Lu Yang, having shared a drink with him. Where have you been these past 2 years? Why did you not return to Tianyang Peak? Alas, Master does not oversee me. I need not cultivate, so I simply ventured to the neighboring peak to play. The young girl spoke the truth. For Master Lu Yang had indeed been preoccupied with his own cultivation, leaving her largely to her own devices. Moreover, she belongs to the spirit demon clan, possessing a physique entirely distinct from that of humans, enabling her to grow stronger without any cultivation. The young girl ranks 7th at Tianyang Peak, having joined slightly later than Lu Xiaoyu, by merely a month or 2. However, it has only been 2 years since her arrival at Tianyang Peak. Throughout this period, she has not engaged in a moment of cultivation. Yet, remarkably, her cultivation level has reached the Wheel C realm, which is quite astonishing. As for her excursions to other peaks, her intentions are rather easy to decipher. Since Shen Qingqiu forbids her from drinking, she seeks refuge to indulge in secret, cleverly hiding within the domain of the spirit medicine peak master, making it more difficult for Shen Qingqiu to interfere. The little girl is quite the clever sprite. In her quest for alcohol, her intelligence can reach astonishing heights. Lu Yang began to ponder deeply, realizing he must devise a strategy to keep her at Tianyang Peak. Should she encounter another inebriate one day, there exists the risk she could be lured away with but a flask of wine, necessitating precaution. Suddenly, Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Since the young girl relishes peculiar brews, he could concoct something for her to sample. Once she becomes addicted and accustomed to that flavor, he would no longer need to worry about her being whisked away by others. Moreover, Peak Master Lu Yang possesses an extensive collection, and within his storage ring lies a recipe for brewing fine wine. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the young girl squirmed, attempting to slide off his lap. Her voice soft and pleading, "Master, I only came to see you while my sisters are away. Now that I wish to return to the spirit medicine peak." Lu Yang was taken aback, preventing her from leaving. No, if she returned to Tianyang Peak, she must not be allowed to depart again. I don't want to stay here. It's so dull. The old man will provide me with good wine. I want to go back. The old man she referred to was the master of Spirit Medicine Peak, a formidable being of the sacred realm. On the day Lu Yang met Lu Yuichan in the Qishao Hall, that old fellow had his eyes set on the young girl, intending to draw her into Spirit Medicine Peak. Lu Yang resolutely opposed this, snorting dismissively. Can the wine he offers truly be considered good? The young girl let out a soft gasp, suddenly pausing, frowning as she replied, "But you just praised it as good wine." Lu Yang's face flushed slightly. He would never admit it, coldly retorting, "I merely afforded him some face, to spare you embarrassment. If one were to speak of fine wine, the offerings of Tianyang Peak are genuinely the finest." When did Tianyang Peak acquire good wine? How come I was unaware? The young girl displayed an expression of curiosity, gazing at Lu Yang with wide-eyed wonder, her face alight with joy. "Look, what is this?" Lu Yang chuckled, revealing the brewing recipe in his hand, bestowing it upon her. Ding! The host grants the disciple the monkey wine recipe, triggering a 10,000-fold return, rewarding the Tianyang sacred wine recipe. Chapter 68. The Moon Pool Monkey Wine. The young girl received the recipe from Lu Yang, casually reading it aloud. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively, stating that the recipe was merely a toy for her amusement. If she felt bored, she might as well try her hand at brewing it herself. If successful, it would be a testament to her skill. The girl let out a soft "oh," tucking the monkey wine recipe into her small pocket. She then extended her delicate hand towards Lu Yang, her fair and tiny fingers exuding a certain cuteness as she excitedly inquired, "Master, where is the wine?" "The wine? It has yet to be brewed." However, Lu Yang was not inclined to reveal this truth readily. He cleared his throat lightly, adopting a serious demeanor. "Do you wish to be a pampered disciple, living off the generosity of others?" The girl was taken aback, quickly retracting her small hand, shaking her head vigorously. "Disciple does not wish for that. That's precisely the right attitude." "Allow me to impart a valuable lesson," Lu Yang declared. "It is far better to teach one to fish than to merely provide fish. If you desire fine wine, you must brew it yourself. This way, you can indulge as much as you wish without relying on others." His words resonated powerfully, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. Taking a deep breath, she was profoundly moved. "Master is right. I shall heed your words." Lu Yang smiled and nodded. "Come, follow my lead, and fine wine shall be ours." "Yes, master." The girl beamed with excitement, becoming more enthusiastic as she trotted behind Lu Yang, proudly entering the hall. At a table, the two sat closely together, side by side. The girl's short legs swung back and forth as she sat on the stool, her mood evidently buoyant. With her small, smooth hands clasped tightly around Lu Yang's arm, they both focused on the exquisite wine recipe before them. Heavenly Sun Sacred Wine? The name sounded exquisite and promised a delightful taste. "Master, are we truly going to brew it ourselves?" she asked eagerly. Lu Yang smiled. "Indeed. By working with our own hands, we ensure our own sustenance and can drink with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, the girl appeared momentarily puzzled, then nodded thoughtfully, smiling at Lu Yang with newfound appreciation. It seemed she had not anticipated that her new master possessed such wisdom. These seemingly simple truths had never been imparted to her before. In that instant, she felt a deeper connection to Lu Yang. Lu Yang examined the recipe and its descriptions with great seriousness. Heavenly Sun's Sacred Wine. Description: this wine is the most celebrated masterpiece of the Heavenly Sun Taoist, characterized by its rich flavor, abundant solar essence, and an aroma that travels miles. A single sip surpasses a fortnight of cultivation. However, while the wine is delightful, one must not overindulge, lest they become entranced, lost in a dreamlike haze. Ha ha, what is this nonsense? Lu Yang thought to himself, bemused by the unnecessary embellishments at the end of the description. Brewing this wine posed significant challenges as it required over 100 ordinary medicinal ingredients, each with specific age requirements that could not vary too greatly. Nevertheless, the Azure Cloud's sacred land possessed profound resources. Furthermore, as the esteemed master of Heavenly Sun Peak, Lu Yang enjoyed preferential access to resources, making the gathering of ingredients relatively manageable. However, 3 particular items presented considerable difficulty in collection. The young maiden, fond of wine and possessing a certain understanding of the medicinal ingredients, displayed a worried expression as she inquired, "Master, to brew this wine, the blood of a sacred realm expert is required. May I use yours?" She had not forgotten that Lu Yang was her new master. Yet she could not discern his cultivation level, as he had yet to step into the sacred realm. Ah, does that mean we cannot brew it? A flicker of disappointment crossed her face. However, her passion for wine was earnest, and her intellect sharpened in that moment. With her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, "I know. I can just procure some from the old man." Blood from another? Lu Yang pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. "No, I cannot be at ease with the blood of others. It is safer to use my own." He anticipated her confusion and continued to explain. "While the blood of a sacred realm expert is indeed crucial, we need not brew the finest wine immediately. We can start with something more modest." Upon hearing Lu Yang's rationale, the maiden quickly grasped his intention and nodded, saying, "I will heed my master's words." Lu Yang smiled gently, ruffling her hair before returning to examine the recipe. With the most vital component, the sacred blood, secured, their focus now shifted to the remaining 2 equally important ingredients. The first was the essential spiritual spring. The quality of its water directly influenced the flavor of the sacred wine. The second was the vessel for the wine, which must be crafted from a rare wood known as Tianyang wood, aged at least 3,000 years. There was indeed a Tianyang tree atop Tianyang Peak, but its age was insufficient, and cutting it down would yield no benefit. Moreover, as Lu Yang understood, Tianyang wood possessed properties that could aid cultivation, exuding a potent yang energy, particularly beneficial for female cultivators whose practices leaned towards the cold and yin. Such wood was invaluable, capable of assisting in cultivation and allowing for small pieces to be fashioned into portable trinkets. The older the wood, the more effective its properties. Acquiring a piece of Tianyang wood aged 3,000 years posed a considerable challenge for Lu Yang, especially given his current cultivation level. However, his esteemed position as one of the 7 peak masters of the Qishao Holy Land meant that while he might be unable to achieve this alone, others could assist him. After some contemplation, Lu Yang rose from his seat. "Young maiden, please document the other medicinal ingredients from the recipe, then head to the spiritual herb peak to retrieve them. Remember, do not linger. Return as swiftly as possible, understood?" "Yes, master, I understand." The young maiden nodded obediently, then hurried into Lu Yang's study to fetch paper and pen, diligently recording the ingredients. Once finished, she looked up with an excited expression and asked, "What about you, master? Do you have a way to acquire the spiritual spring and Tianyang wood?" With unwavering confidence, Lu Yang nodded at her. "Of course, we shall split our efforts. Each of us will accomplish our tasks and regroup here as soon as possible. Is that clear?" "Understood." The young maiden's face radiated joy, a delightful blush enhancing her charm. The 2 then descended Tianyang Peak, one heading directly to the spiritual herb peak and the other to Qishao Peak. Indeed, what Lu Yang desires can all be found atop Qishao Peak. After all, Li Wei-chan, as the esteemed holy master, is of noble lineage, her delicate form exuding a precious allure, granting her access to all the resources of the sacred land. The Tianyang wood and the spirit spring are particularly her unique treasures for cultivation. Meanwhile, atop Qishao Peak, within Li Wei-chan's moon palace, lies a natural spirit pool. The abundance of spiritual energy has rendered the spring a delicate milky white, with ethereal mists swirling around, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial palace. In the center of the spirit pool, a woman sits cross-legged, her beautiful eyes closed, her countenance unparalleled, and an inherent air of authority gracing her brow. The water gently laps at her chest, concealing her exquisite form beneath its surface. This is Lu Chan's private sanctuary for cultivation. Known as the Moon Pool, Chapter 69, the Moon Palace Fairy in the Moon Pool, ethereal energy swirled in a hazy mist. Although Lu Chan had ascended to the Holy Realm, her cultivation movements were remarkably subtle. At her level, the progression of power was exceedingly slow. Typically, it would take decades, if not centuries, to break through even a minor boundary, an endeavor that could not be accomplished overnight. Lu Chan sat gracefully in the moon pool, her eyes gently closed, her flawless complexion resembling that of a true celestial being from the Moon Palace. Her delicate figure was enveloped by the milky white spiritual spring, revealing only her smooth, fair shoulders, reminiscent of warm jade. Her exquisite collarbone was breathtakingly beautiful, capable of cradling a small goldfish effortlessly. Her slender neck was enchanting, and her visage was one of unrivaled beauty, with rosy, tender lips, a nose as refined as jade, and eyes that sparkled with the depth of autumn waters, each feature devoid of any flaw. Suddenly, she emitted a soft sound of surprise as she slowly opened her enchanting eyes. A moment ago, her maid had requested an audience, prompting her to halt her meditation. "Greetings, Holy Mistress. The Master of Tianyang Peak wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chan's brows knitted slightly in astonishment as she inquired, "What business does he have with me?" The maid did not know. He insisted on seeing the Holy Mistress in person before revealing the reason. "Understood. Have him wait a moment," she commanded. "Yes, Holy Mistress." Once the maid departed, Lu Chan found her focus on cultivation waning. Rising from the moon pool, the spiritual spring cascaded down her flawless form, creating a gentle splash. Her alluring curves were remarkably graceful. Her abdomen was flat, her waist delicate, and her legs long and rounded, captivating anyone who cast a glance upon them. As her dainty feet stepped lightly onto the air, a pure white gauze robe floated towards her, draping over her form, allowing her snow-like skin to shimmer enticingly. She continued her stride out of the moon pool and returned to the Moon Palace, where her maid awaited to assist her in changing attire. As the Holy Mistress, Lu Chan exuded an air of regal authority. With an expressionless demeanor, she inquired, "Where is the Master of Tianyang Peak now?" One maid, busy assisting her, promptly replied, "He is in the Qishao Great Hall." Lu Chan nodded lightly. "All right, I understand." Once she was dressed, she immediately exited the Moon Palace. Moments later, within the Qishao Great Hall, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped the air, penetrating Lu Yang's heart and stirring his thoughts. This scent was fresh and crisp, reminiscent of the delicate aroma of a blooming night blooming cereus, unique to Lu Chan alone. Though he could perceive the fragrance, he had yet to lay eyes on her. Nevertheless, Lu Yang remained composed as he greeted. "Lu Yang pays his respects to the Holy Mistress." As his words resonated, the surrounding aroma intensified significantly. Lu Chan had arrived, adorned in a resplendent white palace gown, radiating an innate celestial aura. She cast a warm glance at Lu Yang and smiled. "Has the Master of Tianyang Peak come to see me for a significant matter?" In response, Lu Yang chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all, merely some trivial matters. I have come to request 2 items from the Holy Mistress." "Oh." Lu Chan's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly followed by a radiant smile. "Pray, tell me what you seek, and I shall surely assist you. I desire but 2 items, a piece of Tianyang wood that is over 3,000 years old, and a pristine, pure spiritual spring." Lu Yang, filled with delight, assured, "Rest assured, Holy Master, I am not one to covet trifles. I am willing to engage in a fair trade for these 2 items. Tianyang wood and spiritual spring?" Lu Chan murmured, repeating the 2 items mentioned by Lu Yang. To be candid, Lu Yang had indeed found the right person this time. While these items might pose a challenge for others, they were easily obtainable for Lu Chan. To speak frankly, both items were readily available atop Qishao Peak. Lu Chan's cultivation methods leaned towards the cold and yin, closely related to water and the moon. Thus she often required Tianyang wood to assist her practice, harmonizing the deficiency of yang energy within her body. As for the spiritual spring, it served as her private sanctuary for cultivation, its water of exceptional quality, abundant in spiritual energy, and its milky white hue attesting to its purity. It seemed that the Master of Tianyang Peak was well prepared, aware that Qishao Peak possessed such treasures. Lu Chan smiled gently, her crimson lips alluring, her teeth aligned and white, resembling a collection of brilliant jade stones. Regarding this matter, Lu Yang did not conceal anything and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, will the Holy Master part with these items? I am in great need of them. Naturally, my palace is never lacking in these 2 items." I am merely curious as to your intended use for them. Lu Yuechan candidly replied, disinclined to engage in unnecessary games with Lu Yang. The 7th of Tianyang Peak had a penchant for wine, and Lu Yang planned to prepare some for her to sample. Ah, I see. It is for that little wine enthusiast. Lu Yuechan, being the holy master, personally attended to many matters and had some understanding of the basic situations of other peaks, especially in recent years, as the reputation of the little girl had become quite familiar to her, frequently hearing from the master of the spirit herb peak about the little girl sneaking wine from there. The image of the little girl surfaced in her mind, prompting a warm smile from Lu Yuechan. You treat your disciples quite well, brewing wine for that little glutton. Very well then. She was indeed a disciple of Tianyang Peak. It was inappropriate for her to constantly disturb the spirit herb peak. Let it be as you suggested, keep her well at Tianyang Peak, and prevent her from causing trouble elsewhere. It seemed that Lu Yuechan and Lu Yang had arrived at the same conclusion. Keeping the little girl at Tianyang Peak was far more prudent than allowing her to run amok. Moreover, Lu Yang discerned that the little girl had caused quite a bit of trouble, enough for complaints to reach Lu Yuechan's ears. Yes, I shall certainly look after her. Please wait a moment, master of Tianyang Peak. I shall have someone fetch them for you. Lu Yuechan was true to her word. After about half an hour, a substantial piece of Tianyang wood and a large ceramic vial filled with spiritual spring water were presented before Lu Yang. Upon confirming their authenticity, Lu Yang's face lit up with joy, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, holy master, for your generosity. May I inquire what you wish to trade in return? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuechan shook her head with a smile. No need for a trade. Consider it a gift from my palace. A gift? Lu Yang found himself somewhat perplexed. Lu Yuechan chuckled. Your efforts in eliminating the traitors have been commendable, and now, as the esteemed master of Tianyang Peak, it is only natural for me to present you with a gift. There is no need for such surprise. Please accept it without hesitation. Thank you, your holiness. Lu Yang pondered for a moment before deciding not to refuse any longer. He carefully placed the 2 items into his storage ring and, with genuine gratitude, remarked, Your Holiness, I am grateful for your assistance. Once I succeed in brewing my wine, I shall certainly bring some for you to taste. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuechan remained indifferent. She held little expectation for the wine that Lu Yang casually brewed for his disciples. Nevertheless, she nodded and smiled. Very well, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, master of Tianyang Peak. Your Holiness, I shall take my leave now. Lu Yang took a few steps away but suddenly recalled something. He paused, turned back, and with a curious expression, inquired of Lu Yuechan, Your Holiness, I have heard that you often immerse yourself in the spiritual spring for cultivation. Regarding the matter you mentioned to me. Chapter 70, The Little Drunkard. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuechan's charming face flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. Given her exalted position as the Holy Master, it was evident that she comprehended the underlying implications of Lu Yang's words. Remaining composed and graceful, she calmly elucidated, Master of Tianyang Peak, do not misconstrue my intentions. The spiritual spring you possess was procured by my command from its source. It is not as you might presume. Is that so? Lu Yang inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Indeed, I have always approached my affairs with utmost diligence, Lu Yuechan affirmed, her gaze piercing and unwavering. The notion of bestowing upon others the spiritual spring that had been infused with her essence was utterly unthinkable for her. Naturally, if others desire it, I would not part with it. Regardless of the identity or significance of the individual opposite her, she remained resolute. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yang sighed softly, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossing his face. Lu Yuechan, taken aback by this unexpected display, furrowed her brow in confusion and queried, Master of Tianyang Peak, why do you sigh without cause? Is the spiritual spring sourced from its origin not to your satisfaction? At her words, Lu Yang hastily shook his head. No, the pure spiritual spring is indeed satisfactory. It is just, never mind. A peculiar thought danced in Lu Yang's mind, when he found unsuitable to voice in Lu Yuechan's presence. Thus, he excused himself and swiftly turned to depart. This scene left Lu Yuechan bewildered. She could not fathom why he had suddenly exhibited such disappointment. How strange. This master of Tianyang Peak was indeed an enigma. Even she found him difficult to decipher. Yet, she could not deny his genuine care for the few disciples on Tianyang Peak, particularly his thoughtful gesture to brew wine to placate that little drunkard. It was no wonder the disciples reciprocated his concern. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Lu Yuechan observed Lu Yang's retreating figure until he completely exited the grand hall. A gentle breeze stirred, and her silhouette faded from view. Meanwhile, atop Tianyang Peak, upon spotting Lu Yang's return. A young girl called out to him from a distance, exclaiming, "Master!" Her face radiated excitement as she sprinted towards him, her little legs moving with remarkable speed. Lu Yang, taken aback, quickened his pace to meet her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "How is it that you returned before me?" he asked, astonished. Despite the longer journey he had traversed to Qishao Peak, his superior cultivation should have ensured he arrived first. Yet, here she was, ahead of him, leaving him thoroughly surprised. I worried that you would return early and wait for me. So I had that old man with the goat beard bring me to the foot of the mountain." The old man with the goat beard? Lu Yang mused, recalling a familiar name. It seemed that Shen Qingqiu had mentioned a certain elder Wu from the sacred grounds, who was rather amiable. Without waiting for further explanation, Lu Yang was astonished by the revelation that she had the influence to summon a sacred ground elder, who personally escorted her back. This indicated either her esteemed reputation on Lingyao Peak or perhaps a notoriety that made others keen to keep their distance. Observing the innocent visage of the young girl, he contemplated the implications. Regardless of how one contemplates, it seems that the latter possibility holds greater weight. In my view, your apprehension lies in the inability to savor a drink at the bar promptly, little tippler. Upon hearing this, the young girl's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her small hands fidgeting behind her back, indicating that Lu Yang had indeed guessed correctly. For her, indulging in wine was of utmost importance. Observing the girl's silence, Lu Yang found it rather amusing. "Kiki, have you accomplished the tasks I entrusted to you?" The girl nodded, her expression earnest as she replied, "Yes. They did not give me any trouble. It went quite smoothly." This was indeed the case. The girl's reputation at the Spirit Herb Peak was not particularly favorable. Moreover, as the disciple of Peak Master Lu Yang, who would dare to make things difficult for her, even without relying on the deceased's infamous reputation. With Shen Qingqiu and Lang Wushuang excelling among their peers, no one would dare to look down upon Tianyang Peak. That pivotal battle had silenced many, compelling them to withdraw and leaving Lu Guochuan greatly astonished by their potential. Thus, Lu Yang was able to firmly secure the title of Peak Master of Tianyang. From beginning to end, Lu Yang was confident of this. Renowned prestige is forged through strength, not bestowed by others. Similarly, to protect his cherished disciple and prevent others from coveting her, strength was of paramount importance. "Come, let me take you to brew some wine." "Yes, I shall heed your words, master." The young girl smiled brightly, eagerly keeping pace with Lu Yang. Her delicate, fair legs moved swiftly, resembling a little whirlwind. Upon returning to the hall, Lu Yang retrieved the spirit spring and Tianyang wood, while the girl opened her small palm, revealing an ordinary storage ring containing over 100 types of herbs required for brewing. "Master, what shall we do next?" Lu Yang accepted the storage ring and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, smiling as he said, "First, we will craft a container for storing the wine from the Tianyang wood. In this realm, the winemaking process is quite simple, requiring no intricate procedures. The herbs used in brewing inherently possess rich medicinal and divine qualities. One merely needs to create a container, pour all the ingredients inside, and seal it for a certain period, making it remarkably convenient. It is the quest for the herbs that proves challenging, often draining one's enthusiasm. Brewing the Tianyang sacred wine necessitates an array of rare herbs, along with spirit spring, Tianyang wood, and, most crucially, the blood of a sage-level being. This arduous collection process is beyond the capabilities of most, making brewing an unattainable feat only Lu Yang, with the backing of the Qishao sacred land and its profound heritage, could accomplish this in such a short span of time. "Yes, master, I shall assist you." Upon receiving Lu Yang's command, the young girl giggled and effortlessly lifted the weighty Tianyang solid wood, proceeding to a private chamber to carve it into a wine container. Lu Yang was not at all surprised. Anything associated with the dragon is bound to be a powerful entity. The young girl is, in essence, a chling, a sacred medicinal body, endowed with remarkable combat prowess. The two became engrossed in their tasks, not pausing until the break of dawn the following day. The girl wiped the fine sweat from Lu Yang's face, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "Oh, how fortunate I am to have Master's assistance. Otherwise, I truly would have struggled with this cumbersome timber." The Tianyang wood was exceptionally heavy, its surface smooth yet extraordinarily hard, akin to iron. Even with the girl's formidable strength, she could not polish it to perfection in a short span. Thanks to Lu Yang's help, the little wine enthusiast's spirits brightened considerably. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yang chuckled and playfully pinched her delicate cheek, saying, "All right, go wash it clean. Then we can commence brewing." "Yes, master, I shall do so immediately." The prospect of brewing invigorated the little wine enthusiast, who eagerly lifted the polished Tianyang container to find a spot to cleanse it thoroughly. Chapter 71. The young girl feeds wine. After a while, the girl returned, rolling up her sleeves, her fair little feet perched upon a stool. With utmost care, she began to add the medicinal ingredients into the container, all the while chattering excitedly. 50-year-old wild ginseng. 70-year-old blazing lotus. 60-year-old. Liang watched silently, refraining from interrupting her. Once she had completed reciting all the ingredients, her face beaming with joy, she turned to Lu Yang and declared, "Master, I have added all the ingredients. There are no omissions." Lu Yang nodded, signaling her to pour in the spirit spring. With great strength and without hesitation, the girl swiftly embraced the porcelain vessel and poured the spirit spring into the container. The milky white spring, infused with abundant spiritual energy, immediately released a fragrant mist into the air upon contact, enveloping the girl in a cloud of vapor, prompting her to exclaim in delight. Seizing the moment, Lu Yang concentrated a formidable force at his fingertips, effortlessly slicing his palm. Crimson blood, glimmering with golden flecks, trickled forth, dripping into the spirit spring. As Lu Yang's blood, a reservoir of terrifying energy as potent as that of a millennia-old dragon, fell into the spirit spring, it began to bubble vigorously, emitting a copious amount of white steam. The scene left the young girl utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lu Yang. "Master! Master!" Lu Yang understood her astonishment, but chose to remain silent for the moment. He swiftly grabbed a cork made from Tianyang wood to seal the opening, then produced a sealing talisman to affix it, ensuring complete isolation from the surrounding spiritual energy. Once this was accomplished, Lu Yang smiled at the girl. "All done with the brewing. We merely need to wait for a month before we can enjoy the wine." No sooner had he spoken than the little wine enthusiast licked her rosy lips, tilting her face upward to gaze at Lu Yang, her eyes betraying her eagerness. Suddenly recalling something, she grasped Lu Yang's hand to take a closer look at his wound, her expression shifting slightly as concern washed over her. "Master, will it hurt?" "Just a little." "Oh, then let me kiss it better." Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback, only then recalling that the girl was indeed a sacred medicinal body. Her tears, blood, and saliva possess miraculous healing properties, capable of mending wounds. Furthermore, upon her transformation into a true dragon, her physical form can grant a person a second chance at life. This explains why, in the eyes of peak master Lu Yang, the value of the young girl far exceeds that of his other 6 disciples combined. One must ponder, how many souls in this world can resist the allure of living again? Surely, few can achieve such restraint. However, for peak master Lu Yang to refine the young girl, it is essential that she has the potential to transform into a true dragon. Naturally, the difficulty of acquiring this opportunity is akin to the quest for an elixir of immortality. Moments later, the young girl beamed as she observed Lu Yang's palm, which was now unscathed. "Master, look, it's all healed." Even Lu Yang, having witnessed the miracle firsthand, was profoundly astonished. He gazed at his palm, once marred by blood, now completely healed without a trace of a scar, leaving only a lingering warmth in the essence of the young girl's saliva. Is this the power of the Qi dragon's true form? How astonishing! "Master, why don't you praise me?" In the midst of Lu Yang's astonishment, the young girl furrowed her brow and inquired. Upon hearing her, Lu Yang could not help but chuckle and replied, "Indeed, indeed, you possess extraordinary abilities. Having healed my injured palm? Remarkable." After receiving Lu Yang's praise, the young girl's cheeks flushed, and she smiled brightly, savoring the moment. Lu Yang then transformed one of the chambers within the palace into a wine cellar, dedicated to storing exquisite wines. Subsequently, he engaged in leisurely conversation with the young girl. As time passed, an entire month slipped by unnoticed. The intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the cellar, rich and fragrant. After 30 days of abstinence, the young girl eagerly pulled Lu Yang along, and the moment she caught a whiff of the wine, her face flushed crimson with delight, her smile radiant as she greedily licked her lips. "Wow, what fragrant wine! Such a robust yang energy. Master, hurry, it's time. Please, release the seal. I wish to drink." Lu Yang too was enveloped in the wine's allure, the powerful and vibrant yang energy resonating with his own. He speculated that the presence of golden blood was the reason for this similarity in essence. Hearing the young girl's enthusiastic pleas, Lu Yang nodded, instructing her to stand back momentarily before he performed the incantation to break the spiritual seal. The moment the seal was lifted, an even more potent wave of yang wine essence surged forth, causing Lu Yang to feel momentarily dizzy and drowsy, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only an instant, as the immortal scripture within him swiftly counteracted the effects of the wine. He turned to glance at the young girl, only to find her swaying slightly, seemingly intoxicated, her cheeks rosy and a silly grin on her face as she babbled nonsensically. What fine wine. Master, come let us toast. After this cup, there are 3 more. We shan't leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. Lu Yang's cheeks twitched slightly at her exuberance, but seeing that she was momentarily harmless, he felt a sense of relief. He swiftly withdrew the cork and cast a glance inside the vessel. The milky white divine spring was utterly clear, emanating a powerful aura, with shimmering light resembling exquisite nectar. Could this truly be the celestial sun holy wine? Although it may be a lesser version, it undeniably appeared extraordinary. Lu Yang was well prepared. He picked up a clean wine ladle and scooped a portion into a bowl. Just as he reached for the bowl, intending to consume it in one gulp, a pair of delicate, snow-white hands had already cradled the bowl. The youthful girl, having regained her clarity, gazed at Lu Yang with excitement and exclaimed, "Master, allow me to feed you the first sip." Her innocent and charming visage made it impossible for Lu Yang to refuse. "You are beginning to show concern for your master." "I see," he remarked. "Of course, Master brews wine for me, so I must care for you in return," she replied. Lu Yang shook his head in bemusement, crouched down, and took the first sip of the celestial sun holy wine. Boom. As the first drop slid down his throat, Lu Yang was taken aback. His cultivation surged instantaneously, equating to several days of rigorous training. He quietly inhaled sharply, pondering that if the wine had been brewed with sacred blood, the effects would be even more terrifying. "Master, how do you feel?" The girl, unaware of the transformation occurring within Lu Yang, hurriedly inquired in a hushed tone. After savoring the taste for a moment, Lu Yang, with a satisfied expression, replied, "Indeed, it is exquisite wine. You should try a sip. I assure you, it will astonish you." Upon hearing her master's generous praise, the girl could hardly contain her anticipation. She eagerly opened her small mouth and took a hearty sip of the celestial sun holy wine. Boom. The same exhilarating sensation surged through her. The girl was instantly astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. With just one sip, her cultivation had remarkably broken through a minor realm, propelling her into the mid-stage of the Wheel C realm. "Master, this wine is truly remarkable." Chapter 72. Cheers. Lu Yang found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the young girl would ascend an entire minor realm merely by taking a single sip. Given her penchant for alcohol, would her cultivation not soar like a rocket? Indeed, Lu Yang had envisioned this scenario far too optimistically. Relying on external substances to enhance one's cultivation is ultimately a flawed strategy. It is crucial to understand that cultivation is a path that defies the heavens. One must tread carefully and steadily to achieve lasting progress. Any shortcuts pursued through dubious means will inevitably lead to backlash, resisted by the celestial order. Take the Tianyang sacred wine, for instance. While it can elevate one's cultivation, such effects are fleeting and ephemeral, ultimately losing efficacy after reaching a certain point. "Master, this wine is truly extraordinary," the girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her expression blissfully naive, still astonished by the effects of the Tianyang sacred wine. From the moment she tasted the first drop, she became utterly captivated by its intoxicating flavor, transforming into a little wine enthusiast. She had sampled various wines, but none compared to those from Lingao Peak. However, today, her innocent beliefs were on the verge of being reshaped. Her master had indeed not deceived her. The wine from Tianyang Peak was, without a doubt, the finest in the world. The aroma was rich and robust, imbued with the essence of the blazing sun, her favorite scent. Moreover, the fact that this sacred wine possessed the ability to enhance her cultivation only deepened her infatuation. She sighed contentedly, releasing a fragrant breath of wine. Her face aglow, she lifted her lovely eyes and gazed intently at Lu Yang, grinning as she said, "Master, let us drink together until the end of time. Through the drying of oceans and the crumbling of mountains." Lu Yang chuckled at her earnestness, his hand instinctively resting on her head, gently ruffling her hair. "Do you truly understand what it means to drink until the end of time, through the drying of oceans and the crumbling of mountains?" The girl nodded earnestly, replying, "I know, master. I overheard a senior sister from Lingao Peak say this to many of the senior brothers. It means to be together for a long time, sharing meals and drinks. Hiki, but I will only say this to you, master, and not to anyone else." "What? A senior sister said this to many senior brothers?" Upon hearing this peculiar statement, Lu Yang felt a degree of sobriety wash over him, amused by her words. Surely, The girl could not comprehend the deeper implications of her statement. She merely echoed what she had heard. Indeed, that senior sister was also persistently requesting various elixirs and benefits from the senior brothers, which I found rather strange, she remarked. Losing interest in others' affairs and quickly changing the subject, she lifted her wine bowl high, offering it to Lu Yang, eager to share the exquisite beverage, taking turns to sip. Given the rare kindness of his obedient disciple, Lu Yang graciously accepted. The two sat against the Tianyang wooden vessel, taking turns to enjoy the fine wine. Master, cheers. Cheers. Meanwhile, over 30,000 miles away from the Qishao sacred land, in the depths of the Seven Corpse Valley, within a modest and unadorned thatched cottage, Su Meier reclined gracefully on a fragrant wooden bed. Her delicate hands supported her head, her dress cascading around her, revealing a pair of smooth, slender legs. Her feet were as pure as jade, adorned with crimson nail polish, adding to her allure. Cascading over the edge of the bed were her 3,000 strands of hair, while her enchanting eyes were filled with reproach, fixated ahead without a flicker of movement. Sister Meier, when did you arrive? Why did you not inform me? Before Su Meier sat a woman clad in an exquisite red gown, her bright, expressive eyes radiating charm. Her figure was slender and graceful, her face partially veiled, obscuring her features. Yet, in the hazy light, one could sense the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath the fabric. This woman was none other than Nangong Yafei, the mistress of the Seven Corpse Valley. Upon hearing her words, Su Meier remained still, her gaze icy and unyielding, causing Nangong Yafei's brows to furrow in discomfort. She was perplexed, unsure why her sister was upset. Nevertheless, as the younger sibling, Nangong Yafei felt compelled to bow her head in apology. Sister Meier, please do not be angry. I have realized my mistake. A hint of irritation crossed Su Meier's face as she retorted, then pray tell, what exactly is your mistake? Observing her sister's demeanor, Nangong Yafei's expression shifted slightly, her delicate brows nearly merging into a single line. She had not anticipated that Su Meier was genuinely upset with her. She had assumed her sister was merely in a foul mood. Could it be, dear sister, that you are upset because I have been in seclusion for cultivation, leaving you to wait here for an entire month? Nangong Yafei ventured cautiously, raising her delicate face. Indeed, it is my oversight for not knowing you were coming. Had I been aware, I would have set aside my cultivation to accompany you. After speaking, Nangong Yafei felt a pang of grievance. The matter of entering seclusion for cultivation was not something one could easily control. When the opportunity arose to grow stronger, how could a cultivator resist such temptation? Furthermore, advancing one's cultivation was of utmost importance to every practitioner. The fact that Su Meier was directing her ire towards her was quite distressing. Yet, in the next moment, Su Meier let out a soft huff, her expression still displeased. Who told you that I am angry because of that? Do you think I am so petty that I cannot wait a month? Then what is the reason for your anger? Nangong Yafei observed keenly that Su Meier was indeed upset with her. If it was not about the seclusion, then what could it possibly be? She was at a loss. Su Meier sat upright, her long legs elegantly crossed, her figure captivating in its grace. Do you still recall the last time someone came to fetch medicine for me? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yafei immediately recalled the incident and quickly retrieved a jade pendant, her expression shifting to one of concern. Sister, of course I remember. That person came bearing the token, seeking the Seven Corpse soul eroding pill, claiming it was for you. I have yet to inform you of what transpired with me. Why did you resort to taking the poison pill? She observed closely, noting that Su Meier's cultivation had diminished significantly, undoubtedly due to the effects of the poison pill. In response to Nangong Yafei's inquiry, Su Meier's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, the color lingering for a moment before vanishing entirely. Naturally, she would not divulge the events that transpired with Lu Yang. That is of no concern to you. Just answer me, why did you not personally come forth to greet that person when they sought the medicine? Chapter 73, A Bond of Kinship. Why must I personally greet her? Nangong Yafei pondered, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. Just moments after her thoughts, a sudden tremor coursed through her delicate frame. Her autumn-like eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Su Meier, an inexplicable sense of anxiety gripping her heart. The realization that this person had traversed great distances to confront her indicated that their status was far from ordinary. Nangong Yafei, possessing considerable intelligence, swiftly discerned the true motive behind Su Meier's arrival. Sister, have I done something amiss? She inquired, a note of trepidation in her voice. Humph. Su Meier rose, releasing a cold snort. Barefoot, she crossed the carpet to stand before Nangong Yafei, casting a lofty gaze upon her countenance. Indeed, you have erred. Do you have any inkling of who he is to me? Nangong Yufei's composure faltered, her breath becoming hurried. She racked her brain for a recollection of the man's visage, but found nothing, for she had never laid eyes upon him. All she recalled was his surname, Liu, and that his voice was rather pleasant. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Sister, I only heard him say his surname was Liu. I truly do not know who he is. Moreover, at that moment, I was preoccupied with concern for your well-being, hardly in a state to inquire further. A veil of mist clouded Nangong Yufei's eyes, her innocence apparent. Had she realized the significance of that man to Su Meyer, she would have certainly made the effort to greet him personally. Wait. No. Since when has Meyer shown such anxiety for a man? Nangong Yufei suddenly paled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Su Meyer. Meyer, is that person your partner? The moment those words left her lips, Su Meyer was struck dumb, her mind gradually blanking out. A rosy hue blossomed from within her, enveloping her entire being. What are you rambling about? He is my master, not a partner. Her voice trailed off to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Yet her cheeks burned with fervor. To the unobservant, her beautiful, enchanting eyes would not reveal the joy concealed within. What? He's your master? The Lord of Tianyang Peak? In an instant, Nangong Yufei was even more astounded than Su Meyer, her body trembling violently. Who could have anticipated that the individual who had sought medicine would turn out to be the Lord of Tianyang Peak? The opportunity to meet and familiarize herself with him had slipped through her fingers, a foolish oversight indeed. In that moment, both women felt a wave of unease wash over them, their breaths quickening, hearts racing like startled fawns. Su Meyer's heart raced not only from the thrill of having her feelings unwittingly exposed by Nangong Yufei, but also from the embarrassment and joy that ensued. Meanwhile, Nangong Yufei felt a pang of panic for failing to personally welcome the Lord of Tianyang Peak, fearing his ire had prompted Su Meyer's visit. What are we to do? My heart races uncontrollably, and I cannot calm myself. Each murmured to themselves, feeling a sense of shame as they turned away, sinking helplessly to the ground. In the quiet confines of the grass hut, the only sounds were the rhythmic heartbeats and breaths of the two women, rising and falling in harmony. After a considerable interval, both of their conditions improved slightly. Nangong Yufei was the first to turn her head, crawling along the carpet to Su Meyer's side, resting her head upon her legs, portraying an image of pitiful vulnerability. Sister, I truly did not know he was the master of Tianyang Peak. My inadequate hospitality must have angered him, right? Not at all. I have never seen him angry, Su Meyer replied. I do not comprehend. If he is not angry, why send you here to vent his ire upon me? That is not the case. It was my own discontent that prompted me to seek you out to avenge my master, she said. At this, a flicker of anger flared on Su Meyer's face as her delicate hand struck a soft spot behind her. You, Nangong Yufei, my master personally paid a visit, and you had the audacity to not show your face, making him wait in the courtyard without even offering him a cup of tea. I shall end your life. The more she pondered, the angrier Su Meyer became. Had she not deliberately extracted this information from Liu Yang, she would have remained oblivious to the mistreatment her master had endured in the Seven Corpses Valley, which was utterly unacceptable. Oh dear. Stop, please. I was wrong. Nangong Yufei whimpered, on the verge of tears, hastily pleading for mercy. Although her current cultivation surpassed that of Su Meyer, the latter held the status of elder sister. And as the younger, Nangong Yufei could not retaliate, regardless of how her sister chose to treat her. After a brief moment of scolding, seeing her earnest acknowledgement of wrongdoing, Su Meyer's anger dissipated. Nangong Yufei rubbed the spot where she had been struck, feeling aggrieved, and then with a puzzled expression inquired, Sister Meyer, have you perhaps changed your heart? I recall you despising your master, often speaking ill of him behind his back. Why, all of a sudden, do you defend him now? Moreover, did you not say the master of Tianyang Peak has a peculiar temperament, prone to rage, punishing you for the slightest disagreement? Yet today, you claim to have never seen him angry. Are we speaking of the same person? Su Meyer was taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. Indeed. Nangong Yufei was correct. She had developed a strong aversion towards her master, frequently confiding her grievances, disparaging the peak master, Liu Yang. Curse him. Loathe him. But now, everything had changed. Her new master was simply too wonderful, rendering her incapable of harboring any resentment. Moreover, she had long since committed an act of profound rebellion with Liu Yang. From that moment, he was not only her master, but also her beloved, and a partner with whom she cultivated. The mere thought of Liu Yang brought a bloom of happiness to Su Meyer's face. Noticing the blossoming joy on Su Meyer's countenance, Nangong Yufei was once again taken aback. Sister Meyer, what has transpired? You seem quite different. Have you perhaps encountered a man whom you fancy? At this, Su Meyer immediately concealed her smile, her demeanor turning serious. In summary, remember this. The master I once criticized alongside you is now a thing of the past, and henceforth, we shall not speak of him again. However, I must refrain from voicing any grievances or complaints about my current master. Do you understand? Ne Gong Yufei, not lacking in intelligence, comprehended this well. She found it curious, however, to witness such a drastic transformation in Su Meyer, as if she had been possessed by another. Nonetheless, since it was her sister's command, she decided against pursuing the matter further. Very well, I shall heed your words. After all, Sister Meyer once saved my life. This was more like it. Su Meyer lightly tapped her forehead, and then her gaze was drawn to the breathtaking beauty partially obscured by a gossamer veil. Her delicate hand caressed her cheek as she chuckled softly. It would be such a pity for your stunning beauty to be wasted on other men. Perhaps it would be best to bestow it upon my master instead. Chapter 74. The master pours wine. Upon hearing this, Ne Gong Yufei could not help but chuckle softly. Linglong's delicate form trembled gently. Her long, thick, and lustrous eyelashes framed her large, bright, almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled with a captivating allure. Although the lower half of her face was obscured by her smile, the expressions conveyed by her upper features hinted at her exquisite and symmetrical beauty. Then, won't your master have to address me as? She teased. Haha, you wish. Su Meyer replied with a flippant tone, tilting her snowy neck defiantly, exuding an air of indifference. However, her words held a kernel of truth. She was indeed the first woman of the master, a fact that filled her with pride for a lifetime. Even if Ne Gong Yufei harbored ulterior motives, she remained untroubled. In the end, Su Meyer would still be her sister, and Ne Gong Yufei would continue to address her as such. At these words, Ne Gong Yufei pouted, knowing that Su Meyer was merely putting up a brave front. If, by chance, she truly became the woman of the Tianyang Peak Master, Su Meyer would no longer have the liberty to bully her sister. Should that day come, Ne Gong Yufei would whisper sweet nothings into her master's ear, eager to witness how Su Meyer would respond. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought for Ne Gong Yufei. She would never rely on another man unless absolutely necessary. Sister, tell me the truth. Your visit to the Seven Corpse Valley isn't solely to seek vengeance for your master, is it? Su Meyer nodded. Of course. I assured my master that I would bring you before him, so you can personally apologize. Let us hurry. I have been here for a month already. What? You want to take me to meet the Tianyang Peak Master? Ne Gong Yufei was taken aback, her face a portrait of shock and her heart racing with anxiety. The Tianyang Peak Master was a formidable figure of the Holy Realm, renowned for his profound cultivation, and was one of the youngest and strongest experts of the Qishao Sacred Land, hailed as the most promising candidate to break into the Emperor realm. Such an extraordinarily gifted man was far beyond her reach, and the constant whispers from Su Meyer only deepened her trepidation. For a moment, she felt utterly conflicted. Su Meyer cast a glance at Ne Gong Yufei, discerning her thoughts. Do not worry, my master is not the easily provoked powerhouse he once was. He is now gentle, charming, and indulgent toward his disciples. Ne Gong Yufei still found it difficult to comprehend. Why has he changed so drastically? She was genuinely perplexed, struggling to reconcile the Tianyang Peak Master described by Su Meyer with the man she believed him to be. The contrast was too stark, leaving her with an odd sensation. Su Meyer gently scratched her cheek, understanding that without clear explanations, Ne Gong Yufei would remain uneasy. With a sigh, she exclaimed, very well. Let me explain it this way. My master encountered a mishap during his cultivation, resulting in a complete loss of his powers, compelling him to start anew. Following this, his mindset underwent a significant transformation, and he grew to care deeply for all his disciples. Let me put it this way. Just consider him as having become a different person. Ne Gong Yufei's cheeks twitched slightly, and she nodded in agreement. All right, I shall heed your words, sister. Regardless, having an additional friend opens up another path. Previously, I did wrong by the Lord of Tianyang Peak, and now I must personally visit to seek his forgiveness. It is the duty of a younger disciple. After a moment's thought, she decided to take the guzheng from the cottage with her. Meanwhile, at Tianyang Peak, within the wine cellar, the occasional murmurs of a young girl dreaming could be heard. What exquisite wine I still want. Master, please pour me some more. Awakened by the intermittent sounds, Lu Yong stirred from his slumber, just in time to catch the last words of the girl, his brow furrowing at her audacity to request wine from her master in her dreams. shaking his groggy head in an attempt to regain clarity. He glanced at the girl's location and gently shook her small hand. Little one, the little drunkard, it's time to wake up. I don't want to. Stop bothering me. I want to drink with Master. Please pour me some wine. Lu Yang was at a loss for words. You still want me to pour you wine, do you? Very well, let us see how I shall wake you. Slightly annoyed, he flicked his finger, landing a precise tap on her forehead. In the next moment, the girl let out a sudden, loud ow and opened her eyes, only to be met with an exceedingly familiar visage. She then uttered a soft ouch, covering her forehead with her tiny hand, her fair face tinged with a hint of pain and grievance, her eyes shimmering with tears. Master, my head hurts so much. Were you the one who hit me? Lu Yang shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. I did not. Ah, did not? How peculiar. The girl appeared dazed, utterly perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, she decided not to pursue the matter further, hastily glancing around to confirm they were still in the wine cellar. As if struck by a sudden thought, the girl beamed. Master, shall we continue drinking? Still drinking? You little wine enthusiast, have you not considered your cultivation level? At Lu Yang's reminder, the girl remained somewhat dazed, but upon careful reflection, her expression shifted dramatically. Master, have I truly reached the great perfection of the Wheel Sea realm? This revelation astonished her greatly. It was only a month ago that she had been at the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm, and now, after just a month, she had ascended to the great perfection, leaving her utterly astounded. Lu Yang, with a serious expression, admonished her, if you are aware that you have attained great perfection, it is due to 3 bowls of Tianyang's sacred wine, not mere ordinary wine bought from the streets. Quickly prepare yourself and enter seclusion to strive for a swift breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. Indeed, Master, your disciple shall heed your words. With the divine Tianyang sacred wine, the young lady's demeanor towards Lu Yang has undergone a profound transformation. She speaks incessantly of her master, presenting herself as his dutiful disciple. The little wine enthusiast cast a glance at the Tianyang sacred wine, her lips watering with desire, as she raised her pitiful visage towards Lu Yang. No. She must quickly dissipate the intoxicating effects within her before indulging again. Upon observing her demeanor, Lu Yang discerned her intentions and promptly declined. The potency of the Tianyang sacred wine is formidable. Over the course of a month, they have dared not drink hastily, each partaking of only 3 bowls. Yet the results have been immensely significant, even stirring Lu Yang's cultivation, which teeters on the brink of breaking through to the profound realm. Oh. The young lady nodded and hurriedly ran off. Lu Yang sighed, resealing the Tianyang sacred wine, and withdrew into seclusion. Several days later, 2 breathtaking figures ascended Tianyang Peak. Chapter 75, Golden Dragon Sister Maya. I still feel somewhat anxious. Negong Yufei, adorned in a splendid red gown with a delicate veil dancing about her, exhibited a graceful form. Her figure strikingly beautiful, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. Her mastery of vocal arts and dance, cultivated over many years, radiated an elegance that rendered her utterly captivating. In contrast, her companion Su Mei embodied a more carefree spirit, reveling in the exhilaration of freedom, her demeanor bold and unrestrained, reminiscent of a mischievous fairy. As Su Mei traversed the path, her figure swayed, her gown fluttering, exuding an array of enchanting charms, with her exquisitely delicate, fair legs subtly on display, a sight to behold. What is there to be anxious about? Today, only Master resides upon Tianyang Peak, and he is quite amiable. Upon returning to Tianyang Peak, Su Mei found herself unable to suppress a smile, eagerly anticipating her reunion with Lu Yang. Although merely a month had passed since their last encounter, it felt to her as if 30 years had elapsed. All right, very well, Sister Mayor. I trust you wholeheartedly, but you mustn't lead me into a pit of fire. Negong Yufei's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of worry etched upon her face, as her palms began to perspire. This was unavoidable, as Su Mei had previously spoken unfavorably of the Peak Master Lu Yang, leaving her with lingering trepidation at the thought of their meeting, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. When have I ever led you astray? Have faith, Su Mei reassured her. And as they conversed, they approached Lu Yang's residence. At that moment, Negong Yufei's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Sister Mayor, did you not say that only the Tianyang Peak Master resides here? Yet, how is it that there is a child over there? Upon hearing Negong Yufei's remark, Su Mei had already noticed the child. Outside Lu Yang's palace stood a young girl clad in a small blue outfit, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. Her slender, fair legs exposed as she squatted on the ground, cradling her face in her hands, a sullen expression adorning her features. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, she calmly stood and turned to look, furrowing her brow. Who are you calling a child? My name is Jinu, and I am of considerable age, not a mere child. Jinu has always resisted being referred to as a child, one of the primary reasons being that, among the human race, those who resemble her age are forbidden from partaking in alcohol. Thus, whenever her maturity is questioned, she responds accordingly. Upon catching sight of Jinu, Sumayer nearly blurted out the words little drunkard, yet she suddenly recalled Shen Qingqiu's admonition to refrain from mentioning those words in Jinu's presence. She cleared her throat to disguise her slip. Jinu, when did you return to Tianyang Peak? Sumayer could hardly believe that the little drunkard had made her way back alone. It is well known that Jinu revels in her libations. She has even resorted to mixing strong beastess milk into her drinks to mask her indulgence. If there was no alcohol available at Tianyang Peak, she would venture to other peaks to pilfer some. The most unfortunate of all was the master of Lingyao Peak, who had secretly brewed a century-old fine wine and buried it for safekeeping. Due to a moment of negligence, Jinu discovered his hidden treasure. And by the time he realized it, it was too late. The wine was gone, leaving only a little drunkard sound asleep. Consequently, the master of Lingyao Peak had lamented to Liu Yuchan regarding his misfortune. Jinu glanced at Sumayer, recognizing her vaguely, and quickly bowed, saying, Jinu has met second senior sister. After you sisters departed, I returned here. Have you not left since then? Indeed, I am a part of Tianyang Peak. Is it not reasonable for me to remain here? Upon hearing this, Sumayer's mind briefly faltered. Such a statement from any disciple of Tianyang Peak would be entirely sensible, yet when it escaped Jinu's lips, it felt profoundly peculiar. She found it hard to fathom that such noble words could emanate from the little drunkard. For a moment, Sumayer was torn between feeling touched and feeling an unsettling fear. The fact that the little drunkard willingly chose to stay at Tianyang Peak could only be attributed to Liu Yang. He alone possessed such an influence. With this thought in mind, Sumayer promptly inquired, where is Master now? Jinu extended her delicate finger forward and replied, Look, Master is currently in seclusion inside. I dare not disturb him, so I can only sit outside. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Yafei and Sumayer were momentarily stunned, and then their expressions shifted as they noticed the transformation atop the mountain. An overwhelming and terrifying aura pervaded the air, akin to an ancient beast lying in wait. Its presence was majestic and potent, reminiscent of the blazing sun in the firmament, causing the women present to feel their blood surging and their cheeks blooming with color. It was the first time Nangong Yafei had encountered such a phenomenon, and she could not help but exclaim, Sister Mayer, your master truly is a powerful being of the sacred realm. Even starting anew, such an aura weighs heavily upon my heart. Sumayer nodded in agreement, her thoughts stirring. Liu Yang was extraordinarily enigmatic and omnipotent. The signs of his breakthrough were undoubtedly extraordinary. After some contemplation, she decided that it was better to err on the side of caution. She immediately summoned her full cultivation to envelop the imposing presence over Tianyang Peak. Just as she completed her incantation, a tremor immediately surged from Tianyang Peak, as if the very mountains were quaking. Thunderous roars echoed. A dragon's cry pierced the heavens, shaking the firmament. A golden dragon suddenly burst forth from above the palace, as if fleeing from an unspeakably terrifying creature, desperately soaring and escaping, its enormous maw agape, emitting frantic howls. What was that? A golden dragon? Nangong Yafei was rendered speechless, instinctively holding her breath, afraid to make a sound. Indeed, true dragons existed in the world, but their presence was known to very few, and none dared to capture them recklessly. One must understand that the might of a true dragon was not inferior to that of a formidable sage. Its corporeal form was indestructible. With the power to upheave mountains and seas, its combat prowess truly terrifying. But now, what was she witnessing? A golden dragon. One of the most noble existences among true dragons. It was actually terrified, frantically fleeing, lacking even the slightest courage to resist. This was astonishing beyond belief for Nangong Yafei. Not only was she taken aback, but Sumayer and the young girl were equally astonished. The little girl hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, stifling any sound, her face painted with fear. Being a Qilong herself, witnessing a golden dragon in such a distressed state left her both shocked and frightened. Sumayer's delicate face flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Amidst her shock, a greater sense of joy emerged. The secret techniques her master practiced were indeed related to the golden dragon. It was no wonder they could suppress her. To cultivate the white tiger's sacred art, she had fought numerous battles against Liu Yang. Had it not been for her superior cultivation, her fate would have been far more dire. Chapter 76, Nangong Yafei so powerful. Her master was truly formidable. Sue Meyer's admiration was heartfelt, her cheeks tinged with a blush, feeling a swell of pride for him. Yet suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, worry creeping in. The golden dragon was fleeing at an alarming speed. And if Lu Yang did not act soon, it would escape Tianyang Peak. At that moment, a celestial sound echoed in their ears. It was a vast, majestic melody, as if emanating from a heavenly realm. The trio could not comprehend the whispers that enveloped them, yet they felt their breaths ease, their bodies filled with warmth. Among them, only Negong Yifei understood the nuances of music. Upon hearing the celestial melody, her body trembled, her breath quickened, and the veil she wore fluttered as she involuntarily ascended, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage, one that could only be matched by celestial beings. In that instant, she entered a wondrous state. Suddenly, it seemed as though she could comprehend the murmuring celestial sounds. Though indistinct, they were neither harmful nor beneficial. Negong Yifei entered a state of blissful oblivion. Entirely unaware of her enchanting beauty, neglecting to restore her veil, her form swaying gracefully as she found a stone pedestal to sit upon, she took out a guzheng, harmonizing with the ethereal melody, and began to play. The guzheng emitted a beautiful rhythm, exquisitely melodious, akin to the sound of a clear mountain spring. Yet imbued with an otherworldly essence, such a poetic and picturesque ambience was rare in the mortal realm, only to be encountered in the heavenly palace. Meanwhile, as Lu Yang was on the verge of breaking through to the transcendence realm, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar state, teetering on the brink of slumber. Suddenly, the enchanting melodies of the guzheng resonated in the air, jolting him awake with a start. He gazed skyward, where a golden dragon was fleeing at an astonishing speed. Shock coursed through him as he realized that the golden dragon emperor's fiery allure had deceived him, allowing it to escape from the Dao Palace. Fury ignited within Lu Yang. How dare it betray my trust? His voice reverberated with authority as he declared, "Enough." Instantly, the Dao Palace within him shimmered with an ethereal light, resembling a celestial realm. As numerous divine chains adorned with radiant patterns surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura, they ascended rapidly. And just as the Golden Dragon Emperor was on the verge of claiming its freedom, one of the divine chains ensnared its tail. In swift succession, the remaining chains followed suit, binding its claws, head, and body, instilling terror and dread in the creature. The Golden Dragon, with all its might, bared its formidable maw and unleashed a thunderous roar. Yet, Lu Yang merely scoffed, asserting, "Return." In an instant, the chains constricted, gradually retracting back into his being. The Golden Dragon resisted with all its strength, refusing to submit, yet it was merely a wisp of flame, not the true dragon. Confronted by the divine chains forged from the undying Immortal Sutra, it was utterly powerless and firmly restrained. "I shall not yield." The Golden Dragon Emperor's defiance echoed as it was drawn back into the Dao Palace for confinement. Lu Yang was taken aback, as if he had heard the dragon speak. He scrutinized the Dao Palace, where the Golden Dragon was tightly bound, entwined by the gleaming chains, unable to move. Its golden eyes, which seemed capable of devouring souls, radiated an unassailable majesty as it glared at Lu Yang, though it remained silent thereafter. How peculiar! Lu Yang shook his head, choosing to disregard it, and began to examine the Dao Palace. After breaking through to the Transcendence realm, he noticed significant changes within. The intricate details carved into the Great Hall of the Dao Palace had become more exquisite and lifelike, brimming with vitality. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A small blade of grass and a sapling sprouted from the ground, infusing the once desolate Dao Palace with newfound life, rendering it even more captivating. Contemplating for a moment, Lu Yang meticulously arranged the space to enhance its beauty. Subsequently, he turned inward, observing that the golden specks within his blood and the golden patterns adorning his bones had noticeably increased. While still scarce, the enhancement it provided was monumental. At this very moment, Lu Yang could confidently assert that if Su Meier were to engage him in physical combat at equal levels of cultivation, she would undoubtedly be brought to tears. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yang basked in the satisfaction of completing his breakthrough to the Transcendence realm and subduing the fleeing Golden Dragon, his spirit soaring. Suddenly, he sensed a lingering melodious sound outside the hall, echoing like the song of phoenixes, truly enchanting. It dawned on him that this very melody had roused him from his stupor and prevented the Golden Dragon's successful escape. Who, then, could be the master of such exquisite music? Lu Yang could not help but feel curious. At Tianyang Peak, only Su Meier possessed any dancing skills. Yet her movements were exceedingly enchanting, often stirring one's blood. In stark contrast to the exquisite melodies played outside, which evoked an entirely different ambience. It was evident that the dance was not of Su Meier's making. Perhaps it would be best to witness it firsthand. With a leisurely stretch, Lu Yong rose, a smile gracing his face as he stepped outside. With a resounding clang, the bronze door swung open, and his eyes were immediately drawn to two familiar figures. One was, of course, the captivating fairy Su Meyer, while the other was a young girl still gripped by fear. Upon seeing her master, Su Meyer rushed forward, concern etched upon her features, her eyes brimming with affection. "Master, is everything well?" The recent commotion had undoubtedly caused her anxiety. Whether it was the golden dragon, the mysterious celestial melody, or the terrifying divine chains that had appeared, none were entities that could be easily controlled. Any one of them would suffice to drive the world's cultivators into a frenzy. She sensed that Lu Yong harbored many secrets, even the technique he had imparted to her. The white tiger sacred art was rarely matched by any in the Holy Land. Su Meyer had contemplated much, yet all centered on a singular thought: she must protect such a master. Lu Yang playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling softly, "Fear not, all is well." Upon hearing this, Su Meyer exhaled in relief. "It's good to hear that. It's good." The repetition of her words revealed her genuine concern for him. As the warmth of her master's gentle voice reached her, the girl's courage gradually returned. Cautiously, she approached Lu Yong, offering her concern. "Master, are you unharmed? I was almost frightened to death just now." "Almost?" Lu Yong teased, raising an eyebrow. The girl nodded earnestly. "Yes, just a little bit." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Lu Yong smiled warmly and ruffled her hair. Suddenly, he halted, realizing that the enchanting music had ceased, replaced by a voice even sweeter than the melodies. "I am Nangang Yufei, and I have the honor of meeting the master of Tianyang Peak." Chapter 77. As beautiful as a celestial being what? Nangang Yufei? Lu Yong was suddenly taken aback. No wonder the melody he had just heard had entranced him. The unexpectedly familiar voice that rang out was indeed hers, as she had come to Tianyang Peak. Lu Yong hesitated for but a moment. Upon hearing Nangang Yufei's voice, he promptly turned around. However, at that instant, he let out a soft gasp, gazing skyward as a fragrant white veil descended gracefully, landing perfectly upon his face. The world before him dimmed slightly, and an unfamiliar aroma seeped into his heart, bringing him an unexpected sense of tranquility. The sudden spectacle left those present momentarily stunned. Even Nangang Yufei herself failed to immediately recognize the veil as her own, merely finding it somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Though she could not recall precisely where. Lu Yong swiftly removed it from his face, slightly furrowing his brow. As he looked ahead, he was momentarily frozen, his gaze seemingly entranced. Nangang Yufei was adorned in an elegant red gown, her garments flowing gracefully, cradling a guzheng in her arms. A hint of confusion graced her features. Her facial features were strikingly beautiful, perfectly sculpted with not a single flaw. Her delicate nose and full, lustrous lips glistened, and her brows framed her expressive eyes, which sparkled with life and charm. At the first sight of Nangang Yufei, Lu Yong was profoundly shaken, an inexplicable sensation blossoming within him. It was as if anyone who laid eyes upon her would instantly perceive her as their first love, a vision of perfection that existed only in dreams. Indeed, it was a marvelously surreal feeling. Nangang Yufei was a master of music, her slender fingers long and fair. Her figure was equally captivating. With a delicate waist and graceful curves, her skin radiant and glowing with a soft luminescence that accentuated her beauty. Lu Yong realized that the phrase "as beautiful as a celestial being" was not mere hyperbole. At least in his eyes, Nangang Yufei indeed possessed an ethereal grace. It was no surprise that she could find favor among the ancient aristocracy based on her beauty alone. Such a stunning woman, skilled in the arts of song and dance, was truly a rarity in this world. Accustomed to the gaze of men, Nangang Yufei gracefully averted her eyes, striving to avoid meeting his gaze. Lu Yong, realizing his lapse in composure, quickly smiled and spoke. There had long been rumors of Nangang Yufei's celestial beauty, and today, witnessing it firsthand, he could not help but gaze longer than intended, for which he sincerely apologized. Lu Yong was neither a paragon of virtue nor a malevolent figure. He merely wished to be true to himself. His admiration for Nangang Yufei was genuine, as was his apology for staring a moment too long. Upon hearing this, Nangang Yufei regarded him with newfound interest, surprised by the forthrightness of the master of Tianyang Peak, who had, indeed, taken note of her. "Not at all. Master of Tianyang Peak. Please, do as you wish," she replied with a gentle smile. Lu Yong nodded slightly and then handed over a piece of delicate white gauze, saying, "This should belong to you, right?" As the words fell, a blush adorned Nangong Yufei's fair face, revealing a hint of panic. She hurriedly reached up to touch her cheek, only to find it bare. The veil that concealed her beauty had mysteriously vanished and landed on Lu Yang's face. In an instant, the embarrassment on Nangong Yufei's face deepened. She quickly murmured her thanks, took back the veil, and turned to reattach it to her face. Lu Yang smiled gently, but suddenly felt an unusual gaze directed at him. He let out a soft hum and followed the line of sight, only to find Su Meyer standing with her arms crossed. Her eyes filled with silent resentment as she coldly stared at him. Lu Yang awkwardly smiled and quickly shifted his gaze to the young girl beside him, noticing that her face bore a trace of discontent as well. What's going on? Su Meyer's jealousy was evident, and he could comprehend it. However, little one, what trouble are you stirring up now? Upon realizing that her master finally acknowledged her presence, the young girl promptly voiced her complaint. Master, why don't you pay attention to me? I have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. At this, Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Although the young girl enjoyed drinking, her nature was still akin to that of a child. To her, breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm was a significant accomplishment deserving of Lu Yang's praise. Aha, very well, very well. You've done splendidly. And your speed of advancement is truly remarkable. His somewhat perfunctory compliment was enough for the young girl, as any praise from her master sufficed. With a gleeful smile, she revealed her pearly teeth and licked her rosy lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. Master, since I've performed so well, shouldn't there be a reward? The little wine enthusiast finally revealed her ulterior motive. Lu Yang had anticipated this. The young girl was indeed eyeing the Tianyang sacred wine. All right. Since Miss Nangong has come to Tianyang Peak as a guest, we must treat her well. Yay, I want lots and lots of rewards. The young girl clapped her hands in delight, her smile radiant. Rewards? What rewards? Su Meyer, overhearing from the side, felt utterly baffled. After listening intently for a while, she still could not grasp the subject of their conversation. At that moment, Nangong Yufei had also finished reattaching her veil and smiled softly, saying, The master of Tianyang Peak is too kind. There's no need to trouble yourself for me. Not at all. Let us all enjoy together. Lu Yang replied warmly, leading the young girl and the two women into the hall. Inside the wine cellar, Su Meyer caught a whiff of the fragrant wine, her expression shifting slightly. Master, how can there be wine at Tianyang Peak? Where did it come from? Nangong Yufei, observing from the side, suddenly furrowed her brows, staring blankly at the wine container with a look of astonishment. Is this Tianyang wood? The vintage seems quite old, at least over 3,000 years. The intense young energy emitted by Tianyang wood was unmistakable. She inwardly gasped in awe at the profound heritage of the Qishao sacred land, which truly evoked her envy. Indeed, this is Tianyang wood, and it is wine that I brewed a month ago, Lu Yang stated calmly. But his words struck the ears of the two women like a thunderclap. What? Master, you can brew wine? Surely, you did not take such actions merely to keep her at Tianyang Peak? Su Meyer's expression was one of bewilderment, and she cast a glance at the young girl. She was utterly astonished. Her master seemed to possess boundless capabilities, being proficient in swordsmanship, adept in talisman arts, and now even brewing wine. Indeed, while the process of winemaking is not overly complex, the challenge lies in acquiring a complete recipe, which is of utmost importance. However, it appears that his depth of knowledge may surpass even that of the sacred grounds. Second senior sister, could it be that you are envious? This wine was personally brewed by our master for the young girl. Chapter 78, Seeking Immortality, you little rascal. How dare you be so arrogant in your favored position? Observing the little drunkard's smug demeanor, it was simply too brazen. Su Meyer, not one to suffer in silence, retorted with a biting tone, do you not know that children should not drink alcohol? This matter does not concern you. Be off with you. I am not a mere child. I refuse. Master, I wish to drink. The little girl, knowing she could not contend with Su Meyer, sought the assistance of Lu Yang. Her innocent, pleading eyes shimmered with tears, as if poised to shed small pearls at any moment. Lu Yang, witnessing this, chuckled heartily. Sister is merely jesting with you. You are quite special and should not be judged by ordinary standards. Rest assured, you shall have your wish. Thank you, master. The little girl's sweet voice was delightful, and her smile was captivating. However, with Su Meyer still present, she dared not be overly brazen. Remaining quietly by the side, awaiting her turn. Having witnessed Lu Yang's indulgence towards the little girl, Su Mei's suspicions were further confirmed. The little drunkard's willingness to remain at Tianyang Peak was undoubtedly due to their master's favor. Yet, she could not have anticipated how lavishly he spoiled the little girl. even going so far as to craft exquisite wine to cater to this little drunkardess whims. It left her pondering what was so extraordinary about this wine. As the second sister of Tianyang Peak, she was intimately familiar with the little girl. Ordinary fine wine would never suffice to keep her captivated. After a while, within the grand hall, 4 individuals were seated around a luxurious, high-end Nama table, 3 adults and 1 little sprite. A fine jug of wine adorned the table. How fragrant! The little girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with longing as she caught a whiff of the intoxicating aroma. Her small feet swung back and forth eagerly, her gaze fixated on the wine jug. Having already savored the taste of Tianyang's sacred wine, her demeanor was notably more relaxed compared to the 2 women beside her, who were completely taken aback. This was the first time Sume and Nangong Yufei had encountered the fragrance of Tianyang's sacred wine, and in an instant, they found themselves somewhat entranced. The fiery essence emanating from the wine caused their cheeks to flush as if they were under the influence of intoxication. Nangong Yufei was utterly astonished. She had never laid eyes on such a divine brew. Could it be the celestial dew from the heavens? Merely inhaling that hint of aroma left her enraptured. Displaying a captivating beauty. Tianyang Peak Master, I hope you will forgive my boldness in asking, what kind of wine is this? The rich, full-bodied aroma, imbued with a strong essence of Tianyang wood, stirred an irresistible urge within her to taste it, surely a rare and exquisite vintage. Sume then added, indeed, Master. I too am curious about this wine. Do not fret, let us enjoy a cup first. Lu Yang replied with a smile, lifting the jug and pouring a cup for each of the 3. The little girl, unable to contain her anticipation, seized her cup, tilted her head back, and gulped it down, subsequently emitting a satisfied sigh of delight. Upon witnessing the event, Nangong Yufei and Su Meyer felt a stir of emotions within, shedding their pretenses. They slowly consumed the sacred Tianyang wine, which, upon entering their stomachs, enveloped them in a warm, comforting sensation. Their fair skin and exquisite features blossomed like spring flowers, tinged with a delicate blush, rendering them even more radiant and healthy, adding a hint of enchanting beauty. Moreover, the Tianyang sacred wine possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's cultivation. The 2 women sensed this efficacy, their eyes flashing with astonishment and their faces adorned with shock. Master, can this truly elevate our cultivation? They marveled, utterly amazed at the existence of such a wondrous wine. It was no surprise they were so astonished. The pursuit of cultivation enhancement is the foremost goal of practitioners, and to think that a mere cup of wine could advance their skills, albeit slightly, was indeed a rare opportunity for growth, igniting their excitement. Their spirits soared, smiles illuminating their faces as they eagerly inquired, Tianyang Peak Master, please reveal to us the name of this exquisite wine and how we might procure it. Nangong Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed, fixating intently on Lu Yang, her curiosity piqued. The cultivation method she practiced leaned towards the feminine, making the effects of the Tianyang sacred wine particularly beneficial for her training, promising a remarkable efficiency. This applied not only to her, but also to Su Meyer, or rather, to most female cultivators whose methods typically favored the softer aspects, yielding the best results when combined with Tianyang wood or the sacred wine. Indeed, Master, please do not keep us in suspense. Yufei is not a stranger. She is like a sworn sister to me, deserving of trust. Su Meyer's cheeks flushed with a charming hue, enhancing her allure. Yet her curiosity about the wine's origins remained insatiable. Lu Yang glanced at the 2 women, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall share with you. This wine is named Tianyang Sacred Wine, a masterpiece crafted by a legendary winemaker from ancient times. To prevent this exquisite beverage from fading into obscurity, he left behind a formula, which fortuitously I discovered and proceeded to brew with the young ladies. He then turned his gaze towards Nangong Yufei, clearly stating, this wine is available at Tianyang Peak. Whether it can be found elsewhere, I cannot say. Lu Yang discerned that she had long resided in the 7 Corpse Valley, a place steeped in heavy and energy, detrimental to one's health. It reminded him of Lu Zheng, whom he had encountered, whose pallor was reminiscent of a corpse, an unsettling sight. However, Nangong Yufei seemed relatively unaffected, still exuding an ethereal grace, her skin pale and delicate, shimmering with a faint, cool luminescence, almost surreal in its whiteness. Observing her eager pursuit of the Tianyang sacred wine, Lu Yang surmised that she had indeed been impacted, albeit less visibly, or perhaps the effects had yet to fully manifest. Yes, thank you, Tianyang Peak Master, for sharing this information. Nangong Yufei's eyes suddenly dimmed, further corroborating Lu Yang's suspicions. He noted this silently, choosing not to elaborate further. Their relationship was not one of close kinship, and such a simple gesture of hospitality sufficed to convey his goodwill. To offer her additional assistance while shamelessly ingratiating oneself appears nothing short of clownish, a course of action that is hardly warranted. Nan Gong Yufei is undeniably beautiful. Yet Lu Yang possesses his own commendable attributes. In terms of status, he is one of the 7 peak masters of the Qishao sacred land, holding a position of great esteem. In contrast, she is merely the master of the 7 Corpses Valley, although her cultivation has reached the realm of the human sovereign. Lu Yang boasts powerful disciples of his own. As for potential, it is unnecessary to elaborate further. Lu Yang possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to surpass Nan Gong Yufei, albeit not in the present, but in the future. Ultimately, it is inconceivable for Lu Yang to lower himself to curry favor with Nan Gong Yufei. Observing their conversation with keen interest, Su Myers silently chuckled, refraining from revealing her stance. She discerned that Nan Gong Yufei was in need of more Tianyang's sacred wine and recognized that Lu Yang had no intention of pandering to her whims. Perhaps biding his time for an opportune moment. A moment that required someone else to take the initiative, but it certainly would not be Lu Yang. Humph, how mischievous. Is my wicked master truly attempting to find me a mistress? Chapter 79. The surprise of El Wechan upon finishing the first cup. Lu Yang proceeded to pour 2 more for each of them, swiftly emptying a small jug of wine. Hoo-ha! The young girl was a veritable little drunkard, consuming the wine as readily as one would water. With 3 cups of the divine Tianyang wine consumed, she felt an invigorating warmth enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue. Su Meyer and Nan Gong Yufei were equally affected, their bodies adorned with a gentle rosy glow, breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. The young girl cast her gaze towards another jug of wine on the table, playfully grinning at Lu Yang, and said, "Master, once we finish this jug, may we open another?" "Absolutely not." Lu Yang firmly declined. He then lifted another jug of wine, smiling. "This is for the Holy Master, to express our gratitude for her assistance. My dear disciple, I now entrust you with a task. Deliver it to Qishao Peak and present it to the Holy Master." Overjoyed, the young girl licked her rosy lips, contemplating whether she could sneak a few sips along the way without being detected. However, Lu Yang had already seen through her mischievous intentions and promptly warned, "Disciple, should you dare to indulge in the wine en route and the Holy Master complains to me, you shall face dire consequences." "Ah, dire consequences? Indeed, I shall impose a punishment. A full year without any wine." "What?" The young girl sprang up from her seat in shock. A whole year without wine was tantamount to a death sentence for her. In an instant, fear gripped her, and her face contorted into a peculiar expression. Forcing a smile, she giggled, "Hee, master, you need not worry. I would never sneak a drink. I shall go at once." Clutching the jug to her chest, she hurried off towards Qishao Peak. Hee. Only master can handle this little drunkard. Watching the girl's hasty departure, Su Meyer smiled radiantly, her charm enchanting. Nan Gong Yufei's laughter, more subdued, was accompanied by a delicate covering of her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. She then discreetly glanced at Lu Yang. Her thoughts stirred, ultimately sighing as if making a determined resolution. Raising her exquisite face, her eyes gleamed with vitality. "I am grateful to the master of Tianyang Peak for your hospitality, allowing me to savor such rare wine. In return, let me play a piece for you as a token of my appreciation. Miss Nan Gong, as a guest, you need not stand on ceremony." Before Lu Yang could finish, Su Meyer interjected, "Master, you are unaware that Sister Yufei is renowned. Countless individuals queue for the chance to hear her play. Yet you have the fortune of having her offer a performance willingly. You are indeed fortunate." Hearing this, Nan Gong Yufei modestly shook her head. "Master of Tianyang Peak, you need not heed Sister Meyer's flattery. I came to Tianyang Peak with sincerity. During my previous visit to Qishir Valley, I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and my inadequate hospitality fills me with regret. May I request a chance for your forgiveness?" "Indeed, master. I traveled a great distance to bring her back, so she could personally apologize to you, not merely to partake in food and drink." Su Meyer, ever eager to stir the pot, added fuel to the fire, immediately provoking a disdainful glance from Nan Gong Yufei. This disapproving look was merely a gentle reprimand for her loose tongue, lacking any real malice. "What are you grasping at? Meyer, do mind your words. Our guest is present." "Very well, since you all insist, I shall comply." Lu Yang chided Su Meyer briefly before reflecting on the matter, ultimately conceding. After all, the tome Seeking Immortality had long proclaimed Nan Gong Yufei as the unparalleled beauty of the realm, a gifted singer and dancer, proficient in the art of melody, truly a rarity in the world. Particularly after her affiliation with the ancient aristocracy, her fame had soared, becoming a household name. Yet, What did it matter? In truth, she was far from content. Lu Yang gazed quietly at Nangong Yifei, his thoughts dwelling on her future. With a radiant smile, she greeted him, her spirits evidently high. She selected a spot, positioned a guzheng before her, and then paused in contemplation, pondering what melody would please Lu Yang. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She turned to Lu Yang and said, Master Tianyang, whilst you were immersed in your cultivation, I heard a celestial melody that resonated deeply within me, leading me to comprehend this piece. Pray, listen closely. As the ethereal strains of the guzheng filled the air, the enchanting notes lingered, reminiscent of phoenixes and dragons in flight. Lu Yang was taken aback, as if transported to a wondrous realm. Surrounded by swirling mists and ethereal energies, he beheld a magnificent celestial palace concealed within, where cranes soared and dragons danced. In this enchanting scene, Lu Yang felt a profound tranquility, his mind liberated, free from discomfort, oblivious to the passage of time. A day later, at Qishao Peak, within the moon palace where Lu Yuechan resided, she perched high above, her exquisite beauty serene, adorned in resplendent robes, embodying an air of otherworldliness. Glancing below, she suddenly rose, gracefully descending from her elevated position until she stood before a small figure, regarding the young girl from above. Then, she half-knelt, playfully pinching the girl's cherubic cheek, and chuckled. So, you claim you have come on your master's orders to present this flask of wine to me? Indeed. That is exactly what my master instructed. The young girl, undeterred, responded promptly, lifting the flask high. Lu Yuechan did not immediately accept the offering. Instead, she found amusement in the girl's demeanor, remarking, I have heard you are quite the little wine enthusiast. How does your master dare entrust you with such a precious cargo? The young girl, slightly exasperated, replied with a touch of maturity, I wish it weren't so. But my master warned me that if I dared to sneak a sip along the way, I would never be allowed to touch wine again. At this, Lu Yuechan could hardly suppress her laughter. She playfully tousled the girl's hair and said, Very well, you may return now, I am aware. The young girl, not wishing to linger, hurried back to Tianyang Peak in search of a drink. Whether she found one or not mattered little, the prospect of delight was enough. As the girl departed, Lu Yuechan chuckled softly, shaking her head before casting her gaze upon the flask of wine. Suddenly, however, the smile on her face gradually faded. She brought the wine jar beneath her nose and took a careful whiff, only to be taken aback and exclaim, What kind of wine is this? It possesses an abundance of yang energy, even richer than the essence of the celestial sun tree. Lu Yuechan was astonished and quickly sought a place to sit and savor the drink. Initially, she thought that Lu Yang was merely concocting some trivial wine to appease a casual drinker. Even when he mentioned bringing some for her to taste, she dismissed it without much thought. To her surprise, Lu Yang truly exhibited remarkable skill, capable of brewing such exquisite wine. Lu Yuechan could hardly contain her eagerness as she took a sip, her delicate form trembling, unable to suppress a gasp of delight. Such a treasure. Truly a remarkable find. Perfectly suited for me. Chapter 80. The arrival of the sovereign Lu Yuechan cultivated a particularly formidable technique, intricately linked to water and the moon, coupled with her noble lineage. She enjoyed unparalleled resources for her cultivation. Whenever she needed to practice, she would immerse herself in a spiritual spring, simultaneously absorbing the essence of the resplendent moonlight. When the balance of yin and yang within her body faltered, she could rely on the celestial sunwood for continuous replenishment. Such bounteous resources are a rarity in the world. For over a millennium, Lu Yuechan has safeguarded the Qishao sacred land with her immense prowess. The truth remains that exceptional resources should be bestowed upon outstanding disciples. This principle has allowed the sacred land to endure through the ages. Furthermore, the miraculous wine brewed by Lu Yang has proven to be immensely beneficial for her, surpassing the efficacy of celestial sunwood tenfold, and its use is remarkably convenient, requiring merely a few leisurely sips to reap its rewards. As this realization dawned upon her, Lu Yuechan found herself increasingly restless. She craved more of this exquisite wine to aid her cultivation. The greater the power of the sovereign, the longer the life of the sacred land. Indeed, it could even endure eternally, a possibility she was confident she could manifest. Such a treasure. She hoped that the master of Tianyang Peak possessed an ample supply. No, I must seize an opportunity to visit Tianyang Peak. Yes, I will go at once. Under the pretext of escorting the young maiden back. What a splendid excuse. With this thought, Lu Yuechan smiled sweetly, a rare expression for a sovereign. Her typical demeanor was one of polite reserve. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from the moon palace, reappearing before the young maiden. The sudden appearance of a living person during their descent nearly startled the maiden to death, her heart racing wildly. Oh dear. How could it be you, Sovereign? You nearly frightened me to death. I thought I had encountered a fairy. The young maiden clutched her heart, expressing her discontent, but upon meeting Lu Yuechan's gaze, she immediately faltered and hastily amended her words. Hearing this, Lu Yuechan smiled with satisfaction. I see you are quite petite. By the time you return to Tianyang Peak, the sun will have already risen. Enough of this. Let me accompany you on your journey. The young maiden rejoiced, casting aside her earlier fright. In truth, she had long wished to return instantaneously, yet lacked the capacity to do so. With Lu Yuechan by her side, the journey would be swift, akin to teleportation. Thank you, Sovereign. The young maiden quickly agreed, embracing Lu Yuechan's leg to prevent any change of heart. In reality, Lu Yuechan felt even more anxious, fearing the maiden might suddenly decline the offer, necessitating her to conjure another excuse. Fortunately, the young maiden was a little glutton for wine as well as a bit lazy, disliking the prospect of walking even a few extra steps, which allowed Lu Yuechan to achieve her goal without hindrance. With a smile, Lu Yuechan set off towards Tianyang Peak, unconcerned by the young maiden's grasp on her leg, finding the little one quite endearing. In mere moments, Lu Yuechan traversed the numerous barriers surrounding Tianyang Peak, reaching the summit. At last, hooray, I have returned. What incredible speed! As Lu Yuechan gently set down the young girl, a melodious sound of a guqin wafted from within the Luyang Hall, instantly stirring her curiosity. To her knowledge, none of Luyang, the peak leader's disciples, possessed an understanding of the intricacies of music. The melody was so exquisite. Who could it be? Child, she inquired, who was playing the guqin here? Upon returning to Tianyang Peak, the young girl, who had initially intended to flee, suddenly found herself inexplicably restrained, unable to move even slightly. Realizing it was Lu Yuechan's doing, she hurriedly replied, "Report to the Holy Master. It is a sister brought back by second senior sister. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Even our master was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her." What did you say? Lu Yuechan was momentarily stunned, a sense of discomfort settling in her chest. Instantly, the image of Lu Yang's first glance at her surfaced in her mind. It didn't seem that he had been taken aback at all. The young girl, naive by nature, believed Lu Yuechan simply hadn't heard her clearly. Hence, she repeated, "That sister is truly enchanting, like a celestial being." Master was so astonished at that moment that he stood frozen. Even I didn't bother to take a closer look. In an instant, Lu Yuechan's feelings of vexation intensified. With her long brows slightly furrowed and a flicker of defiance in her gaze, she suddenly queried, "Then tell me, in comparison to me, who is more beautiful?" It is said that the desire for beauty is inherent in all, and the urge to compare is ubiquitous. While Lu Yuechan would not typically engage in such comparisons, as few women could surpass her allure, hearing that the leader of Tianyang Peak had lost composure over another woman, while remaining nonchalant and composed towards her, undeniably stirred discomfort within her. The young girl was taken aback, letting out a small gasp, realizing this was a perilous question. Should her answer falter, her fate would surely be dire. In her view, of course, the Holy Master was far more beautiful. That sister, though she resembled a fairy, was merely a visitor. While the Holy Master resided in the Moon Palace, she was the true celestial maiden of the Moon Palace, incomparable. In this critical moment, the young girl's intellect was remarkably sharp. After exhausting her thoughts, she concocted a lengthy praise, and indeed, Lu Yuechan was deserving of such commendation. With the young girl's flattery, Lu Yuechan's spirits lifted slightly, and she straightened her posture, proudly showcasing her graceful figure, instructing the young girl to lead the way. Eager to meet the enchanting woman playing the guqin, she wished to behold the beauty that could so captivate the leader of Tianyang Peak. Meanwhile, the ethereal music within the hall had just ceased. Negong Yifei had played throughout the day, and Lu Yang had listened intently. The melodious tones were enchanting, rendering him entranced, completely unaware of any dissonance. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Lu Yang exclaimed thrice. Negong Yifei, deserving of the title of a peerless songstress, had performed with such perfection that even a mere rustic like him could become lost in the experience. It was truly remarkable. Just as Lu Yang was about to continue praising Negong Yifei, a voice, imbued with authority and melodious charm, gradually permeated from outside the palace, akin to the harmonious singing of phoenixes, leaving the three present utterly astonished. They had failed to notice the presence of the newcomer, unaware of when she had arrived at Tianyang Peak. What delightful discourse is the master of Tianyang Peak engaged in? Might you share it with me? What? This palace? Who? Apart from her, would dare to refer to herself in such a manner within the sacred grounds of Qishao? As the words faded, a stunning woman clad in pure white palace attire stepped into the hall. She exuded an air of authority, her form exquisitely alluring, with graceful curves that seemed to glide like a gentle breeze, carrying the fragrance of night blooming cereus, yet at this moment, there lingered an undercurrent of thunderous might. In simpler terms, Lu Yang sensed an unusual wrath emanating from L. Yuechan's words. Chapter 81. Contest. Lu Yuechan suddenly appeared, leaving the three within the hall in a state of bewilderment, rendered momentarily speechless. Lu Yang could hardly fathom the presence of Lu Yuechan, the esteemed leader of the Holy Land, at Tianyang Peak. Moreover, there seemed to be an undercurrent of anger and resentment in her demeanor, though the cause of her ire remained a mystery. In a flurry, Lu Yang cast a hasty glance before lowering his head, approaching her with a bow. I was unaware of the esteemed presence of the Holy Lord. I apologize for my lack of proper welcome. I beseech your forgiveness. His words jolted the other two women from their stupor, prompting them to hastily pay their respects. We have met the Holy Lord. This humble servant pays her respects to the Lord of Qishao. Lu Yuechan surveyed the two women, her gaze lingering on Nangong Yufei for a moment before she nodded, saying, "No need for formalities." The two women replied in unison, "We thank the Holy Lord." Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to straighten his posture when Lu Yuechan spoke once more. The master of Tianyang Peak possesses exquisite taste, hiding a beauty in a golden chamber, accompanied not only by a charming companion but also by the enchanting melodies of the zither. Such indulgence! How could you not share such delightful experiences with me? Alarm bells rang in Lu Yang's mind. He sensed that Lu Yuechan's visit might be directed at him. Yet, he was bewildered, for he believed he had committed no transgression, though her expression appeared calm and adorned with a smile. There lingered an inexplicable discomfort in Lu Yang's ears. "Your Highness, the matter is not as you presume." "Oh, I am most eager to hear how the master of Tianyang Peak intends to explain himself," Lu Yuechan declared, her natural aura exuding an undeniable authority. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned away, choosing not to regard Lu Yang any further. This sudden dismissal sent a jolt through his heart. He could not comprehend what had provoked Lu Yuechan's ire. "Your Highness, this lady is the master of Seven Corpse Valley, a sworn sister to Mayor, who arrived at Tianyang Peak only yesterday. It was only proper to extend the courtesy of a guest, and when she offered to play a piece in return, I could not refuse. I have always been devoted to the Holy Land and would never indulge in leisure," Lu Yang articulated, keenly aware of Lu Yuechan's vulnerabilities. Mentioning his unwavering dedication to the Qishao Holy Land seemed to alleviate some of her displeasure. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yang's explanation, Lu Yuechan's anger subsided significantly. She inhaled deeply, turning back to face him, her expression softening considerably, her demeanor calming. "Is that truly the case?" "In truth, Your Highness, what my master has stated is entirely accurate, and Mayor can attest to it." Sensing Lu Yuechan's intent to challenge Lu Yang, Su Mayor quickly stepped forward to clarify and support his claims. Though Nangong Yufei was unaware of the specifics between them, she spoke up in solidarity. "I can also vouch that it was my own volition to perform a piece for the master of Tianyang Peak. He did not compel me. Furthermore, this is my first meeting with the master of Tianyang Peak, contrary to your assumptions," as Nangong Yufei mentioned first. A gasp escaped the lips of a young girl at the entrance, who then hastily covered her mouth with her small hands, desperately stifling any sound to avoid facing Lu Yuechan's intense scrutiny. "The master of Seven Corpse Valley? Is it true, then, that you are Nangong Yufei?" Lu Yuechan turned her gaze, her exquisite visage betraying no emotions. The Seven Corpse Valley lies not far from the Qishao Sacred Land, and Lu Yuechan was well aware of all the forces in the vicinity. Moreover, she not only knew of the Seven Corpse Valley but had also heard tales of Nangong Yufei, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and mastery of the Guqin, as well as her prowess in song and dance. Whispers suggested she was a celestial fairy who had accidentally stumbled into the mortal realm. Such rumors were countless, and it was evident how much admiration Nangong Yufei garnered from men. "Indeed, it is I, the humble servant of the Holy Lord," Nangong Yufei replied, feeling a blush of embarrassment at the unexpected fame that had reached the Holy Lord's ears. Lu Yuechan nodded lightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "No wonder you captivated the Lord of Tianyang Peak with but a glance, leaving him utterly entranced. The reputation of the Valley Master is truly well-deserved." Upon hearing this, a rosy hue crept onto Nangong Yufei's delicate face as memories of her first encounter with Lu Yang flooded her mind. It seemed to hold some truth. Meanwhile, Lu Yang stood in stunned silence. Lu Yuechan's words, while seemingly directed at Nangong Yifei, were indeed meant for him. A single glance? Captivated? Utterly entranced? What does this mean? How does she know? Confusion swirled in his mind as he scanned the hall, eventually resting on the petite figure who was gazing back at him with innocent eyes. Still smiling. Is it you? Lu Yang whispered. The young girl quickly shook her head, her small hands raised in a gesture of ignorance. With no evidence to confront her, he reluctantly decided to let the matter lie for the moment. At that moment, Eluechan sighed softly. Very well, it seems I have misjudged you both. Let us speak no more of this. Lord of Tianyang Peak, how much of the exquisite wine you entrusted to the young girl remains? I shall take it all. As the words left her lips, the other three women, excluding Lu Yang, tensed in unison, their expressions betraying alarm. Eluechan had come for the Tianyang sacred wine as well? To claim it all outright? This was unacceptable. The Tianyang sacred wine was rare and greatly beneficial for their cultivation. As for the little wine enthusiast, the young girl would fiercely defend her precious liquor. Su Meyer was somewhat better off. With Lu Yang by her side, she could maintain her internal balance without relying heavily on the Tianyang sacred wine. However, one could not predict every eventuality, and Lu Yang could not be present every single day of the year. It was wise to retain some reserves. Moreover, the Tianyang sacred wine provided direct enhancement to one's cultivation, a benefit too valuable to overlook. She could not bear to see Eluechan seize all that remained. As for Nangong Yifei, her position was rather precarious. She was neither Lu Yang's consort nor a disciple of Tianyang Peak. Yet, she was the one most in need of the Tianyang sacred wine, having discovered, after tasting it, that it contained a potent essence capable of easily dispelling and suppressing the harmful corpse energy within her. Though its presence was subtle, the effects were undeniably significant. With proper application, her cultivation could reach new heights, granting her a longer life. Though Nangong Yifei was not in a position to voice her opinions, she secretly wished that Eluechan would not be overly domineering. In an instant, the gazes of the three women converged upon Lu Yang, all hoping he would firmly reject Eluechan, for they were in dire need of the Tianyang sacred wine. Lu Yang's countenance betrayed hesitation, as he found himself in a quandary. However, he was reluctant to oppose Eluechan's intentions and sought to find a delicate balance. Noticing his concern, Eluechan smiled gently and remarked, "There is no need for the Tianyang Peak Master to worry. After all, you possess the ability to brew wine. I shall grant you access to all the Tianyang trees and spiritual springs on Qishao Peak, and you will have priority for any other resources you require. My word is my bond." Her words were indeed pleasing, yet the most crucial ingredient for brewing wine was his own blood. Lu Yang was not so twisted as to offer up his own essence. He decisively declined. Chapter 82. The Night Watcher Holiness, please forgive Lu Yang for his refusal. The herbs required for brewing the Celestial Sun's sacred wine are exceedingly precious, demanding over 100 varieties, with stringent requirements regarding their age. Any significant discrepancy is unacceptable. The Celestial Sunwood and the spiritual spring I previously requested are not the primary ingredients. As for what those ingredients are, it is difficult for Lu Yang to disclose. And I hope your holiness can understand. Eluechan furrowed her brows and nodded. The process of brewing the wine itself is not overly complicated. The real challenge lies in acquiring the recipe. It is understandable that Lu Yang would conceal the most critical herbs, as it is entirely reasonable. However, she too is in dire need of the Celestial Sun's sacred wine for her cultivation, and she cannot afford to miss this invaluable opportunity. Celestial Sun Peak Master, can you devise a solution? The cultivation method I practice is quite unique, and the effects are greatly enhanced when combined with this wine. Rest assured, I will fully support you. Should you encounter any problems, feel free to approach me directly. However, I require a definite answer from you. How much Celestial Sun's sacred wine can you provide me within a year? Eluechan's voice was earnest, her delicate brows drawn tightly together. Bearing the weight of the mission entrusted to her by the Qishao sacred land, she felt immense pressure. She must seize every opportunity to strengthen her cultivation. When Lu Yang met Eluechan's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. She is the Holy Master, often exuding grace and majesty, radiating an extraordinary aura. Yet in this moment, he perceived a hint of fatigue and fragility in her eyes. Carrying the burden of the Qishao sacred land alone for millennia, her formidable will truly commands admiration. Alas, as long as there is someone willing to endure hardship, they will inevitably encounter unending suffering. Eluechan's true tribulations lay ahead, leading her to a state of despair that could render life itself unbearable. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yang felt a twinge of pity for this woman, letting out a soft sigh. Very well, I consent to your request. I can only provide you with 2 jars of Celestial Sun Sacred Wine each month. Considering the available Celestial Sun Sacred Wine, 2 jars a month would total 24 jars in a year, consuming a third of his remaining stock, not an insignificant amount. Based on Lu Yang's calculations, he would likely need to brew once a year, which remains within acceptable limits. Upon hearing Lu Yang's affirmation, Lu Chan's face brightened with joy, a newfound tenderness gracing her features. Her gentle smile was exceptionally enchanting, leaving Lu Yang momentarily spellbound. Observing his reaction, Lu Chan felt a sudden clarity wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a faint blush. Yet, she expertly masked her emotions, responding with a cheerful laugh. Ah, Celestial Sun Peak Master, I have been eagerly awaiting your words. The promise I previously made to you still stands. From now on, the task of delivering the wine shall fall to our little wine enthusiast. Should you dare to indulge in any of it along the way, I will certainly lodge a complaint with your master. In this moment, her spirits soared. She then designated a young girl to run errands for her, adding a playful threat. Why must it always be me? The young girl grumbled softly, her complaints barely audible. Despite her efforts to lower her voice, her words clearly reached Lu Chan's ears. Is it truly so difficult to run errands just once a month? If you're unwilling, I may have to consider sending you for training in the secret realm. Is there any wine to drink? The young girl seemed to be pondering a way to resist, raising her delicate face to ask earnestly. When Lu Chan saw her demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to seize and tease her, yet surrounded by many. She refrained from such actions and sternly replied, No, I will confine you for 2 or 3 years. Let's see how you manage. How dull that would be. All right. I shall run errands for you and bring the wine. At least I can savor its aroma. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, those present couldn't help but chuckle lightly, causing the little wine enthusiast to blush with embarrassment. With matters settled, Lu Chan proposed her departure. Her authoritative, listening eyes lingered on Lu Yang for a moment, seemingly holding a multitude of unsaid words, yet ultimately, she merely nodded and turned to leave. As for Nagong Yafei, she chose to remain on Tianyang Peak for an additional 10 days to half a month. According to her, it was a rare opportunity to emerge from the Seven Corpse Valley, and breathing in the fresh air was quite delightful. She also expressed her fondness for the sights on Tianyang Peak and wished to explore further. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer welcomed her warmly, while Lu Yang remained indifferent. That evening, the night was hazy with countless stars twinkling above. After successfully breaking through to the Tongshan realm, Lu Yang decided against further cultivation, opting instead to replenish his spirit. On the jade bed where he intended to rest, a figure had long been waiting. Lying atop it with a red blanket draped over her, a beautiful maiden lay in attendance. Yet Lu Yang found himself rather indifferent to her presence. Feeling somewhat helpless, Master, I want to be returning tonight. May I squeeze in with you? Lu Yang chuckled and replied, How old are you now? Are you still afraid of the dark? Of course not. I'm merely too lazy to return, and being with you brings a greater sense of security. The young girl smiled sweetly, her innocence radiating. To avoid any potential rejection from Lu Yang, she had taken her position here early on Tianyang Peak. Aside from Lu Yang's palace, there were numerous vacant residences. Each disciple had their own dwelling, which was grandly constructed and beautifully decorated. Living there was far cozier than here. Yet there was always an exception, the young girl, who had not returned to Tianyang Peak in 2 years. It could be imagined how shabby her residence must be. Likely unfit for visitors. Lu Yang smiled knowingly, choosing not to speak of it, for he knew that a villain would eventually come to rectify her situation. Before long, a captivating aroma filled Lu Yang's chamber. Oh, what is that fragrance? So familiar, the young girl exclaimed softly, sniffing the air. Upon recognizing the source of the scent, her face turned pale with shock as she quickly sat up, staring in disbelief at the stunning figure not far away, her cheeks twitching slightly as she softly uttered, As senior sister, what brings you here? Su Meyer, with a stern expression, crossed her arms, accentuating her alluring figure, exuding charm and seduction. I was about to ask you the same. What are you doing here, disturbing Master's rest? You little sloth, when will you ever become more diligent? I just returned from your abode, shrouded in darkness, and you have not even cast a glance back? The desolate stench nearly suffocated me. The innocent girl yearned to weep, her desire for survival exceedingly potent, her mind racing yet not fully operational. When she was abruptly interrupted by Su Meyer's fierce countenance. Do not even think about explanations. Explanations are merely veils of concealment. Swiftly return to your lair and tidy it up. I will count to 3. If you do not depart by then, do not blame your senior sister for her wrath. 1, 2. Oh, dear, do not continue counting. I shall go. Farewell, master. Your disciple is departing. Under the imposing authority of Su Meyer, the young girl, her face flushed with embarrassment, swiftly leaped from her bed and dashed towards her den. Lu Yang smiled gently, opening his arms towards Su Meyer. Indeed, in times of necessity, it is essential for the senior sister to manage the wayward younger sister. Chapter 83. Sleepy Humph. A mere little sloth thinks to vie for my space. No way. Watching the young girl flee in haste, Su Meyer proudly lifted her chin, revealing her delicate, fair neck. A hint of a triumphant smile graced her exquisite, ethereal face. Suddenly, noticing Lu Yang open his arms, she naturally approached him, gently settling into his embrace, allowing his strong arms to encircle her slender waist, delicate and enchanting. Amused by her earnestness towards the young girl, Lu Yang chuckled and playfully pinched her rosy cheek. You, oh you, what shall I say about you? Engaging in a contest with your junior sister? In truth, Lu Yang had not anticipated that the young girl would wait for him here. Of course, her intentions were simple. Devoid of any ulterior motives, she merely found herself too lazy to return and tidy her own dragon's nest, hence brazenly requesting to squeeze in with Lu Yang. However, the young girl was clearly unaware that Su Meyer would arrive, nor did she understand the reason for her presence. Consequently, she was ruthlessly sent away, compelled to return and manage her dragon's nest. Su Meyer flashed a charming smile, exceedingly alluring. Master, did you not instruct me to drive away that little sloth? Did I? Lu Yang replied with a slight smile, refraining from confirming her statement. Indeed, disciple has long perceived your true desire for the young girl not to remain here. For your sake, I played the villain and banished the little sloth. Master, you must not let down your disciple's good intentions. Very well, you have guessed correctly. Then you shall stay tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer not only did not refuse, but her smile grew even brighter, her heart blossoming with joy. At last, she had successfully seized the opportunity to share a world for two with her master. Although the time might be brief, the experience would be delightful. She relished the beautiful moments spent with Lu Yang. At that moment, Su Meyer's eyes twinkled. By the way, master, I have a question I wish to ask you. Go ahead, ask away, while I am still awake. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Su Meyer's charming face as she hesitantly spoke. Master, you must have noticed that my dear sister seems to have a significant interest in the Heavenly Sun sacred wine. If I am not mistaken, this wine should greatly assist her cultivation. Lu Yang nodded, not directly addressing the matter. In fact, he had long harbored such suspicions. No. There was at least an 80% chance of certainty. In the book Seeking Immortality, Lu Yang distinctly remembered that in the later chapters, Nangong Yafei's affiliated ancient family was extraordinarily powerful and particularly unique, possessing the bloodline of the Golden Crow. After a return to ancestry, their blood would transform into a dark golden hue, exhibiting an unparalleled dominance and extraordinary effects. At that time, the ancient family that sought after Nangong Yafei's beauty was not limited to the Golden Crow lineage. Other imperial clans and ancient tribes had also produced formidable ancient emperors, renowned and fearsome. Yet ultimately, Nangong Yafei chose to align herself with the Golden Crow clan, likely due to the connections with the Golden Crow bloodline. Since Lu Yang began his cultivation of the immortal and indestructible celestial scripture, his very essence has undergone remarkably intricate transformations. His blood now gleams with specks of gold, and his bones are adorned with golden flecks. Ultimately, as he progresses to the pinnacle of his training, he will completely metamorphose, manifesting golden blood and celestial bones, rendering him immortal in this world. One can only imagine the unparalleled power and dominance of golden blood and golden bones. How could they possibly exist beneath the lineage of the Golden Crow? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Hence, Lu Yang boldly speculates that Nangong Yafei's interest lies not in the Heavenly Sun's sacred wine, but in the golden blood coursing through his veins. She yearns for more of his essence. Of course, she remains oblivious to this fact for the time being. Su Meyer gently sighed, her expression tinged with conflict. Alas, master, I find myself in a slight distress. What troubles you? Her distress stemmed from a past incident. She had saved her life long ago, leading them to refer to each other as sisters. They had supported one another through numerous challenges, yet now she feared for her sister, who had become the mistress of the Seven Corpse Valley, practicing an enigmatic cultivation method that left much to be desired. Su Meyer was genuinely apprehensive that one day her sister might become a mere corpse. What is it that you wish to convey? Lu Yang sensed the unspoken layers in her words. Yet she had yet to articulate them directly. As anticipated, upon hearing Lu Yang's inquiry, Su Meyer lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time. After a moment, she slowly raised her exquisitely delicate face to meet his eyes, her rosy lips and bright, enchanting gaze creating an aura of pure allure. A harmonious blend that was entirely captivating. Lu Yang found himself drawn into her gaze, his breath quickening involuntarily. Master, you possess boundless abilities. Could you lend her your assistance? I am willing to do anything for you. Su Meyer's voice was imbued with gentleness, a slight tremor betraying her inner turmoil. She instinctively clenched her palms, unable to fathom Lu Yang's thoughts on the matter. Lu Yang, however, was not taken aback. In fact, he had anticipated Su Meyer's request. Yet, Nangong Yufei was neither kin nor disciple of Tianyang Peak. It would be unreasonable for him to assist her without cause. Nevertheless, given Su Meyer's earnest plea, he felt compelled to offer at least a glimmer of hope. Gazing at the tender-hearted Su Meyer in his arms, Lu Yang replied softly, I can provide her with an opportunity, but whether she can seize it is entirely up to her. Really? Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's face brightened with delight. Blooming like a resplendent flower, enchanting in her demeanor, and she eagerly inquired, Master, please tell me, what kind of opportunity is it? Noticing Su Meyer's heightened spirits, Lu Yang playfully pinched her cheek a few more times, then stretched lazily, stifling a yawn, teasing her anticipation. She was nearly beside herself, pleading earnestly, Oh, Master, please do not keep me in suspense, just tell me. Lu Yang flashed a charming smile. Are you so eager to know? Are you not afraid of suddenly gaining an additional master? What? No, Master, are you serious? Upon hearing the phrase another master's wife, a flicker of alarm passed through Su Meyer's eyes, though it swiftly vanished without a trace. Pouting her lips, she playfully retorted, Humph, if there's another, then so be it. My status remains unshaken. Should she dare to exert her position as a master's wife to suppress me, I shall renounce my status as your disciple. I, Su Meyer, shall confront her. Lu Yang was utterly perplexed. What on earth are you saying? Why can't I comprehend your words? That is not for you to concern yourself with. It pertains to matters yet to unfold. But, Master, you have yet to respond to my query. Oh dear, I can't do this right now. I'm feeling a bit weary. Let us see how you perform. Su Meyer paused momentarily, then let out a charming laugh, her allure palpable as she murmured, Naughty Master. Chapter 84, A Hard-Won Victory 3 days later. At the Falling Leaves Pavilion on Tianyang Peak. This serene location lies on the western side of Tianyang Peak, surrounded by towering ancient trees, creating a desolate yet captivating landscape. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a brisk wind swept through, causing the golden leaves of the great trees to flutter down like precious gold. Within the pavilion, a woman clad in a crimson dress sat quietly, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. With delicate fingers, she idly plucked the strings of a guqin, producing melodies that resonated with the surrounding ambience, imbued with a sense of sorrowful beauty. A gentle breeze lifted the corner of her sheer veil, revealing a breathtaking visage that would leave any observer in awe. Today marked the 4th day since Nangong Yufei had arrived at Tianyang Peak. Yet she remained at a loss regarding how to request the Tianyang sacred wine from Lu Yang. Firstly, she was not a resident of Tianyang Peak, and secondly, she was not his disciple. Lacking any familial ties or connections, how could she possibly summon the courage to speak? Sighing softly, her expression deepened with disappointment as her fingers withdrew from the strings, the enchanting melody abruptly ceasing. At that moment, a slightly hoarse voice pierced the silence, startling Nangong Yufei. Why does the unparalleled beauty sigh in such a manner? Might you share your troubles with your sister? The voice belonged to Su Meyer, who had donned a flowing azure gown, exuding grace and elegance, the fabric perfectly accentuating her slender figure. Upon recognizing Su Meyer, a twinge of disappointment flickered within Nangong Yufei. At that moment, she found herself wishing that Lu Yang had come to seek her out instead. If he had, it would have signified that the master of Tianyang Peak harbored some desire for her, for many men had long sought her favor, eager to shower her with attention. Yet, since their parting on the first day, Lu Yang had not summoned her even once, nor had he contrived any chance encounters. This lack of attention gnawed at her confidence, leading her to question whether her allure was insufficient to stir his interest. In truth, however, Lu Yang had been preoccupied, besieged by someone for the past 3 days. leaving him no moment of respite. He was well aware of Nangong Yifei's enchanting charm, yet with her seeking his favor, he saw no need to approach her first. "Sister, what brings you here?" Sumair inquired as she entered the pavilion, playfully strumming the guqin strings before Nangong Yifei, producing a discordant sound. "What? Do you not wish for my company? Who, then, would you prefer to see?" At her words, a faint blush tinged Nangong Yifei's cheeks, subtle yet noticeable. "Sister, you jest. Given our shared history here on Tianong Peak, I naturally hoped it would be you," she replied, furrowing her brow. "However, where have you been these last 3 days? I scarcely saw a glimpse of you, and you did not even bother to entertain your sister. That is quite excessive." This time, it was Sumair who felt the warmth of embarrassment rising to her cheeks. Yet she, being a fairy, found such matters remarkably easy to handle. "It was not until your affairs arose that I quarreled with my master for 3 entire days, nearly coming to blows." "Ah, could it be?" Nangong Yifei gasped in astonishment. Hastily rising to examine Sumair, "Why are you so agitated? Are you injured?" Observing Sumair genuinely inspecting her body, Sumair couldn't help but chuckle. Quickly reassuring her, "I am fine. There is no need for you to be anxious." Nangong Yifei exhaled in relief, her brow furrowing. "What on earth happened? Why did you two argue? Is this related to me?" Sumair nodded, her smile radiant. "Indeed, dear sister, I exerted myself entirely for your sake. Fortunately, in the end, I emerged victorious." "For me?" Nangong Yifei, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend Sumair's words. Why did she speak of doing this for her? One moment they were quarreling, the next she was giving her all, and then claiming victory? It all felt exceedingly strange, and she understood not a word. Seeing the confusion on Nangong Yifei's face, Sumair decided to be forthright, smiling sweetly. "Nangong Yifei, you need not feign ignorance. It is apparent to me that you are in dire need of Master's Heavenly Sun sacred wine. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Yifei's face turned pale with astonishment. She stared blankly at Sumair, then lightly nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Sister, how did you discern this? Was my behavior truly so conspicuous?" Sumair swayed her hips, taking several graceful steps forward, her gown flowing elegantly. Then, she suddenly glanced back, exuding an enchanting beauty, and softly said, "Not merely conspicuous, it was practically inscribed upon your face. Although a sheer veil concealed it, your eyes betray no deception." That fleeting moment of distraction and despondence could not escape my notice. Nangong Yifei blinked in silence, at a loss for words. Sumair spoke the unvarnished truth. "However, fret not. I have already negotiated with Master, and you may now meet him. He shall elucidate everything for you." Sumair held great affection for Nangong Yifei. Despite their lack of blood ties, having a trustworthy confidant to accompany one on the arduous path of cultivation is indeed a beautiful thing. "So it has been settled? How did you manage this without my knowledge?" Nangong Yifei was taken aback. "This is something you need not concern yourself with. In any case, hurry and seek my master." Sumair's cheeks flushed with warmth, blooming like spring flowers. "Very well. I understand. Thank you, sister." Nangong Yifei smiled genuinely, touched by the sentiment, and gently embraced Sumair for a moment before parting. The younger sister, concerned, remarked, "You have endured much for me, sister. Arguing with the master of Tianong Peak, leading to your voice becoming hoarse. Remember to drink plenty of warm water and rest well. I shall take my leave." At that moment, Sumair felt a wave of warmth surging through her, quickly nodding to send her off. With a cheerful heart, Nangong Yifei turned and departed from the Falling Leaves Pavilion. Witnessing her departure, Sumair felt her legs weaken. Hurriedly sitting down at the spot where she had been playing the guzheng, staring blankly at the instrument she had left behind, she shook her head helplessly, chuckling softly. "You've even forgotten your most cherished guzheng. It seems the Tianyang sacred wine is truly of great importance to you. Alas, I can only assist you up to this point." Subsequently, a hint of complaint surfaced on Sumair's face as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "My master is truly detestable, merely breaking through to the Tongxian realm. And yet he has grown so much stronger. Fortunately, my cultivation surpasses his. Otherwise, I would have been severely beaten. If he were of the same realm as I would surely be in tears. No, I must swiftly restore my heavenly sovereign cultivation, or else I would truly be at a disadvantage." Sumair picked up Nangong Yifei's guzheng, trembling as she made her way down the mountain. Chapter 85, Two Who Know Each Other Well. Meanwhile, a graceful figure adorned in red floated gracefully, bringing with her a waft of heavenly fragrance. Nangong Yifei found Lu Yang, and they sat opposite each other at a tea table made of glazed jade. Knowing she would come, Lu Yang presented her with a freshly brewed cup of spiritual tea. Negong Yufei nodded politely, accepting it, yet refrained from drinking, gently placing it before the empty seat beside her. You seem to be in quite a hurry. I presume Meyer has informed you? Indeed, the peak master of Tianyang, Sister Meyer has shared with me that Yufei truly requires the Tianyang sacred wine. Is it related to cultivation? Yes. It is intricately tied to life itself. At this point, Negong Yufei felt no need to conceal the truth. Lu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Not at all surprised. Only matters concerning cultivation and life would render her so eager. He had already made an agreement with Su Meyer. He was willing to extend an opportunity to her. Thus, he retrieved a golden token from his storage ring and presented it to Negong Yufei. This is the Elder's token? The moment she saw the token, Negong Yufei's expression subtly shifted. The golden token bore two inscriptions, Qi Xiao on one side and Tianjiang on the other, with the word Elder inscribed just below Tianyang, followed by smaller characters that read honorary. Indeed, this is the honorary Elder token of Tianyang Peak. As the leader of the Seven Corpses Valley, you are unrelated to Tianyang Peak, akin to an outsider. By rights, I am under no obligation to assist you. However, it was Meyer who reminded me, allowing you to take on the role of an honorary elder here, thus establishing a direct connection with Tianyang Peak. Of course, as an elder, you must also bear certain responsibilities. Firstly, you must never betray Tianyang Peak or engage in actions that would harm the Qishao sacred land. Secondly, since you are here for the Tianyang sacred wine, the task of gathering the medicinal herbs for brewing shall fall upon you. Lastly, it is up to you to decide whether you agree. This was the first time Negong Yufei had encountered such a dilemma. For a moment, she found herself at a loss. Lowering her head, she contemplated deeply before slowly raising it. Her eyes sparkled with expression, as if they could speak, radiating brilliance and determination. She returned the token to Lu Yang and gently asserted, I do not wish for the honorary elder token. I desire to be a true elder of Tianyang Peak. What did you say? Lu Yang was not merely caught off guard. He was astounded. The title of honorary elder, as the name implies, merely signifies a nominal position at Tianyang Peak. Negong Yufei could afford to spend more time in the Valley of Seven Corpses, even neglecting her return to Tianyang Peak without consequence. However, to assume the true role of an elder at Tianyang Peak was an entirely different matter. She would be irrevocably bound to the peak and owe her loyalty to the sacred land. In simpler terms, an honorary elder held a position devoid of real responsibility, one that could be relinquished at any moment. Should the sacred land face peril, Negong Yufei would not be required to declare her allegiance and would not face retribution from hostile forces. Conversely, becoming an elder of Tianyang Peak necessitated formal registration in the sacred land's elder roster, which meant that during times of crisis, she could not simply turn a blind eye. She would be a prime target for adversaries, and her unique status as the valley's leader would add further complications, as a portion of the resources generated within the valley would need to be contributed to the sacred land. Although her affiliation with the Qishao sacred land could provide her with a semblance of security, in the long run, it was, for her, a greater detriment than benefit. Was there truly any advantage in this for you? As the leader of the Valley of Seven Corpses, how could you overlook such implications? Lu Yang remained astonished, a look of confusion gracing his handsome features, believing she had no need to take such a step. It would be far simpler to hold the position of an honorary elder, merely seeking out ordinary herbs for brewing, while he would handle the more precious components, allowing her to enjoy the Tianyang sacred wine without concern. Negong Yufei chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a gentle smile, as clear as autumn waters. The master of Tianyang Peak spoke truthfully. After becoming an elder, Yufei would no longer possess her freedom, needing to consider numerous factors, including the obligation to allocate resources from the valley to the sacred land in Tianyang Peak. Indeed, this arrangement seemed disadvantageous in the long run, yet I hold a different perspective. Why? Because of you. Lu Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, then met Negong Yufei's bright gaze. Her eyes sparkled like windows to the soul, brimming with life and grace, complemented by her flawless, fair complexion, a beauty breathtaking in its intensity. Negong Yufei nodded slightly, stating, Yes, it is because of you that I find this transaction worthwhile. Rumors had long circulated that the master of Tianyang Peak was the youngest formidable being of the Qishao sacred land, powerful and second only to the current sacred lord. Moreover, your potential is boundless. Prophecies have foretold that you will undoubtedly ascend to the level of an emperor. One must ask, Is it not a lucrative deal to gain the protection of an emperor-level powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, he wished to remind Nangong Yifei, "Sister, you have mistaken your praise. The person you speak of has long since been buried." He scratched his head, appearing somewhat disheartened and lacking the enthusiasm to continue the conversation. Of course, Liu Yang bore no ill will towards Nangong Yifei. After all, Su Meyer had not disclosed the truth, leaving her in the dark. He wondered, however, what her expression would be upon discovering that the Liu Yang before her was not the master she believed him to be, and whether she would regret the decisions made today. "Very well. Since you insist on this, I shall have no choice but to consult the Holy Master." Upon finishing his words, Liu Yang cast a gentle smile towards Nangong Yifei, rising without hesitation and turning to depart. "This, Tianyang Peak Master." Nangong Yifei was taken aback, hastily rising to her feet, her delicate hands entwined tightly together, her face betraying a mixture of anxiety and panic. She murmured softly, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend why Liu Yang had chosen to leave so abruptly. "What have I said wrong?" A wave of self-reproach washed over her brows knitting together in distress, the air thick with a hint of grievance. In all her life, she had never been so attuned to a man's emotions, wishing fervently to become the very essence of Liu Yang's thoughts, to grasp what lay within his heart. Just moments ago, they had exchanged laughter and engaging conversation, yet in the blink of an eye, he had turned away without a trace of longing. Why has this occurred? Nangong Yifei was truly eager to understand. "No, I still do not know him well enough. I shall seek my sister. Their rapport runs deep, and she can assist me in becoming more acquainted with the Tianyang Peak Master. Yes, that shall be my course of action." With a resolute mind, Nangong Yifei swiftly set off in search of Su Meyer. Some time later, at Qishao Peak, within the Grand Hall of Qishao, a sudden outburst of fury erupted from Yuechan. "This is utterly outrageous. How dare anyone harm my disciples of Qishao sect? Who is responsible for this?" Chapter 86. Tian Yuro at the Qishao Hall. Upon his arrival, Liu Yang furrowed his brow and silently stepped aside. Present were not only Yuechan, but also an elder from the Holy Land and an injured disciple. Within the Qishao Holy Land, the elders' cultivation levels varied, each overseeing different responsibilities. The elder before them was a middle-aged man at the transformation stage, merely one major realm above Liu Yang, tasked solely with managing the outer disciples. Yuechan exuded an aura of sanctity and authority, her presence commanding respect. The middle-aged elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily bowed and reported, "Returning to the Holy Master, I am not entirely clear on the details. I only know that this disciple returned wounded, claiming that someone is deliberately targeting the Qishao disciples and committing heinous acts. Sensing something amiss, I brought him to meet the Holy Master without delay." Yuechan nodded and turned her gaze to the injured disciple, her expression softening considerably. "Speak." The disciple, bloodied and pale, bore multiple injuries yet remained conscious, albeit in a weakened state. "Returning to the Holy Master, it is as follows. We, a few outer disciples, ventured into a perilous area known as Wanda Mountain for exploration and training. The mountain is fraught with danger, teeming with toxic spirit beasts. We, overestimating our abilities, foolishly trespassed into the depths seeking fortune and inadvertently lost our way." "Get to the point." The middle-aged elder interjected with a light cough, realizing the disciple was overwhelmed by fear and unsure where to begin. With the elder's prompt, the disciple quickly regained his composure and continued anxiously, reporting to the Holy Master. "After we became lost in Wanda Mountain, we fortuitously encountered Senior Sister Tian from Taiyang Peak." "What? Senior Sister Tian from Taiyang Peak?" Liu Yang exclaimed, stepping forward with urgency. "Are you referring to Tian Yuro?" There was only one Senior Sister Tian from Taiyang Peak, and that was indeed Tian Yuro, the fifth disciple of Peak Master Liu Yang. According to the texts, she was known for her proficiency in beast taming, characterized by a gentle demeanor and delicate beauty, nurturing various exotic spirit beasts. However, she was selective, only raising those she deemed aesthetically pleasing, disregarding their strength. Suddenly, the injured disciple paused, taken aback by Liu Yang's unexpected interjection. He regarded Liu Yang with surprise but failed to recognize his identity, responding vacantly, "Yes." Upon hearing that Tian Yuro was present in Wanda Mountain, Liu Yang's expression grew tense, and he refrained from interrupting the disciple further. He needed to ascertain the condition of Tian Yuro. Yuechan, having noted Liu Yang's arrival early on, had not found the opportunity to converse. Her bright, clear eyes subtly assessed Liu Yang, intuitively recognizing his concern for Tianyura's safety, and urged, "Continue speaking." The disciple nodded and resumed. "Senior Sister Tian guided us back, warning us of the numerous dangers ahead, where powerful spirit beasts were rampant, advising against further reckless incursions. However, just as we were about to exit the boundaries of Wanda Mountain, we were suddenly ambushed by disciples from Taichu Holy Land." Taichu Holy Land? Lu Chan's face was filled with a chilling aura, her jade-like teeth clenched tightly, and her delicate fists were firmly balled. For a long time, an irreconcilable conflict had existed between the two sacred lands, with numerous eruptions of strife, such as the brutal skirmishes between disciples that were all too common. Both sides suffered casualties, yet there remained an unwritten rule: such conflicts among disciples could only be resolved by peers. Should an elder intervene, the consequence would escalate beyond mere skirmishes and lead to full-scale warfare. Upon hearing the name Taichu Sacred Land, Liu Yang's brow furrowed. Indeed, it was unavoidable. The comprehensive combat prowess of Taichu Sacred Land surpassed that of Qishao Sacred Land, and as time progressed, it would only grow stronger. Being allied with the protagonist in the narrative, notably Lin Yin, one must ponder, with the blessing of the Child of Destiny, how could Taichu Sacred Land possibly weaken? Moreover, as the ultimate antagonist in the tale, Peak Master Liu Yang was a self-serving individual, employing various unscrupulous methods to win hearts and manipulate fortunes, gradually ascending to unparalleled strength. Resilient and adaptable solely for his own ascension. One must question, how could such a person stand forth in times of crisis for the Sacred Land? Clutching the high-level token of Taichu Sacred Land, he sought to secure an escape route for himself in such dire moments. Undoubtedly, his approach proved successful. Yet his ultimate fate was destined to be tragically dismal. This matter pertained to Taichu Sacred Land and was linked to Tianyuro. Liu Yang could not afford to remain indifferent. Today, on Yang Peak, apart from the fourth and fifth disciples, the others were willing to regard him as their master. Liu Yang had become accustomed to being their mentor. Even though he had yet to meet Situ Jianli and Tianyuro, he had already considered them his apprentices. Anyone who sought to harm them would be declaring themselves his enemy. Furthermore, the incident involving Su Meyer, who had been afflicted by a peculiar poison, was also the doing of Taichu's Sacred Land, and he would not let it go lightly. Liu Yang took a deep breath, calming himself to continue listening. "Yes, Holy Lord, we would never mistake the robes they wore." Relying on their sheer numbers, they immediately launched a vicious attack against us. Senior Sister Tian fought desperately to hold them off, allowing us to escape by a stroke of luck, yet our fellow disciples were not so fortunate, falling victim to the thieves' hands. As the wounded disciple recounted the ordeal, his face twisted in anguish, teeth grinding in frustration. Suddenly, overwhelmed by emotion, his complexion turned pale, and he swayed unsteadily. Fortunately, a middle-aged elder acted quickly to support him. Seeing this, Liu Yang pressed on with urgency. "Where is Tianyuro?" The disciple gasped for breath, clutching his chest, and sorrowfully replied, "Senior Sister Tian was besieged by several enemies, all of whom were no weaker than her. She is likely in a perilous state." Coughing weakly, the disciple could speak no more. Wichan promptly instructed the elder to take him away for proper treatment. Upon learning that Tianyuro was in a dire situation on Wanda Mountain, Liu Yang felt no inclination to linger any longer. He turned to leave, but at that moment, Wichan called out to him, "Master of Tianyang Peak, please wait. Holy Lord, Liu Yang has pressing matters to attend to and cannot comply. Upon my return, I shall personally apologize to you." Without turning his head, Liu Yang was resolute in his departure. Upon hearing this, Wichan not only felt no anger but instead admired Liu Yang even more. A tender smile graced her lips as she earnestly remarked, "The journey to Wanda Mountain, given your cultivation, will require at least 7 days. Do you believe you have sufficient time?" Moreover, the disciple's return report has already consumed a considerable amount of time. With the back and forth, Yuru's situation grows increasingly dire. At her words, Liu Yang immediately halted his steps, compelled to pause, and turned back to face Wichan with a look of utter helplessness. In the next moment, a delicate fragrance of night-blooming Sirius enveloped him as Wichan, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared like a vision of the moon goddess. "I shall escort you there, but you must don this mask," she insisted. Chapter 87. The Mountain of 10,000 Poisons. Liu Yang, at your command. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang took the mask, sensing the confusion on his face. Wichan quickly provided an explanation. "As the master of Tianyang Peak, you represent the dignity of Qishao Sacred Land. Personally participating in the skirmishes among disciples equates to waging open war against Taichu Sacred Land, which is decidedly unfavorable for us in our current predicament. Do you comprehend?" "I understand." Lu Yang nodded, fully aware of the implications. Over 2 years ago, rumors had circulated in the outside world that Taichu's sacred land would re-emerge, no longer concealed from the world. Now, with its resurgence, it surged forth with an overwhelming momentum, guided by destiny, poised to soar to unprecedented heights, rapidly expanding to usher in an era of unparalleled prosperity, unparalleled in the history of the sacred land, commanding respect far and wide. The ancient aristocratic families remained dormant. The imperial clans and celestial dynasties did not manifest, and all other sacred lands dared not confront the brilliance of Taichu, particularly in the later stages, as one of the protagonists. Lin Yin ascended to the realm of the emperor. Taichu's sacred land became extraordinarily formidable, its overall combat strength rivaling that of the great aristocratic families and imperial clans, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. By that time, Qishao's sacred land would be utterly defenseless against the might of Taichu's sacred land. To prolong the fleeting fate of Qishao's sacred land, Yuechan had no choice but to sacrifice herself for the greater good, yielding to Lin Yan's overwhelming authority. The thought of this unparalleled beauty, the Moon Palace Fairy, enduring untold suffering and leading a wretched existence in the future, stirred an unsettling discomfort within Lu Yang. Yuechan merely wished to guide Qishao's sacred land to survive in the savage world. She had committed no wrongdoing. Why should she be subjected to such treatment? Moreover, through their conversations, Lu Yang had developed a clearer understanding of Yuechan. Her treatment of Lu Yang, and indeed of all disciples, was sincere and devoid of any pretense, a quality that earned her the respect of all. Gazing at the exquisite figure before him, Lu Yang felt an inexplicable surge of anger mixed with compassion, prompting him to instinctively embrace Yuechan gently. The crisp, delicate fragrance of blooming night-blooming cereus filled his lungs, offering him immense comfort, yet the slender waist he grasped, which should have felt as gentle as the spring waters of Jiangnan, now felt rigid. The sudden embrace rendered Yuechan momentarily stiff. Her flawless visage gradually flushed with a charming crimson, exuding an enchanting beauty. She was not reciprocating Lu Yang's tender affection, rather, she was taken aback by his unexpected gesture and found herself at a loss. Why you, the master of Tianyang Peak? What is this? Yuechan's delicate brows knitted together, her breath quickening, displaying a look of distress. She contemplated forcefully pushing Lu Yang away, yet sensed no malicious intent or desire for advantage from him. This unexpected embrace seemed more like an act of concern and compassion, leaving Yuechan bewildered. Fortunately, upon hearing her speak, Lu Yang released her. The two exchanged glances. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with mirth, a smile gracing his lips, while Yuechan maintained the solemnity of a sovereign, her ethereal beauty undiminished, her eyes glistening with a hint of irritation as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Yang, silently warning him that without a proper explanation, he could not simply brush it aside. Lu Yang sighed inwardly, sensing the gravity of the situation. An idea sparked in his mind. Your Holiness, Yurua is still in peril at Wan Poison Mountain, and her fate remains uncertain. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, lacking the conviction to continue. For Liu Yuechan stood there, silent and immovable, her gaze piercing through him with an unmistakable inquiry, as if to ask, why had he suddenly embraced her moments ago? Lu Yang felt a chill run down his spine and forced himself to say, I apologize, Your Holiness. My earlier actions were unintentional. Upon my return from Wan Poison Mountain, I shall sincerely apologize to you in person. At this juncture, he dared to glance at Liu Yuechan, only to find her still unwilling to relent. He hastily added, and I will personally explain. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuechan finally relented. With a graceful flick of her ethereal sleeve, she moved forward, her steps as delicate as white lotuses. Come, you have already squandered too much time. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake, Lu Yang replied, quietly wiping the sweat from his brow as he quickly followed her. Meanwhile, at Wan Poison Mountain, the night was deep. A miasma enveloped the area, with only a few poisonous creatures daring to reveal themselves. A highly venomous snake, with a triangular head and a body adorned in vibrant hues, approximately 10 feet long, lay coiled atop a bare tree stump, raising its head to greedily inhale the toxic mist for its cultivation. Behind the snake, concealed from sight, was a toad of immense stature, larger than an elephant, its surface coated in a viscous substance that emanated a foul odor. Its grotesque appearance featured swollen cheeks resembling two inflated balloons. It lay motionless until the venomous snake stirred, at which point it suddenly opened its putrid maw and unleashed a long, crimson tongue to swallow the snake whole from a great distance. After a moment of digestion, the toad swiftly moved on, continuing its search for worthy prey. In a secluded cave, a fire crackled softly, casting a gentle glow. The interior was relatively spacious, with the lifeless body of a recently deceased spirit beast lying upon the ground, resembling a juvenile silver-horned rhinoceros, exuding a strong metallic scent. A young woman clad in a simple green dress knelt before the silver-horned beast, her delicate hands grasping its horn as she expertly employed her craft to break it apart into fragments. Rising, she approached a nearby pile of stones, placing the pieces among various herbs, and began to meticulously grind them with a stone, producing a rhythmic crackling sound and releasing a fragrant aroma. After approximately half an hour, her hands grew weary, prompting her to set down the stone and shake out her wrists. A hint of fatigue graced her features, yet upon beholding the finely ground powder, a smile blossomed upon her face, her brows relaxing and her eyes sparkling with joy. Having secured the medicinal powder, the young woman made her way to the edge of a small pool within the cave, glancing into the cool, crystal-clear water that allowed her to see to its depths. She exhaled in relief, lifting her beautiful gaze to survey her surroundings, finding tranquility in the solitude, undisturbed by any presence. She swiftly untied the green sash, and her garments instantly loosened around her. Without hesitation, she proceeded to peel away layer after layer of her attire. In mere moments, her upper body was left clad only in a satin chemise, concealing her front yet revealing her delicate, fair skin on the back, which glowed with an ethereal beauty, akin to frost and snow. However, a 3-inch scar marred her shoulder, a remnant of a sword wound. The woman's figure was remarkably graceful, her complexion exquisite. And though her face bore a hint of weariness, it was undeniably charming, her features painted with elegance, lips lush and tempting, like two petals gently pressed together. She cast a glance at the wound and, with a delicate bite of her pearly teeth, sprinkled the medicinal powder upon it. The delicate mouth emitted a soft tremor. Chapter 88. The Encounter: How It Hurts. The lady in the green dress clenched her teeth, unable to suppress a soft moan. In that moment, she appeared somewhat frail, as if a gentle breeze could topple her, her exquisite figure trembling with vulnerability. After enduring the pain for a while, it began to subside. She tore a portion of her garment, carefully wrapping it around her wound along with the medicinal powder, and then gingerly donned her attire once more, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a surface wound. Had the sword's energy penetrated deeper, it would surely have left a scar. How perplexing it is that the people from the Taichu sacred land have suddenly appeared here. Could it be that they, too, seek the white jade scorpion? Humph. That treasure was mine to claim first. They shall not snatch it from before me. This lady in green, of course, is Tian Yurua. Since childhood, she has cherished the cultivation of spirit beasts, particularly those of striking beauty. The white jade scorpion she mentioned earlier is one she had discovered long ago, and she had been waiting here for quite some time, finally grasping a fleeting opportunity, thus she would not relinquish it willingly. However, a sudden group of individuals has disrupted her plans. The Taichu sacred land boasts numbers and strength. She stands alone and cannot compete. What should she do? On that fateful day, in an effort to shield several disciples within the sacred land from peril, she exerted every ounce of her strength to delay several formidable opponents, allowing those disciples a chance to escape. Yet, she wonders if they all managed to survive in the end. Tian Yurua, aware of her solitary struggle against overwhelming odds, dared not linger in combat and thus retreated deeper into the Wan Poison Mountain. Yet, the members of the Taichu sacred land, sensing her isolation, were relentless in their pursuit. Fortunately, she was well acquainted with the terrain, skillfully evading their relentless onslaught time and again, though she ultimately sustained injuries during the final ambush. Luckily, the wounds were but minor. The situation remained manageable. To prevent any deterioration of her injuries leading to unsightly scars, Tian Yurua swiftly dispatched a silver-horned rhinoceros, grinding its horn and combining it with herbs to treat her sword wound. In no more than 3 days, she would be restored to her former self, fully healed. Yet now, she faces a new predicament. She boldly speculates that the group from the Taichu sacred land has come to Wan Poison Mountain with intentions toward the white jade scorpion. She is acutely aware that the ruler of this mountain is on the verge of laying eggs, and this event is imminent, within the next 2 to 3 days. Certainly no more than 3. How infuriating. Tian Yurua furrows her brow, feeling a deep sense of discontent. After guarding this location for so long, waiting for the right moment, only to have others seize the opportunity ahead of her, a feeling of such bitterness can only be understood by those who have endured it. At that moment, a small blackbird suddenly flitted into the cave, alighting on Tian Yurua's arm. Its beak opened and closed in an odd manner, seemingly attempting to communicate with her. What? You say someone is heading straight here? Tian Yurua's heart raced, her expression shifting, and she hurriedly inquired, How many? The black bird fell silent for a moment, as if deep in thought, before finally confirming its answer with a cheerful chirp. Just one? They have pursued me all the way here. Splendid. I shall ensure they return empty-handed. On Tian Yuro's delicate visage, a fierce expression emerged. These past few days had been exceedingly stifling for her, as she was relentlessly pursued by the individuals from the Taichu Holy Land, deprived even of the chance to retaliate. Now, witnessing their forces scattered and approaching her individually, it seemed they had underestimated her, believing her to be gravely injured and incapable of combat. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to vanquish them one by one. Dispelling the gloom that had previously clouded her, she became invigorated. With a swift motion, she extinguished the campfire and summoned forth a small azure serpent from her spirit beast pouch. Although it was slender, no thicker than 2 fingers, its venom was extraordinarily lethal. A single bite could claim the life of a transformation realm cultivator, and even a void realm practitioner would face peril if bitten. This serpent, known as Xiaoqing, was Tian Yuro's ultimate weapon, typically reserved for dire circumstances. A faint smile graced her lips as she gently caressed Xiaoqing, concealing it within her sleeve. Next, she tapped her spirit beast pouch again, calling forth a large gray bear. Its rough hide and immense strength a testament to its cultivation at the pinnacle of the profound realm. Even against an early transformation realm cultivator, it possessed the capability to contend. Xiaohui, go. Upon receiving Tian Yuro's command, the previously docile gray bear transformed into a ferocious beast, its eyes aflame with rage. It dashed out of the cave at remarkable speed, charging towards the enemy. With a somber expression, Tian Yuro followed closely, careful not to attract undue attention as she stealthily approached. Waiting until the sound of fierce combat erupted between Xiaohui and the adversary before extending her consciousness to cautiously assess the situation. After a brief moment, she reached the periphery of the battle, concealing her presence and peering intently. Indeed, Xiaohui was engaged in combat with a stranger. Curiously, this individual donned a white embroidered robe, standing tall with an air of elegance, yet his face was obscured by a mask, preventing Tian Yuro from discerning his features. Given her intention to launch a surprise attack, she refrained from revealing her position to probe with her consciousness. Oddly, he did not appear to be one of Taichu Holy Land's own. Regardless, it mattered little. Anyone who ventured into such a place at this hour was surely no good. Stealing her resolve, Tian Yuro decided that, upon finding the opportunity to strike, she would immediately command Xiaoqing to deliver a bite. The world was fraught with peril, and she could not afford to endanger herself. Even if she were to slay a virtuous individual, it would simply be a matter of unfortunate timing. Meanwhile, the battle between the two parties escalated to a fever pitch. Despite Xiao Hui's superior cultivation, it still felt an immense pressure. To its astonishment, the opponent's strength matched its own, and he appeared to handle the conflict with ease, never exerting his full power. Whether through arcane techniques or physical prowess, the adversary countered every move with deftness, leaving Xiao Hui unable to find a single flaw. Roaring in frustration, Xiao Hui's paws swelled to several times their size. Imbued with astonishing power capable of shattering mountains with a single strike, the one engaged in battle with the little gray creature was none other than the hastily arrived Lu Yang. It was El Huichan who had informed him that Tian Yuro was likely hiding in this direction. The appearance of the little gray beast further confirmed the accuracy of El Huichan's guidance. Given Lu Yang's unique status, he could not afford to call out loudly, lest he inadvertently reveal his identity to prying ears. Assessing the situation, he realized that only by subduing this gray bear could he compel Tian Yuro to reveal herself. Lu Yang cast a glance at the enormous paw descending from the heavens and, with deliberate calmness, invoked the Baihu sacred technique. With a powerful swipe of his palm, he shattered the impending strike. However, at that moment, a small green serpent darted from the shadows, aiming directly for his chest with remarkable speed. Yet, clad in the Celestial Emperor's attire, he felt no fear of the serpent's assault and chose to disregard it. After successfully landing its strike, the little green serpent swiftly retreated, evading any chance of capture. Observing the direction in which the serpent fled, an idea struck Lu Yang. He feigned injury and allowed himself to fall to the ground. Before long, a woman clad in a green skirt approached him slowly. With delicate features and an enchanting beauty, she gazed curiously at his face before gently removing her mask. In the next instant, someone suddenly widened their eyes in horror, their body freezing as if they had encountered the most terrifying sight imaginable. Sure. Master. Chapter 89. The first kiss lost Tian could swear to the heavens. She had envisioned countless scenarios. Yet she never anticipated that the person before her would be her master. The moment she beheld Lu Yang's face, terror engulfed her entire being. She trembled. Her once pure and exquisite visage contorted, her eyes clouded with mist and tears brimming. She had slain her master. Her hands quivered uncontrollably as she caressed Lu Yang's face, crying out in anguish, "Master!" However, before she could utter the word master, the figure lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, one hand encircling her slender waist, drawing her delicate form closer, while the other swiftly covered her lips to prevent her from revealing Lu Yang's true identity. With a hurried shoo, he whispered, "Do not panic. Someone is watching us." The commotion from his battle with Xiao Hui had already alerted those from the Taichu sacred ground. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, 8 disciples from the Taichu sacred ground stood observantly. Clad in identical attire, their spirits were high, each exuding an air of ruthless determination. The two leading figures, a man and a woman, both at the initial stage of the transformation realm, silently surveyed the scene, and upon confirming no further disturbances, the man spoke, "Shall we perish together?" The woman nodded, replying, "It seems so. Look, that gray bear is in a frenzy, venting its anger, likely due to its master's demise." Upon hearing this, the man pondered for a moment, then suddenly declared, "Then it is for the best. We need not divert our attention to Tian later. Let us prepare to seize the white jade scorpion's egg." The group then took flight, no longer concerning themselves with the battlefield. Of course, the observers of this clash were not limited to the disciples of the Taichu sacred ground. Numerous others hid in the shadows, awaiting their chance to claim the white jade scorpion's egg. On the other side, sensing the departure of the Taichu disciples, Tian breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Xiao Hui to remain silent. Fortunately, her quick thinking earlier had allowed her to grasp Lu Yang's intent, prompting Xiao Hui to unleash its fury to confuse the enemy. At that moment, Lu Yang was in close proximity to Tian, their faces merely a palm's breadth apart. Her lips were soft and elastic. When Lu Yang covered them, it felt as though he was holding a piece of pure, natural jelly, evoking an irresistible desire to taste. Noticing Lu Yang gradually easing his grip, Tian felt a surge of anxiety, hastily removing his hand from her mouth, her expression filled with concern and urgency. "Master, are you all right? How could you suddenly appear here? I did not mean to harm you. And your cultivation, why is it only at the mystical realm? Has something happened at the sacred ground?" Tian was overwhelmed with questions, but after much contemplation, she realized that saving his life was of utmost importance. She continued to plead, "Master, please tell me where it hurts." She had acted decisively moments ago, convinced that Xiao Qing had indeed bitten Lu Yang. While the poison had not yet fully manifested, she needed to extract it quickly. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope to save her master, lest she become the unthinkable sinner who had slain her own master. My heart. Upon witnessing that Tian was unharmed, Lu Yang felt a sense of relief. However, the sudden attempt on her life left him with a slight discomfort in his heart. Yet, as he casually remarked on the incident, he was taken aback to see a hint of sorrow etched on Tian delicate features. With a serious demeanor, she began to unbutton his shirt, revealing his chest. And without uttering a word, she leaned down to extract the snake venom injected by Xiao Qing. After 2 fervent attempts to suck out the poison, she abruptly paused, tilting her head in confusion. "Master, if you were bitten by Xiao Qing, why is there no wound?" Lost in a reverie of tenderness, Lu Yang felt a tingling sensation and, somewhat guiltily, pointed to his lips, muttering, "You mean that green snake? It bit me here." Meanwhile, Xiao Qing, hidden within the folds of Tian sleeve, wore a puzzled expression. "That doesn't make sense. I can differentiate between the chest and the lips." Yet Xiao Qing, being just a creature and not its master, found Tian in a state of disarray, her thoughts muddled like a thick fog. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, she naively accepted them as truth. "Do not worry, master. I shall extract the venom from you now." As her words fell, Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. After a while, in the cave where Tian had previously lingered, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. Even the little black bird dared not chirp. Tian distanced herself from Lu Yang, settling among a pile of rocks, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment as her delicate hands fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. At that moment, she felt a mixture of annoyance and shyness. Her first kiss, which she had preserved until now, had been unwittingly coaxed away by her own master. If word of this reached her many senior and junior sisters, how could she ever face anyone again? Would she even be able to return to Tianyang Peak? Would she still be recognized by her master and sisters? Feeling quite wronged and unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Master, how could you do this? Shaoqing clearly did not bite you. Why deceive me into that?" In that instant, her thoughts were solely focused on rescuing her master. Moreover, Shaoqing's fangs were so tiny that one would hardly notice the difference without careful scrutiny. It was precisely because Tian Yuro understood this that she did not question Liu Yang's words too deeply. However, upon realizing the truth after the kiss, it was already too late. Her first kiss had been stolen. Meanwhile, Shaoqing, still tucked away in Tian Yuro's sleeve, was left in utter bewilderment. Wait, it didn't bite? I, Shaoqing, have never missed before. How embarrassing. From Tian Yuro's words, Liu Yang sensed a flicker of anger. She was not blaming him for taking her first kiss. Rather, she was reproaching him for deceiving her, which had left her in a state of fear, nearly causing her to harm her own master. On the summit of Tianyang Peak, among the 7 disciples of the Peak Master Liu Yang, Tian Yuro stands out as the most filial, yet also the one whose devotion is most susceptible to distortion. From a young age, she had few friends and displayed an aversion to interactions with the opposite sex, finding companionship solely in her cherished beast. In truth, the only male figure she has engaged with for an extended period is her revered master. Deep within Tian Yuro's heart lies a fervent passion, leading her to exhibit behaviors akin to those of untamed spiritual beasts, which include the audacious breach of taboo rules. As Liu Yang is aware, she was the sole female disciple who, in later stages, confessed her feelings to him, only to be met with rejection, after which she underwent a profound transformation. Liu Yang understands what she cherishes and yearns to hear words of admiration from a certain individual. However, he resolutely refuses to exploit another's name to win over Tian Yuro's heart and soul. Are you not curious as to why I find myself here? And why my cultivation level remains at the profound realm? Come closer, and I shall divulge everything to you. Chapter 90. Come in for a moment, Tian Yuro couldn't help but exclaim softly. She turned her head to look at Liu Yang, bewildered by his sudden seriousness. His countenance bore no significant change, yet it radiated an undeniable aura of heroism, undoubtedly a reflection of his esteemed master. Among all the disciples, Tian Yuru's innate talent was the least remarkable. Yet she had still become a member of Tianyang Peak, honored as the 5th disciple of Peak Master Liu Yang. This filled her heart with gratitude, and she held her master in the highest regard, embodying the most filial spirit among the many disciples. If Shen Qingqiu's devotion stemmed from a desire to protect her fellow disciples under Peak Master Liu Yang's guidance, then Tian Yuru's filial piety was genuine concern for her master, selflessly considering his welfare without expecting anything in return. With the status of a master, Liu Yang could have easily kept her close by his side. However, at this juncture, he had risen above such tactics. Tian Yuro, obedient and trusting, naturally drew closer, settling upon a stone across from Liu Yang, gazing at him with a dazed expression. Liu Yang smiled indulgently and remarked, "What I am about to say, you must not fear." Tian Yuro nodded, her palm tightening as a wave of anxiety washed over her. Upon hearing that a disciple from the sacred land was killed in Wanda Mountain, and unexpectedly discovering your presence here, I grew concerned for your safety and thus hastened to rescue you. These words reverberated in Tian Yuru's ears, causing her head to buzz with excitement. The realization that her master had rushed to her aid filled her with a profound sense of happiness. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly, her cheeks gradually flushed with a warm, radiant blush, distinct from the earlier embarrassment. This overwhelming sense of joy enveloped her, leaving her feeling warm and at ease. Observing her blushing visage, Liu Yang was not surprised and continued speaking. "That is the reason for my arrival. What I am about to say next is of utmost importance, so listen carefully." Upon hearing this, Tian Yuru's expression grew serious. She nodded, leaning in to ensure she did not miss a single word. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang stated, "In truth, I am not your master. Your true master has passed away." "What?" Tian Yuro squinted, her mind going blank. As if she hadn't heard correctly, she displayed an expression of disbelief. She shook her head vigorously, striving to remain alert, and then questioned in confusion, "If you are not my master, why have you traveled so far to save me?" "Oh, I see. You must be joking with your disciple, right?" Realization dawned upon Tian Yuro, and she let out a soft laugh. Yet when she gazed upon Liu Yang's face, she found him to be utterly serious, devoid of any trace of jest. Her body stiffened once more, a layer of panic gradually creeping across her delicate features. "What do you mean? Why do you wear such an expression? It cannot be true. It is absolutely impossible. How could my master be dead? You must be deceiving me." Seeing that Lu Yong remained silent, two lines of tears unexpectedly slid down from Tian Yuru's eyes, a poignant and captivating sight. Her delicate features and graceful figure lent her an air of pitiable beauty, and her tears seemed to resonate deeply within others. Tian Yuru stepped forward and grasped Lu Yang's arm, her voice tinged with a sob, as if beseeching him. Please, tell me, you are not deceiving me, are you? My master is alive and well, isn't he? Speak, please. Lu Yong remained unmoved, and after a long pause, he sighed softly. I speak only the truth. Your master has long harbored ulterior motives and has secretly allied with the Taichu sacred ground. When this matter came to light, your senior sister Shen Qingqiu joined forces with me to eliminate the threat. Apart from the high-ranking members of the sacred ground and a few of your senior sisters, no one else is aware of this, and my presence is merely to ensure the continuation of the Tianong Peak's name. Lu Yang's words were light, yet they carried an insidious weight that sent chills down the spine, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Tian Yuru stood frozen, her delicate form growing weak, her breath becoming labored. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Her wound had reopened, crimson blood seeping forth and staining her green dress. In that moment, Tian Yuru's face was etched with tear stains, and she could scarcely fathom that her beloved master had secretly allied with the enemy of the Qishao sacred ground. They were adversaries. She had nearly perished at their hands. How could her master, as her mentor, act in such a manner? Tian Yuru curled into herself, hugging her knees, and quietly wept for a long while. After a moment, she lifted her tear-streaked face and, with a choked voice, asked, Do you dare to swear to the heavens that what you say is true? Lu Yong met her gaze with resolve, nodding as he replied, After we return, you may inquire with the sacred lord. Surely her words can be trusted. Tian Yuru fell into silence. Given Lu Yang's steadfastness, it was evident that his claims were likely accurate. Yet, it was difficult for her to accept that her closest master could perish in such a way. She wept intermittently for some time, oblivious to the pain of her wound. Perhaps exhaustion from her tears or a moment of clarity allowed her to gently wipe her cheeks and, with a hoarse voice, ask, Could you tell me more about the recent events at Tianyang Peak? To this, Lu Yong would not refuse. However, he was more concerned about the injury on her shoulder. He took a couple of steps forward and retrieved a vial of healing medicine from his storage ring, presenting it to her. Of course, but first, let us tend to your wound. Tian Yuru lifted her pitiful face, her eyes red and glistening with moisture, exuding a unique charm. She regarded Lu Yong earnestly for a moment before nodding obediently, clutching the vial tightly in her hand. Lu Yong sighed and turned to exit the cave. Before long, the cave echoed with the rustling sounds and Tian Yuru's startled exclamations as she inadvertently disturbed her injury. Lu Yong maintained his composure, patiently waiting. Before long, a voice imbued with a hint of shyness emerged from within, radiating a delicate beauty. I cannot reach the wound. Could you come in for a moment? All right, do not move. I shall be right there. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yong stepped back into the cave. Tian Yurua was perched on the edge of a small pool, her garment partially slipped, revealing one side of her injured shoulder. Her skin was fair, surpassing the purity of frost and snow, and her delicate shoulder, as if sculpted by divine hands, appeared remarkably fragile, exuding a unique tenderness that is characteristic of women from the Jiangnan region. However, the scar marred her beauty somewhat. What should I do? Lu Yong inquired softly. Tian Yurua's charming face was flushed with crimson as she turned her head away, daring not to meet his gaze. Clean it with the pool water, then apply the ointment. It will heal within half a day. Understood. Chapter 91. From meeting to becoming a wife. Upon hearing Tian Yurua's words, Lu Yong approached the edge of the small pond, sitting behind her to observe the exquisite back before him. Her skin was fair and smooth, resembling the finest jade, evoking a sense of awe in Lu Yong. Involuntarily, he placed his palm gently upon her skin, eliciting a startled gasp from Tian Yuru, her delicate form swaying slightly. It was at that moment that Lu Yong abruptly regained his senses, noticing an unsightly wound marring her beauty. The wound, approximately 3 inches in length, appeared somewhat blurred yet was not deep, accompanied by traces of frost. It seemed that the assailant, a practitioner of ice arts, had inflicted this injury. The chilling energy within her body had been entirely dispelled by Tian Yuru, leaving only this ordinary wound. Additionally, remnants of medicinal powder and herbs were present. But due to the wound reopening, the blood flowed freely, washing away any traces of treatment. Tian Yuru had prepared a clean silk handkerchief, and Lu Yong immersed it in the pond's water, wringing it out before carefully wiping away the blood around the wound and cleaning it. Tian Yuro, fearful of the pain, gritted her silver teeth, her expression pained as she bore the discomfort. After enduring for a moment, a refreshing coolness emanated from the wound, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. Having cleansed the injury, Lu Yang gently applied the healing ointment he had brought. While this remedy was highly effective for ordinary wounds, it would be powerless against the whip scars on Shen Qingqiu's back, which could only be healed by divine medicines. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the divine whip. Even a formidable practitioner in the divine fire realm would tremble at a single strike, their flesh torn and spirit shaken. All done. It has been applied, he announced. Thank you. Tian Yuro's gaze softened, and she continued. Now you may speak, I presume? Lu Yang nodded at her words, recalling her earlier request to recount the recent happenings at Tianyang Peak. Thus, they sat at the pond's edge, one narrating while the other listened intently. However, the recent events at Tianyang Peak were predominantly joyful, devoid of sorrow. As Tian Yuro listened, she found herself smiling, occasionally breaking into soft laughter. Especially upon learning that both the 6th and 7th brothers had returned to Tianyang Peak, along with an unfamiliar 8th junior sister. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to Lu Yang with keen interest. What is it? Lu Yang inquired, somewhat surprised. It was the first time Tian Yuro regarded him in such a manner after revealing his identity. You are merely at the profound realm. Do they truly wish to address you as master? He could not yet assume the identity of the peak master and had not donned the flowing colorful robes. Given the mention of the title master, a sense of pride emerged within Lu Yang, and he responded with a hint of authority. Not only your junior sisters, but even your senior sisters willingly call me master. Really? Indeed, apart from you, and the 4th. Your elder sister and the 2nd and 3rd sisters are fully aware of my identity and genuinely refer to me as such. Why is that? Do they truly despise the previous master? Tian Yuro possessed a delicate visage, reminiscent of a somewhat socially anxious yet endearingly demure neighbor girl. Even when her expression betrayed confusion, she remained charmingly fragile. Lu Yang shook his head, gazing at her earnestly as he replied, No, it is I who am exceptional, surpassing even your previous master in merit. My temperament is gentle, I rarely lose my temper, nor do I administer punishment lightly. Tell me, should one not cherish a master such as this? Tian Yuro found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in recent years, the temperament of peak master Lu Yang had grown rather peculiar. His temper was volatile, often erupting in fury, especially since she had witnessed firsthand the terrifying countenance with which he punished the eldest disciple, a visage so fearsome that it haunted her dreams. Yet, despite this, Tian Yuro remained the most dutiful and protective of her master. However, she now felt a sense of bewilderment. Silence enveloped the atmosphere once more as Tian Yuro delicately pressed her lips together, tasting the lingering sweetness upon them. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had never engaged in intimate contact with the opposite sex, and now her first kiss had been taken by the man before her. Though it was not entirely voluntary, the reality stood unchanged, raised within the constraints of traditional education indeed. Archaic customs, she believed that a woman's first kiss held equal significance to her virtue and should be reserved for her future husband, originally intended for her master. Fate had whimsically redirected it to another master. Perhaps this was destiny. Tian Yurua's lips were soft and tender, akin to 2 fresh rose petals, imbued with sweetness and fragrance. You have taken my first kiss. Will you take responsibility for it? She inquired. Lu Yang had awaited this very question, responding with a firm and resonant, of course. In the narrative of Seeking Immortality, Tian Yurua is not only the 5th disciple of peak master Lu Yang, but also a princess of a nation. Due to her mediocre talents, yet striking beauty, her fate had been sealed from the moment of her birth, an unwitting pawn in the political machinations of a royal marriage. Never truly afforded the luxury of freedom. Raised within the palace, her education regarding the opposite sex was both rigorous and pathological. Only her future husband could kiss her. And likewise, she could initiate no affection unless it was destined for her future spouse. Thus, aside from peak master Lu Yang, she had never engaged in a conversation with any other male that exceeded 5 sentences, at least until her encounter with peak master Lu Yang. She had lived her life bound by such constraints. To her father, Tian Yurua was merely a commodity for trade, a means to an end, merely needing to declare who her husband would be and what role she would assume. Now, having kissed Lu Yang, she had unwittingly accepted him as her future husband. Upon hearing Lu Yang's emphatic and resolute response, her fair features flushed a deep crimson, unsure of how to proceed. She lowered her gaze, her fingers entwined in a display of inner turmoil. Yet Lu Yang understood precisely what to do at this moment. for he had come solely for Tian Yurua. With both hands, he gently clasped her delicate, slender fingers, which felt soft and smooth, almost fragile, and exuded a hint of daintiness. He leaned his forehead against hers, his gaze fixed intently upon her exquisite face. Tian Yuro's reaction was notably timid and sluggish, embodying the reserved demeanor of a refined young lady. She could only lower her eyelashes, too bashful to meet his eyes. "Yuro, what should you call me now?" Upon hearing this, it seemed as though Tian Yuro's mind momentarily faltered, and she instinctively blurted out, "Husband." "Husband?" A chuckle escaped Lu Yang's lips as he found her response amusing. "There is no need for such a title. I am still your master." I understand," she replied, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yang laughed once more, gently correcting her. "No, you have not yet grasped it fully. Please repeat what you just said." After a brief hesitation, her face ablaze with embarrassment, she finally uttered, "Master, your disciple understands." With those words, Lu Yang swiftly leaned in to kiss her. The roles of conqueror and conquered had seamlessly transformed. Chapter 92, The White Jade Scorpion. Who could have imagined that from the moment Lu Yang and Tian Yuru met, only a few hours had elapsed? Yet, the transformation in their identities was nothing short of monumental. Tian Yuru's metamorphosis from a stranger to a wife occurred almost overnight, before the long night had even drawn to a close. The rapid development of their relationship can certainly be traced back to the environment in which Tian Yuru was raised. Despite being a princess of the realm, she was treated merely as a commodity for casual transactions, confined within the palace, awaiting her father's arrangements for marriage. Who would become her husband was of little concern to anyone but herself. It was only after encountering the peak master Lu Yang that she managed to escape her gilded cage, soaring like a bird into the vast expanse of freedom. Though Lu Yang had ulterior motives for luring Tian Yuru from the palace, he undeniably aided her in temporarily extricating herself from her predicament, allowing her a fleeting taste of liberty. In the cave, by the edge of a small pool, the two figures nestled closely together, dressed in a flowing green gown. Tian Yuru exuded grace and beauty, her face radiating happiness. Having never experienced maternal affection nor understood paternal love, she found herself easily content. For instance, Lu Yang's perilous journey to rescue her from the treacherous Wan Poison Mountain deeply moved her, filling her heart with joy. "Master, I still do not know your name," she said quietly, sitting in Lu Yang's embrace, gazing up at him with an innocent beauty reminiscent of a fledgling bird. Lu Yang chuckled. "You will surely be astonished when I reveal it, for I too am named Lu Yang." "What? Lu Yang?" Upon hearing this, Tian Yuru was indeed taken aback. She stared at him for a long moment, unable to suppress a light laugh. Such extraordinary coincidence seemed utterly incredible. Lu Yang lowered his gaze, observing her blushing face and smiling gently, teasingly pinching her cheek. "In this vast world, wonders abound. You, Tian Yuru, must now call me husband." Having bestowed upon me a kiss. At this, Tian Yuru shrank back slightly, her cheeks flushing, her delicate lips pressed tightly together, overwhelmed by shyness. "Well, that is because I have been taught since childhood. They say I am a precious jewel, invaluable, and should not casually kiss a man or surrender my body. All must be reserved for my future husband. Not even a touch from another shall suffice. Once I kiss a man or lose my virtue, I must become his wife. Yes, that is how it is." As she concluded her thoughts, she reaffirmed her beliefs. Lu Yang held her conviction in high regard. Tian Yuru had only ever unconditionally trusted two individuals, her master and her future husband. Now, Lu Yang embodied both roles, earning her near-total trust, devoid of any possibility of deceit. Having grown up under such stringent rules, these ingrained beliefs had undoubtedly left a significant mark on her, a subtle yet profound influence that was not easily shed. Thus, it can be said that Tian Yuru was the most manageable disciple Lu Yang had ever encountered. From the moment of their encounter until now, even a single night was unnecessary. They hastily expedited their connection. Naturally, given that Tian Yuru was currently injured, Lu Yang was not in a rush to claim her. Instead, he sought to gradually warm their affections, fostering familiarity and understanding between them. This would undoubtedly deepen their emotions, allowing for a natural progression towards intimacy, an atmosphere of tender ambiguity that would leave an indelible impression, making it difficult to extricate themselves from one another. In this light, should we not express gratitude to Shaoqing? Shaoqing, of course, refers to the spirit beast nurtured by Tian Yuru, which harbored a formidable toxin. Were it not for its successful ambush, Tian Yuru would not have been so eager to rescue others, thus falling prey to Lu Yang's seduction and losing her first kiss. Upon reflection, this indeed rings true. Tian Yuro held a great affection for Xiaoqing, promptly retrieving it from her sleeve to express her thanks, only to hastily return it, leaving Xiaoqing bewildered by this inexplicable behavior. What was the meaning of this? Did Xiaoqing not deserve some dignity? Just a fleeting glimpse before being returned seemed rather dismissive. Xiaoqing harbored grievances, but its master was already engrossed in Lu Yang's gentleness, leaving no room for attention. Lu Yang found himself both amused and exasperated, gently stroking her head before inquiring about the reason for entering the 10,000 Poison Mountain and the whereabouts of the disciples from the Taichu sacred land. Upon hearing this, Tian Yuro quickly responded, eagerly recounting her tale to Lu Yang. Having finally awaited assistance, she was determined to seize the precious white jade scorpion eggs. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days elapsed. On this day, the expansive 10,000 Poison Mountain trembled, the earth quaking violently, as the toxic spirit beasts either lay low or concealed themselves within the mountains, refraining from reckless movements. Amidst the mountains stood a towering white rock formation, magnificent and reaching into the clouds. A fierce and desolate aura lurked here, occasionally disturbed by eerie cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, 8 figures clad in uniform attire hovered in the air, exuding a formidable presence. These 8 individuals hailed from the Taichu sacred land, comprising both inner and core disciples. Notably, a man and a woman at the forefront possessed cultivation levels and auras that vastly surpassed the others, being direct disciples of a powerful figure within the sacred land. Their strength formidable. The man proclaimed, "It has finally arrived. The white jade scorpion is about to lay its eggs." The white jade scorpion, he mentioned, was the sovereign of the 10,000 Poison Mountain, possessing late-stage cultivation in the void harmonization realm and immense combat prowess. Moreover, its potential was not limited to this. Should it continue to grow, it could certainly reach the Ascendant realm, and if its potential were sufficient, it might even aspire to the Supreme realm, its overall strength comparable to that of an emperor of a nation. Achieving the Supreme realm represents a cornerstone of strength among various sacred lands, making it exceedingly precious. Thus, the 8 disciples of the Taichu sacred land had united to seize this opportunity. As the white jade scorpion began to lay its eggs, numerous hidden cultivators stirred, eager to display their prowess. Naturally, apart from the human cultivators, the formidable spirit beasts within the 10,000 Poison Mountain were also restless, seeking to devour the white jade scorpion eggs for significant gains in strength. Meanwhile, Lu Yang and Tian Yuro leisurely emerged from the cave. Has the injury on your shoulder healed completely? Yes, it is fully recovered and will not affect today's battle. Master, how shall we seize the eggs of the white jade scorpion? There are quite a few adversaries this time. Lu Yang chuckled and, with a playful air, said, "If you give me a kiss, I will tell you." Ah, isn't that inappropriate? It's broad daylight. Tian Yuro narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the sky. Under the clear blue of day, she felt a twinge of hesitation. However, upon seeing someone shamelessly approaching, her resolve softened, and she lightly pecked him, sweetly murmuring, "Can we speak of it now?" Lu Yang, satisfied, replied, "We shall carry out a mid-journey ambush." Chapter 93. Turmoil, are we to seize it by force? Tian Yuru's surprise was palpable. Indeed, Lu Yang continued, the realms of cultivation are classified into blood transport, Will See, Purple Palace, Dao Palace, Tongxian, Transformation, Merging Void, Questioning the Summit, Supreme, Divine Fire, and so forth. The White Jade Scorpion, reigning as the sovereign of Wanda Mountain, has attained the Merging Void realm. Even with our combined strength, we may not escape unscathed. Tian Yuro nodded in agreement, her delicate head inclining slightly. Certainly, Master is only at the Tongxian realm, and I am but one level above you. Even with the assistance of Xiaoqing and Xiao Hui, confronting the White Jade Scorpion head-on would be futile. Therefore, my previous notion was singular, to await the moment when the White Jade Scorpion ventures out to forage and seize its eggs. When direct confrontation is disadvantageous, one must resort to cunning tactics. This was indeed Tian Yuru's approach. However, they were not the sole contenders with eyes set on the scorpion's eggs. Take for instance the Taichu Holy Land, with 8 formidable individuals that could not have come empty-handed, without a means of support. Their cultivation levels would lead them to certain demise against the White Jade Scorpion. After much contemplation, the notion of ambush seemed the safer route. Master, whom should we guard against for our heist? Tian Yuro inquired, her brows knitted in curiosity. The White Jade Scorpion lays at least 100 eggs each time. Yet only one is genuine, the rest serve to befuddle opponents. Furthermore, it is astute enough to scatter its eggs in concealed locations, making them virtually indistinguishable without special methods. Lu Yang refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question. Which faction do you suppose stands the best chance of procuring the true egg of the White Jade Scorpion? The Taichu Holy Land? Instantly, images of those faces that incited her ire filled Tianyuru's mind. Their sudden appearance and ambush were clearly premeditated, not mere happenstance. They were numerous and formidable, making them the most likely candidates for success. Indeed, regardless of whether they ultimately succeed, I shall not allow them to depart from here. The sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Lu Yang caught Tianyuru off guard, prompting her to glance sideways, puzzled by the intensity of his resolve. What is the reason for this? They wish to injure my disciple and escape? Not a chance. Lu Yang smiled gently at Tianyuru, who was already in a state of bliss, her cheeks flushed with a radiant hue, exuding unparalleled beauty. It dawned on Lu Yang that Tianyuru was particularly prone to blushing, her laughter infectious, her spirit buoyant. Unlike Su Meyer, who possessed an innate allure that was irresistible, or Shen Qingqiu, whose gentle demeanor radiated boundless warmth, and certainly not like Long Wushuang, whose frigid affection was uniquely compelling. Tianyuru was an entirely different entity. Although she exhibited the most rapid affection, she remained more reserved and traditional. Fragile and naive, she resembled a novice in love, a tender bud poised to bloom. In truth, that was precisely the case. I shall heed Master S guidance. Very well, let us annihilate them. Tianyuru, with her sweet and gentle disposition, exhibits a fierce ruthlessness when it comes to dealing with adversaries. Meanwhile, on the other side, the White Rock Mountain soars into the clouds. Yet its interior harbors the lair of the White Jade Scorpion. There are multiple entrances to the mountain, presenting ample opportunity for others to exploit. Unbeknownst to them, a piercing and mournful scream emanated from within, resonating clearly in the ears of the onlookers. At that moment, those who had been waiting for so long felt a tremor run through their bodies, followed by a surge of exhilaration. The anguished cry of the White Jade Scorpion signified the imminent birth of its true eggs, heralding the time to act. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone scrambled eagerly from all directions toward the White Rock Mountain. They soared through the air, rode flying swords, or concealed their presence as they surged forth from the ground, each intent on discovering the genuine White Jade Scorpion eggs first, hoping to claim them for themselves. After all, with so many cultivators present, the number of opponents was considerable, and the reigning monarch here would undoubtedly be merciless. In no time, dozens had already entered the White Rock Mountain. However, at that moment, the White Jade Scorpion emitted another ear-splitting shriek, a cacophony that sent shivers down spines and caused the weaker cultivators to succumb to the sonic assault, blood streaming from their orifices in a horrific demise. Yet, even this could not deter the frenzied crowd, who pressed on relentlessly. A howl pierced the air. From the east, a winged monstrous wolf appeared. Cloaked in darkness, its fierce eyes glinted menacingly as it flapped its wings, covering great distances in the blink of an eye. The emergence of the winged wolf instilled terror among the flying cultivators, causing panic as they sought to escape. However, the wolf's speed far surpassed theirs. With a mouthful of sharp teeth, it swooped down, swiftly severing one man in half, his body collapsing to the ground, while the wolf feasted upon his head. Blood splattering everywhere. This is dire. It is a winged wolf, at the level of transformation. Ah, over here, a giant centipede with deadly venom has appeared. Everyone, be cautious. To the west, another massive centipede, armored like iron, emerged, scraping against the rock wall and sparking fire. It could unleash a green toxic mist capable of causing instant decay. Just moments ago, several cultivators who lagged behind were tainted by a mere whiff of the mist, immediately turning into pools of blood. Soon, more and more mystical beasts appeared at the White Rock Mountain, each formidable in strength, primarily ranging between the realms of profound understanding and transformation. Particularly alarming was the arrival of a purple-skinned toad, which prompted all the mystical creatures to exercise utmost caution. This formidable entity was not to be trifled with, to it. Both humans and mystical beasts alike were merely a feast, easily devoured, its cultivation level at the same realm as the White Jade Scorpion, albeit slightly inferior. The sight of yet another colossal creature of the same level on the battlefield intensified the tension. The 8 disciples of the primordial sacred land could no longer remain seated. The leader, a man, spoke swiftly. Sister Ningding, take the 3 of them with you. We shall split into 2 groups and enter from different paths. Leave the task of discerning the true White Jade Scorpion eggs to me. We each possess one talisman that reveals the location of the eggs. Upon locating the genuine egg, We must retreat immediately from this place without hesitation. Do you understand? The woman named Ningbing, her expression solemn, nodded and replied, Brother, I comprehend. Very well. Let us commence our mission. The 8 individuals then divided into 2 groups, each venturing through one of the 2 entrances into the White Rock Mountain. Each pair held a talisman that guided them toward the white jade scorpion eggs. The closer they drew to the egg, the more intense the heat emanating from the talisman in their palms. Upon making contact with the true egg, the talisman would ignite spontaneously, serving to confirm its authenticity. Chapter 94. The genuine egg within the interior of the White Rock Mountain, a labyrinth of crevices sprawls, with the rocks firm and resilient against collapse. This is the lair of the white jade scorpions, with passages that intertwine and connect. At this moment, numerous cultivators and spirit beasts have invaded this domain, and upon encountering one another, chaos inevitably ensues. After all, they are all here for the coveted eggs of the white jade scorpions. Eliminating one adversary means one less competitor. The cultivators weave their spells, either slaughtering their kin or vanquishing spirit beasts. In essence, any foe that appears before them is to be eradicated without exception. The tumult is as thunderous as an earthquake, a display of immense force, yet it pales in comparison to the ferocity of the battle erupting at the core. There, a terrifying conflict rages between the white jade scorpions and the purple-skinned toads. Both sides possess skills at the void realm, with little disparity between them. Yet the white jade scorpions, having just laid their eggs, find their combat prowess significantly diminished. The purple-skinned toad harbors the greatest ambition. It is the only one not drawn by the egg, but rather by the desire to slay the white jade scorpion. Should it devour the scorpion, the mountain of 10,000 poisons would become its dominion, allowing its cultivation to ascend further. Thus, the purple-skinned toad has calculated its timing, seeking to strike while the scorpion is weakened. The intensity of the battle is formidable, and the outcome remains too close to call. This, however, greatly facilitates the search for the genuine egg among others, as the relentless slaughter by the white jade scorpions has momentarily subsided, significantly increasing the likelihood of discovery. The sounds of combat and furious roars echo throughout the cavernous expanse. Within the depths of the White Rock Mountain, over 100 white jade scorpion eggs lie hidden. No one knows where the true egg may be concealed, leaving them to rely on mere chance. A fortunate young cultivator stumbles upon a white egg, approximately the size of a human head. Its shell is remarkably hard, capable of shattering stone, and its surface is smooth and pristine, reflecting a faint glow, immediately revealing its extraordinary nature. With fervent eyes, the young cultivator prepares to stow the egg within his storage ring. Just then, a sudden frost sword technique strikes, severing his neck in an instant, blood gushing forth and staining the ground, while the egg clatters to the ground, stirring up dust. The assailant, clad in the garb of the primordial sacred land, is a woman named Ning Bing, a cultivator at the transformation stage. Ruthless and merciless, she approaches the fallen egg, her mind racing as she swiftly affixes a talisman to it. An astonishing scene unfolds as the talisman ignites spontaneously. Witnessing this, a radiant smile of ecstasy spreads across Ning Bing's face as she murmurs to herself, I have found it. This is the genuine egg of the white jade scorpion. Though her voice is subdued, attempting to remain inconspicuous, the disciples accompanying her lack her composure and fortitude. Their faces flush with excitement as they exclaim, We've finally found it. Senior sister, let us leave this place and reunite with the senior brothers. Upon hearing this, Ning Bing's expression shifts dramatically. Her eyes, brimming with murderous intent, whirl around to glare at the garrulous disciple, wishing to slay him on the spot. Fools, we must leave at once. Though angered, Ning Bing understands the urgency of their departure. Swiftly placing the immaculate white egg into the storage ring, they raced ahead to escape. The remaining 3 disciples of the Taichu sacred land quickly regained their composure and followed suit, but at that moment, a wall of blazing fire obstructed their retreat. Numerous cultivators nearby had heard their earlier cries, hinting at a significant discovery, the specifics of which were all too evident. The elder at the forefront, radiating a formidable aura, shouted in a frenzied manner, Hand over the egg, or none of you shall survive. Foul creature, we are disciples of the Taichu sacred land. Dare you challenge us? The other 3 disciples, having lagged behind and unable to keep pace with their senior sister, were compelled to remain, however. Their confidence stemmed from their esteemed status as disciples of the Taichu sacred land. Who dared to take their lives would indeed pay dearly. Upon learning that the 3 were from the Taichu sacred land, many in the crowd displayed signs of trepidation, their courage waning. Opposing the Taichu sacred land was tantamount to courting death. What? Are you too afraid to act? The three disciples gazed haughtily, their eyes icy as they surveyed the assembled crowd. Yet, in the next moment, a ferocious wolf with bat-like wings, drawn by the scent of the white jade scorpion egg, arrived and, upon seeing the gathered individuals, spoke with a human voice. Who has taken the egg hidden here? The resonant words echoed in their ears like thunderclaps. The elder, his eyes glinting with malice, reverently replied to the winged wolf, Your Majesty, I just heard them exclaiming loudly that they have found the true egg. It should be with them. As the words fell, panic washed over the three disciples. They had not anticipated such ruthlessness, realizing the intent to use them as pawns. Trembling, they faced the winged wolf, unsure if the name of the Taichu sacred land held any weight against a spirit beast. One among them, mustering his courage, spoke up. We are disciples of the Taichu sacred land. Should you kill us, you will face eternal retribution. Before he could finish the word retribution, the winged wolf's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as it bellowed, Silence. And without hesitation, it devoured the three in a single gulp. It then sniffed the air and pursued the direction in which Li Ningbing had departed. As for the others, having narrowly escaped with their lives, they were drenched in sweat. Too frightened to breathe, they paused for only a moment before resuming their search within, knowing that even if they could not locate the white jade scorpion's egg, they might find precious herbs to exchange for valuable resources. Only the elder, casting a glance in the direction the winged wolf had taken, gritted his teeth and chose to follow. He had reason to believe that the true egg had already been spirited away. Meanwhile, within another team of the Taichu sacred land, Zhao Hai led three disciples as they explored the interior. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, for the talisman in his palm emitted a brilliant flame and ignited spontaneously. Zhao Hai, filled with joy, proclaimed, Junior sister Ningbing has found the true egg. Fellow disciples, retreat quickly and follow me to protect her. The talismans in their possession were interconnected. If either revealed the location of the true white jade scorpion egg, the other would ignite, thereby conveying the message. The four individuals swiftly retreated from the white rocky mountain, disregarding the terrifying sounds emanating from within. At that moment, a small centipede, unseen against the walls, stealthily absorbed snippets of their conversation before hastily returning to inform its master. Shortly thereafter, the colossal centipede, having received this crucial information, promptly fled without a backward glance. The smaller centipedes, which had been dispatched to gather intelligence from various directions, also summoned themselves back, rejoining their progenitor. Chapter 95. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Outside the white rock mountain, a small black bird flutters its wings, soaring gracefully through the skies. This creature, known as Little Black, is a spirit beast nurtured by Tian Yurua. Although its cultivation is not particularly high and its combat abilities are limited, it possesses a remarkable skill, the ability to conceal itself. Even those with formidable prowess in the Void Realm find it challenging to detect its presence. Consequently, Little Black is exceptionally suited for surveillance. It flits back and forth above the White Rock Mountain, its purpose being to monitor the movements of those from the Taichu Holy Land. Suddenly, a graceful figure bursts forth from the mountain's interior, moving with astonishing speed. Little Black, with its keen eyesight, immediately recognizes that it is Li Ningbing from the Taichu Holy Land. On that fateful day when Tian Yurua was besieged by numerous foes, the sword wound on her shoulder was inflicted by this malicious woman. Even turned to ashes, Little Black would instantly identify her. Chirp. Little Black lets out a peculiar cry and flaps its wings, swiftly flying toward a nearby hill. In no time, it alights upon the shoulder of a woman clad in a green dress, joyfully chirping in her ear. This woman, of course, is Tian Yurua, her figure exquisitely delicate, with a slender waist and a face adorned with striking features. Her skin is fair and flawless, particularly her lips, which resemble enchanting petals, rosy and moist, emanating a delightful sweetness that rivals the finest natural jelly. Standing nearby, Lu Yang observes the charming exchange between the girl and the bird, a smile gracing his lips as he finds the scene amusing. Their communication is brief, lasting only a few fleeting moments. But excitement soon dances across Tian Yurua's face as she turns to Lu Yang and exclaims, Master, Little Black has spotted someone from the Taichu Holy Land. They hastily departed from the White Rock Mountain, likely having succeeded in their endeavor. Excellent. It is time for us to take action as well. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow waits in ambush. This time, we shall play the part of the yellow sparrow, Lu Yang replies, a glimmer of sharp intelligence flashing in his eyes. At this moment, retreating seems highly probable for the opposing party, indicating that they have indeed come prepared and likely possess numerous strategies at their disposal. Meanwhile, Li Ningbing, having left the White Rock Mountain, swiftly heads southward. This direction leads to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Zhao Hai. Regardless of who first discovers the white jade scorpion's egg, they shall retreat immediately and converge at the designated location. It's over. They did not follow. Li Ningbing frowns, a flicker of anger crossing her features, mingled with a sense of helplessness. She does wish to rescue them. But burdened with the white jade scorpion's egg, she finds herself utterly powerless. Should she be encircled by numerous adversaries, her peril would escalate by at least tenfold. Sighing, she resolves, let us deal with the future when it comes. I must hurry to reunite with senior brother Zhao Hai and leave this place. Li Ningbing exhaled softly, convinced that this operation was nearly foolproof. Just as she began to relax, a sudden surge of intense danger enveloped her, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She swiftly turned around to behold a ferocious wolf, sporting a pair of bat-like wings, hurtling towards her at an astonishing speed, rivaling her own. She recognized this formidable creature as the winged wolf of the transformation realm. Panic surged within her. How had it managed to pursue her? Confounded. She hastily grasped a cold sword in her hand. Although her cultivation also resided within the transformation realm, rendering her less fearful of the winged wolf. She was burdened with precious treasures and had no intention of engaging in direct conflict. She simply needed to wait until she met with Zhao Hai. A 2-on-1 scenario would surely lead to the winged wolf's demise. With fervor, Li Ningbing channeled her spiritual energy, increasing her flight speed, akin to a blue rainbow streaking across the sky. Yet, the winged wolf outpaced her effortlessly, its wings propelling it several miles in mere moments. Before long, Li Ningbing found herself within its striking range. Quickly surrender that egg. The winged wolf spoke, its voice resonating with a chilling clarity. It then expelled a sinister wolf head from its mouth, a ghastly apparition with sharp fangs that seemed to harbor a lethal toxin, lunging towards Li Ningbing's back. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Li Ningbing remained vigilant, her blade slicing through the air to unleash a torrent of icy frost that spanned miles. However, the wolf head evaded her assault with uncanny agility, continuing its relentless advance. What? Li Ningbing's face paled in horror. After a flurry of strikes, she finally obliterated the wolf head, but before she could catch her breath, the winged wolf conjured 3 more heads, persisting in its pursuit. The interference from the wolf head significantly hampered her speed, and the wolf drew closer, its lethal claws poised to sever her in two. The specter of death loomed ominously. Yet Li Ningbing's extensive combat experience enabled her to respond swiftly. With her frost blade imbued with lethal energy, she aimed directly for the winged wolf's neck, opting to forsake defense in favor of a decisive strike. The wolf's pupils contracted in fear, prompting it to evade hastily, inadvertently granting Li Ningbing the opportunity to unleash her spiritual power, which coalesced into an icy prison that ensnared the winged wolf. With a swift stroke, she aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Impressive. The winged wolf's pupils narrowed, though it remained unperturbed. In an instant, its form fragmented into dozens of wolf heads, escaping the confines of the prison. Bang, bang, bang. The icy enclosure shattered under a single strike, cascading into a breathtaking spectacle of falling snow. However, Li Ningbing felt no joy. The winged wolf not only possessed formidable cultivation but also wielded bizarre and elusive techniques, making it a challenging adversary. Doubt began to creep into her mind, and she considered retreating. Just then, a familiar voice echoed beside her. It was Zhao Hai, arriving at last. Ningbing, are you all right? You vile wolf shall not harm my junior sister. Zhao Hai, also a practitioner of the transformation realm and senior to Li Ningbing, stood ready. In a 2-on-1 scenario, even the winged wolf would find itself in a precarious position. Although its cultivation was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Zhao Hai was in complete agreement with it. Not to mention that there was also an initial stage practitioner of the ice system. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. The egg of the white jade scorpion was of utmost significance to it, and one must possess life to utilize it. Just as the twin-winged wolf began to entertain thoughts of retreat, a few disciples hastily arriving behind Zhao Hai suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. They were engulfed in a green mist, and before long, they transformed from living beings into mere pools of blood, exuding a horrendous stench that was truly horrifying. Junior brother Zhao Hai and Li Ningbing were struck with terror. Their cultivation was considerably lower, lagging far behind Zhao Hai, and they had never anticipated falling victim to such treachery at this moment. The fiend responsible for their demise was, of course, the great centipede that had trailed them. Its cultivation also resided at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, and its aura was evidently superior to that of the twin-winged wolf. The two spirit beasts exchanged a glance, and their intent to cooperate was unmistakable. They decided to eliminate the human practitioners before determining the ultimate claim to the white jade scorpion's egg. In this encounter, with 2 against 2, the Taichu sacred land found itself at a disadvantage. Chapter 96. Deceitful intentions. The twin-winged wolf and the great centipede encircled the 2 individuals, one in front and the other behind. Li Ningbing and Zhao Hai displayed only slight surprise in their eyes, not excessive astonishment. Their arduous journey to this place, competing with numerous formidable beings for the white jade scorpion's eggs, was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. They had prepared thoroughly. Even when confronted by 2 divine transformation realm spirit beasts, they remained composed and ready to face the challenge. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, an elder concealed in the shadows, his eyes glinting with malice, held his breath and watched intently. He suppressed his aura, relishing the moment, his murky gaze filled with cunning intent. Aspiring to be the last to emerge like a yellow sparrow, reaping the rewards. Let them fight. Let them kill. Ideally, they all perish, and I shall amass great wealth. His thoughts were grand, yet he inadvertently fell into the ears of a patrolling little blackbird. The small creature was equally surprised to discover a third party present and promptly returned to relay the news. On the other side, Tian Yuru shared the elder's information with Lu Yang. The latter merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to disregard it, as the battle above had already commenced. The air was filled with icy coldness, and sword energy surged violently. Suddenly, a noxious mist spread forth, accompanied by the howls of the wolf heads, the skirmish escalating fiercely. Lu Yang observed from across the way, unperturbed. And the appearance of the 2 divine transformation realm spirit beasts only reinforced his belief that the white jade scorpion's eggs were indeed in the possession of the 2 individuals, likely resting with the woman. Noticing Li Ningbing wielding an ice sword, Lu Yang recalled the injury on Tian Yuru's shoulder. Yuru, is she the one who injured you? He inquired. Indeed, a prodigy of the ice element, her status equals mine, both being direct disciples of a saintly powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang took the opportunity to touch his mask, grateful for Lu Yuechan's meticulousness in reminding him to conceal his identity. The death of a direct disciple was a matter of great consequence, certain to incite the wrath of their master, a formidable saintly figure. Such a being could employ a certain secret technique to witness the face of the murderer before their disciple's demise. Lu Yang's name was well known and easily recognizable. As a senior figure within the Taichu sacred land, there was no reason for them not to recognize his visage. Lu Yang's identity was precious, representing the prestige of the Qishao sacred land, and now, personally engaging in combat against others' direct disciples provided a pretext for conflict. This was undoubtedly disadvantageous for Qishao. Hence Lu Yuechan's stern admonition to Lu Yang to avoid any mishap. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed above. The battle raged fiercely, spiritual energy surging, shaking the very heavens and earth, instilling fear in all. The howls of the wolf heads were terrifying, at times scattering in retreat, at others regrouping. The combatants faced were none other than the formidable Zhao Hai, an exceptionally gifted body refinement cultivator, possessing overwhelming brute strength, his body emanating a golden light that repelled toxins. Each punch and kick radiated with dazzling golden brilliance, reminiscent of celestial beings descending from the heavens, their might formidable. The twin-winged wolf could not break through directly and was left to rely on the great centipede, hoping it would swiftly resolve the matter with the woman. Hurry and kill her. The great centipede, immense in size, grew increasingly vexed in the face of Li Ningbing's ice-based mystic arts. Half of its colossal body was ensnared in glacial ice, severely hindering its movements. Observing this, the giant centipede ceased to conceal its prowess. From beneath its iron carapace, flesh and blood surged, expanding wildly and rapidly, until it sprouted 2 exceedingly grotesque wings, reminiscent of a dragonfly, still marred by remnants of blood and flesh, presenting an unseemly sight that exuded a foul stench. What? Is it a flying centipede? Li Ningbing's expression turned to one of sheer horror. This formidable centipede had evolved into a flying variant, significantly amplifying its strength. At that moment, a shadow darted past, charging directly towards Li Ningbing. The flying centipede, now endowed with wings, possessed the ability to soar at incredible speeds, making it a formidable adversary. While Li Ningbing's glacial techniques were effective against sluggish spirit beasts, they were rendered nearly ineffective against such a nimble and powerful aerial creature. With a series of piercing sounds, the flying centipede grew even more potent. Yet it was not reckless. Before it could truly close in on Li Ningbing, it unleashed a wide-ranging cloud of green poison mist. Her expression shifted once more. She had not anticipated the cunning of this flying centipede. Without hesitation, she activated her snowstorm technique, striving to freeze the noxious fog entirely. However, The sheer volume of the toxic mist proved too overwhelming to contain. Li Ningbing's escape was slightly delayed, and her pristine ankle became tainted by the venom. Her delicate skin rapidly rotted, transforming into pus that invaded her body, leaving her pale and her spiritual energy dissipating. In a panic, she cried out, "Senior brother, save me." What? Upon hearing her desperate call, Zhao Hai immediately struck back against the twin-winged wolf. He then leapt into the air, rushing to protect Li Ningbing, anxiously inquiring, "Junior sister, are you all right?" While suppressing the effects of the poison, Li Ningbing, filled with resentment, replied, "Senior brother, I have been poisoned and can no longer fight. You must swiftly eliminate these two beasts, then we can teleport back to the sacred land together." Zhao Hai, aware of the urgency, understood he had no choice but to comply. He rose, standing guard before Li Ningbing, then produced a yellow talisman, crumpling it into a ball and swallowing it whole. In an instant, his aura intensified, his spiritual energy surging violently, as he ascended a minor realm to the late stage of the transformation realm. "Ah, you shall all perish." Zhao Hai roared in fury, charging forth to engage in battle with the twin-winged wolf and the flying centipede. Meanwhile, Li Ningbing, with a heart full of sorrow, gritted her teeth and whispered to Zhao Hai's retreating figure, "Forgive me, senior brother. I fear I cannot withstand the poison's eruption and must depart first." Before their expedition to the 10,000 Poison Mountain, their elder brother had entrusted each of them with a life-saving technique. The first was the talisman that Zhao Hai had just consumed, capable of instantly enhancing one's cultivation and combat prowess. The second was a teleportation talisman that directly connected to the primordial sacred land. Once they obtained the egg of the white jade scorpion, they could utilize the talisman to return directly to the sacred land. However, the process was somewhat troublesome, as any external interference during the activation of the talisman would result in failure. Now, they were hindered by the twin-winged wolf and the flying centipede. Li Ningbing had no opportunity to use the teleportation talisman and could only return alongside Zhao Hai. She seized the fleeting moment when her senior brother momentarily detained the two spirit beasts to escape on her own. The expression of sorrow on her face lasted but an instant before vanishing entirely. With a look of exhilaration, Li Ningbing retrieved a peculiar talisman, reciting the incantation to activate it. Swiftly, gazing at the talisman as it slowly tore open a rift in the void, her heart raced with anticipation. This return undoubtedly marked her greatest achievement, and the eggs of the white jade scorpion would be hers alone. However, at that moment, a pure and flawless jade lotus quietly blossomed before her, severing the rift in the void with a single strike. No. Chapter 97. Who are you? As the void before her quietly converged and the teleportation talisman turned to ash, Li Ningbing's countenance twisted, suffused with a chilling frost. Fury surged within her. This had been her golden opportunity to return triumphantly to the sacred land, yet at this critical moment, it had been forcibly thwarted by another. How could Li Ningbing not be enraged? She longed to shatter the one who had just intervened into pieces to feed to the dogs. Her expression, twisted with rage, hinted at madness as she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. However, upon discerning the identity of her adversary, she suddenly froze, a frown knitting her brows. Confusion etched across her face. "Tian Yurua? You are still alive?" That fateful night, Li Ningbing had witnessed the battle where Tian Yurua clashed with a mysterious cultivator, both ultimately perishing in a mutual demise. To her astonishment, Tian Yurua had returned, disrupting her plans, which only intensified Li Ningbing's ire. She loathed that she had not been able to pierce her heart with a single thrust that day. Tian Yurua, evidently entangled in a web of enmity with her opponent, radiated fury at their first encounter. "Li Ningbing, did you think I would not survive? You failed to eliminate me then, and now is your destined hour of reckoning." Indeed. Li Ningbing's hatred was palpable, her teeth clenched in rage, yearning to end Tian Yurua's life on the spot. She cast a fierce glance at the two, her lips curling into a frigid smirk, her eyes wide with fury as she declared, "Tian Yurua, do not presume that bringing a helper from the profound realm will enable you to challenge me. I will fight to the death and drag you down with me." This woman exuded a certain madness that instilled fear, especially after Lu Yong and Tian Yurua had shattered her sole means of escape. Even her mental state had begun to unravel. Upon hearing this, Tian Yurua's expression shifted slightly, her body trembling ever so slightly. She could sense the destructive intent radiating from Li Ningbing, encapsulated in two words, madness. Lu Yong observed silently, refraining from reproach. He understood her nature, gentle yet lacking the necessary assertiveness. This was largely a result of her upbringing, which had instilled in her a fear of rebellion. Her father expected her to marry whomever he chose, regardless of their shortcomings, leaving her with no power to resist, forced to accept her fate. Fear not, for I am here. She cannot harm you, Lu Yang proclaimed, standing resolutely before Tian Yurua, then advancing directly towards Li Ningbing. It was she who had wounded Tian Yurua, and as a disciple of the primordial sacred land, she would inevitably become Lu Yang's foe, necessitating that he not spare the tiger to return to the mountain. What a joke. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Even if I were poisoned by the flying centipede, you, a mere practitioner of the profound realm, could never hope to defeat me. Li Ningbing, a direct disciple of a powerful sage, possessed exceptional talent, and her cultivation and ice-based techniques promised formidable potential. Securing the egg of the white jade scorpion would surely earn her the favor of her master, perhaps even the privilege of nurturing the creature herself, propelling her to unprecedented heights with a formidable spirit beast by her side. Yet, these detestable beings stood before her. Yet time and again, they obstructed her. Consumed by jealousy, such despicable beings, Li Ningbing was engulfed in a tempest of murderous intent, her long hair billowing in the wind, her garments swirling around her. Those sharp and fierce eyes fixated intently on the two before her, resolute in her determination to annihilate them, even at the cost of her own grievous injuries or death. Do not presume that donning a peculiar mask grants one the power to conjure illusions. Allow me to elucidate. In the face of absolute strength, all efforts are rendered futile. Clang. The cold sword was swung with fervor. Waves of icy swordplay danced through the air, an aura of chill pervading the atmosphere, intertwined with an overwhelming intent to kill. Akin to an avalanche cascading from the snow-capped mountains, the sheer force surged toward Lu Yang, intent on claiming his life before the icy peaks. The snow-capped mountain crumbled silently, its might akin to a roaring tide, insurmountable and unstoppable. Yet Lu Yang remained undeterred, his expression unyielding, exuding an extraordinary composure reminiscent of a mountain that remains steadfast in the face of impending collapse. Just as Li Ningbing's lethal strike was about to descend, Lu Yang murmured softly, and upon closer inspection, it was but a single word: silence, as if his words wielded the power of the arcane. The world around them abruptly dimmed and blurred. The sights before him, the sounds that filled the air, the biting cold that enveloped him, the scents that lingered, all came to a standstill. Even time, which had never ceased its relentless march, appeared to momentarily pause. The only individual unaffected was Lu Yang, who disregarded all else, moving ever closer to Li Ningbing, drawing nearer until he could distinctly perceive the terror reflected in her eyes, as her entire form trembled violently. She desperately sought to break free from her bonds, yet could barely shift her toes. Panic enveloped her. Fear consumed her. She understood that her demise was imminent. A resplendent white lotus blossomed magnificently, radiant as the full moon. Li Ningbing sensed the weight of impending doom settling around her, as though she were destined for eternal slumber. Clang! The thunderous sound reverberated. Lu Yang sheathed his sword, and the snow-capped mountain behind him crumbled in response. The mighty cascade descended down to the valley of 10,000 poisons, the snow accumulating into mountains, burying countless spirit beasts beneath its weight. Alongside the falling snow was the silhouette of a woman, her eyes devoid of color, yet unwaveringly fixed on Lu Yang, as if she wished to imprint the visage of her murderer in her memory, vowing to exact vengeance in the next life. Junior sister. Li Ningbing's life extinguished, leaving Zhao Hai in utter despair. He fought valiantly against two transformed spirit beasts, unable to divide his focus. Even though Li Ningbing had contemplated abandoning him to flee alone, Zhao Hai chose to turn a blind eye, for he understood that in this battle, only one of them could survive. It was paramount for Li Ningbing, who bore the egg of the white jade scorpion, to return safely. This was the most prudent course of action. All of this was for the sake of the Taichu sacred land. Though he perished, his honor remained intact. As he beheld the approaching figures of Tian Yuru and Lu Yang, Zhao Hai was similarly consumed by fury. They had not only obliterated Li Ningbing's escape route, but had also taken her life. Such transgressions could not be easily forgiven. You shall pay for my junior sister's life. Boom. Like the roar of thunder, Zhao Hai's aura surged like tumultuous waves, charging toward the two. As for the other two spirit beasts, they were equally cunning, eager for the two to engage in mutual destruction. Lu Yang set off to intercept Zhao Hai, then turned to Tian Yuru and said, "The egg of the white jade scorpion is on her. Quickly retrieve it." Tian Yuru nodded, and with Xiao Hui, she descended to the ground, hastening to locate the egg from Li Ningbing. As she moved, the old man hidden in the shadows also sprang into action, seizing the opportunity before him. He was determined not to let it slip away. The dual-winged wolf and the flying centipede observed the unfolding scene, ready to act, when suddenly, Lu Yang struck with his sword, catching the dual-winged wolf off guard and severing one of its hind legs. What? The dual-winged wolf was taken aback, experiencing a surge of excruciating pain. One of its wolf legs fell straight down, landing perfectly for the flying centipede to devour. The two parties exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before the dual-winged wolf's face contorted in rage. Spit it out, spit it out. I command you to relinquish it. Chapter 98. The Serpent Fairy. The flying centipede found itself at a loss for words. It had merely intended to stealthily seize the corpse of Li Ningbing in order to recover the eggs of the white jade scorpion. Unexpectedly, a bloody leg plummeted from the heavens. Habitually, it opened its mouth to devour it, unaware that it was the leg of the twin-winged wolf, leaving it in an awkward predicament. A misunderstanding, the flying centipede articulated, though it bore no fear of confronting the twin-winged wolf. Nevertheless, given their current alliance, there was no rush to turn against one another. Yet, the twin-winged wolf harbored a different perspective. Suspecting that the flying centipede had deliberately consumed its leg and was preparing to betray it. Curse your leg. I shall slay you. The twin-winged wolf roared in fury, unfurling its wings and diving straight down. With tremendous force, it struck the flying centipede, embedding its iron claws into its flesh. The flying centipede writhed in agony. But the twin-winged wolf's assault did not relent. It aimed to inflict severe injury and ultimately eliminate the centipede, thereby claiming the white jade scorpion's eggs for itself. Even spirit beasts possess their own cunning, and trust is a rare commodity. Betrayal is commonplace. However, the flying centipede had not acted with malice. Aru, the twin-winged wolf invoked its arcane arts, summoning several wolf spirits to pounce upon the flying centipede. They descended upon it, viciously tearing at its flesh. The wolf spirits were like phantoms, their attacks piercing through the iron carapace and infiltrating the flying centipede's very being, injecting toxins into its blood. Spirit beasts dwelling in the poisonous mountain are generally endowed with the ability to wield toxins, albeit with varying degrees of potency and counteractive relationships. Atop the pinnacle of the poisonous mountain stand two formidable spirit beasts, the white jade scorpion and the purple-skinned toad, both impervious to all poisons, capable of disregarding the toxins within other spirit beasts. The white jade scorpion, in particular, exhibits superior growth potential, aesthetic appeal, and an unwavering loyalty. Once it recognizes its master, it will not easily alter its allegiance, making it a coveted companion among cultivators. Alas, the flying centipede, caught off guard, found its situation dire and swiftly devised a countermeasure. Since the twin-winged wolf had chosen to turn against it, there was no need for the centipede to linger in hesitation. With a powerful flap of its wings, it launched itself at the twin-winged wolf. The battlefield above split into two fierce arenas. On one side, Lu Yang and Zhao Hai clashed, their bodies colliding like clashing metal. On the other, the battle between the twin-winged wolf and the flying centipede raged with equal ferocity, both parties intent on the utter destruction of the other. Meanwhile, in a desolate, snow-laden expanse, unnoticed by all, Tian Yuru arrived with Little Gray, diligently searching for the corpse of Li Ningbing beneath the snow. Little Gray, a spirit beast resembling a grizzly bear, was gentle in nature yet possessed immense strength, capable of shifting mountains. With its assistance, Tian Yuru quickly unearthed a cold, lifeless body buried beneath the snow, none other than the deceased Li Ningbing. Found it. Little Gray, quickly dig her out. Tian Yuru exclaimed with delight, urging Little Gray to assist in the excavation. Shortly thereafter, a stunning woman clad in a long dress was dragged from the snow by a formidable gray bear and placed neatly aside. Li Ningbing's visage contorted with rage, her entire body rigid, as she fixed a terrifying gaze upon Tian Yuru. Yet, she had no reason to fear a corpse. Tian Yuru crouched down, meticulously searching over Li Ningbing's body, and at last discovered a ring nestled against her chest, perhaps due to its close proximity to her flesh. The ring retained a hint of warmth, and did not feel cold to the touch. Without hesitation, she swiftly dispelled the surface seal, and in mere moments, Tian Yuru was able to delve into her consciousness, diligently probing for the whereabouts of the white jade scorpion's egg. Eureka! It was indeed upon her. Shortly after, Tian Yuru withdrew her consciousness, her delicate face alight with joy. She had thoroughly examined and confirmed that the white jade scorpion's egg resided within this storage ring. There was no doubt. Just as she reveled in her success, an ominous sense of danger approached stealthily. Before she could turn to assess the source, a scream pierced the air, unmistakably belonging to an elderly man, tinged with a sense of despair and desperation. Ah, damn it, what has bitten my neck? This individual was, of course, the old man who had been lurking in the shadows, harboring ill intentions upon seeing Tian Yurua, hoping to capitalize on her momentary lapse in vigilance to commit murder and seize her treasure. Little did he know, every one of his actions had long been under the watchful eye of Tian Yurua, thanks to the efforts of Xiao He. Unperturbed, Tian Yurua tucked the ring away before turning to call out, "Xiao Qing, come back." In the next instant, a slender green snake soared from the shadows, gracefully coiling around Tian Yurua's jade arm, curling up obediently. With a charming smile directed at the old man, Tian Yurua remarked, "It was this green snake that bit you." "Known as the Serpent Fairy." "Serpent Fairy? What is that?" The old man appeared bewildered, evidently unfamiliar with the term. However, Tian Yurua merely shook her head, clearly having no intention of elaborating, as it was entirely unnecessary. Suddenly, the old man was seized by excruciating pain. He found himself unable to summon any of his spiritual energy. In horror, he glanced at his hands, legs, and body, only to witness them slowly withering, dissolving into a pool of blood. What was happening? Why was his body transforming in such a manner? The very flesh he had cultivated for hundreds of years was disintegrating before his eyes, and he was powerless to halt its demise. After a while, the thwarted old man had been reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Tian Yurua gently stroked Xiao Qing's head, feeling a twinge of fear herself. Fortunately, she had forged a bond with Xiao Qing, so she need not worry about it suddenly turning on her. Of course, without her command, Xiao Qing would never strike first. Having dealt with the hidden old man, Tian Yurua immediately raised her gaze to the skies, observing that both battlefields had reached a fever pitch. The clash between Lu Yang and Zhao Hai was nothing short of breathtaking, a visceral confrontation marked by the sound of flesh striking flesh. Occasionally, golden light would erupt, accompanied by the roar of a white tiger, shaking the very heavens and earth. Tian Yurua stood transfixed, her eyes wide with astonishment, as she beheld her newly recognized master. Who could withstand a divine transformation realm practitioner with sheer physical prowess alone? It was truly terrifying. Just how formidable was his physical form? Tian Yurua could hardly fathom it, only knowing that it must be exceedingly formidable. This marked Lu Yang's inaugural experience of engaging an opponent with his corporeal body since he began practicing the undying immortal scripture. A sensation of exhilaration washing over him. The surge of vitality coursing through him felt as if he were ablaze, fueling his courage with each battle. While Zhao Hai felt an immense pressure, his scalp prickling. Since becoming a direct disciple of a certain mighty figure, he had never encountered such a prodigious talent as Lu Yang in the Qi Shao sacred land. Who exactly are you? How could such a young genius exist in the Qi Shao sacred land? Chapter 99. Return a genius? No, genius is merely the threshold to my capabilities. Lu Yang, having traversed realms with great difficulty, vanquished the peak master to inherit all his attributes. With the support and protection of numerous disciples, he steadily embarked on the path of cultivation, mastering formidable scriptures, refining the Golden Dragon Emperor's flames to enhance his physical form, and subsequently training in the White Tiger sacred technique to wield the devastating power of the White Tiger, a force of unparalleled might. Of course, this merely reflects the strength that Lu Yang has cultivated within his current physique. Having achieved significant progress, he displays such terrifying combat prowess if he continues on this path. Even the true geniuses of this world would be compelled to take alternate routes when encountering him. He stands invincible among peers and can even contend with those beyond his realm. How audacious! With mere brute force, one dares to be so presumptuous. I surmise you have yet to witness what a true genius embodies. Otherwise, such arrogance would be unfathomable. Alas, it is indeed lamentable for those who have not encountered genius. I foresee a bleak future for the Qishao Holy Land, devoid of successors. Zhao Hai's stance stands in stark contrast to Lu Yang. One hails from the Taichu Holy Land, while the other is the peak master of the Qishao Holy Land. His numerous disparaging remarks aimed at Lu Yang are clearly intended to disrupt his mindset. The belief in invincibility, once shattered, becomes exceedingly difficult to reconstruct. As a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land, Zhao Hai is naturally reluctant to see Lu Yang flourish. You are afraid. Lu Yang maintained an unruffled demeanor, impervious to Zhao Hai's provocations. Casually, he unleashed a punch that struck Zhao Hai, diminishing the golden radiance enveloping him. Zhao Hai endured Lu Yang's blow, a muffled sound reverberating through his chest, a trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet, he remained unfazed, retaliating with his own fists. which shimmered with golden holy light, radiating like blazing suns, an imposing aura soaring into the heavens. As a direct disciple of a prominent figure in the Taichu Holy Land, he too was a rare talent. However, there exists a disparity even among geniuses. Zhao Hai has already sensed Lu Yong's overwhelming power. Confronting him felt akin to facing a monstrous creature. The might of his physical form rivaled that of a true dragon, his vigorous essence exuding an almost terrifying vitality. As if he were the very sun in the celestial sphere. What have I to fear? There are many talents within the Taichu Holy Land who surpass you. Our return to this realm is to proclaim to the world that the Taichu Holy Land shall rise in accordance with the heavenly principles, unshakable henceforth. The moment he mentioned Taichu Holy Land, Zhao Hai's eyes sparkled with fervor and hope for the future. He envisioned the Taichu Holy Land standing at the pinnacle of existence, coexisting with the heavens and the earth, a sentiment that filled him with immense pride. Rise in accordance with heavenly principles? But what relevance does that hold for you? What did you say? Zhao Hai felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Lu Yong remained silent, growing increasingly fierce. He unleashed the full power of the white tiger's sacred art, his form agile like a dragon, transforming into a swift tiger leopard assault. A colossal phantom of a white tiger emerged behind him, standing tall and commanding the realm of slaughter, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Just a fleeting glance from its fierce eyes rendered Zhao Hai's body rigid, sending chills coursing through him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. As Lu Yang's fist hurtled towards him, Zhao Hai was struck with terror, his body reacting sluggishly. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable weakness enveloping him. What? Is this happening? Move, move. The reason for Zhao Hai's predicament was not due to Lu Yong employing the void immortal scripture to manipulate time, but rather because the talisman he had consumed earlier possessed a time limit. Once expired, his cultivation would plummet, accompanied by brief physical repercussions. Lu Yong, possessing the Talisman Emperor's immortal talisman and inheriting the Talisman Emperor's legacy, understood the intricacies of talismans better than anyone else in the world. Even knowing precisely how long the effects of the talisman Zhao Hai had ingested would last. How did you discern that? Zhao Hai, gifted with intelligence, quickly identified the issue. Yet, he could scarcely believe how Lu Yong had anticipated his moment of vulnerability. It was unfathomable. However, Lu Yong did not indulge in further dialogue. Channeling the White Tiger's lethal techniques, he unleashed a powerful punch directly into Zhao Hai's chest. Crack! The surrounding golden light shattered, dispersing into fine particles. Lu Yang's tiger fist, undeterred, pierced through his opponent's chest, obliterating his corporeal form. Zhao Hai was struck with immense force, a gaping wound through his chest, his body fractured.